Desolate state. Southern region. Ancient ruins of the immortals. The mountains and valleys that extend like the back of a dragon are exceptionally quiet. A handsome and slightly thin boy was squatting in the open space behind a wooden house, lowering his head to fiddle with the yellow dead leaves under his feet. He was erecting a monument for the fallen leaves. The boy dug a deep pit as big as a bowl, put the dead leaves in solemnly, and then picked up a branch beside and inserted it in with ease. 99,999. When a murmur was faint, the boy clapped his hands as if no one was around, stood up and looked back. The tomb of dead leaves was endless, covering an entire mountain. Finally, we have accumulated 100,000 graves. If someone else saw these tombstones, would they think they were some kind of natural treasure? The boy nodded to himself. His tone was very serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. If someone else was here, they would definitely think he was a lunatic. Yes, Su Changqing was about to go crazy. He was the #1 prodigy of the ancient spirit sect in the southern region. When he entered the ancient ruins of the immortals to seize the foundation of the Tao, he encountered the awakening of the great demon, and all his teachers died. Su Changqing tried his best and managed to escape to this space. This space is called the realm of nothingness. It is one of the many small spaces in the ancient ruins of the immortals. At first, he fantasized about practicing here for a period of time, and then walked out of the realm of nothingness after his realm was sufficient, and then left the ancient ruins of the immortals. It was not until a long time later, Su Changqing discovered that there were no living creatures in the realm of nothingness, and time, spiritual power, laws, etc. seemed to not exist. Everything tended to be still. This was the true meaning of nothingness. His lifespan was trapped at 17. His cultivation was also confined to the perfection of the condensation realm. It was difficult to tell the difference between spring and autumn. Su Changqing cried and laughed, and he didn't know how long it had been. It seems that the only way to prove that he is still alive is the endless fallen leaf monument in the back mountain. I wonder if Master has broken through the realm of spiritual enlightenment. Will my junior sister occasionally remember that I am her senior brother? An old man with a kind face and a young woman in a green dress appeared in Su Changqing's mind, and a happy arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is his only thought to live. Sighing slowly, Su Changqing jumped onto the roof, lay down casually, and took out a copper plate. This is a palm-sized piece of green copper, which is not complete. It looks like some kind of broken vessel. Since Su Changqing mistakenly entered the realm of nothingness, this thing is the only thing in this space that looks a little special. He thought that the green copper might be the key to leave. Facts have proved that Su Changqing thought too much. Looking at the scrap copper in his hand, which he had looked at countless times, he smiled bitterly and looked up at the sky. The sky in the realm of nothingness is no different from the outside world. It's just that the sky here has no distinction between day and night, and there are no stars forever. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is being forgotten. If the ancient ruins of the immortals were not opened every once in a while, Su Changqing would have gone crazy if he had a tiny hope in his heart. Thinking of this, Su Changqing opened his mouth and cursed. Damn the ancient ruins of the immortals. Damn the void. If you have the guts, trap me for another 100,000. The lonely voice echoed in the vast void. Suddenly, Su Changqing's eyes condensed, and he swallowed the last few words. The sky in front of him suddenly became distorted. There was a thunderous rumble coming from the end of the sky. Su Changqing's eyes showed unprecedented surprise, so much so that his body trembled faintly. Formation. This is the fluctuation of the formation. Could it be that the Southern Domain sect is forcibly breaking into the ancient ruins of the immortals? Su Changqing's figure suddenly rose up like a streak of light, rushing straight to the end of the sky. The Southern Domain sect will forcibly break the taboo barrier and send out disciples to obtain opportunities and fortune. This place is special. This period of time may be 30 or 50 years, or it may be thousands of years, and time is running out. At this moment, the thunder-like roar became stronger. The sky seemed to be pulled into distortion, and a void crack with a diameter of 100 feet appeared. Just when Su Changqing rushed here, the crack suddenly became unstable, as if the power of the formation was too far away and could not be maintained for too long. You dare! Su Changqing was crazy. He performed the secret method at all costs, and blood mist spurted out from the tip of his tongue. His figure instantly merged into the original place, and appeared directly in front of the crack, as if teleporting. In the last breath before the crack collapsed, he desperately dived into the chaotic distortion. The long-lost spiritual power was like a spring breeze. The dazzling sunlight fell and shone on his tattered clothes, dispelling the dead silence lingering on his body. Su Chongqing stared blankly at the dreamlike green forest and was a little at a loss for a while, until the roar of an unknown beast came from a distance. He could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and vented his inner ecstasy loudly. Ha 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 ha! I finally got out, finally got out. The laughter was just a little unscrupulous, and with a swish, a long sword was silently placed on Su Chongqing's neck. Don't move. Su Chongqing's laughter stopped abruptly. In a place he couldn't see, a purple-clothed woman frowned slightly, and her eyes carefully examined Su Chongqing from top to bottom. Which sect are you from, and why are you here? The woman's voice was a little puzzled. Among the sects in the southern region, only 7 major forces are qualified to enter the ancient immortal ruins. The dress of a young man in front of him clearly does not belong to any sect. Su Chongqing felt the coldness coming from his neck, and his heart was still immersed in the joy of walking out of the realm of nothingness. He opened his mouth and said, I am the eldest disciple of the Ancient Spirit Sect. What sect do you belong to, young lady? Ancient Spirit Sect? The purple-clothed woman's pupils flashed slightly, and the long sword in her hand was closer to Su Chongqing's neck. You are so slick. If you say you're a casual cultivator, I can still believe you. How can the disciples of the Ancient Spirit Sect be qualified to enter the ancient immortal ruins? If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chongqing was suddenly stunned. The Ancient Spirit Sect, in his memory, was the first sect in the southern region. How could it not be qualified to enter the ancient immortal ruins? Unless a great demon appeared in the ancient immortal ruins. Do you know how long it has been since then? Su Chongqing's smile disappeared. When the purple-clothed woman heard this inexplicable question, she immediately thought of the ancient disaster of the immortals that the elders of the sect had mentioned. She responded subconsciously, it should have been 1,000 years. Why ask this? You haven't answered yet. Before she finished her words, she suddenly felt a strong pressure erupting from the young man in front of her. The purple-clothed woman's eyes changed in shock. She felt a strong force in her palm, and before she could react, the long sword in her hand suddenly split in two from the middle. Su Chongqing held the broken sword in his hand, pointed it at the purple-clothed woman's throat, and murmured in a hoarse voice, Tell me, what happened to the ancient spirit sect in this 1,000 years? Chapter 2. 1,000 years ago, the young woman, possessing only superficial cultivation, was unaware of the events that had transpired within the ancient spirit sect. The lady in purple, with her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, discerned that Su Chongqing's cultivation matched her own, both at the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm. However, the formidable aura emanating from him, akin to that of a sect elder, stirred a tumultuous wave of fear within her. This individual must undoubtedly be a prodigy of the sect. Trembling with trepidation, the purple-clad maiden spoke hastily. She had only heard from her elders that the ancient spirit sect had been besieged by 3 major sects hundreds of years ago, leading to its steep decline. The 3 sects? Guoyuan sect, in Yang Valley, and Tianfuming. Su Chongqing was unfamiliar with these sects, presumably new powers that had risen in the past millennium. Which sect do you belong to? He glanced at the pale-faced girl, and with a flick of his wrist, the broken sword flew and embedded itself into a nearby stone wall with a sharp sound. I am called Xiang, and I hail from the Xiang sect. The purple-clad girl caught a glimpse of the sword embedded in the wall, her heart racing, unable to conceal her fear. Fear not, I mean no harm. I do not indiscriminately slay the innocent, Su Chongqing replied with a gentle smile. He recalled the Xiang sect, a prominent sect that had existed a millennium ago, where he had acquaintances in the past. Now that he had learned what he wished to know, Su Chongqing masked his emotions and smiled broadly. I am delighted to meet you. My name is Su Chongqing. This sentiment was heartfelt, as she was the first living person he had encountered since emerging from the void. Xia Ying was momentarily taken aback by Su Chongqing's sudden warmth, struggling to regain her composure. If his earlier inquiries regarding the ancient spirit sect had resembled a specter from the underworld, now he appeared as a refined young gentleman, radiating an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She forced a stiff smile, her heart filled with even more dread. It felt as though she stood before not a peer of her age, but rather an eccentric elder. Is this gathering of the South Domain's prodigies in ancient spirit ruins also for the sake of cultivating their foundations? She pondered, wondering how long it would take to depart. Su Chongqing, lost in thought, habitually gazed skyward, speaking to himself. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened as she grasped the implication of his words. At that moment, she dared not entertain any other thoughts and clasped her fist in trepidation. This was the first time since the calamity of the ancient spirit that the sects of the South Domain had reactivated the teleportation array to prevent further mishaps. Whether anyone attained a fortuitous encounter or not, the array would activate on its own after a month. Must we truly wait a month? Su Cha-ching, possessing an abundance of patience, turned his attention to the silent Xie beside him, his gaze subtly shifting. Sensing the change in his eyes, Xie shuddered, instinctively bowing respectfully. Within the ancient spirit ruins, the spatial transition is documented in our sect's ancient texts. The nearest lake is home to a crimson immortal lotus. As her words rushed forth, Xie felt they were insufficient and quickly added, the purpose of the Tian Fuming's Duanmuling's visit is also to acquire this crimson immortal lotus. If you wish to learn more about the three major sects, I would gladly guide you. Dear Xie, you are too courteous, Su Cha-ching replied, feigning modesty with a wave of his hand. I wouldn't harm you for withholding such information. You jest, senior. Xie Ying's complexion grew even paler. She had distinctly sensed a subtle yet pure intent to kill emanating from him. The wild atmosphere enveloped them. As distant mountains echoed with the roars of nameless beasts and a faint pressure loomed, Xie Ying cautiously navigated through the towering ancient trees, with Su Cha-ching maintaining a steady distance behind her, engaging in casual conversation. Xie Ying, may I inquire your age? 17. What a coincidence. We are the same age. Do you think there will be 100 prodigies entering the ancient spirit ruins this time? Certainly, aside from the 7 major sects, there are also several formidable rogue cultivators, most of whom are affiliated with the South Domain sections. More people make for a livelier atmosphere. By the way, you mentioned you are a disciple of the Ziyang sect. Has your sect's Daozi arrived? The opening of the ancient spirit ruins is exceedingly arduous. Aside from the Sword Mountain, the Daozi of Guiyuan sect and the Lihua divine cult have already entered the Kaichen realm, while the others have come in person. The Lihua divine cult? Su Cha-ching felt a fleeting disorientation at the mention of this familiar name. Unlike other sects, the Lihua divine cult was a unique force that did not practice scriptures but revered divine spirits, with its disciples referring to themselves as followers. The present Lihua divine cult was vastly different from the past. They seldom made appearances, and it was rare to encounter them unless the ancient spirit ruins were opening. As Xie Ying walked ahead, she began to explain, having noticed the peculiar young man behind her seemed to have been isolated for quite some time. She sensed he was merely trying to make conversation. He must be quite unwell, she thought, hastening her pace, eager to pass this hot potato to Duanmuling of the Tian Fuming. At that moment, a look of delight crossed her face as she halted. We've arrived. Upon hearing Xie Ying's voice, Su Cha-ching's gaze fell upon the vast ancient forest ahead. There lay a lake, approximately several dozen yards in size. The surface of the water rippled gently, reflecting the shimmering light, and at its center grew an immature crimson lotus, radiating a faint red hue under the sun's rays. Just as Su Cha-ching observed, several figures around the lake turned their attention toward him in unison. Brother Gu. Xie Ying's eyes sparkled as she hurried toward a young man clad in the robes of the Ziyang sect. Junior sister Xie, who is this person accompanying you? The youth, known as Brother Gu, nodded at Xie Ying and then turned his gaze to Su Cha-ching, his expression filled with an inscrutable complexity. The other prodigies from various sects surrounding the lake regarded Su Cha-ching with hostility. The competition for the Crimson Immortal Lotus was a battleground for the disciples of the great sects of the South Domain. The sudden appearance of such an unfamiliar face naturally incited a collective animosity among these cultivators. Xie Ying, fully aware of Su Cha-ching's formidable prowess, quickly recounted their journey to Brother Gu. Upon hearing her words, the murderous intent in Gu Renyu's eyes only intensified, regardless of the veracity of Su Cha-ching's claims. Threatening a disciple of the Ziyang sect could not be tolerated. You are still young and unaware of the stakes. This concerns the reputation of the Ziyang sect. Xie Ying's expression shifted as she prepared to intervene, but Su Cha-ching, unable to contain himself, interjected, May I inquire if Duanmuling of the Tian Fuming is present? I have a question I wish to pose. Chapter 3, continuing the journey. Jie Ying was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Cha-ching would speak so directly. Did this youth not notice the hostility emanating from the prominent figures present? The few individuals surrounding the lake were equally dumbfounded. Upon hearing Su Cha-ching's words, without needing Jie Ying to point him out, a slender youth had already opened his eyes and looked over. A brief moment of eye contact was established between him and Su Cha-ching. Who are you? Duanmuling's gaze was icy. As one of the most distinguished talents of Tianfu Gate, he was quite displeased with Su Cha-ching's nonchalance in his presence. An unknown individual, not worth mentioning. Having just emerged from the Void Realm, Su Cha-ching politely inquired again, Are you Duanmuling? It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to know. An unknown individual, you say? Do you not realize that not everything is worthy of addressing me in such a manner? Duanmuling interrupted Su Cha-ching with a cold snort. His mind preoccupied with the Qi-Xian Lotus, his impatience evident. If you continue to prattle, I will make you regret coming here. Just as he finished speaking, a breeze swept across the surface of the lake. Su Cha-ching maintained his smile, yet his figure had mysteriously appeared before Duanmuling. He raised his right hand, pressing it toward Duanmuling's forehead. Duanmuling sneered, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. However, Su Cha-ching's speed was too swift. He had no time to react as a large hand loomed in his vision, pressing against his brow. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Su Cha-ching's right hand. Duan Ling let out a muffled groan, his internal organs shattered under the violent impact of the spiritual force. His mind felt as if it were being manipulated by a pair of enormous hands, memories from the past flashing before him like a fleeting panorama. Su Cha-ching began to sift through the fragments of Duan Ling's memories. Boom! Duan Ling's head seemed unable to withstand the force of the spiritual energy, suddenly exploding. Viscous liquid splattering everywhere. Su Cha-ching shook his head in dissatisfaction. The Void Realm had indeed left his cultivation stunted at the pinnacle of chi condensation. Yet, his physical form remained unaffected, and he could still practice his techniques. As the favored disciple of a revered master 1,000 years ago, Su Cha-ching possessed countless secret arts. The soul-searching technique was but one of them. Even the most foolish individual, given a millennium, could master a secret art, let alone Su Cha-ching. Once hailed as the foremost genius, whose comprehension needed no further elaboration. With numerous techniques at his disposal, he was able to expand upon them while achieving perfection. This was also the reason he could effortlessly defeat Jie Ying, despite both being at the pinnacle of chi condensation. However, the soul-searching technique was a secret art with many flaws when executed at the chi condensation stage. Duan Ling's demise was a testament to its drawbacks. Moreover, the memories Su Cha-ching acquired were not complete. Nevertheless, one thing was certain, Jie Ying had not lied. The upheaval at the ancient spirit sect was indeed intertwined with the three great forces, including Tianfu Gate. Since it was related, Duan Ling's death was not in vain. Today's young disciples are truly lacking in manners. If you refuse to speak, I shall have to take matters into my own hands, Su Cha-ching mused to himself. He paid no heed to the astonished gazes around him. Turning to Jie Ying, who stood equally stunned, he smiled apologetically. As if the fallen genius were merely an insignificant ant. Miss Jie, aside from him, can you continue to lead me? Silence enveloped the lake. Jie Ying's mind was in turmoil. She knew Su Cha-ching was formidable, but she never expected Duan Ling's death to be so abrupt. This was one of the most distinguished talents of Tianfu Gate. Gu Renyu and the other disciples from various sects bore expressions not much better than Jie Ying's. Their eyes brimming with disbelief, especially Gu Renyu, who, recalling his earlier thoughts of confronting Su Cha-ching, was suddenly overwhelmed by an unending dread, his back dampened with cold sweat. Miss Jie? Su Cha-ching called out, noticing no one responded. I have no problem, Jie Ying finally regained her composure. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Faced with such an unpredictable and volatile youth, she dared not defy him in the slightest. Thank you, Su Cha-ching replied courteously. He intended to say more, but at that moment, the tranquil lake suddenly rippled, a faint red hue spreading, coloring the surroundings. The Qi lotus has matured. This item could nourish the soul, representing a significant opportunity. Su Cha-ching's gaze fell upon the Qi lotus, and he casually plucked it from its roots, drawing it into his grasp. Witnessing this scene, the disciples from various sects felt a surge of resentment, yet with Duan Ling's corpse still warm, none dared to act out of line. Jie Ying too suppressed her own covetousness, swallowing hard. Rest assured, I will not let you lead me in vain. Su Cha-ching was acutely aware of the feelings of the surrounding disciples, and nonchalantly broke off a piece of the Qi lotus, tossing it to Jie Ying before turning to leave. As he passed Gu Renyu, he did not pause. I do not favor your gaze, however, your restraint has surprised me. Gu Renyu felt his body stiffen at the sound of the voice by his ear, an icy chill spreading from head to toe. The horizon darkened into a deep red, unfurling like a painting. Miss Jie, do not worry. Once everything is settled, I will ensure your safe departure. Hearing footsteps following behind him, Su Cha-ching offered a reassuring remark without looking back. At this moment, he had already stepped into the depths of the ancient forest. The sunset over the ancient ruins was breathtaking. The afterglow filtered through layers of withered leaves, casting Su Cha-ching's figure into a long silhouette. Lonely and desolate. Su Cha-ching's gaze lowered. He wondered if his master and junior sister were still alive, and whether they remembered him. Jie Ying trailed not far behind. She realized she could not fathom the youth before her. Mysterious and powerful, decisive in his actions. It seemed as if all emotions were dictated by his whims. Moreover, Jie Ying found it difficult to comprehend how such a talented individual, seemingly unyielding in his path, could exhibit such melancholic emotions. Was it possible that he had ties to the ancient spirit sect? Unlikely. If that were the case, how could the ancient spirit sect have fallen to its current state? As Jie Ying's mind swirled with conjectures, Su Cha-ching suddenly turned, speaking earnestly, Miss Jie, let us not waste any time. Please take me directly to the current by Duan Mountain, if you will. Duan Ling's memories contained too little information regarding the ancient spirit sect. Perhaps only those of the same caliber as the three great sect's geniuses truly understood what had transpired. Jie Ying was taken aback. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to Su Cha-ching's peculiar temperament and immediately retrieved a jade talisman from her bosom, channeling her spiritual energy to inspect it. Before long, Jie Ying opened her eyes and swiftly led Su Cha-ching in another direction. However, just before they set off, Jie Ying inexplicably posed another question. Are you not afraid that once you leave the ancient spirit ruins, the three great sects will seek retribution? Do you truly fear not for your life? Chapter 4. Mount Baiduan, is death truly terrifying? Su Cha-ching responded earnestly. Jie Ying became speechless, feeling as though she was talking to a wall. And she resolutely sped towards Mount Baiduan without looking back. If you seek death, I shall not hinder you, she thought to herself. Mount Baidwan is situated in a vast plain of the ancient immortal ruins. It received its name because the mountain rises like a black stone wall, seemingly sprouting from the earth itself, reaching into the clouds. Over the ages, numerous fissures have formed on its sky-like cliffs, some only a few zhang wide, while the largest exceed 10 zhang, revealing an abyss of darkness that exudes a chilling aura. Days had passed since Su Chaqing arrived here under Jie Ying's guidance. As he gazed up at the imposing black mountain, a complex array of emotions swirled within him. The path of cultivation begins with the condensation of qi. Once one achieves perfection in qi condensation, they can open the spiritual acupoints within their body, thus stepping into the realm of dust opening. This realm is divided into 3 levels: human spirit, earth gap, and heavenly mandate. The disparities between these levels are vast. For instance, a cultivator of the human spirit level can break through with the aid of medicinal pills. However, to establish an earth gap foundation, one requires the power of the earth's veins. As for the heavenly mandate, it can only be achieved by connecting one's spiritual power with the heavens and earth. Upon success, one may live for nearly 1,000 years and overpower others of the same realm. Yet, attaining the heavenly mandate is exceedingly difficult. No one from the southern domain has ever achieved it, and very few possess the earth gap foundation. This is precisely why the various sects of the southern domain, fully aware of the immense risks associated with the ancient immortal ruins, spare no expense in sending their prodigies here. For Mount Baidwan harbors the power of the earth's veins. 1,000 years ago, just outside Mount Baidwan, a great demon awakened, leading to the annihilation of the ancient spirit sect's expedition, with only Su Chaqing narrowly escaping. He could hardly fathom that he would return to this place after a millennium. Is this Mount Baidwan? Jie Ying's gaze fell upon the black mountain, and she too inhaled deeply. At this moment, on the periphery of Mount Baidwan, several figures were seated in meditation, most of them at the late stage of qi condensation, dressed in various attires, with only a few disciples from the 7 sects of the southern domain present. The arrival of Su Chaqing and Jie Ying immediately drew some attention. Yet the onlookers soon lost interest after a mere glance. The entrance to the fissures of Mount Baidwan emanated a dense, chilling energy, making it beyond the reach of many. Jie Ying explained, not everyone possesses the capability to step inside and gain the power of the earth's veins. To validate her statement, a sudden, low howling erupted from a fissure at the mountain's edge. Accompanied by a powerful gust of chilling wind, a middle-aged rogue cultivator swiftly retreated from the fissure. Once clear of the icy tempest, he spat out blood, which froze into black shards before it even touched the ground. Has Jipei also failed? It appears that the fortunes of Mount Baidwan are reserved solely for the elite of the sections. No wonder the 7 great sects generously relinquish quotas. This was to spread the word and deter future challengers. Witnessing the middle-aged man's disgraceful retreat, the expressions of the dozen or so individuals stationed outside shifted, reflecting their discomfort. Jipei, possessing perfected qi condensation, was already considered one of the strongest aside from the prodigies of the 7 sects. If he could not withstand the chilling storm, what hope did they have? Listening to the discussions nearby, Jie Ying turned to Su Chaqing. You heard that, right? The disciples of the 3 major sects must have already entered Mount Baidwan. The implication was clear. Su Chaqing was unafraid of death. She was the one who feared. If she wished to confront the disciples of the 3 major sects, she could simply enter and seek them out herself. Thank you, Miss Jie. Su Chaqing nodded and stepped towards the nearest fissure. Jie Ying exhaled deeply. For some reason, she wondered why Su Chaqing had not eliminated her now that she no longer held any value. Meanwhile, as Su Chaqing approached a fissure, the gazes of the scattered cultivators outside converged upon him. Who is this person? Judging by his attire, he seems to be another rogue cultivator. Does he not see that even Jipei failed to breach the icy storm? One remarked, I wager he will be forced to retreat within 10 breaths. At most 7 breaths. The prodigies of the sects possess profound cultivation scriptures, and their combat prowess far surpasses that of us rogue cultivators. He seems to be quite unaware of his own limitations. Jipei, hearing the surrounding chatter, also noticed Su Chaqing's actions and turned to observe, ignoring the gazes around him. Su Chaqing approached the edge of the fissure and, without hesitation, stepped inside. A muffled howling reverberated, and the temperature plummeted. Where the icy storm swept through, waves of cold air surged as if trying to invade his body and freeze his blood. Su Chaqing remained unfazed after a millennium of tempering in the void realm. His physical body had reached a terrifying level of resilience. The intensity of the chill was insufficient to even elicit a frown from him. In a mere breath's time, Su Chaqing's figure vanished into the world inside Mount Baidwan. He succeeded? So quickly? How was that possible? One onlooker recalled the disciple of Tianfu, Qi Yangxian, who had taken 3 breaths to breach the icy storm. Witnessing this, the scattered cultivators erupted in astonished exclamations, and Jipei's complexion grew increasingly unnatural. A bunch of ignorant fools, Jie Ying scoffed. She remained in place for half an hour before turning and hastening towards another fissure. The sky was brown, and the earth was brown. This was the scene that unfolded before Su Chaqing upon entering Mount Baidwan. Most astonishingly, the landscape was filled with rolling brown mountains and murky rivers, resembling an inkwash painting, where the surreal intertwined with the tangible. Is there no one here? Su Chaqing surveyed his surroundings before departing from the entrance. As he climbed the nearest brown hill, He realized why he had not encountered any sect disciples immediately upon entering Mount Baidwan. The expanse of this world was simply too vast. The heavens and earth were hazy, indistinguishable from the real world. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the brown became, especially towards the end, where it transformed into a chilling abyss. Reminiscent of a monstrous beast with its mouth agape, ready to devour. In the ancient immortal ruins, anomalies were in abundance. Su Cha-ching was unfazed. Just as he intended to delve deeper, his expression shifted abruptly. With his right hand, he formed a sword-like gesture and struck towards the side. The sound of clashing metal echoed. A peculiar beast materialized beside him, appearing like a lizard, only about a foot in size, devoid of facial features. Its back sprouted a pair of bony wings, and its rough brown skin was exposed, giving it a particularly menacing appearance. Su Cha-ching's sword energy left a blood mark on its neck. Chapter 5, The Faceless Spectre. The Faceless Spectre? Su Cha-ching murmured to himself. The 100-Break Mountain was not a genuine mountain, but rather a manifestation of the Earth's energy accumulated over countless millennia. Its vastness and the turbulence of the Earth's power made it impossible for even the most revered elders of various sects to harness the energy contained within. The creature known as the Faceless Spectre was formed from this very energy. Extracting the Earth's power from within it could potentially coalesce into a foundation for spiritual cultivation. As Su Cha-ching pondered, the Faceless Spectre let out a sharp howl, breaking the silence of the surroundings as its abdomen contracted. It left a shadow in its wake. Lunging directly towards Su Cha-ching's face, seemingly intent on entering his body through his orifices. Who do you think you are? Su Cha-ching advanced rather than retreating, raising his fist to strike. Boom. The punch sent the Faceless Spectre flying, leaving a noticeable indentation where his fist had landed, rubbing his slightly numb wrist. Su Cha-ching blurred into motion. As the Faceless Spectre twisted back, he closed in again, delivering a second punch. Following that, a third, a fourth, a fifth. After an indeterminate number of strikes, the creature's body shattered like fragile pottery, splitting open with gruesome cracks, bursting into a bloody mess. What a thrill! Finally halting his barrage, Su Cha-ching revealed a radiant smile of satisfaction. It had been far too long since he had stretched his limbs. The appearance of the Faceless Spectre was indeed fortuitous. As it succumbed to death, its flesh twisted, visibly transforming into a wisp of brown mist that lingered in the air. Is this the power of the earth? Su Cha-ching opened his mouth and swallowed the mist. The energy of the earth flowed into him, merging with his meridians. Instantly, his inner spiritual power surged, coursing through his body like a tidal wave, creating a sensation of tearing within his organs. Su Cha-ching's expression remained calm. He found the intense pain to be merely an inconvenience. As the energy fully integrated, his spiritual power ebbed and flowed like the tide, cleansing his entire being, meridians, flesh, bones, and every aspect of his form. Every human possesses spiritual orifices containing divine reserves. Those who uncover 80 orifices may ignite them with spiritual energy, thus stepping into the realm of dust. With the guidance of Earth's power, one could comprehend 90 orifices or even more. However, a single wisp of Earth energy was evidently insufficient for prolonged sustenance. Gradually, Su Cha-ching's spiritual power returned to its normal state, while the hidden orifices remained obscured by an inexplicable barrier, eluding his probing. It appeared that to achieve the next step in his cultivation, he would need to slay dozens of faceless specters. With this realization, Su Cha-ching pressed deeper into the 100-Break Mountain. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, he encountered only 7 faceless specters, and the tide of spiritual power summoned by the earth remained a considerable distance from achieving clarity regarding his own orifices. After half a day's journey, Su Cha-ching's steps came to a halt for the first time. Not far in front of him stood a particularly large faceless specter, roughly half a zhang in size, frantically attacking a group of figures nearby. These figures were the talented individuals from the southern sections. There were 5 of them, men and women alike, hailing from different sects, working together to subdue this unique faceless specter. Among them, 3 men in black and white robes exuded a palpable murderous intent and struck with ferocity, indicating their ruthless nature. The other 2 were a pair of siblings, their movements accompanied by the fluctuations of elemental techniques, equally impressive. Su Cha-ching paid little heed to these sect disciples, advancing directly towards the faceless specter. As the disciples prepared to strike again, his figure swiftly approached from the side, raising his right hand to press down upon the creature. The 5 paused in astonishment. They did not recognize Su Cha-ching, but his attire clearly indicated that he was not a disciple of the 7 sects. A mere rogue venturing here was nothing short of reckless. The 3 men in black and white robes exchanged cold smirks, their expressions laced with derision. They had battled this faceless specter for some time and were acutely aware of its formidable physical prowess. The siblings, surprised, quickly cautioned, "Be careful. This faceless specter is a mid-tier spectral beast, far beyond the capabilities of lesser creatures. Do not act alone." Before they could finish, the siblings' bodies trembled violently. The other 3 widened their eyes, disbelief and horror etched on their faces. The faceless specter, which they could barely match in strength, was struck down as if by a mountain the moment Su Cha-ching's hand made contact. A piercing shriek filled the air. The half-shank-sized faceless specter exhibited no resistance, being forcibly pinned to the ground. Boom! The earth itself trembled, reverberating with a cacophony. Who was this person, with such formidable physical strength? The three men in black and white robes, along with the siblings, collectively inhaled sharply, particularly the three men, who, amidst their shock, found other thoughts creeping into their minds. Su Cha-Ching was undeniably powerful, yet the Earth's energy contained within this faceless specter was equivalent to that of 10 ordinary ones. They exchanged knowing glances, contemplating a sudden strike to eliminate both Su Cha-Ching and the faceless specter while they were engaged, only to be taken aback again. The anticipated struggle did not occur. Instead, Su Cha-Ching's fingers seemed to embed themselves within the creature, flinging it around like a toy. Once, twice, thrice, each resounding impact echoed in the minds of the 5 disciples like thunder. Dust and debris filled the air. Finally, as the creature's cries faded into silence, Su Cha-Ching released it, discarding the now lifeless faceless specter at his feet, along with a wisp of earth energy far exceeding the previous one, which he promptly consumed. In one fluid motion, Su Cha-Ching felt the tide of his spiritual power rolling within him before turning to face the surrounding 5 disciples. Meeting his gaze, the 5 talented individuals were nearly overwhelmed, including the 3 men in black and white. They swallowed hard, their eyes betraying an indescribable mix of fear and awe. Su Cha-Ching's gaze settled on the trio, and with a polite smile, he inquired, "I have a few matters I wish to discuss. Might you be willing to assist?" On the way to 100 Break Mountain, Ling Yi had already provided detailed information about the 3 major sections. The black and white robes they wore were a symbol of their affiliation with the Yinyang Valley. Upon hearing Su Cha-Ching's words, the 3 disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and trepidation. The lean youth at the forefront mustered his courage and replied, "Predecessor, please, ask away. There's no need to be anxious. It is not a grave matter. I simply wish to inquire." Su Cha-Ching paused, letting out a sigh as if recalling something before continuing. Were you 3 not about to make a move just now?" Chapter 6. The Truth of the Ancient Spirit Sect. Su Cha-Ching spoke with an air of calmness. Yet the emaciated youth's mind was in turmoil, reverberating with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated swiftly, desperate to escape. The 2 other disciples from the Yinyang Valley mirrored his actions. Had Su Cha-Ching posed the same question to the pair of siblings, they would have readily offered explanations. However, the 3 were different. At the moment Su Cha-Ching spoke, their guilt was palpable. Su Cha-Ching observed their flight with a composed demeanor, not rushing to pursue them. He leisurely raised his right hand and grasped the air. The 2 disciples, who had already fled several dozen yards away, suddenly changed color. An icy wind, whose origin was unknown, surged around them, igniting their bodies in flames, their screams echoing in an instant. Onlookers would be astonished to find that the flames consuming them were black. Soon, their bodies fell to the ground, resembling 2 shattered black eye sculptures. Su Cha-Ching remained unfazed as he turned his attention to the emaciated youth. The latter had witnessed the bizarre demise of his 2 companions and was now utterly terrified. As Su Cha-Ching closed in rapidly, the youth hastily shouted threats. "I am Miao Gonyuan of the Yinyang Valley. Should you kill me, you will never escape the Ancient Spirit Sect." Su Cha-Ching's right hand pressed against the youth's forehead, cutting off his words, and he recklessly delved into his memories. This emaciated youth, due to his esteemed status, possessed knowledge that surpassed that of Duan Nu Ling approximately 3 centuries prior. The Ancient Spirit Sect had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Once the news leaked, the 3 major sects joined forces to annihilate them. The youth's memories did not contain information about that treasure. He only knew the outcome of that battle. The sect master of the Ancient Spirit Sect was slain, many elders perished, and the casualties among the disciples were countless. Had it not been for the Ancient Spirit Sect's profound heritage, it would have surely faced total destruction. It is no exaggeration to say that the rise of the 3 major sects was built upon the countless bones of the Ancient Spirit Sect. As the head of the Yinyang Valley disciple exploded, Su Cha-Ching slowly closed his eyes. The killing intent within him, compressed over millennia, was on the verge of eruption. It was a fury, a crisis for his sect, and a myriad of guilt for his absence. After a considerable time, Su Cha-Ching opened his eyes and turned to the pair of siblings. The siblings were disciples of the 5 Radiant sect. The younger one, Yao Luoyang, hesitated as he sensed Su Cha-Ching's indifferent gaze, placing his sister behind him and stiffly clasping his fists. Yao Luoyang had contemplated escaping during the previous moment, but was deterred by the overwhelming aura of malice radiating from Su Cha-Ching. "Do you 2 know where the disciples from various sects who entered 100 Cuts Mountain have mostly gone?" Su Cha-Ching inhaled deeply, calming his mind slightly before nodding slightly. Without a specific direction, the elders of the sect could not deduce the location of the faceless demons. Yao Luoyang hesitantly spoke, fearing that his answer might displease Su Cha-Ching. After struggling for a moment, he continued, 100 Cuts Mountain seems to differ from the records of various sects. The faceless demons are much stronger than documented, and the deeper one ventures, the more formidable they become. Before Yao Luoyang could finish his well-intentioned warning, Su Cha-Ching had already darted like a streak of light toward the depths of 100 Cuts Mountain. Once his figure vanished, Yao Luoyang slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, look, you're so terrified." Yao Luoluo instinctively attempted to jest, but her words came out somewhat stammering. She had not expected that such a monstrous chi condensation realm cultivator would exist in the southern region. "If I am not mistaken, this person should have ties to the Ancient Spirit Sect." "The Ancient Spirit Sect?" "Indeed. Little sister, it is understandable that you are unaware since you joined the sect too late. Yao Luoyang took a deep breath and looked once more in the direction Su Chongqing had departed, speaking uncertainly. Our master once had a close friendship with a prodigy from the ancient spirit sect. During a time of imparting teachings, he personally stated that among the sects of the southern region, if measured by the profundity of scriptures, the five radiant sect could rank within the top three. However, when it comes to techniques and magical powers, the ancient spirit sect's heavenly profound life and death seal is undoubtedly the first. It is said that the heavenly profound life and death seal has 9 layers, and upon reaching perfection, the seal can transform into the indomitable divine fire that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, black flame, white blaze. The black flames that person just employed resemble the black flame our master once described. Yao Luoluo then recalled that flicker of black flame capable of igniting spiritual energy. Exclaiming in surprise, "Brother, could that person be a disciple of the ancient spirit sect?" Unlikely, Yao Luoyang shook his head with a sigh. The ancient spirit sect has long since fallen. It is indeed a pity. What a pity. Our master once said that his close friend began cultivating at 17 years old, achieving chi condensation at that age, a true genius he had ever seen in his life. Yao Luoyang understood the terror of his master's cultivation. Anyone who could earn such high praise from the elder would naturally inspire admiration in Yao Luoyang, who wished fervently to meet him. He ruffled his younger sister's hair, expressing his sentiments. It is a pity that this person entered the ruins of the ancient spirit a millennium ago, coinciding with the calamity of the ancient spirit. And he is likely long dead. Otherwise, how could the ancient spirit sect have reached this state? The brown earth gradually dimmed. Su Chongqing was unaware that he had been recognized by the Yao siblings upon his first use of the heavenly profound life and death seal. Every faceless demon he encountered along the way was reduced to mere nourishment for the black flame in his wrath, including the few Yinyang Valley disciples he happened upon. Just as Su Chongqing was poised to eradicate all, one of them, in a frantic escape, gritted his teeth and uttered a threat. "Kid, if you have the guts, wait for me. My disciple of the Yinyang Valley will surely not let you go." Su Chongqing paused, contemplating the validity of the statement. Most disciples of sects looked down upon unanchored rogue cultivators. In pursuit of their own dignity, they would unite against a common enemy. In a certain sense, killing one was no different from killing 100. Both would sow the seeds of enmity. Rather than aimlessly seeking them out, it would be wiser to wait for them to come to him. Surveying the vast expanse of brown earth, Su Chongqing felt that the Yinyang Valley's disciples were insufficient. The following day, upon witnessing disciples from the returning Yuan sect encircling a man from the Purple Sun sect to hunt a faceless demon, he immediately charged forward. He replicated his previous method: kill one, spare another. By the third day, within a mountain gorge, a group from the Tianfu sect stood poised, bracing themselves for the inexplicable boy approaching them. Su Chongqing raised his hand to strike them while preparing even more thoroughly. Before he even drew near, his voice echoed in all directions. "Tianfu sect members are all worthless. With one hand, I can suppress you so-called prodigies." "What? Unconvinced? Ha ha. Send your disciple to confront me personally. I'll be waiting atop the mountain 10 miles away. Just afraid you worthless lot won't dare show up." The members of the Tianfu sect. Chapter 7. A modest gift. Yet not a gesture of respect, have you heard? A nameless rogue cultivator has been indiscriminately slaying people. But fortunately, Meng Kuei of the Yinyang Valley possesses formidable skills, allowing him to escape with his life. When Kuzhua was found by his fellow sect brother, he was incessantly shouting about a madman hunting down disciples of the Guiyuan sect. "Huh, your news is outdated. The Tianfu sect sent 7 individuals, and only one survived the encounter with that rogue. The survivor claimed that the man shouted the name of Qi Yanghuan, calling him a pretentious charlatan, capable of exterminating him with a single hand." The emergence of Su Chongqing was akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating unforeseen ripples in the already competitive Baiduan Mountain. As disciples from the 3 major sects managed to escape the clutches of danger, rumors began to circulate wildly. After entering Baiduan Mountain, the disciples of the 7 sects of the southern region, whether cooperating or harboring their own agendas, established clandestine connections among themselves. In just one day, news of the nameless rogue had reached the ears of the majority of the southern region's prodigies. In a secluded valley, it was he. As Jia Ying arrived at the residence of the Xiang sect, she had barely caught her breath when she overheard discussions among her fellow disciples, causing her mind to explode with realization. Apart from Su Chongqing, she could hardly conceive of anyone else audacious enough to act in such a manner. Intriguing. I did not expect such a rogue to exist within Baiduan Mountain. I shall see who this individual truly is. As Jia Ying was stunned, a striking young man in purple robe stepped out of the valley, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He was Pei Qifeng, the Daozi of the Xiang sect. Not only did Pei Qifeng harbor such thoughts, but the Daozi of the Wuyao sect also shared similar expectations. A troublemaker, perhaps. However, he did not err in stating that Qi Yanghuan was indeed a worthless individual. This was an unremarkable young man, as plain as the name Chun Hai, easily forgettable. Yet, those eyes, imbued with the vastness of countless stars, would forever imprint upon one's soul. The Guiyuan sect's Daozi personally arrived, yet nearly 90% of the disciples, upon hearing this news, chose to change their course immediately. The Tianfu sect, too, did not hesitate much. Qi Yonghuan issued a harsh declaration, leading numerous disciples out of their encampment, glaring fiercely in the direction of Su Cha-ching. Since the establishment of the sect, no one had ever dared to be so brazen. If this child does not perish, how can our Tianfu sect maintain its standing in the southern region? The Daozi of the Yinyang Valley, named Cha Sunyu, was a woman of exquisite beauty and graceful stature. She possessed a rich vein of earth energy, merely a step away from establishing her foundation. Initially, she intended to disregard the matter. However, Su Changqing's actions were overtly provocative. The higher one's status, the less one could ignore such challenges. As one of the 7 sects of the southern region, the Yinyang Valley was not short of self-proclaimed prodigies. Cha Sunyu understood that if she failed to respond to such a taunt from a mere rogue, it would tarnish her reputation, even if she truly established her foundation. Allowing one sect to retain a survivor was one matter, but 3 sects had disciples that had escaped. Was this intentional? With a deep sigh, Cha Sunyu ultimately decided to take action. Regardless of this individual's intentions, she could seek the earth energy after his demise. The members of the Yinyang Valley immediately followed her lead. On this day, apart from the disciples of the Sword Mountain and the Lihua Divine sect, who exhibited little reaction, the other 5 sects were astounded by Su Changqing's reckless actions. At the eye of the storm, Su Changqing lay quietly atop a brown mountain peak. Feeling the gentle breeze, as calm as if he were in an ethereal realm, his heart devoid of turmoil. The sects of the southern region have truly declined. The news has spread for so long, and yet they are still so slow. At this moment, time seemed less significant. After an indeterminate duration, Su Cha-ching finally stood up, gazing towards the distant brown horizon. Just as he lifted his head, a dozen figures approached in unison. The first to arrive were disciples of the Ziyang sect. These prodigies did not draw near, but rather paused at a distance, appearing as if they had arrived early, waiting for the performance to commence. Jie Ying, after careful contemplation, joined the crowd. Though she had her suspicions, seeing the young man before her made it hard to believe that Su Cha-ching could be so audacious. I am Pei Qifeng, Daozi of the Ziyang sect. May I ask how to address you, friend? Pei Qifeng, oblivious to Jie Ying's expression, laughed heartily and cupped his hands in greeting towards Su Cha-ching. A mere rogue cultivator, best left unmentioned. Su Cha-ching had a favorable first impression of this individual, and despite his disappointment, he offered a perfunctory response. Pei Qifeng was indeed an intriguing character, his interest intensifying. Before long, Chun Hai and several disciples from the Wu Yao sect appeared at the foot of the mountain. They first greeted Pei Qifeng and the other Ziyang disciples warmly, then fixed their eager gazes upon Su Cha-ching, who stood atop the peak. Judging by the young man and Appo's actions, it seemed he was deliberately targeting the other 3 major sections. As everyone awaited something, Chen Hai's voice quietly reached Pei Qifeng's ears. Is it necessary to ask? Based on your insights, how long can he survive? Though he has achieved full cultivation in qi condensation, his vitality is robust. He should last at least half a stick of incense. Wouldn't you agree? Do you know this person? Why should I know someone destined to die? Pei Qifeng maintained his smile, responding with an unperturbed tone. Indeed. But half a stick of incense seems a tad excessive. Are you so confident in him? No. I merely hold disdain for the 3 major sections. Chen Hai nodded in agreement. Both the Wu Yao sect and the Ziyang sect had garnered fame in the southern region for over a millennium, and thus, they regarded emerging powers like the Yinyang Valley with a hint of contempt. As these 2 Daozi exchanged thoughts, suddenly, from several directions, a chorus of howls echoed. Disciples from the Tianfu sect, Guiyuan sect, and Yinyang Valley were all arriving. Su Changqing immediately sensed the glares directed at him, filled with a murderous intent that seemed eager to tear him apart. Among them, the most fierce was Qi Yonghuan. Unfazed, Su Changqing scanned his surroundings, momentarily lingering on Cha Sunyu and a man leading the Guiyuan sect. These 3 were the strongest disciples among the 3 major sects who had entered the ancient immortal ruins. Unlike Qi Yonghuan's wrath, Cha Sunyu and the Guiyuan sect's leader regarded him with a more scrutinizing gaze. Su Cha-ching felt discontented. He had put forth great effort not to be merely regarded as a spectacle by the disciples of the 3 major sections. Instead, he aimed for all of them to experience his overwhelming wrath before perishing in despair. Only thus could he somewhat alleviate his guilt for the sect's nurturing. Since everyone has arrived, allow me to present you with a gift. I hope you will find it to your liking. With a smile, Su Changqing spoke, raising his hand to sweep through the air. A gust of wind erupted beneath him, dispersing the mist that had gathered in the woods. In the ancient forest, the corpses of disciples from the 3 major sects, who had previously perished at Su Cha-ching's hands, hung suspended from branches, swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 8. Black Flame. The clamor of the disciples from the 5 major sects abruptly ceased, giving way to a momentary stillness. Their gazes fell upon the lifeless bodies strewn about, a chill creeping from their hearts, instinctively urging them to distance themselves from Su Cha-ching. Pei Qifeng and Chun Hai simultaneously exhaled a breath of frustration, arriving at a nearly identical assessment of Su Cha-ching, a madman. An absolute lunatic. Was there any difference between the actions of this youth in defecating on the heads of the disciples from the three major sects? Brother Chen, I take back what I said earlier. This brat won't last 3 breaths, Pei Chi Feng remarked, casting a deep glance at Su Cha-ching, who remained unperturbed atop the mountain peak. How dare he provoke the 3 major sects in such a manner? As he had said. Upon witnessing the bodies of their fallen comrades, the disciples of the Tianfu sect and the other 2 sects erupted in furious laughter. You little brat. You are digging your own grave. If we do not flay your skin and extract your bones today, we vow to never be human again. I have never seen anyone in the southern region dare to offend my Yin-Yang Valley so brazenly. Do not kill him too easily. I want him to regret ever being born. An uncontrollable surge of murderous intent and rage erupted, and all the disciples of the 3 major sects howled as they charged towards Su Changqing. However, the leaders, Qi Yanghuan and his 2 companions, were even swifter. Qi Yanghuan's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He raised his hand and formed a seal, unleashing a roaring fire dragon, its intense heat warping the surrounding space. The man from the Guiyuan sect also shouted in anger. A long sword, radiating a golden brilliance, materialized, carrying his overwhelming killing intent as it aimed at Su Cha-ching. If this child does not die, the 3 sects of the southern region will only become a laughingstock. Even the most cautious of them, Chang Sunyu, could no longer maintain her composure. Behind her, 2 crescent-shaped arcs of white and black light emerged, resembling a sun of contrasting colors, thundering down upon the mountain peak to suppress him. Were this merely a personal vendetta, most of the outstanding disciples would choose to confront him alone. Yet the actions of the young man atop the mountain, witnessed by all, had undoubtedly crossed the threshold of their sect's bottom line. The most effective approach was to adopt an utterly ruthless stance and eradicate him completely, leaving not a trace behind. Su Cha-ching understood this principle well. Were it otherwise, would it not be dull? As waves of lethal techniques surged toward him, a manic smile curled upon his lips. With a buzz, his body shot forth. It had been a long time since he had experienced such excitement. He appeared directly before the fire dragon, as the scorching air whipped through his long hair, singeing his already tattered garments. The tangible sensation of heat was exquisite. Su Cha-ching let out a hearty laugh and threw a punch. This blow shattered the fire dragon, dispersing fiery waves that roared outward. Without pause, Su Cha-ching sprang forth from the flames, turning to face the golden longsword. Another punch, imbued with tremendous force, collided with the sword intent of the Guiyuan sect disciple, causing it to explode while leaving his right hand marred with fine crimson cuts. At that moment, the black and white sun was closing in. The power of this technique far exceeded that of the fire dragon and the sword light, swiftly enveloping Su Cha-ching and unleashing a terrifying spiritual pressure that slammed him into the ground. Boom! The brown earth erupted with a thunderous sound, forming a deep pit, rocks and dirt scattering in all directions. The disciples from various sects witnessed Su Cha-ching's swift defeat, yet none of them exhibited disdain. Even the disciples from the 3 major sects, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him, were no exception. All eyes were fixated upon the deep pit, their minds shaken. Gasps echoing throughout the crowd. Is he mad? Was he just withstanding the techniques of 2 disciples with his body? Could he be a practitioner specializing in physical cultivation? If I am not mistaken, this nameless rogue appeared to be smiling before he was suppressed. Are Qi Yanghuan and the others too weak? Or is this person's physical prowess too formidable? Whispers of uncertainty rippled through the crowd, and Pei Chi Feng and Chen Hai exchanged glances, a tide of tumultuous emotion swelling within them. Hidden among the crowd, Xiang gaped in astonishment. The onlookers were merely spectators. One could only imagine the expressions of Qi Yanghuan, the Guiyuan sect disciple, and Cha Sunyu. Each wore a countenance increasingly grim, as the murmurs surrounding them felt like slaps across their faces. Their rare alliance had been withstood by an inconsequential individual, and word of this would surely lead to ridicule. Yet before Qi Yanghuan and the others could capitalize on their momentum to annihilate Su Cha-ching, a chilling, resonant voice suddenly echoed from within the deep pit. So this is what it feels like to be wounded. As incredulous gazes fixated upon him, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from the depths of the pit. This fire appeared capable of incinerating all, but the aura it exuded was eerily cold. Su Cha-ching stood amidst the black flame, gazing upward from the bottom of the pit at the disciples of the 3 major sections. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fierce battle intent emanating from his eyes would send shivers down anyone's spine, like a heart that had lain dormant for a millennium. It began to beat once more, pulsating with fervor and madness. Buzz! In an instant, Su Cha-ching vanished from his original position. Empowered by the black flame, his speed multiplied exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the Guiyuan sect disciple. Tendrils of black flame roared forth, seemingly animated, rushing toward this disciple of the Guiyuan sect. Just as the disciple attempted to resist, he was horrified to discover that these black flames appeared tangible, yet were devoid of roots. It was not his physical body igniting, but rather his spiritual energy and vitality. This was not a technique, but a divine ability. The Guiyuan sect disciple's expression drastically changed. He could not fathom that a practitioner at the Qi condensation realm in the southern region could cultivate a divine ability. It was simply too shocking. Alas, it was too late. In the moment the Guiyuan sect disciple grasped this revelation, the black flame had already ignited his body, the cold aura invading his organs, extinguishing his very vitality. As the surrounding onlookers finally reacted, their scalps tingled with horror. The sight of the Gui Yuan sect disciple's corpse, resembling a black eye sculpture, shattered into countless pieces, evoked an even deeper chill. This was merely the beginning. Su Cha-Ching's long-buried battle intent surged forth, and the roles of hunter and prey had irrevocably reversed. The black flame, having devoured the vitality of the Gui Yuan sect disciple, did not pause, transforming into a tempest of black flame that spread towards the disciples of the three major sects in all directions. Heavenly profound life and death seal. With a focus on slaughter, the more individuals the seal claimed, the more formidable the black flame became. It was precisely due to its terrifying nature that the ancient spirit sect was revered as the foremost sect in the southern region, in millennia. Only 2 individuals had achieved mastery of this seal. One was the founder of the ancient spirit sect. The second was the unparalleled prodigy who had been trapped in the void for 1,000 years, Su Cha-Ching. Chapter 9. The enigmatic demon king. The disciples of the 5 sects quaked in fear as they gazed upon Su Cha-Ching, who stood amidst the ethereal black flames. Some of the disciples well-versed in the ancient text of the southern region recalled a long-forgotten secret. A millennium ago, there had been a similar prodigy who single-handedly subdued all his peers across the southern region. History seemed to be replaying itself, yet in the passage of time, the once gentle and refined genius had transformed into a madman before their eyes. Wherever Su Cha-Ching passed, disciples from the 3 major sects fell one after another to the overwhelming black flames. Like a tiger among sheep, the disciples of the 3 sects unleashed their various techniques. Yet they could not even stir the black flames, as one by one their lives were extinguished. Su Cha-Ching's gaze finally settled on Qi Yonghuan and Chang Sunyu. Fear flickered in Qi Yonghuan's eyes as he decisively abandoned his fellow disciples, turning to flee. Chang Sunyu also paid no heed to the demise of the Yin-Yang Valley disciples. However, when Su Cha-Ching's eyes fell upon her, she, despite her shock, revealed a spark of pure fighting spirit in her beautiful gaze. This fighting spirit was not born of bloodlust, it transcended the identity of the Yin-Yang Valley's disciple, embodying a rivalry and pride shared among the talented. If Chang Sunyu had passively come to this place upon learning of Su Cha-Ching's actions, witnessing his astonishing cultivation now ignited her desire to fight. Su Cha-Ching's gaze swept past Chang Sunyu as he raised his hand, directing the black flames towards the fearful Qi Yonghuan. 9 candle flame dragons. Qi Yonghuan, sensing the breath of death behind him, let out a desperate roar. An explosive sound erupted around him, as flames began to coalesce in the air, forming fiery dragons. Each dragon exuded a force comparable to that of a typical perfected Qi condensation cultivator. Yet, all was in vain. The black flames remained unquenchable, capable of incinerating all life. The 9 fire dragons were consumed entirely by the black flames, along with the despairing Qi Yonghuan, who vanished without a trace. Su Cha-Ching gathered the surrounding black flames around him before turning his gaze toward the Yin-Yang Valley disciple, retracting his madness. In Chang Sunyu's eyes, he seemed to reflect the self she once was a millennium ago. Calmly, Su Cha-Ching stated, "Because you did not flee, I can grant you a swifter death. I too wish to leave, however, despite the vastness of 100 Breaks Mountain, where can one truly escape?" Chang Sunyu scrutinized Su Cha-Ching deeply, her anger replaced by a smile. "Though I know not how we have offended you, is this your version of respect?" Su Cha-Ching chose not to respond further. Granting the Yin-Yang Valley disciples the opportunity to speak was already his utmost benevolence. Once more, tendrils of black flames surged forth, howling as they sought to harvest lives from Chang Sunyu. Her brows furrowed tightly. The chilling aura of the black flames sent shivers down her spine, casting shadows of death over her heart. Strangely, there was no trace of despair upon her countenance. Behind her, a mist of black and white swirled, coalescing into a pattern reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol. As it roared into motion, it boldly advanced toward the encroaching black flames, as if seeking to unleash its utmost combat prowess in a final, desperate struggle against death. Su Cha-Ching was somewhat taken aback but remained unfazed. Seeking death? Very well, then. He raised his right hand, grasping at the void. The black flames coalesced into a tempest, descending upon Chang Sunyu from all directions. Though her yin-yang technique was indeed remarkable, her mastery of it paled in comparison to that of Su Cha-Ching, allowing her to withstand the storm of black flames for but 3 breaths. Whether it was an illusion or not, in the moment she was consumed by the black flames, a glimmer of the initial fighting spirit shone in her gaze as she looked at Su Cha-Ching. Soon after, the yin-yang symbol shattered. Chang Sunyu met her demise. With that, all disciples from the 3 sects who had besieged them were annihilated. The remaining disciples from the Ziyang sect and Wu You sect, who had witnessed the massacre, trembled as they retreated in horror. Jia Ying's expression was vacant, her mind a blank slate. Pei Qifeng, too, was no longer composed. He stared at Su Cha-Ching, fear mingling with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and panic. Su Cha-Ching was a nightmare for all peers in the southern region. Pei, your prediction was remarkably accurate. The disciples of the 3 sects truly lasted but half a joss stick's time, Chen Hai remarked, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. What had begun as entertainment now felt suffocating. Su Cha-Ching paid no heed to the varied expressions around him. Having collected some interest, he felt quite pleased. All that remained was to amass sufficient power from the earth's veins to step into the opening dust realm and then return home. He softly murmured, offering a polite gesture to Pei Qifeng and Chen Hai before turning to depart. Just then, A tremor coursed through his heart. Pei Qifeng, Chen Hai, Jiaying, and others shared the same sentiment. From the depths of Hundred Breaks Mountain, the piercing cries of the faceless, enigmatic demon echoed. In the past, the sound of the demon's wail would excite the sect disciples, signaling the opportunity to extract power from the earth's veins. Yet now, every disciple felt a chill run down their spines. Their hearts raced, the rhythm disrupted by the cacophony of cries that came in waves, growing ever closer. Has night fallen? What is that? Someone gasped, peering into the dark depths of Hundred Breaks Mountain. At the horizon, a black tempest surged upward, blotting out the sun and sweeping toward them. It was a swarm of faceless, enigmatic demons. Leading the charge was a titanic, faceless, enigmatic demon, its body covered in scales, towering Tinzhong, rushing forth with unimaginable speed. What is happening? My heavens! Faceless demons are rarely seen, yet now they all emerge at once. Panic set in among the disciples of the Wuyo sect and Xiang sect. And they could no longer focus on Su Cha-Ching. They fled in haste. Pei Qifeng and Chen Hai also felt their minds explode, turning to escape. The terror of the Demon King had been instilled in them by the elders of their sects. Avoidance was paramount. Never provoke. As the disciples of the two sects scattered in panic, Su Cha-Ching was already 100 zhang away. I can't fight this. The faceless Demon King, its visage adorned with a pitch-black vertical pupil, seemed just awakened, scanning the fleeing disciples. When its gaze fell upon Su Cha-Ching, a flicker of sentience sparked within its pupils, and its massive form charged like a moving mountain toward him. Pei Qifeng, Chen Hai, Jiaying, and the other disciples suddenly sensed something amiss. What does this mean? The faceless enigmatic demon does not seem to be pursuing us? They turned back, realizing that the black storm was receding, their expressions filled with confusion. Pei Qifeng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Cha-Ching felt the massive form behind him drawing ever closer, cursing under his breath. Chapter 10, the second piece of green copper. What is coming towards me? Despite Su Cha-Ching's rapid burst of speed, he could not distance himself significantly from the faceless Demon King in such a short span of time. His gaze sharpened as vivid scenes from earlier flashed through his mind. The faceless demon, born from the power of the earth, could not possess intelligence. The current pursuit of him must have a reason. Could it be that my excessive killings have drawn the attention of the Demon King? No, the competition for the earth's power has long existed. And there were casualties here even before my arrival. Could it be that the Demon King has discerned my superiority among the cultivators present? As Su Cha-Ching pondered this, the Demon King let out a piercing roar, its vertical pupils fixated on him, and a faint overlapping shadow began to manifest. In an instant, Su Cha-Ching's mind felt as if it had been struck, his consciousness blurring, and his speed diminished considerably. He sensed the imminent threat of being caught. Suddenly, he felt a searing heat emanating from his chest, radiating a faint green glow. Is this the piece of green copper I found in the Void Realm? Su Cha-Ching's breath caught momentarily. Just as he intended to retrieve the green copper and examine its peculiarities, an overwhelming force surged from behind him. An intensity far beyond that which a chi condensation cultivator could withstand. In a fleeting moment, Su Cha-Ching's body was drawn in, swallowed by the Demon King's vertical pupils. From afar, this scene left Pei Qifeng in a state of shock, while Chen Hai's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The disciples of various sects behind them also trembled internally. Faced with the power of a Demon King, not just chi condensation cultivators, but even the elders of their sects could easily perish. Su Cha-Ching seemed powerless, destined for death. Just moments ago, he had been a fierce warrior, single-handedly battling the top talents of 3 great sections. And now he was gone? Pei Qifeng and the others exhaled deeply, their expressions laden with complexity. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. They could only speculate on why the Demon King had targeted this individual. Chen Hai sighed, refraining from further words. Everyone present could sense the thoughts of the Xiang sect's disciple. Su Cha-Ching was too extraordinary for his peers in the southern region. Such a figure was both a blessing and a curse. His death was regrettable, yet perhaps a stroke of fortune. Only Jiang, upon witnessing Su Cha-Ching being consumed by the Demon King, felt her heart tremble, her initial disbelief gradually giving way to an unspeakable bitterness. If only she had heeded my warnings. She recalled their past conversations, her beautiful eyes downcast with sorrow. In no time, as the Demon King departed, the 100 Broken Mountains returned to normal. Yet those who had experienced the events firsthand understood all too well that Su Cha-Ching's brief appearance was akin to a brilliant star streaking across the heavens, captivating their hearts. 3 days later, Pei Qifeng slayed over a dozen solitary faceless demons in the peripheral region, successfully establishing a foundation for the Earth Vein, astonishing all. Although Chen Hai lagged behind, he too stepped into the dust realm, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy sweeping the area. Several unassuming young men and women, through relentless battles, accumulated sufficient Earth's power over the next half-month. An astonishing wave of formation energy emanated from the ancient ruins, signaling the conclusion of their expedition. Unlike their arrival, the elders guarding the ancient ruins were astounded to find that the younger generation bore little excitement at reaching the dust realm. Many shook their heads with a heavy-hearted demeanor. The strong from Tianfu Gate, Yinyang Valley, and Guiyuan sect were struck with disbelief at the paltry number of sect talents before them, their minds echoing with thunderous questions. Where's Yang Huan? Where's Guiyuan sect? Why has the disciple Sun Yu of Yinyang Valley not emerged? With faces filled with murderous intent, they inquired of others. Upon learning that the culprit had been vanquished, the fury in the eyes of the three sect strongmen ignited, nearly suffocating them with unexpressed rage. On this day, the southern region was in uproar. An unknown, unremarkable rogue cultivator instantaneously became the talk of the town, a legendary figure. Had this child not perished on the 100 Broken Mountains, how lively the southern region would have been. Some doubted, others scoffed, yet many fellow rogue cultivators firmly believed. Seeing Su Cha-ching as a beacon of faith in their path of cultivation, they sighed at the loss. Where is this? Su Cha-ching slowly opened his eyes. A piercing pain suddenly enveloped him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he endured the agony and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a dim, damp, confined space. A dense aura of malevolence emanating from all directions, sufficiently lethal. The reason he had not succumbed immediately was due to the piece of green copper, which floated in midair, emanating a green glow that repelled the malevolent energy. Truly a treasure? Su Cha-ching murmured, recalling the scene before his unconsciousness and considering his environment. He surmised that he must be within the body of the Demon King. As he contemplated, the green copper seemed to sense his awakening, trembling slightly. Its green glow intensifying as it dispelled some of the malevolent energy, clearing a path ahead of him. Su Cha-ching was momentarily taken aback. At the end of the passage, the aura of malevolence coiled around a heart-shaped figure. The heart resembled a prison, within which another piece of green copper trembled, as if yearning to escape. Recognizing it as a fragment of some vessel, Su Cha-ching realized that this second piece of green copper had edges that differed from his own, suggesting they could interlock. You saved my life. I shall aid you in return. He glanced at the quivering green copper before him, then raised his hand to unleash a sword chi, which buzzed as it sliced toward the heart-shaped prison of malevolence. In the depths of the 100 Broken Mountains, the Demon King, ensconced within a valley, suddenly opened its vertical pupils, emitting a heart-wrenching cry of agony. Hidden in the surrounding darkness, thousands of ordinary faceless demons awoke, rushing toward their king. Except for the Demon King, these faceless demons lacked intelligence. They could not comprehend why their king was in such distress, their heads bowed in anxious submission, as if in reverent worship. The Demon King observed this scene, and amidst its pain, an unfamiliar fury surged within it. If it had a mouth, it would have surely cursed it aloud. It did not shatter? Su Cha-ching gazed at the sword chi obstructed by the malevolent energy, his brow furrowing slightly. The green copper before him could only ensure his safety. To break the heart-shaped prison, he would have to rely on himself. Without hesitation, Su Cha-ching summoned a wisp of black flame from his palm. To be prudent, he also nurtured white flames in his left hand, radiating a vitality distinct from the deathly chill of malevolence. This was the white blaze. Go. With a single word. The black and white flames swirled together, forming a foot-long vortex that bore the profound essence of life and death, crashing forcefully into the heart of the Demon King. Chapter 11. Above Destiny. With an increasingly thunderous shriek reverberating through the air, the king collapsed under the quaking presence of the faceless, strange demons. At that very moment, Su Cha-ching gazed upon the heart that had opened a breach. Before he could take action, a piece of verdigris copper eagerly surged forth. A crisp sound echoed as two palm-sized fragments of verdigris copper fused together, evoking an indescribable sense of ancient wilderness and desolation, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. This aura posed no threat to Su Cha-ching, yet the strange Demon King was not spared. Its colossal form disintegrated into a shower of flesh and blood. With the two pieces of verdigris copper at the core, ripples surged like a tide, sweeping through the valley and causing all faceless strange demons to dissolve like melting snow amidst their anguished cries. The 100 Broken Mountains trembled precariously. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In a realm unseen by Su Cha-ching, deep within the ancient celestial ruins, in a space filled with molten lava, a volcano erupted, scattering ashes far and wide as another piece of verdigris copper erupted from the depths. In a space where the heavens and earth were inverted, beneath a river that pierced the firmament, sediment surged, and a piece of verdigris copper shot upward like a streak of light. In a realm enveloped by swirling yellow sand. Moments later, Su Cha-ching, in a daze, witnessed pieces of verdigris copper continuously emerging, forming a bronze sword exceeding 3 feet in length in the blink of an eye. Su Cha-ching's breath quickened slightly. He looked back at the void from which the verdigris copper emerged, unable to distinguish whether this bronze sword had been shattered or sealed within the ancient celestial ruins. All treasures possess a spirit. Su Cha-ching adjusted his mindset, intending to familiarly grasp the sword's hilt, when the bronze sword suddenly trembled lightly. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed in his mind, fragmented and hesitant as though it had not spoken in ages. Thou, assist me in returning to my rightful place. Alas, too weak. With spirit as a guide, 3 strikes shall be permitted. Su Cha-ching's right hand froze in midair. The rare intelligence of the bronze sword revealed itself. The words seemed to express gratitude yet undeniably contained an inherent pride, as if to counsel him that with his current cultivation, he was worthy of wielding the sword only thrice. Su Cha-ching wished to say more, but the bronze sword surged into his body, quietly hovering at the location of his dantian. No matter how he called out, it remained unresponsive. I shall henceforth name you Little Ching. Su Cha-ching muttered under his breath, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Well, 3 strikes are better than nothing at all. He turned to survey the surrounding chaos. The bronze sword had nearly obliterated all nearby faceless strange demons, and on the ground, amidst the brownish flesh, wisps of earth vein energy were gradually dissipating. This too could be considered an additional grand gift. A smile returned to Su Cha-Ching's face as he inhaled deeply. The nearby earth vein energy surged into him, igniting a tidal wave of spiritual energy that swiftly circulated through his body. His spiritual orifices emerged one by one, like flickering candles in the night. The first, the 10th, the 50th, in the span of a mere incense stick. The number of spiritual orifices within Su Cha-Ching had exceeded the limit of human spiritual foundations, reaching 90. If he so desired at that moment, he could immediately harness his profound spiritual energy to break open the first spiritual orifice, thus stepping into the realm of dust opening. 100 faceless strange demons could pave the way for the foundational path, yet here there were over 10,000, including a strange demon king. To merely sense 90 orifices felt like a grievous loss. Su Cha-Ching raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon the corpse of the demon king, plunging into the dense, fog-like earth vein energy. Instantly, he felt as if he were being compressed, an indescribable sense of suffocation overwhelming him. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he might have been crushed in an instant. Even so, his body began to falter, the sounds of cracking emanating from him. He endured the excruciating pain, his eyes gradually closing. Before long, under the immense pressure, the number of spiritual orifices reached an astounding 99. With one more step, he could attain the 100 orifices foundational path, reserved for those destined to open the dust. The earth vein energy was no longer sufficient. Just one orifice short of transformation, this felt like an unbearable loss. Su Cha-Ching raised his brow once more. He disregarded the thick, fog-like earth vein energy surrounding him and instead released his spiritual energy in its entirety. In the realm of destiny, both accumulation and transformation from the external world were indispensable. Fortunately, Su Cha-Ching possessed both. The 99 spiritual orifices drew upon an unending flow of earth vein energy, a vast ocean that even the ancestors of the southern region could not extract. As for the accumulation, it was the essence of a millennium of cultivation, unique to him alone. Accompanied by a spiritual energy fluctuation far surpassing that of his peers, Su Cha-Ching felt a profound expansion within him, as though his body were being infinitely stretched, yearning to rival the heavens. Seizing this moment, he finally glimpsed the 100th spiritual orifice. This orifice was his heart. To unify oneself with heaven and earth is to embody destiny. So it was. As Su Cha-Ching grasped this truth, a sudden sense of disquiet washed over him. It seemed that the 100 spiritual orifices were not truly the limit. Just as he was about to reach for a higher realm, he felt an inexplicable dread in his heart. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of repulsion surged around him, as if seeking to completely crush Su Cha-Ching. This sensation felt as though the heavens permitted the existence of those destined to open the dust, but beyond destiny, there was no room. A sense of unease welled within Su Cha-Ching, and just as he intended to suppress the thought of continuing to sense his orifices, the previously silent bronze sword hummed and trembled. Like a cold snort from a person, it dispelled all anomalies surrounding him. Within him, the 100th spiritual orifice opened. This was indeed a treasure. Su Cha-Ching was momentarily taken aback. The resentful feelings he had previously harbored towards the bronze sword dissipated. He drew upon his strength, forming a new tidal wave of spiritual energy that transformed into a roaring vortex, igniting the first spiritual orifice. Thus, he stepped into the realm of dust opening. Su Cha-Ching took a deep breath, ripples of emotion surging within him. Under the influence of the bronze sword, he felt the unparalleled uniqueness of his dust opening realm. Even the rare destiny of dust opening seemed to become commonplace, for only those in the mid-stage of dust opening could manifest a law body. And he had merely ignited one spiritual orifice it could already transform. Fortune and misfortune converge. This could be seen as a compensation for the 1,000 years he had squandered. Su Cha-Ching silently expressed his gratitude to the bronze sword hovering above his dantian. All matters resolved. It was time to depart from this accursed place. A long-lost excitement illuminated his face as he took a step forward, only to suddenly realize he seemed to have forgotten something. Wait. With such a commotion in the heart of the 100 broken mountains, how could no one have noticed? How long have I been here? Su Cha-Ching felt a jolt of anxiety as he vanished from his spot in an instant. He moved swiftly, traversing mountains and ridges. Yet, it was too late. The 100 broken mountains were devoid of any signs of life, and the ancient celestial ruins had returned to their previous silence. Su Cha-Ching gazed at the empty expanse of heaven and earth, remaining silent for several breaths. It was over. It seemed he was trapped once more, unable to escape. Chapter 12. The things have changed. Cha-Ching, do you have a way to leave the ancient immortal ruins? Su Cha-Ching asked uncertainly. A few strands of cold wind swept by, and the bronze sword remained eerily silent. Enough, enough, Su Cha-Ching sighed, decisively charging out of 100 Break Mountain. Gazing at the vast expanse of the sky beyond, the ancient immortal ruins, being a forbidden space, undoubtedly concealed a formidable power capable of tearing open a breach. After a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly raised his right hand. With spirit as the guide, 3 swords may be permitted. Let me witness the might of your blade. Su Cha-Ching murmured, channeling the vast spiritual energy within him into the bronze sword. In the next moment, though his hand bore no sword, it seemed as if an invisible blade, unseen to the naked eye, cleaved down with his motion, silent yet earth-shattering. The sky above the ancient immortal ruins abruptly darkened, And when clarity was restored, an indescribable gash appeared in the void high above, as if this single sword had torn the heavens asunder, forcibly carving a passage that connected to the southern domain. Su Cha-ching felt a jolt of astonishment, yet it was not unexpected. The instant the breach manifested, he surged forward, his figure diving directly into it. The ancient immortal ruins lay in the far north of the southern domain, shrouded in an unknown mist and containing boundless mysteries. With the departure of the 7 great sects a month ago, the outskirts of the Misty Mountains had long since been deserted, leaving no trace of practitioners in sight. At this moment, the mist above the mountains began to swirl violently, as if manipulated by an unseen hand. Su Cha-ching slowly emerged from the chaos. A millennium has passed, he murmured, casting a final glance at the unforgettable ancient immortal ruins, like a fleeting light racing towards the distant sky. The southern domain was vast and boundless. Even though he had attained the ability to traverse the skies for extended periods, crossing the entire southern domain remained an unrealistic endeavor. Fortunately, the location of the ancient spirit sect was not far from the ancient immortal ruins, situated in the Qiyang Mountains to the north of the southern domain. Even so, Su Cha-ching flew at a relentless pace, taking over half a month before finally glimpsing the horizon, where the seemingly insurmountable Qiyang Mountains loomed. 3 days later, his figure finally materialized at the outskirts of a city within the Qiyang Mountains. This city was known as Qingyun, perhaps due to the decline of the ancient spirit sect. Qingyun City had gradually lost its former vibrancy over the past few centuries. Su Cha-ching gazed at the towering city gates, feeling quite emotional. The void remained oblivious to the passage of time. A millennium had elapsed in the world, and although his confinement had been long for a practitioner, it had not transformed the world entirely. In the mundane realm, however, seasons had changed, and the common people of Qingyun City had surely undergone several generational shifts. He wondered if some of the places from his memory still existed. Taking a deep breath, Su Cha-ching stepped into Qingyun City. Logically, even if Qingyun City was no longer as bustling as it once was, it was still a significant city. As he walked through the main street, he noticed that most of the inhabitants were solitary practitioners with considerable prowess. Su Cha-ching furrowed his brow and, through inquiries, learned that since the ancient spirit sect had gradually waned under the siege of the 3 major sects, the Qinglian sect, also located in the Qiyang Mountains, often fought over cultivation resources. Half a month ago, the Qinglian sect had issued a proclamation, announcing that they would soon send their elite disciples to pay a visit. Ostensibly, this was an exchange among peers. However, it was evident to anyone not foolish that this was a blatant provocation from the Qinglian sect towards the ancient spirit sect. Previously, the ancient spirit sect would have been unafraid. But now, I have heard that the reason the Qinglian sect is acting this way is that they were once a subordinate sect of the ancient spirit sect. This is a deliberate act of revenge and humiliation. A middle-aged man explained to Su Cha-ching, his expression complex. Anyone witnessing the once unrivaled sect of the southern domain reduced to such a state would undoubtedly feel a myriad of emotions. This will undoubtedly destroy the hope of the ancient spirit sect's resurgence, the man sighed, then smiled. Young brother, are you perhaps taking a risk by coming to Qingyun City, hoping to gain some advantage from the conflict between the 2 sects? Indeed, Su Cha-ching nodded. The man was correct. The Qinglian sect was merely a subordinate sect of the ancient spirit sect, trading resources for protection, yet now they had turned against their benefactor. After bidding farewell with a clasped fist, he hurried towards the direction of the mountain gate from his memories. As the sun set, casting long shadows, Su Cha-ching, after a millennium, finally beheld the ancient spirit mountain gate he had yearned for day and night. Once the paramount sect of the southern domain, occupying 7 peaks, it now remained with only a solitary main peak, standing desolate against the heavens. As he approached, disciples tasked with guarding the sect immediately noticed him and blocked his path. Who goes there? This is the territory of the ancient spirit sect. Halt your steps. A group of young men and women, all at the chi refinement stage, glared at him with hostility, encircling him before he could utter a word. Their expression suggested that should Su Cha-ching dare to act out of line, they would strike without hesitation. This wariness stemmed from the current precarious existence of the ancient spirit sect, requiring its disciples to be exceedingly cautious of any unfamiliar faces. Su Cha-ching understood this reality and thus fell into silence. He observed the unfamiliar young men and women, experiencing a mix of hope and trepidation, momentarily unsure of how to respond. At this moment, a young woman, of similar age to Su Cha-ching, suddenly fixed her beautiful eyes upon him, revealing a look of disbelief. This woman was named Ji Pei'er, a disciple of the current sect master. She vividly recalled seeing a portrait in the back hall of the main peak during a teaching session with her master. The figure in that painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the youth before her. Her master had once mentioned that a senior brother had gone missing a millennium ago, and that portrait had been created by her to commemorate him. How could this person resemble my master's senior brother so closely? A tumultuous wave surged within Ji Pei'er. Her beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, and instead of calling out the resemblance, she gazed intently at Su Cha-ching, uncertainly inquiring, "What is your name?" Su Cha-ching. He replied with a soft sigh. Upon hearing these 3 words, Ji Pei'er and Apos' mind buzzed, and she stood frozen in place. Ji Pei'er, do you know this person? The other disciples of the ancient spirit sect turned to her with curious expressions. Ji Pei paid no heed to the strange looks from her companions, still dazed. A mere resemblance could be explained, but the fact that this youth shared the same name as her master's senior brother was too coincidental to comprehend. Ji Pei suppressed her hostility and, upon shattering a communication jade talisman bestowed by her master, posed one final question. Might I inquire if you senior Su have ever been to the ancient immortal ruins? Su Chaqing nodded. Upon witnessing his affirmation, Ji Pei, despite still feeling incredulous, found her doubts dissipating. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely bowed to Su Chaqing, amidst the astonished gazes of her fellow disciples. I am Ji Pei. It is an honor to meet you, Uncle Master. Chapter 13. The current state of the ancient spirit sect. Master Uncle? What are you saying, Ji Pei? The remaining disciples of the ancient spirit sect stared in astonishment at Ji Pei. She maintained a respectful posture, believing that if any information could be matched, she would never be mistaken. Master Uncle? Is your master Lushimi? Su Chaqing gazed quietly at Ji Pei. A fleeting image of a green-clad girl who used to follow him, incessantly calling him senior brother, flickering in his mind. Master Uncle. Ji Pei was about to reveal her master and Appo's name when a sudden flash of light erupted from the main peak of the ancient spirit sect, and the figure of Su Changqing's little junior sister appeared, Lu Xiao, the current sect leader. She stood dumbfounded, gazing at Su Changqing outside the mountain gate, her heart brimming with unspoken words, yet apprehensive that this might be an illusion. Her lips trembled, unable to utter a single word, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Little junior sister, you have worked hard, Su Changqing spoke softly. The once cheerful girl had matured into a graceful young woman, her beautiful face now bearing the marks of time. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Xiao returned to reality, cautiously responding with a quivering tone, Senior brother, you are still alive? Yes, Su Changqing replied gently, intending to pat Lu Xiao and Appo's head as he once did, but suddenly recalled that she was now the capable leader of the ancient spirit sect. His hand halting in midair. Senior brother, I am now at the spirit transformation realm, Lu Xiao chuckled. But her laughter quickly faded as a deep sorrow washed over her eyes. If Master could see you have returned, how happy he would be. Su Changqing fell silent. He had already prepared himself. His master was a peak spirit transformation realm powerhouse, and had he not perished, the ancient spirit sect would not have fallen into such disrepair. From the moment he learned of the turmoil within the sect, he had been striving to maintain his composure. Now, hearing Lu Xiao speak the truth, his hopes shattered. He slowly closed his eyes. Let and Appo's return. All right. Lu Xiao nodded firmly, recognizing that this was not the place for idle conversation. She surveyed the stunned Ji Pei and the others, regaining her authority as the sect leader. What happened today must not be disclosed. Anyone who dares to speak of it will have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. With that, Lu Xiao led Su Chaqing straight to the main peak, leaving the disciples of the ancient spirit sect in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lu Xiao did not inform any elders of Su Changqing's return. Even if she did, after the calamity that befell the ancient spirit sect, with many perishing and others fleeing, few would likely remember such a disciple. It was a harsh yet undeniable reality. At that moment, within the back hall of the main peak of the ancient spirit sect, Su Changqing gazed at a spiritual monument engraved with the name and Appo's, Fengwanzi, and Appo's, lost in silence. On that fateful day when the three major sects attacked, his master fought valiantly against 7 spirit transformation realm experts, ultimately self-destructing. Lu Xiao stood behind him, softly recounting the past. As she spoke the final words, her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, suppressing the urge to weep. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would find it hard to believe that Lu Xiao, who had steadfastly protected the ancient spirit sect for over 300 years, could display such vulnerability. Before Master passed, his greatest concern was for you, senior brother. If there truly is a cycle of reincarnation, seeing you return safely would surely bring him great joy. Yes, Su Chaqing nodded, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. In a moment of reverie, he felt as though he could see his master's figure reappear, smiling at him, the authority in his gaze softened by pride. To Su Changqing, Fengwanzi was both a mentor and a father figure. The Qinglian sect will soon send someone here. Are you aware of this matter, little junior sister? Su Chaqing exhaled a heavy breath, feeling as though a great weight pressed down upon his heart. The person was gone, yet the road ahead remained long. The ancient spirit sect was everything to Fengwanzi, and it was also the steadfast belief that Lu Xiao clung to. Now that he had returned, the responsibility of safeguarding the sect could not fall solely upon her shoulders. Does senior brother know everything? Lu Xiao nodded gently, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. She had many questions. What truly transpired in the ancient ruins, why Su Changqing returned after a millennium, and how time had left no trace upon him. Yet, she dared not ask. In her heart, the mere fact that her senior brother had returned safely was the most joyous event in 300 years. Was there perhaps more to the story? Su Changqing noticed Lu Xiao's uncertainty. The matter concerning the Qinglian sect was complex, yet he understood her reluctance to divulge further details. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to speak. And it was not until the burning of a fragrant incense stick that Su Chaqing truly comprehended the plight of the ancient spirit sect. once the foremost sect in the southern region, now, aside from Lu Shuyao, who had reached the late stages of the spirit transformation realm. Only 3 elders in the initial stages of the same realm remained. Moreover, these elders were not united in purpose. Faced with repeated threats from the Qinglian sect, 2 of the elders sought peace, with one even contemplating offering cultivation resources to curry favor with the Qinglian sect and become a subordinate force. Had it not been for the last elder, Ouyang-ku, who firmly stood by Lu Shuyao, the ancient spirit sect, with its remaining heritage, might have already begun to fracture before the Qinglian sect even declared war. Internal strife and external threats? Su Changqing's expression remained calm, yet his gaze bore the suppressed madness of a soul searching for answers among the disciples of the 3 major sections. He turned to Lu Shuyao, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and offered a reassuring smile. Little junior sister, do not worry. I shall handle everything from here on. It was difficult to fathom the trials and tribulations Lu Shuyao endured while steadfastly guarding the sect in his absence. But senior brother, you have been trapped in the ancient ruins for so long, and your cultivation, it matters not, Lu Xiao interjected, concern etched upon her face. Just as she was about to speak further, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside the ancient spirit sect. In the next moment, a massive spiritual vessel, nearly 100 feet in size, descended gracefully from the heavens. On the deck stood figures clad in white, both men and women, each exuding an air of arrogance. At the forefront of these figures stood a middle-aged man and an elderly woman. As the vessel hovered above the ancient spirit sect, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped forward, his voice booming. The Qinglian sect has arrived. Why do you not come out to greet us? What are you waiting for? His words resonated with profound spiritual energy, exploding like thunder above the ancient spirit sect. The disciples trembled, their expressions reflecting fear and unease. In the back hall of the main peak, Lu Shiyao's countenance shifted upon hearing the roar. Senior brother, no matter what happens, do not act recklessly. I can handle this. She sternly advised Su Changqing before decisively striding toward the hall and Appo's exit. Su Changqing watched Lu Shuyao and Appo's retreating figure, feeling a mix of complexity and relief. Indeed, she had grown up. He followed her slowly. Chapter 14. A familiar provocation at the very moment when Su Changqing followed Lu Shuyao out of the rear hall. The disciples of the ancient spirit sect were already engulfed in an endless clamor. The disciples of the Qinglian sect had indeed arrived. Was that Wu Mukue? It was said that he was an elder of the Qinglian sect, having broken through to the dusty realm 3 years ago, and had cultivated his own spirit sea. To think that even the grand elder of the Qinglian sect was present. Amidst the murmurs, 3 figures dashed out from the mountainside of the main peak, soaring into the void. One of them, a sharply featured middle-aged man, upon seeing the 2 figures before the 100-foot spirit boat, grew serious. This man was Ouyang-ku, the only elder Lu Shuyao had mentioned who chose to remain loyal to the sect. Accompanying him were 2 other elders of the spirit transformation realm, Xia Changming and Shen Shi. Upon spotting the arrival of the Qinglian sect, they promptly cupped their fists in salute towards the direction of the spirit boat. Greetings, Brother Wu. Seniorly, Wu Mukue remained indifferent, offering no courtesy to Xia Changming and Shen Shi, his gaze fixed on the beautiful figure slowly emerging from the peak. The elderly woman namely behind him also opened her murky eyes, her attention landing on Lu Shuyao. Leader Lu, you must already be aware of our purpose for visiting today. Wu Mukue ignored Su Changqing, who stood behind Lu Shuyao, and let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, from among the many disciples of the Qinglian sect, a young man in white gradually stepped forward, offering a slight bow to the crowd of the ancient spirit sect. I am Chen Xiaoan, honored to meet you all. His expression bore no trace of reverence, only a calm demeanor tinged with disdain. Chen Xiaoan. It was unexpected that this individual would be the one to challenge the ancient spirit sect. The disciples of the ancient spirit sect visibly changed in countenance upon hearing his name. Ouyang-ku, Xia Changming, and the other elders exchanged uneasy glances. Chen Xiaoyan was indeed the most talented disciple of the Qinglian sect in a century, having reached the peak of the Qi-gathering realm at merely 17 years of age. Though he might not rival the top talents of the 7 sects, for the currently struggling ancient spirit sect, he represented an insurmountable chasm. The intent of the visitors was clear. Lu Shiyao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, not paying any heed to Chen Xiaoyan, but instead focusing on Wu Mukue and the elderly woman. The contest of talents is to be expected, but your blatant provocations seem to be driven by more than mere rivalry. Leader Lu, you exaggerate. This is merely a standard contest of talents, and I hope you will not hesitate. Wu Mukue interrupted Lu Shiyao's words. The Qinglian sect had been subordinate to the ancient spirit sect for countless years, and had it not been for their fear of this once great sect, they would have laid siege long ago. Their visit today was both a test and an affront. Wu Mukue held great confidence in Chen Xiaoyan. He believed that the outcome of today and Appo's battle would soon echo throughout the entire Qiang mountain range. Upon Wu Mukue and Appo's words, Chen Xiaoyan stepped forward, laughing heartily. I have long heard that the ancient spirit sect is a great sect of the southern region. Is it possible that this generation of young talents lacks the courage to face me in battle? Are you all merely worthless? Lu Shuyao and Appo's pretty face instantly turned cold, sensing the grave situation. Indeed, before she could continue to thwart this unreasonable provocation, the eyes of the ancient spirit sect disciples blazed with righteous indignation. They were in the prime of their youth and could not endure such humiliation. Leader, I, Hong Qi, am willing to battle a disciple of the Qinglian sect. Peng Yang requests to join the fray. In the span of mere moments, over a dozen disciples from the ancient spirit sect shouted loudly, eager to restore the sect and Apos' dignity. At that moment, a clear voice echoed throughout the area, quelling the tumult of anger. Master, I am willing to fight on behalf of the sect. Ji Pei'er took a deep breath. After respectfully bowing to Lu Xiao, her gaze fell upon Qin Xiaoyan, radiating the same determined spirit as her master. Ji Pei'er, the direct disciple of the sect leader? Qin Xiaoyan scoffed dismissively. You are certainly a step above those who can only shout in impotent rage. He raised his right hand, gesturing to Ji Pei'er with a slight curl of his fingers. Come, as you wish. Ji Pei'er and Apos' expression turned serious, and threads of spiritual power began to manifest around her. As Lu Xiao and Apos' only disciple, her cultivation had reached the 9th layer of qi gathering 6 months prior. Though not yet perfected, she was close. The silken threads moved like ethereal serpents, swiftly darting toward Qin Xiaoyan. Is this the extent of the ancient spirit sect and Apos' disciples? Unfazed by the oncoming attack, Qin Xiaoyan and Apos' smirk deepened, and with a single punch, he shattered Ji Pei'er and Apos' technique effortlessly. Ji Pei'er and Apos' expression shifted slightly, just as she sought to strike again. Qin Xiaoyan's lips curled into a smile, and with a leisurely wave of his right hand, a flurry of wind blades materialized from thin air, buzzing as they sliced toward Ji Pei'er from all directions. Ji Pei'er felt as though she were ensnared by the wind blades, her skin prickling with pain. A profound sense of life and death crisis exploding within her heart. Heavenly profound life and death seal. She immediately shouted, raising her hand to form a seal. A black rune emerged in her palm, emanating a chilling aura, like black lightning shooting forth toward the wind blades. Your technique is commendable, but you are far too weak. Qin Xiaoyan spoke calmly. Spirit wind annihilation. As his words echoed, the multitude of wind blades transformed into nearly invisible crystalline threads, unleashing a power that rivaled the black runes. The black runes, caught in the stranglehold of the wind and Apos' threads, shattered within moments. The heavenly profound life and death seal was an ancient secret technique of the ancient spirit sect, yet Ji Pei'er had only grasped its superficial aspects. As the black runes crumbled, the backlash from the technique caused her to stagger back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The esteemed true disciple of the ancient spirit sect was, in fact, so feeble that she could be defeated with ease. Qin Xiaoyan felt a deep sense of disappointment. Aware that he could not kill Ji Pei'er in front of Lu Xiao and the others, he refrained from pursuing the advantage, instead continuing to issue humiliating remarks. Witnessing this scene, Wu Mukue laughed heartily, while the elderly woman namely nodded in approval. The disdainful gazes of the Qinglian sect disciples from upon their spirit boat felt like daggers, piercing the hearts of all the ancient spirit sect disciples. As the saying goes, to strike while the iron is hot, and seize the opportunity. Qin Xiaoyan glanced at Wu Mukue behind him, receiving a nod of encouragement and choosing not to relent. Enough. Enough. Since you are all so worthless, why not? He cast a cold survey over the crowd. Why not all join forces against me? As these words left his lips, Lu Xiao's face grew even colder. Ouyang's eyes also glimmered with a chilling light. The expressions of the ancient spirit sect disciples turned ashen, their gazes reflecting a burning desire to tear Qin Xiaoyan apart. Even Xia Changming and Xin Shi, who had contemplated seeking reconciliation, wore expressions of alternating hues of green and white. Indeed, the ancient spirit sect had reached its end. As the two elders of the spirit transformation realm stepped forward, intending to exchange flattering words with Wu Mukue, a calm voice shattered the brief silence. All disciples of the ancient spirit sect, you dare to challenge me? Chapter 15. The selfishness of humanity. The atmosphere in the ancient spirit sect was suddenly hushed. Eyes from all directions turned towards the scene unfolding. Senior brother, what is this? Lu Xiao and Apos' delicate face was filled with astonishment. She did not wish for Su Changqing's return to be marred by such turmoil and attempted to send a message to dissuade him. Su Changqing gently shook his head and stepped forward, his figure gliding past Lu Xiao and coming into the focus of all present. Who is this youth? Murmured the onlookers, puzzled by the appearance of someone who appeared to be a disciple of the ancient spirit sect, yet whom they had never encountered before. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Not only were the members of the Qinglian sect bewildered, but the disciples of the ancient spirit sect were equally caught off guard. At present, the ancient spirit sect barely survived in the southern domain, and aside from Lu Xiao, few recognized Su Changqing. As for Ji Pei'er and the others who had previously met him, they were too stunned to speak. Indeed, there are hidden cards in play. Wu Mukue regarded Su Changqing merely as an obscure disciple of the ancient spirit sect. However, he found it peculiar that he could not discern Su Changqing and Apos' cultivation level. No matter, aside from the prodigies of the 7 major sects, I fear no peer competition. Wu Mukue thought to himself. In truth, not only he, But even the late-stage spirit transformation elder could not fathom Su Chongqing's prowess, which transcended destiny itself. Another way seeking humiliation? Chen Qian scoffed. He had come representing the Qinglian sect, not merely to issue a simple challenge, but to utterly shatter the confidence of this generation of ancient spirit sect disciples. Su Chongqing and Apos. S words ignited an unprecedented fury and murderous intent within this prodigy of the Qinglian sect. In an instant, Chen Xiaoyan unleashed his full cultivation, summoning a whirlwind of blades that swept through the air, evoking gasps from the crowd. This is the true strength of the Qinglian sect and Apos, S foremost prodigy. Brother Chaoyan is enraged. Ji Pei'er and Apos, S complexion changed dramatically. She feared that if Chen Xiaoyan unleashed his wrath, survival would be impossible. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Chen Xiaoyan turned his cold eyes towards Su Chongqing, stating indifferently, "It seems I must hold back, allowing some ignorant disciples of the ancient spirit sect to harbor delusions. I shall now demonstrate the true disparity between us." Su Chongqing interrupted Chen Xiaoyan and Apos' incessant rambling with a calm gesture, commanding, "Kneel." The words seemed to invoke a divine decree. Infused with the overwhelming pressure of his heavenly path, the tempest of wind blades shattered instantaneously. Chen Xiaoyan and Apos' mocking smile froze, as if subjected to the weight of the heavens. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, creating two deep craters with his impact, bones shattered and blood spilling everywhere. How is this possible? Chen Xiaoyan spat blood, his heart filled with terror. Before he could regain his footing, Su Chongqing raised his right hand, fingers pointing downward, exerting a subtle force. Chen Xiaoyan's pupils widened in horror. As his body emitted cracking sounds, blood surged backward, and even his bones seemed to be ground into dust, vitality snuffed out in an instant. "So weak. Engaging you is akin to a giant bullying a child," Su Chongqing stated earnestly. Yet, his words struck the onlookers like 1,000 thunderclaps, leaving them agape and filled with dread. To harness the power of the heavens, this is a level only achievable by those who have opened their celestial path. This person has already opened his celestial path. The crowd was in disbelief. Such a young individual reaching this realm was almost non-existent among the 7 major sects of the southern domain. The ancient spirit sect had declined. How could such a prodigy emerge? Wumu Kuei and Apos' eyes reflected disbelief, his expression darkening. "Chaoyan, this youth seeks death." He disregarded his earlier claims of celestial competition, his figure flickering as he charged towards Su Chongqing, intent on delivering a lethal blow. To open the celestial path? No, the pressure he exerts surpasses that. The aged woman named Li, in the late stages of spirit transformation, slowly rose, her murky eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent as she discerned the peculiarities of Su Chongqing and Apos' celestial opening. "I believe it is you who are courting death." Just as Wu Mu Kuei rushed towards Su Chongqing, Lu Shuyao coldly snorted, appearing before him in an instant, her spirit transformation power crashing against him, forcing him back. Do not forget, this is the territory of the ancient spirit sect. Before Su Chongqing, Lu Shuyao appeared as a delicate junior sister, yet in the eyes of outsiders, she was the formidable leader of the ancient spirit sect. At this moment, Ouyangku also moved to stand behind Lu Shuyao, flashing a smile at Su Chongqing before casting a steely gaze at Wu Mu Kuei and the others, insinuating a readiness for conflict should matters escalate. Xia Changming and Shun Shi observed the situation spiraling out of control, their expressions shifting. They approached, their gazes towards Su Chongqing laced with an inexplicable dissatisfaction. "Sect leader Lu. This child conceals his cultivation and intentionally harmed our Qinglian sect as prodigy. His intentions are treacherous, and your protection of him is unwarranted." Wu Mu Kuei and Apos' gaze swept across the crowd, aware he could not contend with Lu Shuyao, thus suppressing his murderous intent, speaking coldly. "Do you not fear a genuine conflict between the Qinglian sect and the ancient spirit sect? And if war ensues, what then?" Lu Shuyao and Apos' beautiful eyes gleamed with coldness. Had she faced such threats before, she might have endured for the sake of the ancient spirit sect and Apos' survival. Yet the 1,000 years of separation bore the weight of Su Chongqing and Apos' guilt, serving as her profound regret. For the safety of her senior brother, she would not retreat an inch, even against Wu Mu Kuei, or if the leader of the Qinglian sect himself intervened, or if the 3 major sects united against her. However, Lu Shuyao and Apos' domineering declaration had not awaited Wu Mu Kuei and Apos' response before Xia Changming and Shun. She could no longer remain passive. Though Lu Shuyao was typically resolute, today she seemed markedly different. They exchanged glances, fearing that her words might irrevocably offend the Qinglian sect, leaving them with no recourse. And they dared to voice their objections before all the disciples. "Sect leader, such words are inappropriate. Our 2 sects should value harmony above all. Indeed, this unfamiliar youth strikes with ferocity unlike any disciple of the ancient spirit sect. To offend the Qinglian sect over such a person is simply not worth it." "Enough." Ouyangku interjected sharply, his eyes wide with fury. "When Ji Pei'er was defeated and injured, where were your words of counsel for the Qinglian sect?" He too positioned himself protectively in front of Su Chongqing. "Regardless of this child and Apos' identity, he fights for our ancient spirit sect." Xia Changming, Shin Shi. You cower in the face of adversaries, targeting your own kin. What a disgrace for elders of the ancient spirit sect. Humph, Xia Changming retorted, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. The ancient spirit sect is far from its former glory. To risk the lives of nearly 1,000 disciples for a stranger, can this truly be considered courage? Sect leader, I implore you to consider the greater good. Shenxi and Apos' gaze flickered, clearly aligning with Xia Changming and Apos' perspective. They were not blind to the apparent connection between Lu Shuyao and Su Changqing. Yet did it matter? Xia Changming and Shunxi had already contemplated capitulation. In their eyes, Qin Chaoyan's might was beyond question. Su Changqing dared to kill Qin Chaoyan. If this angers the Qinglian sect, and they unleash unwarranted calamity upon us, it would be an unforgivable sin. The selfishness of humanity could not be more evident. Wumu Kuei and the others from the Qinglian sect scoffed derisively, their expressions reflecting a sense of superiority as they observed the unfolding drama. Given the current circumstances, if Lu Shuyao were to irreparably sever ties with the Qinglian sect for Su Changqing and Apos' sake, the remaining 3 elders of the ancient spirit sect would likely be the first to fracture. Amidst the myriad of diverse expressions surrounding her, Lu Shuyao instinctively clenched her delicate hands, her chest rising and falling uncontrollably. It was both rage and a profound sense of helplessness in the face of internal discord within her sect. Chapter 16. The celestial wood and the divine flower time slipped away unnoticed as Lu Shuyao, under the gaze of the crowd, took a deep breath and resolved her determination. Xia Changming, Shenxi, are you two here to serve our sect? Master, that is not appropriate. Lu Zongzhu, please let Xia Changming and Shenxi uphold their esteemed positions and refrain from forcing matters. Lu Shuyao snorted coldly, her mere presence enough to push Xia Changming and Shenxi back, a testament to her years of embodying the regal demeanor of a superior. Her unequivocal, authoritative words resonated in all directions. This sect is under my protection. Any challengers are welcome to fight. Xia Changming and Shenxi exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, their faces reddening with suppressed anger, forced to swallow their retorts. How audacious! Does Lu Zongzhu still believe that the ancient spirit sect is the #1 sect in the southern domain? Wumu Kuei laughed in rage. The elderly woman surnamed Li's expression turned grim. The Qinglian sect had prepared extensively for this day, but they never anticipated the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar youth. Nor did they foresee Lu Shuyao daring to sever ties with them. Whether true or false, we shall see. Lu Shuyao remained unfazed, steadfastly protecting Su Changqing behind her, not budging an inch. Very well, there is plenty of time ahead. I hope that in the future, you will still possess such bravado. The words were spoken by the elderly woman surnamed Li, her cultivation at the late stage of the transformation realm, her murky eyes exuding a chilling aura. After speaking, she turned and left decisively. Wumu Kuei and the other disciples of the Qinglian sect followed suit, their sleeves fluttering as they departed. It was not the right moment for battle, and before leaving, they cast menacing glances at Su Changqing. Today, the Qinglian sect had suffered a significant loss of face. Remaining would only further their humiliation. Lu Shuyao hesitated for a moment before relinquishing the thought of detaining them. Once the Qinglian sect members had departed, Ouyang Ku and the others finally exhaled, their gazes toward Lu Shuyao shining with newfound admiration. This remarkable woman, standing tall and unwavering, was truly the leader the ancient spirit sect deserved. Su Changqing sighed inwardly, observing the expressions of those around him, particularly the solitary figure of Lu Shuyao facing them all. He felt a pang of sympathy. This little junior sister still retained her penchant for bravado. Let us disperse. Lu Shuyao exhaled, and after today, she entrusted Elder Ouyang with the protection of the sect. Any signs of disturbance must be reported immediately. With that, she turned and headed to the rear hall, with Su Changqing silently following. By the order of the master. Though Ouyang Ku and the others harbored doubts about Su Changqing's identity, they respectfully accepted his command. With the Qinglian sect's aggressive actions, they would not let this matter rest easily. It was imperative to prepare for the worst. Xia Changming and Shenxi exchanged grim glances, their expressions darkening as they dared not defy Lu Shuyao too openly, directing their fury instead towards Su Changqing, nurturing a myriad of grievances within. On the main peak, in the rear hall, junior sister, actually you. Upon returning, Su Changqing noticed the weariness in Lu Xiao's silhouette. He had yet to finish his sentence when he was interrupted. Senior brother, I do not care what transpired in the immortal ancient ruins. But now that you have returned, whether following our master's wishes or my own intentions, Lu Xiao turned with a charming smile, I will ensure your safety. Su Changqing fell silent, warmth blossoming in his heart. The solitude that had endured for a millennium now felt worthwhile in this moment. He pondered briefly before voicing his lingering curiosity. What precious artifact did the ancient spirit sect obtain 300 years ago that compelled the 3 major sects to unite? The celestial wood and the divine flower. Lu Xiao paused before sighing and revealing the truth. The celestial wood and the divine flower? Su Changqing's gaze flickered slightly. It was the first time he had heard these names. Indeed, senior brother, you are unaware. The celestial wood is located in a forbidden zone akin to the immortal ancient ruins at the heart of the vast wild continent, a mere corner of the southern domain. 300 years ago, When the celestial wood bloomed, many exceptional individuals from the southern domain journeyed there in search of fortune. Your master, Fengwanze, was among them. However, the core territory of the wild continent is fraught with formidable beasts and powerful beings. The competition for opportunities in the celestial wood was fierce, even prompting the intervention of several sacred lands. Fengwanze narrowly survived and ultimately acquired a peculiar entity known as the Divine Flower. According to his descriptions, each divine flower is a natural manifestation of heaven and earth. Whether human, demon, or deity, once consumed and fused, it yields remarkable benefits. This matter was originally a closely guarded secret, but for reasons unknown, shortly after Fengwanze returned to the sect, it came to the attention of the Tianfu sect and other powers. Before his demise, your master mentioned that the three major sects might merely be puppets, with hidden forces from the sacred lands of the wild continent or other great powers behind them. Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty, ultimately transforming into a bitter sigh. As the foremost sect in the southern domain, how could the ancient spirit sect so easily be cornered by these three emerging sects? Yet the southern domain is too small, and the wild continent too vast. Even after 3 centuries, Lu Xiao remains uncertain of who truly stands behind the Tianfu sect and others, striving to keep the flame of our sect alive. It is no wonder that even the trifling Qinglian sect dares to humiliate us so brazenly. I see. Su Changqing, upon grasping the plight of the ancient spirit sect, found clarity in the questions that had lingered in his mind. He looked at Lu Xiao, who wore a worried expression, and smiled gently. Junior sister, your cultivation has surpassed mine significantly, yet you remain somewhat soft-hearted. Xiao Changming and Shun Shi deserve countless curses, but their noble status and respectable abilities make them pillars of the current ancient spirit sect. Lu Xiao understood the implications of Su Changqing's words and frowned in response. The strength of a sect lies not only in its cultivation, but also in unity. Su Changqing shook his head. Moreover, the Qinglian sect is not insurmountable. Their actions today were merely a probe against the ancient spirit sect. My killing of Qin Xiaoyan was also a test. Senior brother, I understand all these principles, but your current cultivation is merely at the opening dust stage. If the Qinglian sect truly goes to war with our sect, then you, Lu Xiao, had not expected Su Changqing to consider this level of danger. The ancient spirit sect indeed feared the Qinglian sect, but did the Qinglian sect not also fear the ancient spirit sect? Yet she was reluctant to expose Su Changqing to such perils. Fear not. Su Changqing waved his hand dismissively. If I am not mistaken, news of today and Appos events will spread quickly. Other sects are likely watching the spectacle unfold. In that case, let us begin the restoration of our sect, starting with the Qinglian sect. Chapter 17. On the brink of collapse, Master Brother. Shu Yu is aware of your confinement within the ancient celestial ruins, and her heart is filled with discontent. Yet, at this moment, Lu Xiu feels a bittersweet anguish as she cautiously arranges her words. It is not that she doubts Su Changqing's capabilities. Rather, the passage of time has rendered their once equal peers far superior in both cultivation and status. The task of revitalizing the sect is not an easy one. Su Changqing chuckles lightly, offering little explanation. Observing his demeanor, Lu Xiu refrains from saying more. In her heart, she has resolved that should the day come when evasion is impossible, she will spare no effort to ensure Su Changqing's safety. Before long, after bidding farewell to Lu Xiu, Su Changqing does not immediately embark on his training. Instead, he takes on the role of a friend to the sect leader, gradually familiarizing himself with all aspects of the sect, filling in the gaps left by his absence. During this time, rumors began to circulate uncontrollably throughout the region, causing quite a stir. Qin Xiaoyan has perished. The master of the ancient spirit sect has driven back 2 elders of the Qinglian sect. Just as Wu Mukue had threatened in the past, it is well known that the ancient spirit sect has weakened and is far from its former glory. Thus, with the emergence of such news, the entire Qiang mountain range has been thrown into chaos. Many lament the untimely demise of Qin Xiaoyan, the most gifted disciple of the Qinglian sect, at the hands of the ancient spirit sect. Countless others are astonished by the sudden resurgence of the ancient spirit sect, bold and audacious. It seems they can no longer tolerate the repeated oppression. The Qinglian sect has undergone significant development over the years and will undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. On the second day following the emergence of these rumors, it was no surprise when the Qinglian sect immediately issued a statement, demanding that the ancient spirit sect surrender the culprit within 7 days, lest they forget the affection of their past. The storm is brewing. Upon learning this news, Ouyang Ku and others were shaken to their cores, but fortunately, they had prepared themselves and stood ready for action. Xiao Changming and Shun Shi, undeterred, gathered several high-ranking members once more to pressure Lu Xiu, hoping to minimize the situation. However, the outcome remained unchanged. As the 6th day approached, 7 spirit boats from the Qinglian sect roared forth from their mountain gates, soaring above the clouds, majestically racing towards the ancient spirit sect. The uproar was palpable. The smaller factions and wandering cultivators throughout the Qiang mountain range were alarmed, anxiously keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. The ancient spirit sect was equally in disarray. It was said that the leader of the Qinglian sect himself would soon arrive, accompanied by all 4 elders. and would reach their mountain gates within a day. It is not that we fear for our lives. It is merely the vast disparity in strength that dissuades us from fighting a futile battle. Forgive us, we must depart. Every faction has individuals like Ouyang Ku and Ji Pei'er, who are unafraid of death, but they are not without those who value their lives. Upon learning of the Qinglian sect's impending arrival, panic spread throughout the sect, with many disciples fleeing in fear. What is the relationship between that young scoundrel and the sect leader? The Qinglian sect has mobilized, and their leader is personally coming. Could it be that she truly expects us to pay with our lives? In the main peak side hall, Xia Changming and Shun Shi wore grim expressions. The dozen or so high-ranking officials beside them exchanged glances, perhaps holding a degree of reverence for Lu Shuyu, yet they could not comprehend. The ancient spirit sect has barely survived for centuries. Why would they risk a confrontation with the flourishing Qinglian sect over a mere youth at the initial stages of cultivation? Elder Xia, should we not persuade the sect leader once more? An elderly man with graying hair hesitated before speaking. Do you think there is still room for negotiation at this point? Xia Changming scoffed. In truth, even if Lu Shuyu were to surrender Su Cha-Qing now, it would already be too late. What then shall we do? The actions of the Qinglian sect clearly leave no room for reconciliation. Once war breaks out, given the current strength of our sect, it is likely that, since that woman refuses to heed our warnings, let her meet her demise. Xia Changming took a deep breath. At this juncture, he no longer cared about titles or positions. Survival was the immediate priority. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's breath hitched, taken aback by Xia Changming's words. Yet, in the end, like Xin Shi and the others, he remained silent, refraining from rebuking Xia Changming's treasonous sentiments. Lu Shuyu did not hinder the departure of the sect's disciples. She could also surmise the discontent among the higher-ups like Xia Changming and Xin Shi. To place one's life on the line was the last thing Su Cha-Qing had said, after which he vanished without a trace. Lu Shuyu had faith in Su Cha-Qing. Yet uncertainty lingered in her heart. Over the years, the foundation of the ancient spirit sect had been largely depleted. Perhaps there were still some hidden reserves. But following the near annihilation of the elder generation in that past conflict, what remnants remained had long since faded into obscurity, unknown to others. However, this was not the crux of her disappointment. What truly disheartened Lu Shuyu was the realization that, despite enduring countless pressures and guarding the sect for centuries, when real peril struck, the sect fragmented before her eyes, and unity among its members proved elusive. Master Brother was correct. Perhaps my previous approach was indeed flawed. I now wonder if the ancient spirit sect will endure after this tribulation. Lu Shuyu gazed at the hurried figures leaving, feeling a tinge of loneliness. Sovereign. Nearly half of the disciples have fled. At that moment, Ouyang Ku approached Lu Shuyu from behind, his voice heavy with concern. The passionate middle-aged man felt a sense of desolation at this moment. I understand, Lu Shuyu replied, gathering her emotions. What of Elder Xia and the others? Xia Changming and Xin Shi have inscribed a formation in the side hall. I cannot probe further. Ouyang Ku pondered briefly before continuing, Sovereign. The survival of the sect is at stake. Xia Changming and the others, revered as elders, have enjoyed considerable resources over the years. I fear they may realize their standing within the ancient spirit sect, and, knowing they cannot remain safe by merely fleeing, may act recklessly. Let them go. Lu Shuyu shook her head, interrupting Ouyang Ku's words. To speak of blame, it is the sect itself that bears the brunt. Had I not acted stubbornly, we would not have faced such calamity. In truth, with your talents, you could thrive even outside the sect. I, Ouyang, have devoted myself to the ancient spirit sect since my youth, over a century ago. Regardless of others, I shall stand with the sect through thick and thin. After a brief silence, Ouyang Ku solemnly clasped his fists, his gaze resolute. His response represented the sentiments of a portion of the higher-ups. Aside from Xia Changming and the others, Lu Shuyu felt a flicker of comfort. Just as the ancient spirit sect was fracturing in response to the Qinglian sect's assault. Deep within the main peak, in a rarely trodden cavern overrun with withered trees and grass, Su Cha-Qing quietly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze flickering uncertainly. This place, it remains. The moment he stepped into the cave, he clenched his right fist and struck out, creating a deep pit within, revealing a hidden grand hall inside. At the center of this hall stood a striking stone sculpture, 3 meters high, depicting a figure kneeling on one knee, drawing attention with its commanding presence. Chapter 18. The outbreak of war. The 3-zhang stone sculpture, resembling a human figure, bore an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, exuding an ancient and timeless aura that instilled fear. Su Cha-Qing last beheld this artifact a millennium ago, and a reminiscent glint flickered in his eyes as his thoughts ebbed and flowed. Master, what is this? The Tianxian War General. It appears so majestic. Indeed. That is only natural. The Tianxian War General was refined by the first ancestor of our sect, crafted from a millennium of ink crystal, nurtured by array formations, capable of drawing power from the heavens and earth, and possesses innate intelligence. Changqing, remember, to awaken the Tianxian War General, one must cultivate the Tianxian life and death seal to perfection. Today, I shall impart this divine skill to you. Scenes from the past emerged vividly in his mind. Su Cha-Qing inhaled deeply, recalling Feng Wan's words. He slowly raised both hands, conjuring a mesmerizing black flame from his palms, infused with the essence of life and death, and directed it towards the eyes of the Tianxin war general. As the successor disciple from a millennium ago, viewed as the next sect leader by Feng Wanzi, Su Cha-Ching possessed extensive knowledge of the ancient spirit sect's profound heritage. This understanding was the very reason he dared to eliminate Shinchaoan without hesitation. Even a thin dead camel is larger than a horse. Unless the three major sects united again, or their mysterious forces intervened, the ancient spirit sect, despite its decline, was not a target for anyone's scorn. Master, I shall not disappoint your trust, Su Cha-Ching murmured as the black flame instantly merged with the Tianxian war general's gaze. The slumbering stone statue quivered, stirring up dust and mist, causing the entire great hall to tremble. On this day, the earth shook, and the sky remained cloudless. Simultaneously, as Su Cha-Ching awakened the Tianxian war general, 700-foot spirit vessels pierced the sky, thunderously descending upon the ancient spirit sect. A terrifying spiritual pressure roared, sweeping through all directions. The Qinglian sect had finally arrived on the seventh day. With a resounding boom that shook the earth, Wu Mukue stepped forth from the foremost spirit vessel. The people of the ancient spirit sect listened intently as he declared, "Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, surrender the murderer of Chaoyan, or bear the consequences." Unlike his previous cowardice, this elder from the Qinglian sect was now brimming with vigor. He raised his hand, and a formation expanded as the spirit vessel landed, sealing the gates of the ancient spirit sect tightly. Following Wu Mukue's proclamation, an elderly woman with the surname Li slowly emerged beside him, accompanied by two others. One was a young man clad in a lotus robe, whose eyes reflected a profound wisdom, his spiritual power surging. Nearing the peak of the transformation realm, none other than the Qinglian sect master, Yi Luyan. The other was a white-haired elder, slightly weaker in cultivation, yet exuding a formidable spiritual might, clearly at the late stage of the transformation realm. Moreover, this descent upon the ancient spirit sect not only included three powerful figures from the late transformation realm, but also, counting Wu Mukue, 5 additional transformation realm elders. A total of 8 transformation realm experts underscored the Qinglian sect and Appo's seriousness in confronting the once dominant sect of the southern domain. As Wu Mukue and Appo's voice, imbued with spiritual force, echoed throughout the vicinity, within the gates of the ancient spirit sect, Lu Shuyao, accompanied by Ouyang Ku and other high-ranking members, stood ready. A mere glance revealed that once nearly 1,000 cultivators from the ancient spirit sect had dwindled to only a few hundred. Most present were disciples of lower cultivation, like Ji Pei'er and Peng Yang, unwilling to abandon their sect. Xia Changming, Shen Shi, and others remained in their ranks, choosing not to flee in advance. To accuse without justification, to hesitate is unnecessary. If a battle is desired, then let it be so. Lu Shua disregarded Wu Mukue, her gaze fixed upon Yi Luyan. The true figure of her apprehension. Form the array. Lu Shua commanded once more. An unseen wind surged forth from the mountaintop, rapidly coalescing into an invisible storm. Resembling dragons of tempestuous fury, converging with lethal intent in all directions. This was the ancient spirit sect and Appo's protective array. Stubborn and unyielding, Yi Luyan observed the scene calmly, letting out a faint snort. The Qinglian sect, bold enough to launch an invasion, had naturally studied the ancient spirit sect and Appo's mountain gate formation. He conjured a blue lotus, which burgeoned in the wind, its petals radiating azure light, swiftly expanding to intercept the tempestuous dragons. If this is all your sect can muster, it truly disappoints me. As his words fell, Yi Luyan surged forward, leading the charge toward the gates of the ancient spirit sect with a contemptuous smile. On this day next year, it will be the anniversary of the ancient spirit sect's demise. Kill, kill, kill. Following Yi Luyan's lead, the elderly woman with the surname Li, the white-haired elder, Wu Mukue, and the other 5 transformation realm powerhouses all charged forth. Simultaneously, from the other spirit vessels, the sounds of slaughter erupted. As Qinglian sect cultivators surged forth like flowing light, all converging upon the ancient spirit sect. From a distance, this once illustrious sect of the southern domain appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, some noticed that the youth who had previously thwarted their ambitions was conspicuously absent. Yet, that was no longer the crux of the matter. Su Changqing's presence was merely a catalyst. At this juncture, the outcome of the ancient spirit sect's demise was already sealed. Regardless of his presence, within the gates, Ouyang Ku and Ji Pei'er gazed at the approaching Qinglian sect forces, their expressions pale. They too were surprised by Su Changqing's sudden disappearance, but understood the gravity of the situation. In the contest of prodigies, casualties were nothing out of the ordinary. Wu Mukue's words were merely a clumsy excuse. Having chosen to stay, they were already resolved. We vow to coexist with our sect, through thick and thin. It is our duty to protect our sect. Led by Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er and the others rallied themselves, voicing their determination. In truth, anyone faced with death would feel fear, yet those who remained were imbued with indomitable spirit. Perhaps this was what the senior brother meant by, no destruction, no establishment. Lu Shuyao, hearing the steadfast words surrounding her, looked upon the familiar faces, resolute in their defiance of death, feeling an indescribable sensation. Regardless of the outcome, today her sect would stand together with all of them, facing the abyss. A genuine smile graced her stunning visage for the first time, and with a determined step, her robes billowed in the wind as she charged toward Yi Luyun. Kill! Oyanku Ji Payer, and the hundreds of disciples from the ancient spirit sect followed their leader's lead, surging forth with a momentum equal to that of the Qinglian sect's cultivators. Before they even drew near, the brilliance of their spells erupted into a cacophony. In a fleeting moment, several unfortunate disciples emitted muffled groans, their figures engulfed by the overwhelming waves of spiritual energy, leaving no trace behind. As the strongest of the ancient spirit sect, Lu Shuyao was immediately beset upon by Yi Luyun, the elderly woman with the surname Li, and the white-haired elder the moment she broke forth. Our sect has long wished to witness the prowess of the sect master Lu, Yi Luyun remarked, composed, as he raised his hand, enveloping Lu Shuyao in a suppressive spiritual might. Not today. In the battle to annihilate the sect, there were no rules. Today, his intent was to employ a thunderous force to ensure that the ancient spirit sect became a relic of the past, allowing the Qinglian sect to dominate the Qiang mountain range henceforth. Thus, not only was Lu Shuyao ensnared in a deadly trap, but Oyanku and several other high-ranking members were similarly besieged by Wu Mu Kue and his companions, finding themselves at a disadvantage in an instant. Xia Changming Shenxi and a dozen other senior members exchanged glances, hesitating to strike immediately. Those who had initially wavered now observed the overwhelming tide of battle with an unsettling glimmer in their eyes. Chapter 19. The Token of Loyalty. Esteemed colleagues, we must contemplate the implications of life and death for an insignificant junior. Xia Changming's sinister smile accompanied his chilling words, echoing in the ears of the dozen high-ranking officials nearby. Upon hearing this, the silent leaders exchanged glances, their intentions momentarily stifled. Some had initially planned to capture Su Cha-Ching discreetly before the Qinglian sect and Appos' arrival, offering him willingly to their pursuers, yet their plans had unraveled. Su Cha-Ching had vanished without a trace for several days. Brother Xia should be aware of our thoughts, remarked Shenxi, casting a glance at those beside him before continuing. Meanwhile, in the air, Lu Shuyao faced three formidable opponents at the late stage of the transformation realm, her beautiful eyes betraying no hint of fear. Spirit condensation, wind awakening. With a sharp incantation, the previously dispersed hurricane formation outside the main peak coalesced around Lu Shuyao, imbuing her with power and propelling her closer to the peak of the transformation realm. This was one of the remnants of the ancient spirit sect's heritage, a protective array that could temporarily enhance the combat prowess of the sect leader. The elderly Li and the white-haired elder felt their breaths quicken. It was but a futile struggle. If this was the extent of their abilities, there was nothing to fear. Yi Luyun similarly furrowed his brow. As a sect leader, he possessed his own confidence, unleashing his formidable techniques with a fierce roar, transforming into a manifestation of spiritual might. As the battle intensified, the chaos on the battlefield below grew increasingly brutal, with cries of agony echoing amidst the sounds of slaughter. Oyanku, bloodied and battered, found himself continually retreating under the combined assault of Wu Mukue and others. The disciples, including Ji Peier and Peng Yang, wore ashen expressions. The dead lay scattered, and the wounded suffered grievously. Had it not been for their unwavering faith in protecting their sect, they would have long since crumbled. Suddenly, amidst their desperate struggle, Lu Xiao's keen senses detected a shift in the air. Just as she was about to unleash her powers once more, disbelief and shock flickered in her eyes. In that moment, Xia Changming, Shun Shi, and the other high-ranking officials soared into the air, their targets shockingly being their fellow sect members. The ancient spirit sect and Appos' mountain gate was thrown into turmoil. Uncle Chun, what are you doing? Are you betraying the sect? Elder Xia, no? The anguished cries rang out, filled with fury and astonishment. Boom. The clash of techniques mingled with the splattering of blood. Those who barely managed to hold their ground, like Oyanku, found themselves spewing blood. Some did not perish at the hands of the Qinglian sect, but fell victim to treachery from their own comrades, dying with regret. The remaining members of the ancient spirit sect, though they dodged the immediate threat, trembled in disbelief at the betrayal by Xia Changming and the others, their rage boiling over. Lu Shuyao felt the same fury. She had anticipated that Xia Changming and Shun Shi might ally with the Qinglian sect to save their lives. Yet she had never imagined they would turn their blades upon their own colleagues with such ruthless abandon. Xia Changming, Shun Shi, we have treated you well in the ancient spirit sect, and yet you dare to act thus. How could you? Lu Xiao's heart pounded as she witnessed familiar faces fall, her mind spinning with shock and grief. Her beautiful eyes turned crimson, an unprecedented killing intent surging forth as she disregarded Yi Luyun and the others, charging directly at Xia Changming and the rest. Yi Luyun, unperturbed by this turn of events, immediately led the elderly Li and the white-haired elder into a more ferocious assault. Xia Changming observed this scene with a mocking grin. After slaying a young woman who had once called him and Appos, Master Uncle, and Appos, he charged toward Oyanku. who was being besieged by Wu Mukue and others. Despite his underlying respect for Lu Shuyao as the sect leader, he held little regard for Ouyang-ku, who he felt had long been beneath him. Today, he would settle old scores. Once Xia Changming joined the fray, Ouyang-ku could no longer withstand the onslaught. In just 3 breaths, he was sent crashing to the ground under a barrage of techniques. Cough, Xia Changming, do you truly honor the sect and Appos as teachings? Do you honor the care that sect leader Lu has shown you? Ouyang-ku, shrouded in the shadow of death, showed no fear. Instead, after coughing up blood, he vehemently denounced Xia Changming's treachery. One must look after oneself, otherwise, heaven will punish you, Xia Changming sneered in reply. Without waiting for Wu Mukue to act, he surged forward, intent on obliterating Ouyang-ku. Xia Changming and Appos, as heartless actions chilled the spirits of Lu Shuyao, Ji Pei'er, and the other members of the ancient spirit sect. Even the Qinglian sect and Appos, as Wu Mukue and his companions could not help but glance sideways. Yet, Wu Mukue and the others did not intervene. The key to this battle for annihilation lay in the conflict at the transformation realm. Although Ouyang-ku was only at the initial stage of that realm, he stood at its pinnacle. Otherwise, he would not have endured this long against multiple foes. If he were to fall, Lu Shuyao would be left defenseless, with no hope of recovery. At that moment, the entire ancient spirit sect would become theirs to claim. However, just then, an invisible chill erupted from the main peak, sweeping through the surroundings. Accompanying it was a sword aura, dark as night, resembling the sound of death from the underworld. The air trembled as the sword aura scorched the spiritual energy in its path, as if the heavens had torn open a vast rift. Xia Changming, less than 10 paces away from Ouyang-ku, felt his scalp prickle, fear surging uncontrollably from within. Sect leader Yi, save me. Xia Changming, no longer concerned with Ouyang-ku and Appos' fate, frantically retreated, calling out to Yi Luyuan and the others hovering above. In the next moment, the sword aura swept through. With a muffled groan, Xia Changming fell to the ground, his body stiff and lifeless. Though Xia Changming was ultimately a member of the ancient spirit sect, the black flame-infused sword aura did not claim his life, but instantly evaporated his spiritual sea, rendering his powers null. Struggling against an unprecedented weakness, he hazily glimpsed a 3-meter stone statue approaching from the direction of the main peak, its hand wielding a stone sword. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. What truly left Xia Changming in disbelief was the familiar figure of a young boy standing before the towering statue. How can this be? That little brat. From disbelief to resentment and regret, Xia Changming found himself engulfed in despair, blood spilling forth as he struggled to rise, utterly humiliated. However, the obliteration of his powers evoked no sympathy from the onlookers. All eyes turned toward the main peak, their hearts shaken, instinctively retreating. The elderly Li, the white-haired elder, and Wu Mukue, all powerful members of the Qinglian sect, felt a sense of impending doom, their breaths quickening. Yi Luyuan too inhaled sharply, his expression grave. A single beam of sword light could have obliterated Xia Changming, given his cultivation, but instead, it merely shattered his spiritual sea without claiming his life. Such power could only belong to one above the realm of transformation, a false deity. Chapter 20. The Celestial Battle General. In stark contrast to the oppression faced by the members of the Qinglian sect, the survivors of the Guling sect, such as Ji Pei'er, felt a gentle aura akin to a spring breeze in that moment, as if the chilling specter of death nourished their very essence of life. Boom, boom, boom. As the towering Threezhong stone statue gradually came into view, incredulous gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is this? I once stumbled upon a record that spoke of the fabled guardian statues of our sect. The guardian statue. The Celestial Battle General. This was something I had only heard about from my master. I never imagined that senior brother could awaken it. Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance as her gaze fell first upon Su Cha-ching, standing before the statue. Especially upon sensing the familiar aura of the celestial life and death seal, she instantly understood the depth of Su Cha-ching's confidence. Su Cha-ching nodded slightly in her direction. Then, he turned his gaze towards the brutal battlefield, and his gentle expression abruptly turned cold. The Celestial Battle General emanated an aura that transcended the spirit transformation realm, suddenly erupting with overwhelming force. This was a wave of energy capable of sweeping through the spirit transformation realm, a surge of lethal intent arising from the pseudo-immortal domain. Damn it, why had the Guling sect never mentioned this statue? Could it be that Lu Xiao intentionally concealed this information to lure us into a trap, intending to eliminate us all at once? The elder of the Li clan and the others from the Qinglian sect felt an oppressive force locking onto them. At this moment, Yi Luyuan also whispered in horror, filled with regret about today and Appos' battle. It was not fair to blame the leader of the Qinglian sect. The information he had received was not erroneous, and the betrayal by Xia Changming and others had been communicated in advance. This battle should have been easily won. Were it not for Su Changqing and Appos' sudden appearance, the Guling sect might have been eradicated already. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Shinshi and the other senior members who had also betrayed the sect trembled at the center of the Celestial Battle General and Appos' aura, their faces displaying sheer terror. They had not anticipated such a formidable foundation within their sect. Had they known, even with 100-fold courage, they would never have dared to betray their sect or harm their fellow disciples. At that moment of shock from the celestial battle general, the stone statue swung its great sword, charging towards Yi Luyuan and the others from the Qinglian sect. The force of this strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. In an instant, the protective barriers around Yi Luyuan crumbled, and he was struck as if by a thunderbolt, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. The elder of the Li clan and the white-haired old man were also swept away, unable to withstand the onslaught. Their spiritual seas began to falter, their auras waning. This was the might of the pseudo-immortal domain. Without any means to resist, this three-zhang stone statue could obliterate the Qinglian sect and Apos' schemes in mere moments, rendering Xia Changming and Apos' betrayal a mere joke. With the statue awakened, victory for our sect is assured. Seeing this, Lu Xiao raised her delicate hand, and the whirlwind of spiritual energy gathered once more as she commanded, "Victory for our sect! Victory for our sect! Victory for our sect!" Ouyangku, Ji Pei'er, and the remaining Guling sect members, witnessing this, instantly rallied and shouted in exhilaration. The sounds of battle erupted once more, and the tide of the conflict dramatically shifted. Su Chongqing calmly observed the unfolding scene beneath him, his heart as still as a dry well. From the very beginning, he had never regarded the Qinglian sect as a worthy opponent. With the celestial battle general now in action, the defeat of the Qinglian sect was merely a matter of time. His true adversaries were the three great sects and the mysterious forces from the wastelands that stood behind them. Only by confronting death can one be reborn. To truly rebuild the mountain gate, some pests must be eradicated. Just as Su Chongqing had anticipated, under the onslaught of the celestial battle general and Apos' sword strikes, the elder of the Li clan was the first to succumb, her body cleaved in two amidst her screams. Her remains were reduced to ashes by the black flames as they fell to the ground. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired elder also met a gruesome fate, torn apart amidst his wails. What a remarkable Lu Xiao! What a once mighty sect of the southern region! Yi Luyuan realized that the tide had turned irreversibly and, unwilling to accept defeat, prepared for a desperate struggle. Yet, the overwhelming pressure of power crushed him within mere breaths. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he grimaced. His head was severed by a single strike, his body falling lifelessly to the earth. Thus, the three late-stage spirit transformation powerhouses of the Qinglian sect perished. The remaining members of the Qinglian sect, including Wu Mukue, were utterly terrified upon witnessing the annihilation of Yi Luyuan and the others. As Lu Shuyao and Apos' gaze swept over them, a tempest surged forth, mercilessly slaying the remaining four initial-stage spirit transformation practitioners. "Do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul and amp Apos' blood and join the Guling sect. We are willing to submit to the Guling sect." As the disciples of the Qinglian sect, who lacked the power to reach the spirit transformation realm, witnessed their leaders falling one by one, many lost all will to fight, uttering terrified pleas. "No one shall be spared who invades our sect and Apos' mountain gate." Lu Xiao interrupted their desperate cries, her voice cold and unwavering. In truth, there was no need for her to speak. Ouyangku and the surviving high-ranking members, along with Ji Pei'er, had witnessed the deaths and injuries of their fellow disciples. Their eyes were already filled with a bloodlust that would not allow a single Qinglian sect member to escape. After all, were it not for the celestial battle general and Apos' presence, it would have been the Guling sect members facing annihilation. The cries and wails echoed across the mountain square, soaking the ground in blood. After approximately half an hour, as the cries dwindled to mere whispers, not a single one of the invading Qinglian sect members remained alive. Neither Ouyangku nor Ji Pei'er paused in their actions. Instead, they turned their attention towards Xia Changming, Shen Shi, and the other traitors. Though they harbored an irreconcilable blood feud with the Qinglian sect, the members of the Guling sect could understand their enmity. After all, the two sects had never been on amicable terms. However, towards these traitors who had turned against their own, the surviving members of the Guling sect felt an overwhelming loathing. Faced with their piercing gazes, Xia Changming and the other high-ranking traitors, now rendered powerless, turned pale with fear. Some, in desperate despair, attempted to resist, but before they could act, they were suppressed by the celestial battle general and Apos' aura. The remaining 7 or 8 knelt hastily before Lu Xiao. Those who had once ruthlessly attacked their fellow disciples, now begging for mercy in the face of impending death, stripping away their dignity in their pleas for forgiveness. "Lord Sectmaster, we were coerced," they cried. "We acted to survive. Please spare us for the sake of past kindness. Lord Sectmaster, our sect has been weakened over the years. We may not have made great contributions, but we have endured hardships. We had no choice." Chapter 21. The shock of Lu Xiao. The cries for mercy echoed incessantly. Shen Shi and the others wished to escape amidst the chaos, but they alone understood that the heavenly Xian battle general, while annihilating Yi Luyuan and his companions, had also locked this place down. Should they attempt to flee, they would not have to wait for the battle and Apos' conclusion. They would likely be erased by the heavenly Xian battle general. This was the handiwork of Su Chongqing. After awakening the heavenly Xian battle general, he remained motionless, merely observing the unfolding situation. There was little more Su Changqing could do. The aftermath would be left as a trial for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao paid no heed to the pleas of Xia Changming and the others. She silently regarded Ouyang, whose face bore fatigue and an aura of lethal intent, as well as Ji Pei'er and the others. After this battle, she had gained clarity on many matters. The disciples of the ancient spirit sect had dwindled to less than 300, yet they were far stronger than the over 1,000 that had once existed. To engage in further dialogue with them was an affront. Lu Xiao exhaled a breath of frustration, then lowered her gaze to Xia Changming and Qinshi, the traitors of the sect, and spoke coldly. Elder Ouyang, according to sect rules, what should be done with traitors who strike against their fellow disciples? Kill. Ouyang replied hoarsely without hesitation. Xia Changming and Qinshi turned pale at once. As they prepared to speak further, Lu Xiao nodded, raised her jade hand, and in an instant, extinguished their lives. After completing this, her unwavering words fell upon the ears of the gathered. Elder Ouyang, remain vigilant from this day forth to prevent the unscrupulous from taking advantage. Pei'er, count the numbers. Those who perished in this battle shall be buried with honor at the main peak. For the wounded, all resources and medicinal pills may be claimed directly from the pill pavilion. Guardian Xian, reopen the spiritual spring for a 10-day respite. After 10 days, our sect shall march to Qinglian sect's gate to demand an explanation. The blood of the disciples of the ancient spirit sect will not flow in vain. As she uttered the final words, a fierce killing intent erupted from Lu Xiao, resonating with the remaining disciples of the ancient spirit sect, manifesting into an intense madness. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Let us not speak of the 7 transforming spirit realm experts of Qinglian sect who had already suffered grievous injuries. The mere awakening of the heavenly Xian battle general had granted them such qualifications. Su Changqing watched this scene from afar, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips as he turned to walk towards the main peak. Truly, she was his junior sister, with just a few words. She had united the remaining 300 disciples of the ancient spirit sect. Su Changqing's arrival and departure stirred little commotion. The heavenly Xian battle general, being one of the ancient spirit sect's foundational strengths, overshadowed him greatly. Aside from Lu Xiao, none would associate him with the awakening of the heavenly Xian battle general. As the conflict between the two sects gradually drew to a close, the various forces observing the events outside the ancient spirit sect's gate soon learned of the outcome through myriad channels. Countless individuals were shaken. No one had anticipated that the beleaguered ancient spirit sect would annihilate all those who attacked from Qinglian sect. Once the foremost sect, it was evident that even in decline, it was not a force to be trifled with. The master of Qinglian sect was indeed a character, but alas, he had provoked the wrong opponent. Some expressed their sentiments with sighs and regrets. From this day forth, the landscape of the Qiang Mountains would undergo a tremendous transformation. There were also some elder figures aware of the underlying circumstances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. The ancient spirit sect's decline had been due to the siege by the 3 major sections. Now that signs of resurgence had emerged, even if only slight indications, they would likely attract wary glances. But those matters would be discussed later. At this moment, in the rear hall of the main peak, after reassuring the disciples of the ancient spirit sect, Lu Xiao appeared here and immediately spotted a figure standing before the spirit stele of Feng Wanzi. Senior brother, you truly are adept at concealment. Have you managed to properly address the affairs of the sect? Somewhat, Su Changqing replied, a hint of weariness in Lu Xiao's eyes. Yet her tone was markedly more relaxed than just a few days prior. She continued, the awakening of the heavenly Xian battle general will soon lead to the news of today's battle spreading throughout the Qiang Mountains. She did not inquire how Su Changqing had awakened the heavenly Xian battle general. To Lu Xiao, even if her senior brother had lost a millennium of time, he remained a dazzling prodigy, unyielding to the erosion of time. Let us hope so, Su Changqing said, his brow furrowed slightly. The heavenly Xian battle general is based upon the heavenly Xian life and death seal. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to awaken him for action. We must tread carefully on our journey to Qinglian sect. Rest assured, senior brother, Yi Luyun and the other strong ones are dead. Qinglian sect poses no threat. Lu Xiao confidently replied. She understood Qinglian sect well. As a former subordinate force of the ancient spirit sect, it comprised individuals who thrived on opportunism, scattering like monkeys when the tree fell. As she spoke, Lu Xiao seemed to sense something and continued, senior brother, are you leaving? Su Changqing nodded. Lu Xiao fell silent. Taken aback, she had not expected her senior brother to depart so soon after returning, leaving her feeling a mix of apprehension and loss. It is merely a temporary departure. Su Changqing reassured, noting her disappointment with a light chuckle. This might be a good thing for the sect at present. A good thing? How can that be? Lu Xiao said with a hint of melancholy. Senior brother has just returned from the ruins of the immortal ancient. What you lack is time. Though the sect is not as it once was, you could fully utilize its resources to enhance your cultivation at the swiftest pace. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, her eyes widening in realization. Just returned from the immortal ancient ruins? She gasped, inhaling sharply. She had not given it much thought before, but upon hearing Su Changqing and Amp, Amp, Appos, S words. She immediately recalled the recent uproar surrounding the immortal ancient ruins. Over a month ago, the immortal ancient ruins had reopened. The young prodigies of the 7 sects of the southern region who entered suffered heavy casualties. There were even rumors that disciples from the 3 major sects, including Inyang Valley, had been completely annihilated, all at the hands of an unnamed rogue cultivator. Though that rogue cultivator had perished within the ruins, Lu Xiao stared at Su Changqing, her breath quickening. In the immortal ancient ruins, there had been a presence capable of overwhelming the young talents of the southern region, targeting only the 3 major sections. Who else could it be but her senior brother standing before her? Do not look at me like that. I merely did what was necessary, Su Changqing said with a calm expression, neither confirming nor denying her inference. Seeing this, Lu Xiao tacitly chose not to pursue the topic further. However, the rising and falling of her chest betrayed the intense shock within her. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since the battle between the 2 sections. The 300 disciples of the ancient spirit sect, save for over 100 who were recuperating from injuries, surged forth from the mountain gate, their killing intent palpable. Leading them was Lu Shuyao, and their destination was none other than the Qinglian sect. Su Changqing was among them. However, after traveling a distance to ensure no unforeseen changes would occur, he chose to quietly depart when passing through a certain city. Only Lu Xiao and a few core members of the ancient spirit sect were aware of this. Watching the retreating figures of the others, Su Changqing remained silent for a moment before decisively turning away. With the heavenly Xian battle general's protection, the ancient spirit sect had nothing to fear from any sect within the Qiang Mountains. They could even negotiate with the 3 major sections. It was time for him to attend to his own matters. The wind howled, and the clouds drifted by. He did not pause. Before long, Su Changqing's figure had exited the Qiang Mountains, and his first destination was the chaotic land known as Nantian City, specifically to meet an old acquaintance from there. Chapter 22. Old friend. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, and after more than half a month's journey, Su Changqing gazed at the majestic Nantian City nestled among the towering peaks, his heart a tumult of emotions. Nantian City did not belong to any sect's territory. It was a chaotic place, a rare haven of disorder in the entire southern region. The resources here were meager, and the spiritual vein sparse. With a plethora of murderers and thieves, yet many cultivators from the southern region flocked to this city. This was due to a mysterious alchemy workshop within Nantian City. This workshop was exclusive to masters and disciples, the master known as the Heavenly Fire Ascendant, renowned as the foremost alchemist in the southern region. It is known that in the realm of alchemy, a 1-pattern pill is common, a 2-pattern pill is remarkable, a 3-pattern pill is rare. And only the great powers of the alchemical path can concoct pills of 4 patterns or more. The Heavenly Fire Ascendant had once refined a 7-pattern pill. Daily, visitors came in a continuous stream. Even some forces from the wilderness state sent their cultivators far and wide, all in pursuit of a single pill. However, the Heavenly Fire Ascendant was known for his reclusive nature and profound cultivation, wholly devoted to the path of alchemy. Any cultivator entering Nantian City, regardless of their identity or cultivation level, dared not act with any impudence. The pursuit of pills relied entirely on fate. Su Changqing's purpose for this journey was to obtain a Gikyo pill, a concoction only the Heavenly Fire Ascendant could create. This pill bore no benefit for those in the spirit transformation realm, but for those at the initial dust realm. Its first consumption would ignite a certain number of spiritual orifices in an instant, akin to enlightenment. He wondered if the rules for seeking pills remained unchanged. With a flicker of movement, Su Changqing made his way directly to Nantian City. After a millennium, the exterior of Nantian City appeared unchanged, exuding a grandeur intertwined with an ancient, time-worn charm. Outside the city gates, figures moved like a tapestry. Most of those passing by were cultivators of considerable strength, with those in the initial dust realm not uncommon, if not prevalent. At that moment, 7 or 8 disciples clad in the robes of the Tianfu sect strode into the city with an air of arrogance, causing ordinary cultivators to hastily step aside. Was that Zhou Lin from the Tianfu sect? It was said that he was the undisputed prodigy of this generation in the Tianfu sect, having recently entered the initial dust realm. Upon recognizing one of the Tianfu sect disciples, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. As these remarks spread, more gazes fell upon a young man among the Tianfu disciples. He possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a noble demeanor that suggested an indifference to the world around him. Zhou Lin, Nantian City is not like other territories. Do not provoke trouble. In front of these Tianfu disciples, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow and turned to Zhou Lin, offering a stern reminder. Master Gu, I am well aware of my limits, Zhou Lin replied with a clasped fist. The middle-aged man nodded slightly in response. Ever since the Tianfu sect's disciple Qiang Huan had perished in the ancient immortal ruins, the younger generation of the Tianfu sect had been eager to prove themselves. Striving for the position of disciple, Zhou Lin was the most promising disciple of his lineage. For this reason, Gu Yongming had prepared for a long time, traveling thousands of miles to bring Zhou Lin to Nantian City. It was rumored that although the Heavenly Fire Ascendant seldom made appearances, his disciples were equally impressive in the realm of alchemy, should they fail to meet the Heavenly Fire Ascendant. Assistance from them could make acquiring a Gikyo pill a feasible endeavor. After weighing his thoughts for a moment, he gradually led Zhou Lin and the others away, disappearing at the end of the street. Su Chaqing silently withdrew his gaze. Upon seeing the Tianfu sect disciples, his first instinct was to eliminate them. However, after contemplation, he chose to bide his time. The middle-aged man's cultivation level had evidently reached the spirit transformation realm. He was not a match for him at present. Very well. I shall first seek an old friend. I wonder if, after a millennium, he still remembers me. As Su Chaqing spoke, a vision of a young man in white appeared in his mind. He had many friends, yet if this young man in white were mentioned, only one phrase could encapsulate him. Where there is a master, there is a disciple. He was one of the few peers capable of making Su Chaqing retreat a millennium ago. Within Nantian City, the streets were paved with bluestone, and houses stretched endlessly. Perhaps due to the Heavenly Fire Ascendant's overwhelming reputation, many cultivators were drawn here. A glance along the streets revealed numerous shops selling rare treasures, with alchemical pills and magical artifacts in abundance. Many cultivators, aware of their slim chances at acquiring pills, engaged in trading instead. Nantian City had seemingly transformed into a vast marketplace. If Su Chaqing remembered correctly, the so-called opportunity to seek pills required one to first qualify to locate the mysterious alchemy workshop. This step barred the vast majority of visitors. Fortunately, he knew where the workshop was. With unwavering focus, Su Chaqing followed the direction of his memories to a secluded thatched hut within the city. The dwelling appeared quite ordinary, long neglected, and devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. Su Chaqing was not surprised and pushed the door open directly. Creak. Upon entering the dwelling, he waved his hand, gathering a few dry leaves from the courtyard and letting them fall to the ground. The leaves settled in a precise arrangement, soon forming the character Dan, pill. Having completed this, Su Chaqing quietly awaited in place. After an indeterminate amount of time, a gust of wind suddenly swept in, stirring the dry leaves in the courtyard. Instantly, the surroundings began to twist, as if a veil of light was slowly being lifted. The formerly humble dwelling was suddenly filled with spiritual energy, and the yellowed leaves gradually became vibrant with new green, revealing a hidden paradise. In the next moment, the wooden door at the back courtyard creaked open, and a voice filled with surprise followed. I never expected that after so many years, someone would still remember the method of using the character as a token. Come in. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chaqing's previously calm heart stirred with ripples. He inhaled deeply and stepped inside. Inside the room, there was only a stone table and 2 stone stools. A young man sat on the inner stone stool, observing the visitor with great interest. Dressed in white, his eyes seemed to contain the stars, causing anyone who gazed upon him to instinctively avert their eyes, unable to look directly. Upon recognizing Su Chaqing and Appo's face, the young man in white froze momentarily, then abruptly stood up from the stone stool, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight in the world. You, who are you? How do you look exactly like that dead guy? With these words, the earlier aura of depth and power dissipated entirely. Yet, a smile appeared on Su Chaqing's face. It seemed that after a millennium apart, this old friend had hardly changed in any regard aside from his cultivation. Brother Yun, it has been a long time, Su Chaqing remarked with heartfelt nostalgia. The young man in white was momentarily stunned, and in the next breath, he appeared directly in front of Su Chaqing. His handsome features fixed in astonishment. Su Chaqing? You truly are Su Chaqing? No, that is impossible. Weren't you supposed to have died in the ancient immortal ruins? It's been over 1,000 years. Your body should have turned to ash by now. Could it be that I and Appos, been too exhausted from alchemy and am hallucinating? Chapter 23, Enlightenment. The young man in white murmured to himself as his gaze roamed up and down, unabashedly reaching out to ascertain whether the person before him was indeed the one from years past. Su Chaqing's smile froze. He retreated a few steps, speaking solemnly. Yunmengzi, your bad habit has truly remained unchanged. The young man in white laughed heartily, about to respond when a gust of wind stirred outside, accompanied by a voice tinged with reverence. Gu Yongming from the Tianfu sect seeks an audience with the Celestial Fire Master. Not available. The young man in white replied without a moment's thought. Su Chaqing immediately sensed the sudden pause from the direction of the voice, an awkwardness hanging palpably in the air. Unfazed, the young man continued his intense scrutiny of his long-lost friend. In truth, not even Gu Yongming, nor the master of the Tianfu sect himself, would dare overstep boundaries in this presence, for the young man in white was none other than the sole disciple of the Celestial Fire Master. Yunming's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Su Chaqing, uncertainly continuing, Is it truly you, Su Chaqing? After a millennium apart, what has become of your invincible confidence? Su Chaqing responded with playful mockery. Indeed. That is precisely the attitude, the reaction. Yunmengzi chuckled, his astonishment undiminished. Yet he stepped forward to embrace Su Chaqing, joyfully exclaiming, Brother Su, it's been so long. Where have you been all this time? Your cultivation? As he spoke, Yunmengzi seemed to notice Su Chaqing's current state, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Su Chaqing immediately felt an overwhelming consciousness enveloping him. This awareness bore no malice. Yet it was vastly superior to anyone he had previously encountered. In an instant, he felt as if every part of him was laid bare. However, despite Yunming's strength, he could not penetrate the presence of the bronze sword. Brother Su, what on earth has transpired? After observing for a moment, Yunming's expression revealed a mix of regret and astonishment, alongside a hint of concealed murderous intent. As if to say that should Su Changqing's unusual condition be the result of another's actions, he would certainly take vengeance for his brother. This reaction was understandable. In their youth, Su Changqing had been the most admired figure among their peers, both in talent and cultivation. They were rivals, yet more so, kindred spirits. Now, a millennium later, though Yunming's appearance had scarcely changed, he had made great strides, solidifying his essence and becoming a formidable presence. Yet, Su Chaqing remained at the initial stage of cultivation. A complex array of emotions washed over Yunming's, the joy of reuniting overshadowed by this stark disparity. It has been a long time, and fortune often dwells alongside misfortune, Su Chaqing observed, recognizing Yunming's thoughts and shaking his head with a gentle smile. In truth, every time he recalled the events at the ancient immortal ruins, he felt a surreal disconnect, even now that he had emerged, occasionally, in moments of solitude. He would find himself haunted by the desolation of that ethereal realm. Enough of that. I have come to inquire if you possess any return to aperture pills. Su Changqing continued. Of course, I have, Yunming's replied quietly. Upon hearing Su Changqing's words, he understood the purpose of his friend's visit. Yet, for some reason, witnessing the once promising youth now appear so desolate was difficult for Yunming's to accept. To be honest, I had anticipated a good duel with you upon your return from the ancient immortal ruins, Yunming's sighed again. Well, there will be future opportunities, Su Chaqing remarked, instinctively clearing his throat. However, his words elicited evident displeasure from Yunming's. Opportunities? Spare me. I am not one who is accused of bullying the weak. With your current cultivation, I could dispatch you with a mere finger. Though blunt, Yunming's quickly produced a fragrant herbal pill. The coveted return to aperture pill appeared to hold little value in his hand, as he casually tossed it before Su Changqing. Is one sufficient? If not, I have plenty more, he added after a moment's thought. Thank you. Su Changqing, unpretentious, examined the pill briefly before decisively consuming it. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a refreshing essence that coursed through his limbs, flowing towards the spiritual apertures within him. Yunming's raised his head and spoke. The return to aperture pill nourishes the apertures. The moment it is consumed, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy will erupt. You must hold your breath and concentrate. With not a hint of distraction, yet, as he spoke, Su Chaqing had already assimilated the effects of the pill. However, after a lengthy moment, it seemed his spiritual apertures remained unresponsive. The return to aperture pill had sunk into silence. Yunming's suddenly choked, his pupils reflecting fleeting astonishment. Su Changqing's expression mirrored his surprise. He sensed that his spiritual apertures were not completely inert, but the surge of energy was far too weak. Like a stone cast into the sea, it was wholly insufficient to ignite the apertures. After a brief silence, he turned to Yunming's, contemplating before extending his hand. Brother Yun, did you not mention having an abundance of pills? Yunming's face darkened. The return to aperture pill was of considerable value, each crafted with great effort. His earlier boast had merely been an attempt to impress his friend. Yet, having made the claim, he could only feign confidence. After a moment, with the retrieval of a second return to aperture pill, Su Changqing swiftly swallowed it once more. This time, he waited even longer. The outcome remained unchanged. Igniting the apertures proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Su Changqing sighed inwardly and extended his hand again. What manner of creature are you? Though Yunming's expression grew increasingly grim, he procured a third return to aperture pill. In truth, he was now quite curious about how many of these pills it would take to ignite Su Changqing's spiritual apertures. He too wished to witness the limits of his friend's capabilities. Time slipped by. A third, a fourth, a fifth, sixth, until over a dozen return to aperture pills had been consumed by Su Changqing. A flicker of something unusual flashed in his eyes. The second spiritual aperture within him suddenly trembled. Boom! At last, the second spiritual aperture erupted with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, within the confines of the small dwelling, a powerful force of attraction surged forth, akin to a vortex of spiritual energy unleashed, rushing forth like a torrent. Yunming's, sensing this commotion, was immediately struck by intense astonishment. His earlier curiosity transformed into profound shock. With his cultivation and experience, he could not help but gaze fixedly at Su Changqing, as if he had 1,000 unspoken words ready to burst forth. Chapter 24. The Divine Tomb Armor. Alas, it is ultimately a gesture. Having something is better than having nothing. Su Changqing was unaware of Yunming's thoughts. In his heart, he felt a tinge of disappointment and began to console himself. After all, only he knew that his initiation into the realm of opening dust was unlike that of others, transcending fate itself. The ascent through each minor realm was exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, Yunming's was oblivious to Su Changqing's sentiments. Otherwise, he might have spat blood on the spot. The return to the aperture pill was a pinnacle 2-pattern elixir, and for the people outside the Tianfu Gate, acquiring even one was a stroke of fortune. Who would consume them like Su Changqing did with beans? However, you truly are an extraordinary individual. I am somewhat inclined to suppress my cultivation to the initial stage of opening dust and engage in a proper duel with you once more, Yunming's mused. His words ultimately betraying an eagerness to test his mettle. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing repeatedly waved his hands. He was well aware of Yunming's disposition. If this were to occur, losing would be one thing. If he were to win, he would likely find himself saddled with an incessant companion. For instance, a best of 3, a best of 5, or a best of 7. Such arrangements would ensue. By the way, now that you have returned, what are your plans? Yunming's smirked, diverting the topic. Plans? To swiftly reclaim what was once lost, Su Changqing replied, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yunming's hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I have heard about the matters concerning the ancient spirit sect, but at that time, my master was refining a 7-pattern pill and required my protection, leaving me unable to depart from Nantian City. No matter, Su Changqing chuckled softly. I shall resolve my own grievances. Do not underestimate the situation. My master has said that the matters of the ancient spirit sect are not only linked to the great powers of the wilderness state, but also involve the forbidden Sangtian wood and the divine spirit flower. Observing Su Changqing's confidence, Yunming's immediately issued a warning. What exactly is the divine spirit flower? Su Changqing frowned. Lu Shuyu had also mentioned similar things, but her cultivation level restricted her understanding. That Sangtian wood was once the armor of a true deity, Yunming's stated solemnly, that is a genuine divine being. A life form that transcends all existence, only true demons and monsters could compare. In truth, Yunming's himself did not know much about the Sangtian wood, having only heard a few secrets from his master. The so-called divine spirit flower is the condensation of the divine spirit, formed from divine bones and divine essence. It is said that possessing a sufficient quantity of divine spirit flowers could even lead to the recreation of a deity. To speak bluntly, do not take offense. Yunming's said, patting Su Changqing's shoulder in his own way of offering solace. The fate of the ancient spirit sect is not unjust. Su Changqing remained silent. Ahem. Let us not dwell on this. If you require my assistance, feel free to speak. I cannot interfere with the matter of the Sangtian wood. But should anyone bully my brother, I shall not stand idly by. Yunming's understood the reason behind Su Changqing's silence and laughed heartily, attempting to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. The two then reminisced about past events, accompanied by fine wine, recounting their acquaintance from a millennium ago to their present reunion, as memories unfurled in their conversation. After an indeterminate amount of time, amid Su Changqing and Yunming's nostalgic musings, an urgent voice from outside the dwelling interrupted. Gu Changming from Tianfu Gate requests an audience with Master Tianhua. Following a brief silence, Yunming's clicked his tongue in annoyance, turned to Su Changqing with an apologetic expression, and said, unfortunately, the rules set by my master cannot be broken. Shall we meet them together? No need. I have matters to attend to. Let this be the end for today, Su Changqing replied, shaking his head. Just as he intended to take his leave, Yunming's voice called out from behind. By the way, Brother Su, the inheritance of Jiyufeng will open in 3 months. I have heard that the 7 sects of the southern region will be present, and I plan to take a stroll as well. If you wish to elevate your cultivation speedily, it would be a splendid place to go. Thank you. Su Changqing said as his figure vanished, rippling through the air. Upon appearing outside, he immediately noticed the anxious Tianfu Gate members waiting outside. He walked straight out of the courtyard without a sideways glance. Who is he? Why is he at Master Tianhua's residence? Could it be that our rejection at the door was due to this individual? The members of Tianfu Gate also noted Su Changqing, immediately engaging in hushed discussions. Among them, Gu Changming and Zhou Lin discerned that Su Changqing's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of opening dust and exchanged glances that reflected their mutual astonishment, especially Gu Changming, who prided himself on his status and had harbored grievances after waiting outside for so long. If Su Changqing had been a high-ranking individual, it would have been acceptable. But discovering he was merely an unfamiliar youth at the opening dust realm deepened his discontent. However, before he could dwell on it further, as Yunming's words echoed, the expressions on Gu Changming and the others' faces immediately returned to one of respect, and they led Zhou Lin and the others into the dwelling. Yet their pursuit of the elixir was destined to bear no fruit, for the return to the aperture pill that Yunming's possessed was already gone. In Nantian City, Su Changqing took one last glance at the courtyard behind him before turning to meld into the crowd. The 3 major sects and the great powers of the wilderness state. Upon truly grasping the significance of the divine spirit flower, he understood that revenge could not be rushed. It seemed he would not return for the time being. Su Changqing was well aware of what Yunming's referred to as Jiyufeng. It was a secret realm located in the Linyuan territory, opening once every 900 years. And he had unfortunately missed the previous opportunity. Su Changqing's hesitation did not stem from Jiyufeng itself, but from Linyuan. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Linyuan held memories of the past. Unlike Yunming's temperament, the person in his recollections had once shone with unparalleled brilliance, dazzling like a thorny flower. Envied by all peers in the southern region, a millennium had passed, He wondered if her splendor remained unchanged. Su Chaqing exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing his tangled thoughts. Regardless of the differences between that individual and Yunmingzi, obtaining the inheritance of Zhu Yufeng and hastening his ascent in strength was his most pressing concern. With this in mind, Su Chaqing's figure shimmered and he departed from Nantian City. The Linyuan territory was quite distant from Nantian City. Traveling there at the pace of the opening Dust Realm would make it challenging to arrive within 3 months. Thus, after progressing for a while, Su Chaqing decisively altered his course, flying towards the nearest and largest city, known as Tingyu City. The reason for selecting Tingyu City was its allegiance to the Yuyo sect, which housed an ancient teleportation array within. 10 days slipped by swiftly. On one particular morning, Su Chaqing's figure appeared at the outskirts of Tingyu City. Unlike the peculiarities of Nantian City, Tingyu City was a vibrant confluence of both cultivators and mortals, with a rich atmosphere of human life. However, entry into the city required the payment of a certain amount of spirit stones to the disciples guarding the gates of the Yuyo sect. Just as Su Chaqing was about to step forward to pay the spirit stones, his gaze abruptly sharpened, and he swiftly blended into the crowd. The moment he concealed his aura, 2 familiar figures emerged from the throng outside the city, surrounded by a constellation of admirers. Chapter 25, The Departure of Fire. The disciples amidst the bustling crowd, a man and a woman emerged, clad in the robes of the 5 Radiances sect. As they passed by, the onlookers greeted them with respectful and kind smiles. Yao Luoyang and Yao Luoluo wore gentle smiles on their faces, engaging in conversation as they acknowledged those around them. Brother, are we truly heading to the abyss? Of course, our sect wishes for us to broaden our horizons. Besides, our master will be present, so safety is guaranteed. You said the same thing when we last visited the ancient immortal ruins. As they spoke, the siblings entered the city gate under the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving behind whispers of speculation. Sometime later, Su Chaqing slowly stepped out. He glanced at the departing figures of Yao Luoyang and Yao Luoluo and lingered for a moment before choosing to submit his spirit stones and step into Listening Rain City. The teleportation array affiliated with the 5 Radiances sect was located in the heart of the city. It was a vast square array made of blue stone, measuring 100 feet in circumference. From a distance, one could see a constant flow of cultivators, most of whom possessed considerable strength, all qualified to use the teleportation array. Their status esteemed. When Su Chaqing arrived, he happened to witness Yao Luoyang and his sister enveloped by the array. Brilliant azure light surged upward, and a ripple of spatial fluctuation arose, causing the figures within the array, including Yao Luoyang and his sister, to vanish in an instant. Shortly after, another group of cultivators approached, submitting their teleportation spirit stones. Su Chaqing was among the last batch to enter, accompanied by a dozen others, both men and women. Most only cast a cursory glance at Su Chaqing, noting his early-stage dust realm cultivation, before turning their attention elsewhere. The teleportation process proceeded smoothly. As another burst of azure light erupted, Su Chaqing's vision blurred, and when it cleared again, he found himself in a city named Jinkai, a mere 10 days' journey from the abyss. He spent 2 days familiarizing himself with the surroundings before hurriedly heading toward the abyss. During this time, countless cultivators like him arrived through the teleportation. The 9 Hells Peak inheritance occurs once every 900 years. The current abyss is undoubtedly the center of attention. In addition to the 7 major sects of the southern region, several mid-tier sects and cultivation families have also taken notice, eager to seize opportunities and partake in the spoils. Thus, centered around the abyss, undercurrents of competition surged within a radius of 10,000 miles, with open and covert struggles occurring almost incessantly. Even the sky seemed to darken, mirroring the name of the abyss. Time passed swiftly. 7 days later, Su Chaqing finally approached a rugged expanse of barren mountains, lush and boundless. Beyond it lay the abyss, and further ahead, the fabled 9 Hells Peak awaited. At that moment, in the eastern part of the barren mountains, within a valley, the once verdant landscape was stained crimson with blood, transformed into a grim locale, the stench of carnage lingering heavily. Dozens of black-robed cultivators, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats, scoured the corpses for storage bags. If they encountered anyone still clinging to life, they struck them down without hesitation. Among them, a leading figure in black raised a scarlet orb, devouring the bodies whole. The orb glowed ever more brilliantly as it consumed, seemingly surrounded by restless, vengeful spirits. Emanating a terrifying aura, the black-robed figure, with a hint of malice visible beneath his hat, turned to gaze behind him. There, a large iron cage, radiating a ghostly light, floated, containing 2 figures, Yao Luoyang and Yao Luoluo, who had arrived there before him. The siblings appeared pale, their bodies marred by blood, clearly gravely injured. Had it not been for the azure light emanating from them, they would have been indistinguishable from the corpses scattered around. Despite this, trapped within the iron cage, death seemed merely a matter of time. How dare you act with such impunity here? Our master is in the abyss. We can still escape. Yao Luoyang shouted defiantly, stepping in front of Yao Luoluo as he sensed the black-robed man's gaze upon them. The black-robed figure remained unfazed, as did the other black-robed cultivators. Their faces devoid of emotion, showing no reaction to his threat. Despair washed over Yao Luoyang. He had initially thought this journey would merely broaden their horizons, but it had turned out to be far more perilous than the ancient immortal ruins. It was hardly Yao Luoyang's fault, after all. Who could have anticipated that the fire departure cult, which had long since withdrawn from worldly disputes, would suddenly appear in the barren mountains, silently hunting the cultivators of various sects? Yao Luo's thoughts mirrored her brother's, her beautiful eyes cast down, blood still staining her lips. As she exerted all her spirit energy to maintain the azure glow, guardian of the Li, the blood spirit orb is still lacking a bit. The black-robed cultivators paid no heed to the siblings' desperate struggles. One of them stepped forward, respectfully cupping his fists toward the black-robed figure. The black-robed man responded coldly. Just as he was about to approach Yao Luoyang and his sister, a sudden howling sound echoed from the distant sky. Almost instantaneously, the dozens of black-robed cultivators turned their gazes toward their leader. The black-robed figure nodded slightly. The next moment, the group of black-robed cultivators surged forward without hesitation, racing toward the source of the sound. Witnessing this, Yao Luoyang and Yao Luoluo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They were all too aware that with the fire departure cult's actions, the corpses in this place would soon multiply. Meanwhile, as Su Chongqing reached the valley above, his expression abruptly shifted, sensing an overwhelming wave of danger approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated and sidestepped from his position. Almost simultaneously, the collective spells of the dozens of black-robed cultivators struck the area where he had just stood. The deafening roar reverberated through the air. Su Chongqing swiftly retreated, distancing himself by several dozen feet, dissipating the impact of the combined spells. Before he could steady himself, the black-robed cultivators closed in on him again, advancing silently and with lethal intent. Without a word, these black-robed figures, all in the early stages of the dust realm, struck with ruthless precision. Resembling a group of relentless killing machines, each attack aimed at Su Chongqing's life. Madman? Su Chongqing's eyes gleamed coldly. The sudden threat ignited a nameless fury within him. The madness that had been suppressed since returning to the ancient spirit sect surged forth once more. Attacking without cause? Then they all deserve to die? Su Chongqing's expression remained calm. Though he possessed only the cultivation of 2 spirit apertures, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that overwhelmed all early-stage dust realm cultivators. As the black-robed figures closed in, he raised his right hand and swung it forward forcefully. In that motion, no spells manifested, but a gentle breeze swept through. Yet this wind, when it collided with the gusts stirred by the charging black-robed cultivators, transformed into a formidable shockwave. The nearest black-robed cultivators had no time to react, their bodies thrown into chaos as they bled from their orifices, succumbing to death. Even though these black-robed figures had ignited more spirit apertures facing Su Chongqing, who had comprehended the way of the heavens, their spirit apertures trembled instinctively, their minds filled with dread. They could never have anticipated that the seemingly frail youth who had inadvertently stumbled into their trap was, in reality, a force far beyond their comprehension. Chapter 26. The Dawn of the Dust Body. Su Chongqing let out a soft snort. The first step he took brought him instantaneously before a black-clad cultivator. And with a swift gesture, he seized the man. The expression on the face concealed beneath the brim of the hat paled, as he felt an inescapable fate approaching, forcing him to muster his courage and counter with a spell. Yet, all was in vain. Su Chongqing and Apos' right hand descended like lightning upon the man and Apos' head. The terrifying might of the heavenly Tao and Apos' dawn of dust shattered his will and obliterated his flesh. The black-clad cultivator and Apos' eyes widened in horror, unable to comprehend why this youth was far more ruthless than they could ever be. In the next moment, Su Chongqing and Apos' figure flickered like a ghost, reappearing before another black-clad cultivator. He raised his right knee and decisively crashed into the man, turning him into a mist of blood. There were no unnecessary movements. In an instant, another foe was upon him. He extended his right hand and swiftly twisted the man and Apos' neck, shattering it. At that moment, the remaining black-clad cultivators regained their senses and rushed towards Su Chongqing in unison, determined to deny him the opportunity to strike alone. Seeing this, Su Chongqing stomped fiercely on the air. Streams of black flames erupted around him, sweeping outwards like a storm, engulfing the heavens. Numerous cultivators were swallowed by the black fire, their muffled groans silenced, leaving no trace behind. The remaining black-clad cultivators, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt their minds buzz, and their speed faltered for the first time. Out of dozens of black-clad cultivators, only 9 remained. These 9 stared in terror at the youth before them, as if he were not a cultivator but a relentless machine of slaughter like themselves. "Who are you?" One of the black-clad cultivators quivered, voicing what should have been Su Chongqing and Apos' inquiry. Su Chongqing and Apos' hair danced in the absence of wind, confronting the sea of black flames with an eerie and audacious demeanor, especially his cold visage and indifferent eyes, which, in that instant, shook the very souls of all the black-clad cultivators. He offered no reply to the question posed by the black-clad cultivator. In his eyes, the moment they chose to attack, they had already sealed their fate. He lifted his right hand and pointed. The sky of black flames surged into a tempest, resembling a dark river of the underworld, sweeping towards the black-clad cultivators. Even the surrounding valley seemed unable to withstand the intense heat, fracturing and melting under its pressure. The black-clad cultivators and Appos, faces paled, recalling the deaths of their comrades, without hesitation. They began to retreat. Yet, no matter how swiftly they moved, they could not outrun the encroaching black flames. At that moment, within the valley, a black-clad man known as Li Hufa sensed something. He could no longer afford to consider the trapped siblings, Yao Luoyang and Yao Luoluo, as his brows knitted tightly. In the next instant, Li Hufa and Appos' figure soared into the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malice. Li Hufa, save me. My lord, this youth is peculiar. Unlike any ordinary practitioner of the Dawn of Dust. Upon witnessing Li Hufa's arrival, the remaining black-clad cultivators cried out for help. Li Hufa disregarded those engulfed by the black flames, his indifferent gaze fixated on Su Cha-Ching from afar. Under his piercing stare, it felt as though they were being ensnared by a venomous serpent. At that moment, Su Cha-Ching also caught sight of Li Hufa, his gaze sharpening. He reversed his right hand, and after devouring the 9 cultivators, the black flames pivoted sharply, rushing towards Li Hufa. Although Li Hufa appeared to take a slow step forward, his speed was astonishing, stirring the winds of spirit power as if he would break through the black flames and reach Su Cha-Ching in an instant. This was the first time Su Cha-Ching had witnessed someone disregard the black flames. It was a testament to his own insufficient cultivation, for Li Hufa exuded an imposing presence. Clearly at the late stage of the Dawn of Dust. However, this only heightened Su Cha-Ching and Appos' interest. He inhaled deeply, his fighting spirit unwavering, filled with a thrilling exhilaration coursing through his veins. Since the inception of the Heavenly Tao's Dawn of Dust, he had never felt such a surge of bloodlust. As Li Hufa charged forward, Su Cha-Ching transformed into a blur, not retreating but advancing, delivering a punch imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds. This strike sent Su Cha-Ching reeling back 7 paces, while Li Hufa staggered 3. To witness such prowess at the initial stage of the Dawn of Dust was unexpected. It seemed the southern domain still harbored those destined for greatness. Li Hufa chuckled, his gaze beneath the brim of his hat brimming with excitement. Indeed, he was exhilarated. Like a hunter encountering a delectable prey, radiating a palpable madness. With that, his eyes flashed, and he charged at Su Cha-Ching like a bolt of thunder. His speed far surpassed that of the other black-clad cultivators, existing on an entirely different level. To secure a swift resolution, as he lunged, a massive, lurid scorpion shadow appeared behind him, stretching 9 feet in size. This was a manifestation of the Dawn of Dust, only achievable by igniting sufficient spirit channels. The scorpion shadow let out a piercing cry, its terrifying spiritual pressure overwhelming, as if the very force of nature had descended. The surrounding black flames recoiled entirely. Unable to approach even a fraction, Su Cha-Ching felt his internal energy freeze in the face of the scorpion shadow's roar, a horrific tearing sensation radiating through his organs. What a pity, encountering me means your end is nigh. Yet, consider this your fortune, for your blood alone shall suffice to complete the blood spirit pearl. Li Hufa sneered coldly, raising his hand to grasp at Su Cha-Ching. I too possess a body of law. Before Li Hufa could finish his sentence, Su Cha-Ching glanced at the scorpion shadow behind him, interrupting the words. Behind him, a colossal 10-foot body of law coalesced with a thunderous crash. Unlike Li Hufa, Su Cha-Ching and Appos' manifestation of the Dawn of Dust bore his own likeness. Impossible. Though those destined for greatness can condense a body of law in the early stages, it cannot resemble their own appearance. Li Hufa and Appos' expression shifted for the first time, disbelief flooding his eyes. As a guardian of the Lihua sect, he had never encountered a cultivator capable of manifesting their likeness in the early stages of the Dawn of Dust. It was utterly unprecedented. Su Cha-Ching paid no heed to Li Hufa and Appos' astonishment. He slowly raised his right hand, delivering a punch. His body of law mirrored his actions. With a lift of his hand, a fist descended with a resonating boom. The terrifying ripple erupted from the tip of his fist, stirring the surrounding area as if the very essence of spirit power were boiling. Li Hufa and Appos' body of law, under the might of this punch, only endured for 3 breaths before it shattered into a cloud of black mist. Simultaneously, Li Hufa's own body crumbled. In the final moments of his life, astonishment lingered in his eyes, mingled with an indescribable unwillingness. Just then, Su Cha-Ching and Appos' expression shifted as he raised his hand. In the area where Li Hufa had fallen, a crimson bead slowly drifted into his palm. A spirit artifact? No, it resembled more of a treasure. Su Cha-Ching examined it closely for a moment before directing his gaze towards the valley below. He had already discerned that these strange black-clad figures had emerged from there. Since they had declared themselves his enemies, Su Cha-Ching had no qualms about venturing in to see if any remnants remained. As he dashed towards the valley, within it, the iron cage imprisoning Yao Luoyang and Yao Luoluo lost its color upon Li Hufa and Appos' demise, though the siblings were unaware of the events unfolding upon witnessing this scene. They resolved to expend their last vestiges of spirit power to forcibly break free from their prison. However, escaping the cage required time, just as they exerted their utmost efforts. A howling sound echoed once more. It and amp, oppos, s over, it and amp, oppos, s over, they and amp, oppos, reback. Yao Luoyang sensed the anomaly above the valley, despair etched in his eyes. Yao Luo and amp, oppos, s exquisite face turned ashen as well. Chapter 27. The Secret of Ancient Heritage. The wind howled, rippling through the air. Upon entering the valley, Su Chaqing and amp, oppos, s gaze immediately fell upon the siblings Yao Luoyang, who were desperately trying to escape their confinement. At that moment, Yao Luoyang was fervently attempting to break free from their prison, oblivious to the presence of another. In contrast, Yao Luo raised her pale face, and in the instant she looked towards the newcomer, she froze as if struck by lightning. Brother, Yao Luo stammered. Don't call me. Hurry, just a little more. We are so close to breaking this wretched cage. Yao Luoyang ignored her pleas, pouring the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the dimming prison, making it tremble precariously. Brother, no. It and amp, oppos, s not him. Yao Luo rubbed her eyes, speaking again. At that moment, Yao Luoyang seemed to sense his sister and amp, oppos, s unease. He paused, slowly lifting his head. Just a glance. The cold visage, the indifferent eyes, and the bizarrely arrogant figure that seemed to dismiss everything flooded back into Yao Luoyang's mind, shattering the barriers of memory. In the next moment, Yao Luoyang let out a shriek as if he had stepped on a tail. How is this possible? A mysterious rogue cultivator? No, wait. Fellow Taoist, you have returned. Ah, long time no see, Su Chaqing greeted with a smile. Upon seeing the siblings, he too felt a tinge of surprise. However, since they had crossed paths, there was no need to feign ignorance. Hearing that familiar voice from memory, the siblings gasped in unison. They momentarily forgot they were still trapped, their eyes fixated on Su Chaqing, rendered speechless. It was not surprising, in the current southern celestial domain, who did not know of the terrifying reputation of that mysterious rogue cultivator during the battle at the ancient immortal ruins. That was a feat nearly annihilating the three great sects and amp, oppos, prodigies. Had it not been for the many witnesses to Su Chaqing and amp, oppos, demise at the hands of a malevolent entity, the entire southern celestial domain would have been upended. Yet now he was alive. The siblings swallowed hard. They could already envision the cataclysmic upheaval that would ensue if the three great sects learned that the mysterious rogue cultivator from the ancient immortal ruins had emerged unscathed. It's over. Since this person has emerged alive, he must be aware of the rumors in the outside world. He won't silence us, will he? Yao Luoyang and Oppos, S complexion turned ashen, a despair more terrifying than facing a dark-clad cultivator. Yao Luo, unaware of this deeper concern, still exhibited signs of shock. Her chest heaving violently, unable to regain her composure. Su Chaqing noted the shift in the siblings' expressions but chose to disregard it. After greeting them, he lowered his gaze to the blood on the ground. It seemed those cloaked figures were not targeting him specifically, but rather hunting every passing cultivator. Surveying the grim scene around him, he was reminded of the blood-red orb tainted with countless vengeful souls. This unexpected ambush was likely not as straightforward as it appeared. Fellow Taoist, those people, those black-robed cultivators are disciples of the Lihua sect. Yao Luoyang, witnessing the scene, initially intended to inquire about the fate of the Lihua disciples, but, recalling Su Chaqing and amp, oppos, S terror, quickly abandoned that question. Shifting the topic seemed prudent. He hastily continued. The Lihua sect has not been seen for a long time. Their sudden attack on the disciples of our sect must have a reason. Forgive me, fellow Taoist. My master is the elder of the Wuyao sect, Jiang Yichuan. He once stated that the legacy of the Nine Prisons Peak has appeared at 8 locations throughout history, each of which has caused a stir in the southern region. Any cultivator in the dust opening realm may enter under the established rules to seek fortuitous encounters. However, no one has ever been deemed worthy to covet the true legacy deep within Nine Prisons Peak. He elaborated. The ninth entrance, however, is the key. Only when the final ninth entrance opens will cultivators in the southern region qualify to glimpse the true core inheritance. If my calculations are correct, this time at Nine Prisons Peak, it may be the last opportunity. The ninth entrance may very well reveal itself to the world for the first time. The sudden appearance of the Lihua disciples must be intricately connected to the news of the ninth entrance. Yao Luoyang divulged these secrets belonging to the 7 great sects of the southern region, fearing for their lives. Su Chaqing was aware of some of this information. But a millennium had passed, and there were indeed discrepancies from what he knew. Will the ninth entrance truly open? It and amp, oppos. Es no wonder that the ethereal realm of Yunmengs would suddenly remind me of the legacy of Nine Prisons Peak, Su Chaqing mused, his brow furrowing. He pondered for a moment, preparing to speak, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the siblings, who had just broken free from their cage and were cautiously attempting to slip away. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. Fellow Taoist, we siblings saw nothing, know nothing, and are completely unaware. Yao Luoyang was the first to react, trembling as he shook his head vigorously. Yao Luo, sensing her brother and Apos' peculiar behavior, timidly hid behind him, not daring to utter a word. Very well, Su Chaqing nodded. Yao Luoyang was taken aback but soon realized the situation, hastily pulling his sister towards the dense forest, fleeing from that haunted place as if their lives depended on it. Damn it, how could I be so unfortunate? Thankfully, I escaped the last time at the ancient immortal ruins, and now I and Apos evaded another disaster. It was and Apos until they had fled 100 miles from the valley that Yao Luoyang finally dared to exhale deeply, collapsing onto the ground. In the aftermath of their narrow escape, he found himself puzzled, setting aside the ancient immortal ruins, based on his understanding of Su Chaqing and Apos' character. How could such a ruthless cultivator let them go so easily this time? Did he not fear that they would spread the news of his survival? Yao Luoyang couldn't and Apos fathomed that what altered Su Chaqing and Apos' intent to silence them was not the secrets he had revealed, but rather Jiang Yichuan and Apos' apprentice. The methods employed indeed bore a resemblance to his influence. Su Chaqing withdrew his gaze from the direction Yao Luoyang and his sister had departed, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. He had not expected that a former subordinate, that persistent little admirer who had once challenged him, had now become an elder and taken on disciples. As it was the apprentice of an old friend, it would indeed be inappropriate to eliminate them to silence their tongues. Moreover, the siblings were unaware of his true identity, so allowing them to leave posed no significant threat. Just as Su Chaqing intended to depart and continue his journey to Nine Prisons Peak, he suddenly sensed something, swiftly retrieving the blood-red orb from his possession. The orb seemed to respond to an unseen call, emitting a faint voice from within. Legion, the inheritance is about to commence. Only one of the 9 blood spirit orbs remains. Hurry back. Chapter 28. No scripture, only reverence for the divine. Return swiftly. As the indifferent words echoed, the blood-red orbs trembled lightly, as if guided by an unseen force, eager to act. Su Chaqing paused momentarily. After a silence that lasted for approximately 3 breaths, a radiant smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. Setting aside the question of whether the appearance of these Lihua cultists was related to the 9th entrance, he would not easily overlook such an opportunity presented by their inexplicable assault. In the remote outskirts of the desolate ridge, within a vast subterranean cavern adorned with unknown minerals emitting a faint luminescence, the atmosphere was deep and enigmatic. The fluctuations of spiritual energy might not be enough to deter those who dared intrude, yet they were sufficient to briefly disorient them. At this moment, at the deepest part of the cavern, 8 figures clad in black robes sat cross-legged. Each of them possessed cultivation at the late stage of the opening dust realm, with blood-red orbs quietly floating before them, casting a crimson glow that permeated the entire cavern. From a distance, one might observe that these 8 blood spirit orbs seemed to outline a pattern, akin to a formation guiding towards a location in the Lin Yuan realm. However, the formation was indistinct, lacking a crucial piece, Legion and Apos' blood spirit orb. Rest assured, the powerful figures from the southern domain have all set off towards Lin Yuan. It is unlikely anyone would suspect our presence lurking in the lowlands of the desolate ridge. With Legion's prowess, no mishap should occur. Once he refines the blood spirit orb back to its rightful place, the location of the 9th entrance will be confirmed, making it possible to seize the true legacy of the 9 Prison Peak. Our sect has meticulously plotted for a millennium, and success is now within reach. The voices of the few reverberated throughout the vast cavern, their tones cold yet infused with a fervent devotion. Just as these 8 figures engaged in conversation, a sudden surge of intense magical fluctuations erupted from outside the cavern, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries laced with rage and terror. Before the 8 figures could react in shock, the passageway of the cavern collapsed in an instant. They all rose, eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the spot where debris was swirling. There, a figure emerged slowly from the dust. Behind him lay the bodies of the Lihua cultists, casting him in the guise of a harbinger of death, momentarily instilling fear in all 8 black-robed figures. The newcomer was none other than Su Chaqing, who had located this cavern through the resonance of the blood spirit orbs. At last, I have found your stronghold. Su Chaqing raised his gaze to the 8 individuals whose identities and cultivation were comparable to Li Jin and Apos'. Initially, he intended to observe. However, upon searching the soul of a Lihua cultist guarding outside, he discovered that the strongest here was merely of the same cultivation level as Li Jin. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Perhaps to outsiders, such an action might seem reckless, but for Su Chaqing, without any formidable foes of the spirit transformation realm, he could easily crush these individuals, just as he had done against the 3 great sect prodigies in the ruins of the immortal era. Despite being merely at the peak of the chi condensation stage. Who are you? Where is Li Jin? Has he met with an accident? What a waste. A dignified cultivator at the late stage of the opening dust realm, slain by a mere novice at the early stage, and yet this has led to our discovery. In the wake of Su Chaqing's sudden appearance, the initial shock of the 8 figures swiftly transformed into a fierce determination. The glimmer in their eyes, hidden beneath their hoods, was now filled with intense murderous intent. although they could not fathom why a mere early-stage opening dust youth would dare to intrude so boldly. They were more than willing to eradicate him, turning him into another tragic soul for the blood spirit orbs. A smile crept across Su Changqing's face. Without uttering a word, he took a step forward, and a manifestation of the heavenly Taoist opening dust appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that crushed all opponents of the same realm. Those who do not offend me will not be harmed, but those who dare to offend me shall be eradicated without mercy. This is the fate of the chosen by destiny. No wonder Li Jun was no match for such a being. I never imagined a destined cultivator would emerge in this southern domain. As the 8 guardians of the Li Hua cult beheld the manifestation behind Su Changqing, their expressions collectively shifted in horror. Only now did they comprehend why an insignificant early-stage cultivator would dare to venture here alone. Yet, it was too late. In the instant the power of the manifestation erupted, tendrils of black flames surged forth like a tempest, actively sweeping towards the 8 guardians of the Li Hua cult. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, visible strands of white flames also ignited amidst the black flame storm, black and white in concert, embodying the duality of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the 3 closest Li Hua guardians were engulfed by the black and white flames, their muffled groans silenced in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Su Changqing's figure flickered, the manifestation shadowing him like a predatory beast, lunging towards the remaining 5. With a single punch, the magical arts of a Li Hua guardian were effortlessly obliterated, and his body shattered, transforming into a mist of blood. Faced with such a cataclysmic turn of events, the remaining 4 Li Hua guardians turned pale with despair. They had never anticipated that as the powerful figures of the southern domain focused their attention on Lin Yuan, a creature like Su Changqing would emerge to wreak havoc. As another guardian fell to Su Changqing's blade, the last 3 guardians could no longer maintain their composure. They retreated simultaneously, casting their hands in an intricate gesture. Ancient murmurs escaped their lips, obscure and desolate. An eerie aura began to permeate the surroundings. Su Changqing's expression shifted for the first time. Although he could not grasp the specifics of the murmurs, he felt a chill run down his spine. A suffocating sense of heart-stopping dread. It was as if he were confronted by the oppressive weight of an entirely different echelon of existence. This sensation reminded him of the words spoken by Yun Mingze regarding the deity residing within the Tsang Tian Mu's secret realm in the desolate state. Su Changqing's gaze flickered. He surged forth once more, racing towards the 3 Li Hua guardians. He could not allow them to unleash this unheard-of secret technique. At that moment, all 3 Li Hua guardians suddenly spewed blood. Their pupils transformed into a deep golden hue, and behind them, a shadow shrouded in blood mist began to take form. The emergence of this figure instantaneously sapped the vitality from the 3 guardians, causing their forms to wither. As if they had aged a century in an instant, their cultivation levels plummeted from the mid-stages of opening dust to the early stages, and then to the chi condensation realm. In the next instant, the hazy blood-colored figure opened and closed its eyes slowly. An indescribable, ancient power surged forth, enveloping the entire cavern space. For the first time, Su Changqing felt as if he were ensnared, his movement halted mid-air, and his breath quickened. Information about the Li Hua cult flooded his mind. The practitioners of the Li Hua cult referred to themselves as devotees. They do not study scriptures, but instead, they revere the divine. Chapter 29. The 9th entrance among the 7 sects of the southern domain. The Li Hua divine cult is the most enigmatic. This mystery is not merely due to the cult and Apos' rare public appearances, but more so because of the myriad secrets surrounding it. Some have claimed that the Li Hua divine cult is linked to ancient deities, while others assert that its members are divine servants whose existence is devoted to sacrificial rites, ultimately culminating in some grand offering. Yet, all of this remains mere hearsay. Neither the former Guling sect nor the current powers such as Tianjian Mountain and Wuyao sect have been able to truly unveil the truth of the Li Hua divine cult. Having survived a perilous ordeal, Feng Wanze acquired a rare entity known as the Divine Flower from the Celestial Forbidden Zone. It is said that possessing a sufficient quantity of divine flowers could even lead to the resurrection of deities. Behind the 3 major sects lies an unknown force, perhaps even the shadow of other formidable powers. The plight of the Guling sect is not without justification. With the emergence of a blood-colored silhouette, Su Changqing and Apos' mind was flooded with thoughts. He suddenly felt that he had not only grazed the surface of the Li Hua divine cult's mysteries, but had also inadvertently glimpsed a certain truth regarding the upheaval of the Guling sect. However, now was not the time for contemplation. The blood figure opened and closed its eyes, its ancient and weathered life force emanating an overwhelming aura. Any ordinary practitioner of the Kaichen realm, even those at its pinnacle, would likely be shattered under the weight of such life force. The celestial manifestation behind Su Changqing trembled slightly under this pressure. Yet soon, it let out a roar that shattered the confinement. The spiritual pressure belonging to the celestial Tao once again surged forth. Only the celestial manifestation was qualified to contend with this nebulous blood figure. It is important to note that this blood silhouette was merely summoned by the 3 Li Hua protectors through sacrifice. Should it possess a higher level, Su Changqing would be powerless. In the next moment, the blood figure moved. In an instant, it vanished from its original position and appeared before Su Changqing. With a simple punch, a force that struck fear into the hearts of all Kaichen realm practitioners surged forth. Sensing this pure power, a fervent battle intent ignited in Su Cha-Ching and Amp, Apos, eyes, and he responded with a thunderous punch. In the cavern, centered around Su Cha-Ching and the blood figure, the surrounding air seemed to be stripped away, rippling outward and revealing a vast expanse of vacuum. The blood figure paused momentarily before charging at Su Cha-Ching again. It seemed devoid of any techniques, yet its physical prowess was sufficient to obliterate the vast majority of Kai-Chen realm practitioners. Su Cha-Ching and Amp, Apos' arms tingled slightly. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished, pressing forward rather than retreating. In that instant, within the cavern, the two figures clashed like lightning and thunder, their fists and feet creating a cacophony of collisions that resonated incessantly. Su Cha-Ching and Amp, Apos' blood boiled. He felt as though he had returned to 1,000 years ago, competing against peers of the same caliber, a time etched into his very bones, even when slightly at a disadvantage under the blood figure and Amp, Apos' assault. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he refrained from employing any techniques. As another clash erupted, Su Cha-Ching was sent staggering backward, his throat feeling dry as he swallowed blood. Meanwhile, the blood figure seemed to possess boundless strength, showing no signs of fatigue. However, the three legal protectors who had sacrificed themselves to summon it could no longer endure the intense confrontation. Their hair, once dark beneath their hats, turned ashen, their features aging rapidly, and the aura emanating from them began to decay. One of the legal protectors disintegrated like leaves caught in the wind, turning to ash. At the same time, the blood figure became increasingly indistinct. It was, after all, merely a summoned shadow. Understanding this, Su Cha-Ching and Amp, Apos' eyes gleamed with insight as he made another strike. Within the span of a single incense stick and Amp, Apos' burn, the second legal protector and Amp, Apos' body dissipated, rendering the blood figure even more obscure. Half an hour later, as the final legal protector lost its vitality, the blood figure emitted a silent, unwilling howl, fissures appearing across its surface as if it were disintegrating. The oppressive sensation of life force vanished in an instant. Just before its dissolution, the blood figure and Amp, Apos' gaze bored deeply into Su Cha-Ching, as if to imprint this insignificant youth into its very soul. The cavern fell silent once more. Su Cha-Ching exhaled lightly, glancing at the direction of the dissipating blood figure before turning his focus to the 8 blood spirit orbs that floated quietly. An eye for an eye was one aspect. Having learned from Yao Luoyang that the blood spirit orbs were linked to the 9th entrance, he could not let such an opportunity slip by. Was there a missing piece in the formation? Su Cha-Ching scrutinized the situation for a moment before decisively retrieving the final blood spirit orb. With all 9 blood red orbs restored to their rightful places, the formation began to take shape, subtly outlining a pattern. At the center of this pattern lay an unnamed mountain in the realm of Lin Yuan, most likely the final entrance to the inheritance of the 9 Hells Peak. The Lihua divine cult could scarcely imagine that their prolonged scheming would be thwarted by Su Cha-Ching. Nonetheless, this was to be expected. Currently, the attention of the other major sects in the southern domain was concentrated on Lin Yuan, even if a powerful individual stumbled upon this hidden location. With 8 protectors guarding it and the ability to summon the blood figure, only those at the spirit transformation realm would be able to enter and exit unscathed. Yet, Su Cha-Ching was an anomaly. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the Kai-Chen realm, his explosive combat power transcended conventional boundaries. Secretly noting the location of the formation, Su Cha-Ching collected all 9 blood spirit orbs and turned to leave. Time passed swiftly. The desolate ridge remained unchanged, devoid of any further disturbances. The practitioners of the southern domain flocked to Lin Yuan as usual, hastening towards the 8 entrances of the 9 Hells Peak, guarded by the major sections. Meanwhile, in a hidden realm of Lin Yuan, the sky appeared shrouded in a gray mist, reminiscent of endless fog, with the air thick with a nauseating sulfur stench. Upon arriving, Su Cha-Ching's first sight was of the ground littered with bizarre stones and numerous skeletal remains of birds and beasts, long since decayed. If that were all, it would suffice. But he also discerned human bones. Clearly, this place had once been a site of utter desolation. This was precisely why the so-called 9th entrance had never been discovered. Su Cha-Ching fell silent, yet soon chose to plunge into the mist, his figure vanishing in an instant. Following the mist, he journeyed onward for an indeterminate length of time. Before him loomed a massive dead volcano, its base home to an entrance overgrown with weeds, long untouched by human feet. Upon passing through, Su Cha-Ching discovered that within the dead volcano, the molten lava had not dried but flowed underground, sending waves of intense heat crashing over him. As he approached, the previously tranquil lava suddenly rippled with subtle waves, and a profound sense of danger arose, as if some terrifying entity within the lava was coldly observing him. This sensation was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had come, leading Su Cha-Ching to question its reality. In the next moment, a resounding roar echoed as a green altar abruptly emerged from the lava. The molten rock rolled, revealing countless figures seemingly lifting the altar from the depths, both eerie and sacred. Then, a voice, cold and indifferent, resonated within Su Cha-Ching and Apos' mind, reverberating with profound authority. It uttered but 8 words: 9 hell shall awaken. Ancient demons descend. If it had been merely this, it would have been manageable. What Su Cha-Ching was unaware of was that at the very moment the altar appeared, At this moment, across the entire realm of Lin Yuan, 8 locations erupted simultaneously with a thunderous roar, casting the vast expanse of Lin Yuan into darkness in an instant. It was as though the heavens above Lin Yuan had plunged into obscurity. This strange scene immediately stirred up a commotion throughout the southern domain. All cultivators from various sects, whether already present in Lin Yuan or en route, looked up in astonishment, their minds shaken profoundly. What could this possibly be? Even the siblings Yao Woyang, who had distanced themselves from the wild ridge, were among the crowd, startled and bewildered. Almost simultaneously, the 7 major sects of the southern domain reacted without delay. Following them, other sects privy to certain secrets also went into a frenzy, hastily transmitting towards the direction of Lin Yuan. They understood that this was not the designated time for the inheritance to commence. Yet, the myriad of extraordinary phenomena indicated that the inheritance had evidently begun ahead of schedule. The sole reason for this deviation from the established time frame could very well be that the 9th entrance had been discovered. Chapter 30. The stirring of the southern domain. The 9 prisons peak inheritance awakens once every 900 years. According to ancient texts of the southern domain, only when a hidden entrance is discovered does the inheritance commence prematurely, although no one may attain the true legacy during these early awakenings. The ordinary opportunities that arise are considered fortuitous for the cultivators of the southern domain. Thus, when Su Changqing set foot at the 9th entrance, the entire southern domain was set ablaze with excitement. This was a chance to touch upon true fortune. At this very moment, as darkness enveloped the abyss, at the first inheritance entrance, the most crowded locale for representatives from various sects, a stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting figure slowly rose from the peak of the highest mountain. Has the 9th entrance been discovered? Upon her utterance, the space beside her rippled. From within the ripples emerged a young man, none other than Yun Mingze, who had recently arrived in the abyss. Xue Qinshuan remarked, "Was and Oppos, is it inevitable that the 9th entrance would be found? What is there to be surprised about?" Yun Mingze waved dismissively, though he secretly felt a flicker of curiosity. "I and Oppos, we been waiting here for so long. Why has and Oppos, that brat Su Changqing arrived? Surely, he would ignore my advice and forego causing a stir in the abyss? No, that doesn't and Oppos, seem like his style at all." As Yun Mingze pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the exquisite woman beside him, revealing a hint of intrigue. His reason for informing Su Changqing about the 9 prisons peak inheritance was primarily to witness Xue Qinshuan's expression upon encountering him. While others might be unaware, Yun Mingze was acutely aware that despite the woman's comparable cultivation level, she was a venerable ancestor of the abyss. Yet, a millennium ago, she had merely been a little girl trailing behind that young man. Simultaneously, the gathering of sects in the southern domain was equally tumultuous. The Xiang sect swiftly dispatched hundreds of radiant figures towards the second inheritance entrance. Among them, aside from 2 elders at the transformation realm, a young man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on the distance, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was within his grasp. This was Pei Qifeng, the disciple of the Xiang sect. Whoever discovers the 9th entrance, Pei, will claim the greatest inheritance of the 9 prisons peak. His words echoed with the unmistakable aura of someone who had reached the dust opening stage, and the energy he emitted was far from ordinary. Clearly, during his time away from the ancient immortal ruins, the Xiang sect had leveraged its profound heritage to ensure Pei Qifeng's breakthrough to the dust opening stage. Following closely behind Pei Qifeng was Xiang. Though she, too, had reached the dust opening stage, her energy was merely that of an ordinary practitioner at that level. As she gazed at the spirited Pei Qifeng ahead, her beautiful eyes reflected a complex emotion. At the moment the Xiang sect mobilized, the Wuyao sect similarly released hundreds of radiant figures into the air. As the disciple of the Wuyao sect, Chen Hai had also recently stepped into the dust opening stage, sharing the same goal as Pei Qifeng, the greatest inheritance of the 9 prisons peak. Beyond these 2 great sects, the Tianjin mountain sent forth only a solitary young man accompanied by an elder in green robes. This young man bore a serious expression, radiating righteousness, and stood upon an ancient longsword, his cultivation unmistakably at the mid-stage of the dust opening realm. The 9 prisons peak is said to be tied to ancient demons and contradicts our sect's teachings. This journey is not for the sake of accumulating fortune, but to witness the prowess of other sect's disciples, Ding Fan declared resolutely. Rest assured, Master, I am fully aware. Tianjin Mountain, unlike the Xiang sect and others, venerates the sword above all. To them, all opportunities and fortunes are mere external forces. Only through repeated life and death trials can one forge a true sword intent and heart of Tao. As the major sects of the southern domain took action, the 3 emerging sects also stirred. The disciple of the Guiyuan sect appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, possessing a handsome visage. Yet the hidden ferocity in his expression would instill dread in any peer. As he made his way to the 5th inheritance site, even his fellow sect members kept their distance. Among the other 2 sects, Tianfu Gate was visibly disjointed following the demise of Qi Yanghuan in the ancient immortal ruins. Among the talented individuals stepping forth were 3 representatives from the 3 major branches of Tianfu Gate, 2 men and a woman, each at the dust opening stage, all formidable talents, now seizing the opportunity to reclaim the title of disciple. As for the Yinyang Valley, its leader was an elderly woman with a weathered face. Standing behind her was Chang Sunyu, who had previously perished at Su Changqing's hands. The disciple of the Yinyang Valley, now veiled, bore eyes reflecting an interplay of black and white, her cultivation having reached the late stage of dust opening, although it remained uncertain who had discovered the ninth entrance. With the Nine Prisons Peak awakening, countless fortuitous opportunities awaited, where your avatar was slain by a mysterious rogue in the ancient immortal ruins, preventing you from breaking through the dust opening and establishing your destiny foundation. It is now time to rectify the losses of that day. Upon the elder's words, Changsun Yu's beautiful eyes immediately turned cold. It is a pity that person has already perished in the ancient immortal ruins. If not, I would truly wish to personally slay him to avenge that grudge. As the major sects of the southern domain mobilized, the skies above the abyss were filled with radiant figures racing toward the 8 activated entrances. However, at this very moment of inheritance awakening, the enigmatic Lihua divine cult remained shrouded in eerie silence. In truth, the Lihua divine cult was not dormant. At the instant Su Changqing stepped into the ninth entrance, a black-clad youth stood quietly outside a cavern. Master, I have surveyed the area. There are no survivors. It seems the Li Protector and others have perished, reported several black-clad cultivators, half kneeling in reverence, not daring to breathe loudly. How intriguing that such a person exists in the southern domain. The black-clad youth chuckled softly, shaking his head. The gaze beneath his hat, once filled with shock, gradually settled into calmness. Yet beneath this calm lay a suffocating dread for the Lihua followers behind him. This individual, having learned of the ninth entrance, would not simply give up. As he spoke, the black-clad youth turned away from the corpses within the cavern. However, before departing, he issued a final series of commands. I am well acquainted with the cultivators of the southern domain. Guard the entire abyss. If he does not obtain the ultimate inheritance, it is acceptable, but should he succeed, I will personally intervene. Just as the manifestation of divine flowers, the ancient demonic inheritance of the Nine Prisons Peak is something only our sect shall claim. With the winds of change sweeping through, the southern domain trembled. Meanwhile, Su Changqing, the instigator of it all, remained blissfully unaware. He stood within a dormant volcano, cautiously surveying the azure altar that had materialized before him. As the words "when the 9 prisons awaken, ancient demons descend" echoed in his mind. A blue portal manifested at the center of the altar, its opposite side obscured yet emanating an aura as ancient and profound as a forgotten realm. Initially hoping to seize this moment of the 9 Prisons Peak inheritance to reconnect with old acquaintances, it seemed he would have to await another opportunity. After a brief contemplation, Su Changqing discerned no immediate threats and stepped boldly into the 9th entrance. Chapter 31. Who is he? As he stepped through the portal, the envisioned world of inheritance did not materialize. Before Su Changqing lay an expanse of mist. Not only Su Changqing, but any celestial prodigy who dared to tread upon the azure portal found themselves enveloped in this fog. It served as a trial, suggesting that only by piercing through the veil could one genuinely enter the 9 Hells Peak and earn the right to its legacy. Gazing into the surrounding mist, Su Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. He felt no sense of impending danger. Just as he resolved to proceed further, his body suddenly halted. Before him, the mist began to roil, revealing a scene. The image was none other than the ancient spirit sect from Su Changqing's memories. Above the sect, countless battle vessels floated, banners flapping in the wind, as innumerable figures of cultivators surged toward the gates of the ancient spirit sect. Among them, Su Changqing spotted Lu Shuao. His little junior sister appeared quite young at that moment, her silver teeth clenched as she fought valiantly, her garments stained with blood, her face pale and pitiful. What is this? Su Changqing's pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. For he not only saw Lu Shuao but also a warm-hearted middle-aged man. The instant that familiar visage emerged, it struck Su Changqing's soul like a thunderclap. Master! His eyes instantly reddened. For within the scene, that towering middle-aged man was none other than Feng Wanzi. At this moment, Feng Wanzi was besieged by countless figures. These attackers were none other than the formidable members of the 3 great sects, the Return to Origin sect, the Yinyang Valley, and the Heavenly Mansion. Fight! 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 The ancient spirit sect may fall, but it shall not be dishonored. Today, you 3 sects covet the divine flower and dare to plot against our sect master. You shall face retribution in due time. Feng Wanzi bellowed, charging toward the powerful figures of the 3 sects as resolutely as ever. Yet, a lone tree cannot withstand the storm. Following closely were more cultivators from the ancient spirit sect, each familiar face from Su Changqing's memory perishing one by one at the hands of the remaining powerful members of the 3 sections. This slaughter, marked by overwhelming numbers and cultivation levels, unfolded like a massacre. The remaining members of the ancient spirit sect, witnessing their comrades' deaths, trembled, their eyes reddening as they emitted low growls. Yet their attempts to break through only hastened their demise. Feng Wanzi, seeing the tragic state of his disciples, trembled uncontrollably, spitting blood as he let out a sorrowful laugh. The powerful figures of the 3 sects wore cruel smiles as they continued to reap the lives of the ancient spirit sect's members. Senior brother, where are you? I miss you so much, Lu Shuao cried, collapsing amidst the panicked crowd, her eyes fixed on the bloody scenes. The agony of watching her friends, colleagues, mentor, and loved ones perish while she stood powerless tore at her heart, her cries resonating with indescribable sorrow. The sky seemed to turn crimson, and the earth was submerged in blood. even though Su Cha-ching realized from the very first moment he beheld this scene that it was some sort of illusion. The imminent death of his master and Lu Shuyao's helplessness rendered him unable to maintain his composure. It felt as though past pains and regrets had descended upon him in this bizarre manner, entrapping him once more in the ancient ruins, where he could do nothing but watch. Not only Su Cha-ching, but any cultivator who entered the portal, Pei Chi-feng, Xiang, Chen Hai, Chang Sun-yu, Ding Fan, and others, saw different images within the mist, yet all depicted scenes they least wished to confront. This was the first trial of the Nine Hells Peaks inheritance, the trial of the heart. For those with resolute will, this trial posed no difficulty. If one bore no attachments in their heart, it was equally manageable. However, for those with emotions, the visions presented by the mist could lead to confusion, ensnaring them in their past, unable to escape their lifelong nightmares. Meanwhile, at the other 8 entrances in the Limbo realm, throngs of cultivators from various sects had gathered. Their gazes were fixed upon the azure altars at each entrance, where each portal emitted a bluish glow, displaying images of the world within the Nine Hells Peak. Yet, due to the obstruction of the mist, no figure had yet emerged from the Nine Hells Peak. The inheritance of the Nine Hells Peak was unlike any other, perceptible even to those outside. Although the specific processes were obscured, one could sense certain aspects. Thus, the various sects of the southern domain were aware of the mist's nature. For millennia, the trial of the heart had remained as piercing as ever. This time, it seemed that 90% of the prodigies would be ensnared within the illusory mist. It remained uncertain who would be the first to break free and truly enter the Nine Hells Peak. In the eyes of the elder, the Sword Mountains, revered for its swordsmanship, should be the first to emerge from the mist, as they regarded all worldly matters with disdain. The cultivators from the southern domain, gathered at the 8 entrances, engaged in fervent discussions while gazing at the temporarily vacant world of the Nine Hells Peak. The Sword Mountain is strong, but the Yin-Yang Valley is no weakling either. Upon hearing the elder's firm assertion, a cultivator from the Yin-Yang Valley immediately rebutted. His words elicited a chorus of murmurs. Nonsense. Du Qian, the disciple of our return to origin sect, will undoubtedly be the first to emerge from the mist and appear in the Nine Hells Peak. Uninformed. You know not the prowess of the Taoist of the Ziyang sect. It is said that Pei Chi-feng has already cultivated the secret method of the purple chi from the east to minor success after the earth rift opened. The trial of the heart is nothing to fear, as the true prodigies of the southern domain had already entered the Nine Hells Peak through the 8 entrances. The remaining cultivators outside were a mixed lot, including scattered practitioners and those unqualified to compete for opportunities. Among them, some found themselves at the same entrance, unwilling to concede to one another, and began to argue among themselves. In contrast, the elders from the Yin-Yang Valley, the Sword Mountain, and the return to origin sect remained exceptionally calm. Of course, the most relaxed among them was at the entrance of the first portal, Yunmingzi. Alas, even if Su Cha-ching were to arrive at this moment, it would already be too late. The competition among the sects has commenced. He sighed, glancing at the stunning woman beside him. Yunmingzi, you've been acting peculiarly since earlier. Given your temperament, you should have little interest in the inheritance of the Nine Hells Peak. Why the sudden enthusiasm? Clearing his throat, Yunmingzi chuckled, deftly diverting the topic. Well, when the time comes, you will naturally know. By the way, you reside in the Limbo realm and are quite familiar with the Nine Hells Peak. Who do you think will be the first among the southern domain's prodigies to truly set foot in the Nine Hells Peak? The trial of the heart has no relation to cultivation. Without much thought, Shui Qianxuan withdrew her gaze and began to analyze. From what I see, only the Sword Mountain and the return to origin sect have the qualifications to be the first to emerge. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden uproar erupted outside the first entrance. Before the altar, a figure slowly emerged within the azure glow. Due to the influence of the Nine Hells Peak, the countenance of this youth remained obscured, yet his demeanor and aura unmistakably did not belong to any great sect of the southern domain. Yunmingzi sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon that silhouette. It was akin to the first time he beheld Su Cha-ching in Nanan City, his mouth agape in disbelief. Who is he? Shui Qianxuan failed to notice the change in her friend's expression. At this moment, her gaze also fell upon the Nine Abyss Peak, her beautiful eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Though the specifics were difficult to discern, through the ethereal green glow, Shui Qianxuan could still sense a peculiar familiarity emanating from the youth who appeared on Nine Abyss Peak. Chapter 32. The Artificial Vision. Who is he? The same question arose in the minds of every practitioner from the southern domain as the first figure emerged from the mist of the Nine Hells Peak, causing an uproar. The elder from the Yin-Yang Valley, the old man in the green robe from the Sky Sword Mountain, the guardian ancestor of the Guiyuan sect, and other formidable figures all furrowed their brows in surprise. No one anticipated that the first to step out of the haze would be a youth exuding an unfamiliar aura. If anyone could discern his identity through his demeanor, it would be Yunmingzi, who had only recently encountered Su Cha-ching. How could this be? I have probed every entrance with my spiritual awareness. Could it be that this boy entered through the 9th entrance? Truly worthy of his reputation. Even after a millennium of solitude, he remains astonishing. Yunmingzi took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, as he turned to look at the slightly frowning Shui Qianxuan. His eyes shone with heightened anticipation and a hint of wicked amusement. Unbeknownst to Su Cha-ching, the outside world could observe the scenes within the Nine Hells Peak. Upon stepping out of the mist, his gaze fell to the ground, as if he were still immersed in the sights and sounds of the fog. Was he questioning his own heart with the regrets of the past? Su Chaqing chuckled at himself. Were it not for a millennium of isolation that had rendered his heart as cold as stone, he might have found it difficult to escape that illusion. The past is ultimately the past. All he could do was cherish the present. With a sigh, Su Chaqing slowly raised his head to survey his surroundings. Before him stretched a vast mountain range, seemingly endless. Among the undulating peaks, there were 9 mountains, each taller than the last. The final one appearing to connect heaven and earth, resembling some grand staircase. He found himself standing at the periphery of the first step, at the pinnacle of that staircase. Atop the highest 9th peak, floated a colossal azure altar. Throughout history, no one had ever truly ascended to the 9th peak or set foot upon this azure altar. The inheritance of the 9 hells accepts only one. Here, there are no rules, regardless of the means, whether by cleverness or the power of sects. The first to reach the altar shall obtain the inheritance. If no one ascends the 9th peak within 3 months, the inheritance will extinguish, awaiting the next opening for re-entry. Once more, the ancient, indifferent voice echoed in Su Chaqing's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped onto the first peak in earnest. The instant he set foot upon the peak, the world before him transformed dramatically. It felt as though he had entered a small world, with ruins hidden beneath withered grass, collapsed lofts, and decayed jade railings, all enveloped in a profound silence. More importantly, the concentration of spiritual energy here was indescribable, creating an illusion of ethereal mist. Su Chaqing inhaled deeply, and immediately, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed towards him. In mere moments, he felt a slight tremor within his cultivation. What terrifying spiritual energy! Even in this brief time, it has stirred my spiritual orifice. If I could cultivate here for a while, igniting the 3rd spiritual orifice wouldn't be difficult. Su Chaqing's spirit lifted. No wonder the sects of the southern domain flocked to the inheritance of the 9 hells peak, setting aside other opportunities. The richness of the spiritual energy at the first peak alone could rival that of certain miraculous elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to advance further but to explore the first peak for now. As time passed, half a day slipped by, and Su Chaqing's brow began to furrow. He realized that the first peak resembled a former sect's location, with some areas still revealing patches of decayed spiritual herbs. At that moment, while Su Chaqing delved deeper into the first peak, practitioners from the southern domain gazed at the azure glow emanating from the entrance. They noted that the figure who first emerged from the mist seemed directionless, lingering at the first peak, prompting another wave of chatter. The one to emerge first from the illusion must possess considerable cultivation, yet he appeared ignorant of the rules of the 9 hells peak. While the first peak posed no dangers, countless geniuses from various sects had explored it repeatedly, and opportunities had dwindled. The so-called richness of spiritual energy had its limits for those in the opening dust realm, making it difficult to significantly enhance their cultivation. To attain greater fortune, one must ascend to higher peaks. He was merely wasting time. Indeed, this youth must be a rogue cultivator, likely drawn in by the 9th entrance, which had caused the inheritance to activate prematurely. As the outside world buzzed with discussion, the second figure stepped forth from the mist. Upon seeing this figure, the old man in green from the Sky Sword Mountain's eyes flickered with recognition. The person was none other than Ding Fan from their sect. Though not the first to emerge from the illusion, he had not lingered long, demonstrating clarity of heart. The old man held a quiet hope. Shortly after, Chang Sunyu from Yinyang Valley and Du Qian from Guiyuan sect appeared outside the first peak, followed by Pei Chi Feng from Ziyang sect and Chen Hai from Wuya sect. Lastly, 3 individuals from Tianfu Gate emerged. Meanwhile, the overwhelming majority of disciples from various sects, including Xia Ying, found themselves hindered by the mist illusion. Even those who managed to enter lagged far behind Ding Fan and the others. Nevertheless, without exception, these talented individuals from the major sects did not linger upon emerging from the illusion. They hurried directly towards the point where the first and second peaks connected. Observing this scene, the formidable figures who had previously regarded Su Chaqing with caution and hostility now scoffed. Their attention shifted away, focusing on their own disciples instead. Su Chaqing's unexpected appearance had initially startled the ancestors of various sects, but it was evident he had already lost the advantage and posed no threat. The only ones still fixated on Su Chaqing were the furrowed-browed Xue Qianquan and the quietly murmuring Yun Mingze. What does this young man intend to do? Just as the thought crossed their minds, Su Chaqing's figure was seen seated cross-legged within the depths of a collapsed grand hall on the first peak. For other geniuses in the opening dust realm, the absorption of spiritual energy had its limits. However, Su Chaqing was different. His body seemed like an endless abyss, instantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy at an astonishing pace, causing the mist of spiritual energy to form tidal waves, swirling into a massive vortex. It was as if a drop of water fell into a boiling pot of oil. Centered around Su Chaqing, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-foot radius roared, inciting a tumult among the more distant spiritual energies. The commotion was so great that it resonated with all the spiritual energy of the first peak, causing it to howl and spiral upwards. Except for Ding Fan, Chang Sunyu, and Du Qian, who had already entered the second peak, the remaining disciples of major sects, left behind, were instantly shaken. They sensed the chaotic spiritual energy around them, exchanging glances filled with astonishment that quickly transformed into anticipation. Such an astonishing phenomenon. Could it be that the first peak still harbors undiscovered opportunities? With this thought, nearly half of those disciples, who had already lost hope in vying for the core inheritance, turned and made their way towards Su Changqing's location. Chapter 33. The naked kill. Unbeknownst to Su Changqing, external affairs unfolded around him. Although he was unaware of why the spiritual energy was so dense on the first prison peak, he recognized that this opportunity was fleeting. He was exerting every effort to absorb the spiritual energy. From a distance, a mist of spiritual energy gathered frantically around him, forming a vast ocean of spiritual essence under the moonlight. The ruins beneath his feet appeared as a forbidden zone of spiritual power, shrouded in mystery. Over there, an urgent voice echoed from afar. The first to arrive were 5 disciples from the Guiyuan sect, 3 men and 2 women, all at the initial stage of the opening dust realm. What a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy. Could there truly be a spiritual treasure manifesting? Impossible. The Guiyuan sect has thoroughly explored every inch of the first prison peak before each transmission event. This should be nothing more than a collapsed attic, devoid of any anomalies. Could the 9th prison peak be shrouded in mystery? It is not unusual for our sect's records to be incomplete. The 5 disciples exchanged glances, and before they could spread out to encircle the area, a whistling sound reached their ears as several others approached rapidly from the distance. Soon, streaks of light soared through the air, and they could faintly discern that dozens of figures were rushing toward them, all hailing from various esteemed sections. None paid heed to the earlier arrivals from the Guiyuan sect. These individuals hovered in midair, their eyes fixed intently on the vast ocean of spiritual energy above the ruins, where Su Changqing stood. Intriguing. Such a grand spectacle. Haha, it seems that Feng has struck fortune, now that Zhou Mo and the others have entered the 2nd prison peak. This opportunity belongs to the Xiang sect. He Yanzhong shall claim it. At this moment, 2 individuals who had reached the mid-stage of the opening dust realm spoke up, both being among the strongest of those gathered. Within 3 breaths, all of you must disperse from this area or face dire consequences. Following He Yinzhong's proclamation, a woman sharply chastised them. Upon seeing her, the expressions of the other disciples shifted, save for Feng Yin and He Yinzhong. The newcomer was Cheng Jing from the Tianfu sect, one of the 3 prodigies eligible to compete for the position of the new Daozi after Qi Yongwan's demise. Damn it, Cheng Jing has come too. Why isn't she at the 2nd prison peak? As the 3 mid-stage prodigies voiced their intentions, the initial 5 disciples from the Guiyuan sect instinctively began to retreat. Before long, 7 or 8 of them bitterly smiled and turned to leave. The remaining prodigies, though distancing themselves, did not truly depart, lingering nearby with hopes of seizing an opportunity. A bunch of useless fools. Fellow Taoists, allow me to discern the nature of this treasure. Feng Yin sneered, disregarding the others' thoughts, and decisively surged toward the vortex of spiritual energy. There's no need for that. He Yinzhong replied, following suit. Cheng Jing, with a mocking glint in her eyes, was about to step forward when, suddenly, the ocean of spiritual energy above the ruins emitted a resonating hum and unleashed a terrifying force of attraction. The speed was so swift that the ocean transformed into a whirlpool, which continued to contract. In the blink of an eye, the once massive ocean of spiritual energy dissipated. All gazes finally settled upon Su Changqing above the ruins. Who is this person? Why has the anomaly vanished? No, I sense no aura of any treasure. Feng Yan, He Yinzhong, and Cheng Jing were all momentarily stunned. Nearby disciples were equally bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances. Damn it, could it be that he has already claimed the treasure? Feng Yin was the first to react, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent as he lunged towards Su Changqing. It was evident that if Su Changqing failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, Feng Yin would not hesitate to kill him for his soul. Neither He Yinzhong nor Cheng Jing intervened. As Feng Yin closed in on Su Changqing, the latter slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the 3rd and 4th spiritual apertures within him ignited. Amidst the fervent surge of spiritual energy, the barrier of the 5th aperture trembled precariously. Though this breakthrough was unprecedented, Su Changqing could distinctly sense that the surrounding density of spiritual energy was gradually diminishing. It appeared that igniting the 5th aperture was no longer feasible. With a quiet sigh, Su Changqing raised his gaze to Feng Yan, who was now mere steps away. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, Feng Yan's mind was struck as if by thunder, causing his more than 30 ignited spiritual apertures to tremble in reverence. It was difficult to fathom the terror that would ensue when Su Changqing ignited his 5th aperture, 6th, or even the 101st, how it would utterly overwhelm any practitioner in the opening dust realm. Perhaps, at that point, transcending into the spirit transformation realm would not be beyond reach. This was the way of the heavenly Tao in the opening dust. Su Changqing pondered as he swiftly raised his right hand, seizing Feng Yin by the throat and squeezing with force. Feng Yin's eyes bulged in disbelief, his neck shattered. Feng Yin is dead just like that? He Yinzhong's scalp prickled at the sight, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. I will take my leave. Cheng Jing's expression turned grave as she began to retreat. What a jest. Feng Yin, at the mid-stage of the opening dust realm, was crushed like a chick. Surely, few among the sect's prodigies could achieve such a feat. Leave? Su Changqing's expression remained unchanged. He had observed the murderous intent in their eyes. It was too late for them to escape. In a flash, Su Changqing dashed toward the fleeing figures. He Yinzhong screamed in terror and raised his hand to cast a spell. Yet, his resistance appeared trivial before Su Changqing. As Su Changqing flashed past him, He Yinzhong's pupils dilated, and he dropped lifelessly from the air. Simultaneously, Su Changqing approached Cheng Jing without uttering a word, placing his hand upon her forehead. Memories of the ninth prison peak began to surface in her mind. However, as more information unfolded, a furious, ancient voice echoed in her consciousness. Who dares to search the soul of a prodigy from the Tianfu sect? Seek death. An indescribable force of consciousness erupted, charging towards Su Changqing like a tempest, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Su Changqing furrowed his brow, conjuring a wall of white flames before him as he retreated swiftly. Boom! The incandescent barrier shattered under the onslaught of the consciousness. Fortunately, this terrifying force was but a fragment. After another furious roar, it dissipated in reluctant defeat. A pity. Su Changqing mused as he crushed Cheng Jing's lifeless head, then turned his gaze to the others nearby. The deaths of Cheng Jing and the others had instilled terror in the encircling disciples. Before Su Changqing could survey the scene, those disciples scattered like birds from a startled flock. Each prison peak held challenges, and throughout history, none had breached even the 8th prison peak, let alone the 9th. Reflecting on the scattered memories within Cheng Jing's mind, Su Changqing pressed on, making his way toward the 2nd prison peak. Unbeknownst to him, the events transpiring within the 9 Hells Peak were interrupted by the soul-searching process. While the external world could not discern the specifics, it could sense fragments of the unfolding drama. Many individuals had their attention fixated on the disciples such as Ding Fan, Du Qian, and Chang Sunyu, who had already entered the 2nd and even the 3rd Hell Peaks. However, the tragic demise of Cheng Jing and the soul-searching that ensued did not escape the watchful eyes of several cultivators stationed outside the 8 entrances. Chapter 34, Long Time No See, the 7th entrance. The disciples of the Tianfu sect, belonging to the lineage of Cheng Jing, watched in horror as the young man who emerged first from the mist took Cheng Jing's life. Their minds erupted in chaos, and regardless of who this boy was, the elder vowed that he would meet a fate worse than death. Particularly, the guardians of Cheng Jing displayed disbelief, fixating on the indistinct figure of Su Changqing. Their reactions drew the attention of many to the demise of Cheng Jing. In less than half a day, the 5th entrance, the 3rd entrance, and all the cultivators from the southern region were in an uproar. It was evident that Cheng Jing's death would incite the wrath of the Tianfu sect. Perhaps the only ones who could momentarily revel in this were the disciples of the other 2 lineages of the Tianfu sect. They exchanged glances, seemingly envisioning an infinite future for their own faction. In Cheng Jing's memories, the first 3 prison peaks were indistinguishable, littered with crumbling ruins. Most of the opportunities within had already been thoroughly explored by the major sects of the southern region. Only upon reaching the 4th prison peak would they encounter obstacles. However, the spiritual energy in the 2nd and 3rd prison peaks was no less abundant than that of the 1st. Upon discovering this, Su Changqing deliberately slowed his pace. Once the majority of cultivators ventured to challenge the 4th prison peak, he replicated his strategy, lingering in the 2nd and 3rd prison peaks to absorb spiritual energy. Although a few unwise cultivators from the southern region ventured to investigate, those who harbored ill intentions inevitably became corpses. His spiritual channels were ignited to a staggering 11. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing's figure appeared at the edge of the 4th prison peak, where hundreds of cultivators from various sects had gathered, engaged in fervent discussions. Each person encountered an alternate version of themselves within the mist, with identical techniques and cultivation levels. This trial is excessively bizarre. Among so many of us, merely a handful have succeeded. As these words spread, a patch of mist reminiscent of the initial encounter at the 9 prison peaks loomed not far away. Amidst the swirling gusts, silhouettes began to ascend the 4th prison peak. Su Changqing's brief appearance did not garner much attention. He dashed into the mist like an ordinary challenger. With a thunderous roar, the fog churned violently, gradually coalescing into a long-haired youth who bore an exact resemblance to Su Changqing. Defeat me, and you may enter the 4th prison peak. Su Changqing spoke coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As soon as the words left his lips, the doppelganger raised a fist and struck downwards. The mist erupted with a deafening roar, retreating rapidly. Intriguing. Su Changqing's gaze flickered. This self before him was also at the initial stage of the opening dust realm. Yet the aura it emanated was sufficient to rival that of the mid to late stages of the realm. However, in comparison to him, it was still significantly weaker. Clearly, while the 9th prison peak was enigmatic, it could not genuinely replicate the essence of the heavenly path of opening dust. Su Changqing unleashed a punch in return. Before he could get close, the mist surrounding Su Changqing was instantly torn apart, causing it to spew blood and collapse as its form disintegrated. The misty world shattered. As clarity returned, Su Changqing found himself at the 4th prison peak. The 4th prison peak was smaller, allowing him to see at a glance the mist barrier that spanned across the entrance to the 5th prison peak. The structures here were considerably more intact, despite their dilapidation. Many still bore discernible outlines. From some seemingly grand halls, waves of magical fluctuations could be felt, indicating that individuals were vying for their respective fortunes. Su Cha-ching surveyed his surroundings. Just as he intended to approach the fifth prison peak, a sharp voice rang out from within a nearby crumbling hall. Ho Chang, how dare you? Those who possess the 9-aperture pill know that I fear nothing. As the dialogue unfolded, a torrent of spiritual pressure erupted from the gaping hole above the hall, stirring up clouds of dust. Su Cha-ching paused, contemplating for a moment before striding towards the source of the voice. Simultaneously, within the ruined hall, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce chase. The pursuer was a man clad in the robes of the Ziyang sect, his eyes glinting with malice and derision. Every strike he delivered was merciless. The one fleeing was none other than Jiaying, a disciple of the Ziyang sect. Ho Chang, there are other opportunities here. Why are you fixated on me? Jiaying's escape was marked by blood trickling from her lips, her complexion pale. She had exhausted all means to reach the 4th prison peak, hoping to discover fortuitous encounters to elevate her cultivation. Little did she expect that upon finding a sealed alchemical furnace, she would encounter Ho Chang, who was at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the opening dust realm. Jiaying's beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness and despair. She had considered other options. But within the 9 prison peaks, facing opportunities capable of altering one's destiny, there was no room for camaraderie, only a life-or-death competition prevailed. Ho Chang sneered, his attacks growing even more ruthless. He pointed with his hand, and a flying sword shot forth, multiplying in midair into dozens, resembling a sword serpent that lunged toward Jiaying. At that moment, Jiaying was utterly exhausted, unable to evade, forced to watch as the sword serpent descended. Just as the situation grew dire, the sword serpent suddenly vibrated violently, as if encountering an invisible barrier. Each flying sword freezing just inches away from Jiaying before shattering into fragments. Jiaying was momentarily stunned, but quickly turned to see the newcomer. Upon recognizing Su Cha-ching, her eyes widened in shock, her mind exploding in disbelief. Who? Ho Chang also reacted, following Jiaying's gaze. Entering the hall, Su Cha-ching paid no heed to Ho Chang's astonishment and simply greeted Jiaying. Long time no see. Jiaying remained frozen in place, seemingly unable to regain her composure. Her eyes still wide with shock, her thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, Ho Chang's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and the flying swords once again surged towards Su Cha-ching. A mere boy at the initial stage of opening dust dares to meddle. You seek your own demise. Annoying. Su Cha-ching furrowed his brow, raising a hand to sweep away the onslaught of swords. As the torrent of blades retracted, a wisp of black flame surged forth like a dark dragon, engulfing Ho Chang's figure in an instant. He then stood before Jiaying. Thank you. No need. Jiaying began to express her gratitude, but Su Cha-ching interrupted, slowly extending his right hand. Where is the 9-aperture pill? A lengthy silence followed. Su Cha-ching's brow furrowed once more as he reiterated his question. The reason he chose to intervene was not only due to the familiar voice he heard, but also because he had heard of the 9-aperture pill. It was a potent elixir beneficial for those in the opening dust realm, and unlike the returning aperture pill, once perfected, it would undoubtedly possess 3 or more patterns. This was the very purpose of Su Cha-ching's arrival. As for saving someone, that was merely incidental. Should Jiaying refuse to part with the 9-aperture pill, he would not mind saving her once for free. Chapter 35, Luo Fei, Zhou Mo. When it comes to understanding Su Cha-ching's current demeanor, Jiaying undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. After Su Cha-ching spoke for the second time, she bitterly retrieved the Jukieo Dan from her Qiankuan ring, a token that had brought her peril. A desolate smile graced her lips. I never expected you not only to survive the ruins of the immortal ancients, but also to dare venture into the 9 prisons peak. You must know that those outside can witness everything that transpires here. What did you say? Su Cha-ching paused, momentarily taken aback. Do you truly not know? Jiaying, having recovered from her shock, cast a reluctant glance at the Jukieo Dan before continuing. The 8 entrances can conjure hazy scenes of the interior of 9 prisons peak. Our every move, including who ascends the 9th prison peak first, will be immediately noticed. However, since 9 prisons peak is ultimately a place of inheritance, outsiders cannot discern who exactly is involved. Moreover, the ancestors of each sect will likely only pay attention to the prodigies among us. Someone like me will not attract deliberate scrutiny. The bitterness in Jiaying's eyes deepened as she spoke the last sentence. If it were not for this, how would Ho Chang dare to act against me so brazenly? Can they really see everything? Su Cha-ching failed to grasp the hidden meaning in Jiaying's words. He gazed upward thoughtfully, as if establishing a silent connection with the southern domain cultivators who were observing him from afar. With your cultivation, you shouldn't be here. If I am not mistaken, the prodigies of each sect have already breached the 5th and 6th prison peaks, perhaps even further. You must understand that from the 4th prison peak onward, with each step taken, the opportunities within multiply exponentially. While Jiaying continued to speak, Su Cha-ching had already stowed away the Jukieo Dan and turned to walk away. Jiaying's heart grew increasingly complicated. After much hesitation, she finally posed a question she had long wished to ask since the ruins of the immortal ancients. Senior, you will know when the time comes, was Su Cha-ching's curt reply. With that, his figure burst forth from the grand hall, disappearing from Jiaying's view. Taking a deep breath, Jiaying seemed to arrive at a resolution. A newfound determination gleamed in her beautiful eyes as she chose to turn and depart from the 4th prison peak. At the edge of the fourth prison peak, amidst the fog, only a few dozen cultivators were qualified to reach this point, their faces unfamiliar. Su Chaqing initially intended to absorb the spiritual energy of the fourth prison peak before advancing further. However, after hearing Jie Ying's words, he abandoned that notion. For Nine Prisons Peak, the spiritual energy was merely an ordinary opportunity. To forsake the chance at inheritance for the sake of this energy would be a small loss for a greater gain. Taking a deep breath, Su Chaqing strode directly into the mist of the fourth prison peak, his figure vanishing in an instant. His entrance immediately drew the attention of several individuals. Who is this person? To have reached this point at the early stage of the opening dust realm is already a miracle. Yet he dares to attempt the fifth prison peak? Whispers arose, and it was no surprise that the disciples of various sects spoke thus. After all, most who had reached this stage were already at the mid-stage of the opening dust realm. As for ascending the fifth prison peak, only 11 individuals had accomplished this since the inception of the Nine Prisons Peak's inheritance. All 11 were, without exception, either the prodigies of major sects or rare geniuses of the opening dust realm. As Su Chaqing entered the fog-laden world of the fourth prison peak, he was met once again by another version of himself. If it had only been this, the trial would not have been sufficient to deter the majority of Southern Domain prodigies. What truly plunged the disciples into despair was that this time, there were two Su Chaqings. Although both replicas were still at the early stage of the opening dust realm, they had ignited 11 spiritual apertures, matching Su Chaqing's own elevated realm. Defeat me, and you may enter the fifth prison peak. The same words echoed as the two Su Chaqings charged toward him. No wonder the world says that the inheritance of Nine Prisons Peak is exceedingly difficult, Su Chaqing murmured. And this is merely the trial of the fifth prison peak. If I breach the sixth or seventh prison peak, I might have to confront 3, 4, or even 5 or 6 versions of myself at the same cultivation level. However, as long as Nine Prisons Peak cannot replicate the heavenly Tao of opening dust, then these so-called obstacles shall no longer pose a challenge. A glimmer of determination shone in Su Chaqing's eyes. As his heavenly Tao avatar manifested, it unleashed a terrifying spiritual pressure, descending upon the two Su Chaqings with overwhelming force. As waves of astonishing energy erupted, the mist twisted and churned. Before long, the world within Su Chaqing's vision shattered. At that moment, he stood upon the fifth prison peak. Simultaneously, outside at the 8 entrances, thousands of cultivators gathered, their attention riveted on the unfolding scenes within the azure glow, buzzing with murmurs of astonishment. That unfamiliar youth has breached the fifth prison peak so swiftly? The fact that he could slay Qing Jing made his ascent to the fifth prison peak both shocking and yet understandable. The question remained as to how far he could go. As time elapsed, the inheritance of Nine Prisons Peak had already reached its latter stages. Apart from those from the Tianfu sect, such as Qing Jing's faction, and some cultivators who doubted Su Chaqing's identity, the majority of gazes were fixated on a few individuals at the forefront. Their identities had been recognized by their respective ancestors. To everyone's surprise, the one who had progressed the furthest in this inheritance was actually Du Qian from the Guiyuan sect. Rumors spoke of his heavy killing intent and relentless methods, making it unsurprising that he could traverse the misty world and ascend to the seventh prison peak. Yet, whether Du Qian would ultimately secure the inheritance remained uncertain. Presently, he was the most promising candidate. It would be premature to draw conclusions, as Ding Fan of Tianjin Mountain and Chang Sun Yu of Yinyang Valley closely followed. Pei Chi Feng of Ziyang sect and Chen Hai of Wuyao sect had also reached the sixth prison peak. The Tianfu sect, despite being one of the 7 sects of the southern domain, had suffered the tragic loss of their prodigy in the ruins of the immortal ancients. Although their foundation remained, the younger generation had evidently fallen behind, still languishing at the fifth prison peak. It seemed peculiar that they, who stood shoulder to shoulder with prodigies, should be so weak. Such discussions frequently echoed at the 8 entrances. Upon hearing these comments, the protector of the Guiyuan sect smiled, while the elderly from Yinyang Valley and the blue-robed elder from Tianjin Mountain remained silent. The Tianfu sect, however, was different. While the elders from Qing Jing's faction exuded hostility, the elders from the other 2 factions bore smiles. In truth, some among these 2 factions harbored a modicum of gratitude towards Su Chaqing. Luo Fei and Zhou Mo, realizing that their chances for inheritance were slim, understood that as long as this journey provided sufficient opportunities, they could earn the respect of their sect's ancestors. Becoming prodigies would not be in vain. Just as the elders were lost in thought, Su Chaqing's figure appeared, prompting Luo Fei and Zhou Mo, who remained stationed at the fifth prison peak, to slowly turn toward him. Another has breached the mist? How intriguing. Now that Du Qian and the others have ventured further, we may find it difficult to catch up. Yet within the fifth prison peak, we reign supreme. Regardless of who arrives, if they harbor intentions of seizing opportunities, they shall meet their end. As these words were spoken, several corpses could be faintly seen beneath their feet. Remnants of those southern domain prodigies who had previously ascended to the fifth prison peak. This was precisely why Luo Fei and Zhou Mo had refrained from pursuing the sixth prison peak. They desired to monopolize all the fortunes of the fifth prison peak. Chapter 36. Despair at the Tianfu Gate due to the comparatively smaller size of the fifth abyss peak. As soon as Su Chaqing set foot upon it, he immediately sensed 2 menacing gazes fixed upon him. His eyes flickered as he beheld the lifeless bodies beneath the feet of Luo Fei and Zhou Mo. and he understood their intentions all too well. It was indeed a clever ruse. Su Cha-ching murmured to himself as he approached the two. The others who had just entered the fifth abyss peak were visibly startled at our presence, some retreating back to the fourth abyss peak. This individual is rather intriguing. Hee. Either he is a naive newcomer unafraid of danger, or simply too innocent. Luo Fei and Zhou Mo exchanged glances, both recognizing the mockery in each other's eyes. No practitioner capable of ascending to the fifth abyss peak could be deemed weak. Yet, these two possessed the cultivation to challenge the sixth abyss peak. Their stay here was solely to seize the opportunities that the fifth abyss peak presented. Fellow cultivator, will you choose to withdraw, or become a lifeless corpse beneath our feet? I shall grant you 3 breaths to decide. Luo Fei spoke first. However, before he could finish his last word, an intense murderous intent erupted in his eyes. For Su Cha-ching exhibited complete disregard for Luo Fei's threat, advancing toward them while continuously surveying his surroundings. Seeking death. Before Luo Fei could act, Zhou Mo had already launched an attack, overwhelming in its ferocity. This was to be expected. In the current realm of the 9 abyss peaks, those stronger than the two of them had long since advanced further. Although Su Cha-ching appeared somewhat different from other practitioners at the initial opening dust stage in their eyes, he was merely that. As for the onlookers from the outside, they could only see the true pride of the Tianfu Gate. Provided they were not facing individuals of equal standing such as Du Qian or Cha Sunyu, why would they care about the opinions of others? I did not seek out the disciples of the 3 major sects. They have come to me instead. Upon witnessing Zhou Mo's strike, Su Cha-ching slowly retracted his gaze from the surroundings and vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was within mere inches of Zhou Mo. What? Zhou Mo's expression changed dramatically as he hastily raised his hand to form a seal. A dark shadow materialized behind him, resembling a malevolent spirit from the netherworld. Its maw wide open as it lunged towards Su Cha-ching with ferocious intent. Boom! The shadow swiftly engulfed Su Cha-ching's figure, creating a ripple of spiritual energy. A hint of a smile curled at Zhou Mo's lips. Yet, before he could make his next move, an urgent voice from Luo Fei rang out nearby. Be careful. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Cha-ching burst forth from the spiritual energy's ripple, unscathed, and with lightning speed, he seized Zhou Mo by the throat. Zhou Mo and Appos, as face turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes reflecting fear and disbelief. In the next moment, the oppressive force of the Taoist opening dust surged forth, shattering his internal organs completely. You dare! Luo Fei bellowed, his teeth gritted in fury. Unlike his competitive relationship with Chang Jing, he and Zhou Mo had grown up together. Both friends and rivals. Seeing Zhou Mo perish at Su Cha-ching's hands ignited an immediate outburst of rage from Luo Fei. Long spears of spiritual energy coalesced, launching towards Su Cha-ching from all directions. Behind him, a phantom descended, a blurred figure clad in armor, brandishing a long spear that tore through the turbulent spiritual energy as it hurtled towards Su Cha-ching. The might of this strike was comparable to that of a typical practitioner at the late stage of opening dust. Su Cha-ching flung Zhou Mo's body aside, using it as a shield against the oncoming spears, while simultaneously pointing like a sword, delivering a swift and lethal strike. At the moment of impact, an explosive wave of spiritual energy erupted. Luo Fei let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his phantom retreated several feet. With an air of composure, Su Cha-ching raised his hand once more. The second sword, the third sword, piercing rays of sword light unleashed a cacophony of deadly sounds, vanishing from Luo Fei and Appos' form. The phantom behind Luo Fei crumbled into nothingness, along with his body, both reduced to lifeless remnants, vitality extinguished. Without sparing a glance at the fallen Zhou Mo and Luo Fei, Su Cha-ching turned and walked towards the misty barrier leading to the sixth abyss peak. Almost simultaneously with Luo Fei's demise, an eerie silence descended upon the 8 entrances from the outside world. Then, all the practitioners from the southern region who had witnessed the unfolding events within the fifth abyss peak erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, especially those from the other factions of the Tianfu Gate. Aware of Su Cha-ching's formidable prowess, their expressions froze upon seeing Luo Fei and Zhou Mo attacking him. At that moment, witnessing the annihilation of their hopes by this unfamiliar youth sent shockwaves through their minds, their eyes reddening with disbelief. If Chang Jing's death had merely incited anger among her sect, then the deaths of Luo Fei and Zhou Mo signified a definitive rupture between their younger generation and the other great sections. The entire Tianfu Gate was engulfed in fury, and messages swiftly spread. This boy must die. At all costs, before the conclusion of the 9 Abyss Peaks inheritance, locate the 9th entrance. Regardless of his identity, I will ensure he finds no escape. Meanwhile, the other sects in the southern region also cast glances filled with intrigue. Though shocked, they were more inclined to observe the unfolding drama. The 3 aspiring disciples of the Tianfu Gate had been slain by a single individual, despite having existed for several centuries. The Tianfu Gate had never faced such disgrace. Yet, one could not say it was entirely unprecedented. Had they forgotten that not long ago, their disciple had also been slain in the ancient immortal ruins? That is not comparable. The mysterious loose cultivator from the ancient immortal ruins is now dead, while the youth from the 9 Abyss Peaks is still very much alive and advancing through the 6th Abyss Peak. As the southern region sects were shaken by the deaths of the 3 aspiring disciples from the Tianfu Gate at the first entrance, Yun Mingze gave Su Changqing's retreating figure a thumbs up. Well done. What? Xue Qianchuan queried, puzzled. Nothing. I simply enjoy the commotion. Look. The southern region is about to experience a great upheaval. Yun Mingze chuckled heartily, offering no direct response. Xue Qianchuan, well acquainted with Yun Mingze's character, did not find his reaction surprising. What of the commotion? The southern region could never return to the era of a millennium ago, when prodigies flourished. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her beautiful eyes. Yun Mingze couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly scoffing. The era of flourishing prodigies? Wasn't that a time when one individual dictated the entire prosperous age, leaving all the gifted to merely look up in awe? Moreover, the one you reminisce about is undoubtedly that very individual, is it not? While the outside world buzzed with excitement, Su Changqing could vaguely sense the stirrings. Yet, he remained indifferent. What he truly anticipated was discovering the limits of his own potential. If the misty barriers were incapable of conjuring a manifestation of the Taoist opening dust, ascending to the ninth abyss peak seemed less formidable than he had imagined. Su Changqing gazed at the three Su Changqings before him, a smile spreading across his face. He stepped forward, and his phantom surged forth, racing towards the trio of Su Changqings, as Su Changqing ventured into the misty realm of the sixth abyss peak. Within the sixth abyss peak, Pei Qifeng and Chen Hai exchanged worried glances. Before them stood Chang Sanyu, who had also been stranded in the sixth abyss peak after her latest foray into the misty realm. Brother Chen, I am feeling quite distressed. Brother Pei, I feel the same. The two waited in vain for a response, their smiles tinged with helplessness. It was of little consequence if Ding Fan succeeded, after all. His heart was clear as a sword, and his future was boundless. Chang Sanyu had not only survived the ancient immortal ruins but seemed to have grown even stronger. Chen Hai sighed quietly before continuing, Du Qian, Ding Fan, and Chang Sanyu have all advanced ahead of us. Do not be disheartened, at the very least. Among those who have ventured into the Nine Abyss Peak, apart from those three individuals, the two of us have journeyed the farthest. Just as Pei Qifeng was about to utter some words of comfort, a sudden awareness seemed to dawn upon him, and he turned to gaze at the misty barrier of the fifth abyss peak behind them. Chen Hai's mind jolted, and he followed Pei Qifeng's gaze. The mist surged and spread forth, and in the instant he discerned the features of the approaching figure. Pei Qifeng instinctively rubbed his eyes, then stood frozen in place. Mouth agape. Chen Hai felt a resonating thrum in his mind, as if his heart had momentarily faltered in its rhythm. Chapter 37 The Final Trial. What in the world? Brother Pei, did you see that? Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, Su Changqing had already spotted the two familiar faces from afar. He greeted them with a smile and then approached the mist barrier outside the sixth prison peak. It wasn't until Su Changqing brushed past Chen Hai and Pei Qifeng that they trembled in unison, seemingly snapping back to reality, and let out a startled cry, instinctively retreating. Fellow Taoist, you are still alive? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I witnessed with my own eyes that you were swallowed by the demonic king that day. Seeing is not always believing, Su Changqing remarked with amusement, observing their reactions. Shortly thereafter, he vanished into the mist barrier of the sixth prison peak. Brother Chen, slap me. I suspect I am so exhausted that I am experiencing some sort of illusion. I was just about to ask you to slap me. Chen Hai stammered, then suddenly gasped as a thought struck him. If the three great sects discover you're still alive, the southern region might just undergo a seismic shift. After a prolonged moment, Su Changqing's figure, alongside Chang Sanyu and Ding Fan, completely dissipated into the sixth prison peak. Pei Qifeng and Chen Hai, however, were not surprised. In their memories, the individual they recalled wouldn't be strange if he couldn't reach the seventh prison peak. In stark contrast to the reactions of these two, the 8 entrances in the outside world buzzed with activity as Su Changqing passed by the sixth prison peak, choosing to ascend to the seventh prison peak, igniting an unprecedented commotion. Their expressions reflected shock and disbelief. In just half an incense stick's time, this individual had ascended the sixth prison peak. What was even more astonishing was that he didn't pause for rest, but proceeded directly to the seventh prison peak. Before him were only Du Qian from the Guiyuan sect, Ding Fan from the Tianjin mountain, and Chang Sanyu from the Yinyang valley. If this person could maintain such ease, even if he ultimately failed to obtain the inheritance of the 9 prisons, he would certainly make a name for himself in the southern region. As the clamor continued, the protectors of the Guiyuan sect, the elder from the Yinyang valley, and the old man in blue from the Tianjin mountain all furrowed their brows. With Su Changqing's effortless ascent to the sixth prison peak, they felt for the first time a hint of threat regarding this inheritance. What is his true origin? I refuse to believe this youth is of ordinary lineage. With all the major sects of the southern region present, could he possibly be the enigmatic leader of the Lihua sect? The elders of the Tianfu Gate exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a desire to eliminate Su Changqing out of frustration. Yet as time passed and Su Changqing continued to advance, uncertainty flickered in their eyes. If Su Changqing was indeed the leader of the Lihua sect, then regardless of having killed Luo Fei and the others, the Tianfu Gate would have no choice but to turn a blind eye to his actions. This was the stark reality. While the outside world buzzed with excitement over Su Changqing's rapid ascent to the sixth prison peak, he was focused on the 4 avatars that appeared before him. Slowly taking a step forward, the challenges presented by the mist barrier increased exponentially each time. His Tao of Heaven, once unable to be replicated, now became a unique opportunity. In yet another half an incense stick's time, Su Cha-ching arrived at the 7th prison peak and immediately spotted two figures seated a short distance away, Ding Fan from Tianjin Mountain and Chang Sunyu from Yinong Valley. Du Qian from the Guiyuan sect was absent, clearly ascending to the 8th prison peak, just a step away from the final inheritance. Another has breached the mist. I wonder if it is Pei Chi Feng or Chen Hai. Sensing something unusual behind him, Ding Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked towards Su Cha-ching. Upon realizing the newcomer was an unfamiliar face, he paused momentarily before quickly recovering, nodding in acknowledgement with a friendly smile, regardless of who it was. Reaching this stage meant they were already among the elite of the younger generation in the southern region. As for Chang Sunyu, upon catching sight of Su Cha-ching's face, she sprang to her feet. The intense shock radiating from her beautiful eyes caused a brief disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy. You are still alive. Her voice was filled with a mix of disbelief and bitterness. Although she echoed sentiments similar to those of Pei Chi Feng and the others, it was evident that she quickly suppressed her astonishment. Moreover, as memories of the events in the ancient immortal ruins flooded back, an extraordinary battle intent surged within her gaze. I knew it. How could a prodigy like you easily perish in the ancient immortal ruins? Su Cha-ching was genuinely surprised to encounter Chang Sunyu, whom he had previously defeated. Nevertheless, since fate had brought them together again, he harbored no objections to eliminating her once more. Ding Fan seemed to sense the tension between the two. He glanced between Chang Sunyu and Su Cha-ching, contemplating whether to intervene when suddenly, the entire 7th prison peak trembled violently. In the next moment, the mist howled as a distant, ancient voice echoed from an unknown realm. Someone has ascended to the 8th prison peak. The final trial has begun. This declaration resonated across the 9 prison peaks, clearly audible to everyone, including Pei Chi Feng and Chen Hai on the 6th prison peak, as well as those on the 4th and 3rd prison peaks. At the 7th prison peak, Ding Fan's expression shifted slightly. He ceased speaking and dashed into the mist barrier. He did not care who would ultimately receive the inheritance. He was only concerned that if the inheritance were to cease, he would struggle to find such excellent avatars to cultivate his sword heart. Chang Sunyu's face also showed hesitation. After pausing for a moment, she cast a fierce glance at Su Cha-ching before resolutely turning away. In her heart, if Su Cha-ching had survived the ancient immortal ruins, she would eventually have the opportunity to confront him and avenge her past grievances. However, the inheritance was singular. If it fell into Du Qian's hands, her master would surely be profoundly disappointed in her. Su Cha-ching held a similar sentiment. Sooner or later, he would pay a visit to the 3 major sections. The final trial, you say? Su Cha-ching pondered briefly before stepping into the mist barrier. Unsurprisingly, the challenge at the 7th prison peak consisted of 5 identical avatars of himself. As for Ding Fan and Chang Sunyu, he was unaware of their fates. Upon arriving at the 8th prison peak, for the first time, his mind wavered. Between the 8th prison peak and the ultimate 9th prison peak, there was no mist barrier, only an ancient staircase extending into the heavens. At the end of the staircase, where the azure altar lay, hovered a colossal black vertical pupil, reminiscent of an ancient being that loomed over the sky, silently observing this realm. Du Qian from the Guiyuan sect was currently laboriously ascending the staircase under the gaze of the vertical pupil, slowly drawing closer to the final altar. Chapter 38. The Proud Ones Compete. Do you even qualify? The ancestor once proclaimed that the 9 hell peaks would test one's mettle through avatars of equal cultivation. Thus, I have refined my physique to its utmost limit, condensing malevolent energy into pearls, allowing me to ascend the 8th hell peak, fulfilling all the requirements of the legacy. Du Qian murmured. He was immediately aware of Su Cha-ching's arrival. Yet, Du Qian remained unfazed, lifting his gaze towards the distant black vertical pupil, persisting through the sweat pouring from his forehead. He was less than 1,000 feet from the final altar. Su Cha-ching withdrew his gaze, thoughtfully stepping forward. As he set foot on the staircase, he felt as if that enormous pupil was fixated on him, akin to a deity or demon gazing down from above, coldly indifferent. An ancient roar echoed in his ears, followed by an overwhelming pressure that sought to suppress all living beings. In an instant, Su Cha-ching stifled a groan, his body trembling as if bearing an immense weight. A flicker of excitement glimmered in his eyes, amidst the terrifying pressure. The spiritual orifices within him buzzed as he moved forward step by step. Shortly after Su Cha-ching ascended the staircase, Ding Fan and Chang Sunyu emerged from the mist barrier. One after the other, both appeared quite disheveled, their bodies marred with wounds and blood trickling from their lips. Clearly, the sudden onset of the trial to ascend the 8th hell peak was no trivial matter for them. Is this the eye of the ancient demon spoken of by the ancestor? Ding Fan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head with a rueful smile. He chose to sit cross-legged, harnessing the rich spiritual energy of the place to hastily heal his injuries. Is this the final trial? Chang Sunyu gritted her teeth, lifting her gaze to sweep over Su Cha-ching before finally fixing it on Du Qian at the forefront. Ignoring her injuries, she charged towards the staircase. The moment she set foot on it, the terrifying pressure descended, causing her complexion to change drastically as her figure was sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief and unwillingness. Impossible. I've already reached the late stage of the opening dust realm, and even condensed the foundation of the earthly deficiency path. How could this be? As if a thought struck her, Chang Sunyu suddenly gazed toward the two ahead. Could they both be? The moment this notion took root, her mind erupted in chaos, and her aura seemed to wither. Her speculation was not unfounded. The reason no one had ever obtained the legacy of the 9 Hell Peaks was precisely because only those of the fated opening Dust Realm were qualified to tread upon the final steps. Su Cha-Ching goes without saying. Duqian of the Guiyuan sect had also evidently condensed the foundation of destiny. At this moment, outside at the 8 entrances, tens of thousands of cultivators from the southern domain were already buzzing with excitement. Their gazes converged on Duqian and Su Cha-Ching. All eyes were on them. The legacy of the 9 Hell Peaks, the inheritance of the ancient demon, is destined to be mine, Duqian. As the crowd roared, Duqian, revered as the one of fate, paid no heed to the latecomers. He was merely 900 feet from the altar, the legacy of the 9 hells within his grasp. Just as Duqian took another step, he suddenly sensed something and glanced back with his peripheral vision. With a single glance, his mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the same shock that Chang Sunyu had felt. Su Cha-Ching had somehow approached within 100 feet of him. If that were the case, it was no matter. What truly caught Duqian's attention was that Su Cha-Ching's speed showed no sign of waning. Step by step, almost within a mere dozen breaths, he had already reached Duqian's side. From the Guiyuan sect? Su Cha-Ching frowned slightly, casting a glance at the incredulous Duqian before continuing to advance within 900 feet. This sense of ease and composure ignited Duqian's pride as the one of fate. The storm of malevolent energy swirling around him surged as. The moment Su Cha-Ching surpassed him, he too took a step forward. In the next moment, Duqian's figure once again surpassed Su Cha-Ching, and as he did so, a cold and haughty glint flashed in his eyes as he bit down on his tongue. At that moment, he had reached 800 feet. Almost as his foot touched the ground, an astonishing pressure that made Duqian's heart race swept over him. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his body trembled, threatening to collapse. Yet, he stood firm. Duqian endured the relentless pressure and turned to face Su Cha-Ching, perhaps stung by Su Cha-Ching's disregard. A hint of dominance and provocation gleamed in his eyes. In this contest of prodigies from the southern domain, I, Duqian, cannot lose to any of my peers. This was an innate arrogance, a disdain for the peers of the southern domain, stemming from being one of fate. Competing prodigies? Su Cha-Ching paused. Then he smiled. The pressure in this place was formidable. While it appeared that Su Cha-Ching walked with ease, it had indeed drained much of his mental energy. However, he did not mind tempering Duqian's pride. After all, Duqian was the last hope of the Guiyuan sect, was he not? Su Cha-Ching took another step forward. This step seemed light and did not stir any ripples, yet his figure instantly appeared at 800 feet. Not more, not less, exactly 1 foot ahead of Duqian. How about we compare and see who can go further? A more composed voice echoed as Su Cha-Ching spoke without looking back. Upon witnessing Su Cha-Ching's actions, Duqian was momentarily shaken, but soon burst into laughter and frustration. Since the beginning of his cultivation, no prodigy from the southern domain had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Duqian roared, responding to Su Cha-Ching with action as his own avatar materialized explosively, taking on his very likeness. The avatar of destiny. Seeing this scene, Chang Sunyu, who had long suspected, felt her beautiful eyes dim. Ding Fan's expression also shifted. Under the gaze of all, Duqian's body shot forward, racing ahead. As Duqian surged ahead, Su Cha-Ching stepped forward again, their figures drawing closer to the altar, one behind the other. When Duqian reached 700 feet, Su Cha-Ching stood at 699 feet, still a foot ahead. The pressure here contained an ancient essence, reaching a terrifying level. Duqian's body began to tremble slightly, and his avatar of destiny was distorting amid its cries. What, can't keep up? Su Cha-Ching maintained his composure, halting his advance and turning to concernedly inquire. I am Duqian, the Dao child of the Guiyuan sect, one of fate. Duqian's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. He shouted loudly, unleashing his full cultivation as he took another step. Yet, this distance of 700 feet loomed like an insurmountable chasm before him, even with bloodshot eyes. Pushing his cultivation to the limit, he could only advance inch by inch within this span. Just a little more, just a fraction more. Duqian's heart screamed in madness, his body trembling more violently, veins bulging on his forehead. At this level, does he even qualify to compete with me? Su Cha-Ching sighed and shook his head. He could see that Duqian had reached his limit. Such a contest felt too juvenile to Su Cha-Ching. Were it not for Duqian's provocation, he would not have taken the initiative to disrupt his resolve. With his final words, Su Cha-Ching ceased to hold back. The 11 spiritual orifices within him buzzed in unison, and in an instant, he surpassed Duqian, surging into within 600 feet. It is not over yet. Duqian will not be defeated by anyone. As Duqian watched Su Cha-Ching's figure recede further away, his eyes turned crimson, fueled by a fervent obsession and madness. As he roared and lifted his foot once more. However, this seemingly simple action caused his body to stagger, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Collapsing as if struck by lightning, Duqian's face was etched with despair and unwillingness. He knew he had been defeated. Staring at this scene, Chang Sunyu was left dumbfounded. While Ding Fan gasped for breath, the multitude of cultivators from the southern region gathered at the 8 entrances erupted in astonishment, their tumultuous voices resonating like thunder. Yet, Duqian's downfall was merely the beginning. Su Cha-Ching's figure did not falter for a moment due to his opponent's inability to endure. At this instant, He was drawing ever closer to the azure altar, 500 zhang for 100 zhang. Upon reaching 300 zhang, suddenly, the black vertical pupil in the heavens stirred. Its gaze shifting from a diffuse spread to a focused lock on Su Cha-ching. The ancient and profound pressure converged upon him in that fleeting moment. Overwhelming as if to compel all things into submission. For the first time, Su Cha-ching's entire being trembled. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes as the embodiment of the Tao descended behind him, unleashing a silent roar towards the void's black vertical pupil. Boom, an intangible collision. Like a vast ocean surging in all directions, Su Cha-ching felt as though he had been struck hard, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet at that moment, he had crossed within 300 zhang and continued to advance swiftly 200 zhang, 100 zhang, until, amidst the astonished gazes of all southern region cultivators focused on the inheritance of the Nine Prisons Peak, a resonant thud echoed, Su Cha-ching firmly stood upon the azure altar. Chapter 39, The Inheritance of the Ancient Demon in the Stillness of the World. An uproar erupted. No one anticipated that the legacy of the Nine Hells Peak would fall into the hands of an unfamiliar youth. As Su Cha-ching stood upon the altar, the astonishment he evoked rivaled the commotion surrounding the ancient immortal ruins and the complete annihilation of the three great sections. In the heavens above, a black vertical pupil loomed ominously. On the altar, while the outside world was in turmoil, Su Cha-ching's gaze was fixed upon a black crystal, the size of a fist, suspended in midair. To be precise, it was an eye. It appeared as if the celestial vertical pupil had been reflected in this black orb. Which was the true essence of the ancient demon's eye? Was this the fabled eye of the ancient demon? Su Cha-ching exhaled a deep breath and reached out for the black orb. As his fingers grazed the ancient demon's eye, a tremor coursed through his mind. As if a thunderous roar reverberated within. This roar seemed to echo the passage of millennia, imbued with an indomitable spirit that shook the heavens. It was arrogant, flamboyant, and utterly unrestrained. In a moment of daze, Su Cha-ching glimpsed an unforgettable vision. It was a vast expanse of starry sky, boundless and infinite, where a colossal silhouette stood majestically above a resplendent river of stars. Before this figure, countless stars appeared as mere grains of sand. Suddenly, the image flickered. The towering figure let out a furious roar, shaking the heavens, causing stars to burst and the river of stars to roll back. At that instant, a chaotic and indistinct hand emerged from the depths of the unknown cosmos, eclipsing the light and completely enveloping the figure as a whisper echoed through the starry void. Ancient demon Bai Fong, I have sought you for ages, so this is where you have hidden. In the next moment, the vision in Su Cha-ching's eyes shattered. He realized that his right hand had unknowingly grasped the ancient demon's eye. Before he could gather his thoughts, the eye trembled, transforming into wisps of dark mist that surged into his mouth and nose, ultimately condensing once more at the center of his brow. Su Cha-ching could distinctly feel that every inch of his body was undergoing subtle changes, as if some remarkable body-tempering technique was incessantly restructuring him. Although Su Cha-ching's physique was already formidable, he now perceived that what was previously deemed body-tempering paled in comparison to this reorganization, akin to a child's fragility. A vague understanding dawned upon Su Cha-ching. The Nine Hells Peak was, in fact, the lingering legacy of a long-deceased ancient demon, a memory left for future generations. However, the inheritance was incomplete, containing only the methods for refining the body. He pondered how long the first physical reorganization would take under the ancient demon's legacy. Suddenly, the entire altar trembled violently. The spiritual energy from the ninth Hell Peak, the eighth Hell Peak, and even the first Hell Peak surged towards Su Cha-ching simultaneously, creating a mist that obscured the sky and coalesced into a colossal vortex. At the center of this overwhelming spiritual energy stood Su Cha-ching. Under this indescribable torrent of spiritual energy, the speed of his physical reorganization accelerated, and his internal spiritual acupoints ignited one after another at a pace visible to the naked eye. Su Cha-ching promptly closed his eyes. As his body continued to transform, his heartbeat gradually slowed, as if he were entering a state akin to death. This astonishing spectacle caused the expressions of Du Qian, Chang Sunyu, and others to drastically change. They fixated on the indistinct silhouette on the altar, their hearts consumed by resentment and jealousy, yet powerless to act. With the emergence of the successor, the Nine Hells Peaks had begun to exhibit a repulsive force. No matter who you are, as long as you remain in the southern region, I, Du Qian, will make you regret seizing my fortune. Du Qian gritted his teeth and declared. Moments later, his figure gradually dissipated in resentment, reappearing at the fourth entrance. I am grateful you survived the ancient immortal ruins, for only then can I personally take your head. Chang Sunyu similarly spoke, as if attempting to etch Su Cha-ching's image into her very soul. Su Cha-ching was indeed formidable, yet her secret technique had yet to reach its full potential. If perfected, the heavenly mandate would not be beyond her grasp. This was also why Chang Sunyu could emerge so swiftly from her despondency. Before long, her figure too vanished. Ding Fan, and even those like Pei Chi Feng and Chen Hai, who remained at the sixth Hell Peak, along with all the prodigies from the southern region who had entered the Nine Hells Peak, were subsequently transported away with the arrival of the successor. Simultaneously, in the area surrounding the 8 entrances, the azure light dissipated, and the thousands of cultivators from various southern region sects could no longer witness the events transpiring within the Nine Hells Peak. Yet, the scene of Su Cha-ching stepping onto the altar lingered in the minds of the onlookers, impossible to forget. The legacy of the Nine Hells Peak had been claimed by an anonymous individual. What anonymous individual? Did you not see that he effortlessly slayed the 3 quasi-disciples of the Tianfu sect and crushed Chang Sun Yu and Du Qian during the final trial? When did such an anomaly emerge in the southern region? What was his origin? As many voiced their astonishment, the major sects of the southern region had differing thoughts. At the moment the Nine Hells Peak legacy concluded, a fully realized elder from the Tianfu sect had already begun to take action. With the conclusion of the inheritance, this elder would soon emerge. Search every corner of the abyss. Once news of the 9th entrance arises, report it immediately. The elder commanded, a fierce aura emanating from him. Any cultivator of the Tianfu sect who encounters this person is to be killed on sight. The Tianfu sect was not alone in taking action. The protectors of the Guiyuan sect, the elder in purple from Tian Sword Mountain, and the old woman from the Yinyang Valley had also dispatched their spiritual senses, tacitly sealing their respective entrances. The other major sects followed suit. They understood the significance of the Nine Hells Peak legacy, regardless of who claimed it. It posed a tremendous threat to all sections. Or perhaps, such a prodigy could only belong to their own factions. If he lacked a background, it would be ideal to bring him under their wing. If not, the elders of each sect exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the answer. In an instant, undercurrents surged. The conclusion of the Nine Hells Peak legacy seemed to mark the true commencement of turmoil. One by one, powerful figures from various sects transformed into streaks of radiant light, converging at the 8 entrances to scour the abyss. Yet, the abyss was vast, and the 9th entrance was inherently mysterious. Finding it in a short span was no simple task. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, this day was destined for commotion on all fronts. The uproar reached unprecedented heights following Chang Sun Yu's emergence from the Nine Hells Peak. As her figure materialized at the entrance, she made no extraneous gestures, only uttering a single sentence upon the arrival of the old woman from the Yinyang Valley. The youth who obtained the legacy of the Nine Hells Peak is none other than the mysterious rogue cultivator within the ancient immortal ruins. That individual has survived and departed from the ancient immortal realm. Chapter 40, The Revelation of Identity and Assassination. The words of Chang Sun Yu reverberated through the realm of Lin Yuan, stirring a tempest that spread across the southern domain in less than half a day. Countless individuals were astounded. Was that youth truly the solitary figure who had slaughtered disciples of the 3 major sects within the ancient immortal ruins? Not only had he emerged alive, but he had also acquired the inheritance of the 9 Prisons Peak. It was well known that the demise of the disciples from the 3 sects had led to mockery from innumerable forces. Thus, upon learning this news, the 3 sects underwent a radical transformation. This was no longer merely a matter of inheritance, it was a question of their dignity and the very foundation of their existence. Finding this young man, irrespective of life or death, had become paramount. On the very day the news began to circulate, elders within the 3 sects issued decrees. The Ziying sect and Wuyao sect, after confirming the truth of Chang Sun Yu's assertions through Pei Qi Feng and Chen Hai, chose to remain silent for the time being. A storm was brewing. Is this what you call excitement? At the first entrance, Xue Qianxuan furrowed her delicate brows, having also heard the rumors. Perhaps this excitement was more intense than she had anticipated. Yun Mingzi coughed lightly before continuing. It seems to have escalated a bit. Is that so? Xue Qianxuan remained noncommittal. However, the youth possessed an unusual aura. Setting aside the fact that he had obtained the inheritance of the 9 Prisons Peak, the very notion that he could walk out alive after the entrance to the ancient immortal ruins had closed was peculiar. Xue Qianxuan suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. The familiar feeling of the youth, who had emerged alive from the ancient immortal ruins and captured the attention of someone like Yun Mingzi, stirred something within her. She clenched her hands tightly, her chest rising and falling erratically due to some conjecture. Ahem, don't overthink it. I haven't said anything. Ah, Shui girl, what are you doing? Yun Mingzi chuckled, attempting to divert the topic. Yet, in an instant, Xue Qianxuan's figure vanished, only to reappear right before Yun Mingzi, her jade hand grasping his collar tightly. Xue Qianxuan and Apos' breathtaking visage was shrouded in frost as she coldly demanded, tell me, who is that youth? Idan and Apos, Tino. Yun Mingzi and Apos' face flushed crimson, unable to meet her gaze. Just as he intended to deny further, he caught a glimpse of the slight tremor at the corners of her mouth, prompting a soft sigh. Fine, let go, I will tell you. Xue Qianxuan remained unmoved. Look at you, why so impulsive? Yun Mingzi and Apos' face darkened as he muttered. Who else could it be but that brat who should have died 1,000 years ago? Boom, the moment Yun Mingzi revealed the truth, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing many cultivators in the southern domain outside the first entrance to look up in alarm. They beheld a towering peak suddenly encased in ice, as snowflakes began to fall from the sky, chilling to the bone. Atop the 9th prison peak, a green altar emanated a swirling vortex of spiritual energy. From a distance, the entire space around the 9th prison peak seemed to warp, as if it would soon dissipate. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. At the center of the vortex, Su Chongqing's eyes abruptly opened and closed, as if awakening from a peculiar state. An indescribable aura radiated from his body. Though still youthful, it conveyed a sense of ancient weariness. Su Chongqing could distinctly sense the formidable power of his newly reconstituted body. Moreover, under the relentless barrage of spiritual energy, 37 of his spiritual apertures had ignited. Mid-level of the dust opening realm. With a long exhale, Su Changqing took a moment to comprehend his surroundings before looking up. The inheritance of the 9 prisons had concluded, and the world around him began to fade. However, fused with the eye of the ancient demon, he could leave whenever he wished. Yet, he pondered, I wonder how the others are faring. It is time to return. Gazing at the overcast sky, Su Changqing leaped into the air. The journey back was long and fraught with peril, just as he had anticipated in the realm of Linyuan. Figures from the 3 major sects traversed the clouds intermittently, searching for the mysterious rogue who had emerged alive from the ancient immortal ruins. Yet, Linyuan was vast. Apart from Yun Mingze and Xue Qianquan, who were aware of Su Changqing's origins, the other cultivators of the southern domain remained oblivious. Thus, even though the 3 sects harbored deep animosity towards Su Changqing, they floundered like headless flies, lacking direction. This was precisely why Su Changqing was not concerned about his identity being exposed. 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing was less than a day's journey from the edge of Linyuan. He found himself in an unfamiliar area, where mountains stretched for millions. As Su Changqing appeared in this region, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and the resounding echoes reverberated across the wilderness, causing the beasts within to tremble in fear. The rain fell in torrents. At the moment a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, a sudden ripple surged outward in midair. Su Changqing paused, his brows knitting in concern. Where the ripple spread, it appeared as though the void had been forcibly torn apart, revealing an abyss of darkness, accompanied by a thrust that repelled the surrounding rainwater. In quick succession, figures clad in black robes surged forth from the inky void without uttering a word. Each exuded a potent malevolence as they charged towards Su Changqing through the torrential downpour. To his surprise, the first to find him were these individuals. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Changqing's eyes. He had anticipated encountering members of the 3 sects, but he never expected the first to uncover his trail would be disciples of the Fire Departure sect. Truly, the individuals from the 3 sects were inept. Su Changqing scoffed, though his gaze turned icy. He took a step forward, closing the distance to one of the Fire Departure disciples. This individual, appearing middle-aged and at mid-level in the dust-opening realm, swiftly retrieved a palm-sized incense burner the moment Su Changqing approached. Even as Su Changqing and Appo's right hand was about to press against his forehead, the Fire Departure disciple remained unfazed, opting not to resist. Instead, he formed seals with his hands and ignited the incense burner amidst the rain. With a crack, the Fire Departure disciple's eyes widened as he gasped for breath. Simultaneously, the smoke spiraling from the incense burner coalesced in midair, forming intricate runes resembling an array. In the next moment, cryptic murmurs echoed through the rain-soaked night. A black-robed youth slowly emerged from the array. Upon seeing him, the remaining disciples of the Fire Departure sect disregarded Su Changqing entirely, their faces reflecting reverence as they fervently bowed their heads. Master, we have located this youth. Chapter 41, the mightiest opponent amidst the thunderous roars and torrential downpour. The young man clad in a black robe stepped forth, refraining from immediate confrontation. His gaze, veiled beneath a wide-brimmed hat, scrutinized the figure before him, a cultivator capable of bringing the Fire God's sect to its knees. Do not be alarmed. My name is Lingchen, and I have awaited your arrival, he said with a light-hearted chuckle. You are formidable, stronger than any prodigy I have encountered from the southern region, Su Changqing replied politely. Though he did not grasp the full significance of the title and Appo's sect leader, and Appo's, the demeanor of the nearby disciples of the Fire God sect revealed that this individual held considerable esteem within their ranks. It was evident that someone of his stature coming in person indicated a degree of respect. Calm and composed. It was no wonder he managed to seize the ancient demon and Appo's legacy from the so-called disciples of the great sects of the southern region. However, Ling Chen shook his head. I am quite eager to witness what distinguishes the ancient demon and Appo's legacy, he stated, and as his words fell, his expression turned tranquil. A swirling black mist enveloped him, coalescing into distorted wraiths that emitted mournful cries capable of penetrating the soul, rushing towards Su Changqing. Su Changqing was unfazed by Ling Chen and Appo's words. The Fire God sect was inherently mysterious, and it was expected that they would possess knowledge of the ancient demon and Appo's legacy. As the spiritual channels within him roared to life, the myriad of wraiths trembled as if scorched by his cultivation power, their twisted visages recoiling in fear. Can you repel the killing intent with spiritual energy? Has destiny unveiled its secrets? Ling Chen mused. Su Changqing grinned, his figure buzzing as he closed the distance to Ling Chen in an instant. He raised his fist. Ling Chen, sensing the tremendous force contained within Su Changqing and Appo's strike, saw a fleeting shadow emerge within his pupils, reminiscent of the blood-red figure encountered previously. Boom. Su Changqing and Appo's blow, potent enough to vanquish even the late or perfected phases of the dust-opening realm, only caused Ling Chen to shudder slightly. Is this the might of the body after inheriting the ancient demon's legacy? Ling Chen pondered, his expression growing slightly solemn, though beneath that gravity lay a hint of bloodthirsty greed. This peculiar scene drew Su Changqing and Appo's attention. In the next moment, instead of retreating, Ling Chen charged forward. Before he could approach, a terrifying pressure surged towards Su Changqing. Su Chaqing smiled broadly, meeting the oncoming force head-on. Ling Chen did not employ any techniques. His physical prowess was extraordinary, each punch capable of shredding an ordinary perfected dust-opening realm cultivator. Su Chaqing felt a thrill of alarm. Having acquired the ancient demon's legacy, he found himself evenly matched. Following another exchange of blows, as Ling Chen staggered back, he raised a hand with a flourish. Suddenly, the world within Su Chaqing and Appo's gaze was engulfed in darkness. A crimson sky, resembling some otherworldly omen, seemed to press down upon him with a thunderous force. This surpassed mere techniques and belonged to the realm of divine powers. With a cold snort, Su Chaqing stamped his right foot against the void. Black flame surged into a tempest, shaking the heavens as it collided with the crimson sky, a resounding boom echoing through the air. Once more, they stood evenly matched. The rain poured even heavier. The fierce battle spirit ignited within Su Chaqing's eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that this leader of the fire sect was the most formidable young opponent he had encountered since emerging from the ancient ruins. Yet at that moment, Ling Chen uttered a phrase that sent a jolt through Su Chaqing. Indeed. You possess the heavenly profound life and death seal of the ancient spirit sect? He observed the black flames surrounding Su Chaqing, his expression shifting as if recalling something, and continued, the heavenly profound life and death, black flames, and white heat. This divine ability once caused my sect considerable distress. Su Chaqing was momentarily stunned. A torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. The speculations of Lu Shuyao, the warnings from Yunmingzi, and all the clues coalesced into a suffocating sense of clarity that he exhaled slowly. The forces behind the three great sects, are they your fire god sect? The three great sects? Mere grains of sand. Were it not for my sect's grand designs, would we even spare a glance at those worthless fools? Ling Chen did not refute. Before he could complete his thought, a wave of spiritual pressure, sufficient to terrify all dust-opening realm cultivators, erupted, sweeping outward. You mentioned you've been waiting for me? Su Chaqing murmured. As the law of dust opening gradually coalesced behind him, igniting 37 spiritual channels, his 10-foot-tall figure solidified. Resembling an ancient demonic deity, he slowly raised his head and spoke calmly, I too have finally found you. The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Chaqing's figure buzzed as he surged toward Ling Chen, his speed so swift that it seemed to distort the very fabric of space, creating ripples. The killing intent he exuded felt almost tangible, evaporating the rain around him. Ah, this has finally become interesting, Ling Chen laughed heartily. Seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Su Chaqing, licking his blood-red lips in anticipation. At that moment, a manifestation of his divine form emerged behind him, taking the shape of an extraordinarily youthful figure with sharp features, Ling Chen's destined body. The pressure emanating from this divine form indicated that only a perfected dust-opening realm cultivator could materialize such a presence. In an instant, a thunderous uproar erupted. At the center of their clash, the rain reversed its course, and the spiritual energy rippled and roared, causing the surrounding disciples of the fire god sect to pale in shock and retreat. Only when they had distanced themselves by 1,000 feet did they reveal expressions of unprecedented awe. For these disciples, the title of sect leader was not merely a designation but an emblem of the fire god sect's most powerful figure, blessed by divine favor. Let alone in the southern region, not even in the grand sanctuaries of the desolate states could one find many capable of matching Ling Chen in the same realm. This was no longer a battle among dust-opening realm cultivators. The young man before them was not at a disadvantage. Boom. Just as the disciples of the fire god sect were overwhelmed with astonishment, as Su Chaqing unleashed his cultivation without restraint, the sound of cracking resonated from Ling Chen's divine form under the impact of Su Chaqing's fists. Before long, it shattered with a resounding crash. Ling Chen let out a muffled groan, his body rapidly retreating, with blood staining the black robe beneath his hat. Though Su Chaqing was marginally stronger than Ling Chen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his first injury sustained in combat against a peer of the same realm. I shall no longer indulge you. It is time to bring this to an end. Once Ling Chen regained his footing, all traces of mockery vanished from his eyes. The balance of physical prowess and techniques had reached a stalemate, and he had suffered defeat in the battle of divine forms. Though this degree of failure was insignificant to Ling Chen, the battle had dragged on far too long. It was time to conclude it. With a cold snort, Ling Chen suddenly formed a hand seal. The blood-red figure within his pupils mirrored this action, creating an overlap between them. A cryptic murmuring echoed from an unknown realm. Before Su Chaqing could react, Ling Chen's indifferent voice emerged from beneath his hat. Divine arrival. As those words left his lips, the rain ceased abruptly. Behind Ling Chen, a towering, indistinct blood-red figure manifested. Even though this apparition was ethereal, its mere presence silenced the wilderness beneath their feet, as if all things lay dormant, trembling in fear. Especially when the blood-red figure opened and closed its eyes, it felt as though the gaze of a deity scrutinized the heavens and the earth, cold, profound, and impossible to behold. Su Chaqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly, waves of unease surging within him, for this gaze was eerily familiar. The last time he had witnessed it, he was scaling the celestial ladder. Its origin, the eye of the ancient demon. Chapter 42. The high priest of fire departure died beneath the divine presence, and you have every reason to be proud," intoned Ling Chun in a voice devoid of warmth. The sanguine figure, reminiscent of an eternal form, slowly raised a hand and pointed at Su Changqing. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted in Su Changqing's mind, instantly igniting an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. Just as he intended to awaken Shaoqing, wasting the second chance granted by the bronze sword, a faint yet profound growl echoed in his ears. This growl, equally ancient, did not emanate from the blood-red divine figure, but rather from the depths of his own brow. In the next moment, a fissure opened upon Su Changqing's forehead, revealing a black vertical pupil, akin to a searing black sun, which abruptly widened. It was as if the clash of divinity and demonic forces had occurred, merging blood and darkness and momentarily rending the heavens asunder. Boom! The clouds rolled back, dissipating the ominous darkness. The desolate mountains erupted with a thunderous roar. From a distance, one would be astounded to see the once uninhabited range caving in, revealing a colossal pit nearly 1,000 feet deep. Amidst the relentless rumble, waves of energy swept across the barren wood and shattered stones, dispersing in all directions. Both Su Changqing and Ling Chun staggered, as if struck by countless mountains. Ling Chun spewed a mouthful of blood, his visage twisted beneath the brim of his hat. He had not anticipated that Su Changqing, having just emerged from the Nine Hells Peak, could so seamlessly embody the inheritance, unleashing such horrific demonic power from the eye of the ancient demon. Su Changqing's form also reeled backward, the eye of the ancient demon closing within his brow, his throat feeling parched. However, unlike Ling Chen's severe injuries, white flames flickered around Su Changqing, representing the vitality that swiftly mended his wounds. Seizing this opportunity, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain surging through his core and charged toward the waning Ling Chun. He understood that this was the prime moment to eliminate Ling Chun. Damn it! Ling Chen's expression shifted drastically. Summoning the divine blood shadow had already drained too much of his spirit, leaving him powerless to combat Su Changqing's relentless advance. Yet, just at this critical juncture, the fire departure cultists surged forth, heedless of their own lives, positioning themselves before Su Changqing. Though injured, Su Changqing was not to be trifled with by these zealots. Instantly, several fell to his might. However, not a single cultist retreated. Their eyes burned with fervor, as if they were the most devout of followers, sacrificing themselves to afford Ling Chun a chance to escape. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Su Changqing's brow furrowed. In the face of these fanatics, he harbored no pity. The remaining spiritual energy coalesced into a storm of black flames, emanating a chilling aura that consumed the cultists as they rushed toward him like moths drawn to a flame. Coalesce. Su Changqing's gaze turned frigid as he uttered a command. The black flames converged explosively, forming a fiery arrow that surged past all the cultists, hurtling towards Ling Chun. Due to the frenzied obstruction of the cultists, the formation Ling Chun had previously traversed reformed behind him. Just as his figure was about to meld into the array, the black flame arrow struck through his arm, igniting half of his body. In the next heartbeat, Ling Chun vanished within the formation. Today, as humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. His anguished roar echoed through the realm, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. The tempest had ceased, and the sky was no longer shrouded in gloom. The rising sun in the east gradually dispelled the night, casting warm beams of light. Gazing at the lifeless cultists strewn around, Su Changqing exhaled deeply and turned to hasten toward the distant horizon. His battle with Ling Chun had unveiled the pinnacle of power belonging to the Tao of Heaven after igniting 37 spiritual meridians, a force comparable to the pseudo-spiritual realm's might. Alas, he had still permitted the leader of the fire departure cult to escape. Yet, Su Changqing was now acutely aware of the mastermind orchestrating the suppression of the ancient spirit sect. As he continued his journey towards the sect, in the southern domain, in an unknown realm, the sky was drenched in crimson, enveloped in a mysterious, blood-red veil, marking the headquarters of the fire departure church. Should any cultivator from the southern domain wander into this place, they would be astonished to find no distinction of dwellings, only grand and profound temples, towering 1,000 feet tall, or merely a few dozen. Though they emanated a dim, ghostly glow, anyone gazing upon them would instinctively feel a sense of the sacred. At the moment of Ling Chen's defeat, within the central area of the fire departure church, a grand temple, resembling a mountain that touched the heavens, housed an elderly figure. His visage weathered and decayed. In his murky eyes, a look of unprecedented astonishment flickered as he rasped, "Ling Chun has actually fallen?" He awakened a fragment of the Lord's projection, and yet he still succumbed? The decrepit elder rose slowly, gazing toward the abyss. His eyes half closed as if lost in eternal contemplation. In the ruins of the ancient celestial relics, the slaughter of the three major sects unfolded. Time passed, and a low, hoarse voice resonated within the temple. Upon exiting the relics, proceed to the Qiang Mountains. The Qinglian sect will be eradicated, and the structure of the Qiang Mountains will be altered. Traverse through the southern sky city, ultimately heading towards the abyss. Entering the ninth gate, tread into the nine hells, and acquire the legacy of the ancient demon. As the voice echoed intermittently, had Su Changqing been present, a chill would have run down his spine. For his every action after departing the ancient celestial relics mirrored precisely what the decrepit elder had just articulated. Yet, it was not over. As the unknown deduction concluded, the elder slowly opened his murky eyes. Behind him, a shadow, adorned with a black mask, silently emerged from the darkness. If I am not mistaken, the slave has relayed news that the individual sought by the three major sects is aware of the heavenly profound life and death seal, originating from the once preeminent force of the southern domain, the ancient spirit sect. Upon uttering the name ancient spirit sect, a flicker of long-lost reverie crossed the elder's gaze. He still recalled the middle-aged man whose cultivation had merely reached the pinnacle of the spiritual transformation realm, yet had earned the right to remain etched in his memory. Even the most resilient of insects perish, yet do not decay. Very well, slave, you shall personally undertake this journey and retrieve the eye of the ancient demon. It is time for this once great sect to vanish completely from the southern domain. As the elder uttered his final decree, the figure behind him, concealed by the black mask, nodded slightly. A terrifying pressure, surpassing even the spiritual transformation realm and reaching the divine realm, emanated from his being. This formidable aura cast a shadow over the area, enveloping it in an oppressive gloom, the essence of divinity barely perceptible, by the decree of the high priest. Chapter 43: The arrival of the mysterious figure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light cast a vast and undulating landscape, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted landscape painting. It has been over half a month since the battle between Su Changqing and Ling Chun. Apart from his travels, Su Changqing devoted most of his energy to the eye of the ancient demon. After hastily departing from the nine-prison peak, had Ling Chun not summoned a blood-red projection of the deity, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that this object still bore the essence of the ancient demon's existence. Was it a rebirth through possession? An unconventional seizure of the body? A myriad of speculations brewed within Su Changqing's mind. Regardless of his research, the black vertical pupil, resembling a vein, remained embedded in his forehead, as if ensnared in an eerie stillness. As for the body tempering techniques imparted by the ancient demon's legacy, Su Changqing had come to a full understanding. To truly cultivate the body of the ancient demon, a similar physical reconstitution akin to the inheritance must occur 9 times. Was it possible that certain opportunities were required? Su Changqing's gaze flickered. During this period, he had employed various methods, all to no avail. Deep down, he sensed that the second reconstitution would necessitate something else. Yet, that was a matter for another time. At present, Su Changqing's expression grew solemn, and his speed quickened. The reason for his urgency stemmed from having overheard some cultivators in a city he passed through shortly after leaving Lin Yuan, who revealed that the 3 great sects were already aware of his origins from the ancient spirit sect. Su Changqing had never intended to conceal his identity indefinitely. When he departed from the 9-prison peak, the 3 great sects were still in the dark, merely recognizing him as the enigmatic loose cultivator from the immortal ancient ruins. The swift revelation of this information could only be attributed to one entity, the Lihua divine sect. It appeared that this sect indeed acted as a hidden force behind the 3 great sections. It made sense. The Lihua divine sect does not adhere to scriptures and only venerates deities, and the divine flower is indeed related to the rumored deity, rendering everything coherent. Muttering to himself, Su Changqing surged toward the city beneath him. As he anticipated, no members of the 3 great sects lay in ambush outside the teleportation array of this city. Upon witnessing this, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. Although he could utilize the teleportation array to return to the ancient spirit sect at the fastest pace, it simultaneously indicated that the 3 great sects had turned their attention toward the ancient spirit sect after uncovering his identity. He hoped his junior sister remained safe for the time being. Exhaling a deep breath, Su Changqing's figure vanished from the array. His suspicions were confirmed. Above the Chiang mountain range, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thick and oppressive. The ancient spirit sect's mountain gate now boasted not only the original main peak, but also an additional smaller peak. Clearly, the Qinglian sect had been eradicated by Lu Shuyao, their resources entirely reclaimed. However, the disciples of the ancient spirit sect bore no smiles. Upon learning that Su Changqing was the mysterious loose cultivator within the immortal ancient ruins, Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er, and others were initially overwhelmed with shock. Yet, the ensuing silence was akin to death. Elder Ouyang, do you think he will return? Within a great hall atop the smaller peak, all core members of the ancient spirit sect had gathered. The speaker was an elder, one of the few senior members who survived the confrontation with the Qinglian sect. I do not know, Ouyang Ku replied, shaking his head with a bitter expression, but I hope he does not return. Upon hearing Ouyang Ku's words, the remaining senior members fell into a contemplative silence, with none daring to voice a rebuttal. After the battle with the Qinglian sect, the remaining members of the ancient spirit sect had truly come to regard Su Changqing as one of their own. Moreover, the most crucial point was that, unlike the Qinglian sect, the current ancient spirit sect was not only under scrutiny from the 3 great sects, but also faced threats from other major sects in the southern region. While Su Changqing's talents were prodigious, his cultivation level remained merely at the initial dust realm. Faced with the mightiest forces of the southern region, neither he nor even the sect's foundation, represented by the pseudo-demonic General Tianqian, could wield decisive influence. By the way, Elder Ouyang, do you think that person? One of the senior members began to speak. As he did, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of everyone present within the hall. I do not know, Ouyang sighed again. He was acutely aware of what his fellow members anticipated. Not long ago, upon discovering Su Changqing's identity and still reeling from the shock, a mysterious figure had already arrived at the ancient spirit sect ahead of the three great sections. Before this mysterious figure, even the Tianqian general paled in comparison. Ouyang had initially resolved to defend the sect with his life, but it seemed that this visitor was not an enemy. Amidst the heightened vigilance of the ancient spirit sect's members, she had arrived without causing destruction, merely surveying the entire mountain gate with her formidable spiritual awareness before silently entering the main hall of the main peak. Since then, no further news had emerged. Ouyang harbored serious doubts that the reason the three great sects had yet to take action was perhaps due to this enigmatic figure. Her strength was terrifying, and her demeanor aloof. Even when the sect leader Lu spoke, she remained indifferent. The fact that she could temporarily reside within the ancient spirit sect was already a tremendous boon for them. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, that mysterious figure did not come with intentions directed at the ancient spirit sect. As Ouyang turned to gaze toward the main peak, just as he was about to speak, a sudden familiar disturbance resonated from the protective array outside the mountain gate. Initially astonished, Ouyang quickly regained composure. He sprang to his feet, urgently exclaiming as he rushed outside, "Quick, hurry and inform the sect leader. Su Changqing has returned." Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate of the ancient spirit sect, Su Changqing's appearance brought an immediate sense of relief. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding the mountain gate had intensified far beyond before, yet fortunately, it appeared that the three great sects had not yet taken action. It seemed he had returned just in time. The sect still stood. As Su Changqing stepped into the mountain gate, he sensed something amiss and raised his gaze toward the main hall of the main peak. Before he could ponder further, familiar figures, including Ouyang and Ji Pei'er, rushed out. In a matter of moments, nearly all the members of the ancient spirit sect had emerged. In stark contrast to the initial unfamiliarity, upon seeing Su Changqing, the ancient spirit sect erupted in a cacophony of excitement. It is truly Su Changqing. The three great sects had indeed sealed off the Chiang mountain range with arrays, permitting entry but barring exit. None could have anticipated that he would dare to return. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Amidst the clamor, Ouyang was the first to reach Su Changqing. The shock in his eyes had faded, leaving only a trace of relief and bitterness. Hesitantly, he spoke. "You should not have returned. Thank you for your concern, Elder Ouyang." Su Changqing replied with a smile, offering little explanation to the crowd. As he turned toward the back hall of the main peak, he left behind a calm remark that resonated in the ears of Ouyang and the others. "This matter began because of me, and it is time for it to conclude because of me." Ouyang stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Su Changqing's composure. Yet, he soon seemed to recall something and was about to mention the mysterious woman at the main peak, who might have come seeking him when Su Changqing's figure had already vanished. Chapter 44. Xue Qianxuan. Strangely, my junior sister did not come out to greet me. As Su Changqing made his way toward the rear hall of the main peak, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. Were it not for the unchanging expressions of Ouyang and the others, he might have thought that Lu Xiao had encountered some misfortune. Could it be that she had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and was currently in seclusion? Lost in thought, he arrived at the rear hall of the main peak. The moment he stepped inside, a tremor coursed through his spirit as an overwhelming aura of consciousness locked onto him with terrifying intensity. Before he could react, in the blink of an eye, he felt as if he were being lifted and then violently thrown aside. Boom. The entire hall seemed to shudder from the impact. Su Changqing let out a muffled groan, his head spinning from the force, leaving him disoriented. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of black flames that surged forth like a chilling storm towards the assailant. At that moment, Lu Xiao's urgent voice rang out. "Senior brother, no?" Before she could finish, Su Changqing's pupils constricted in horror as he realized that the black flame storm emitted a cracking sound as it approached the figure before him, as if it were a tangible entity. In mere moments, the surface of the black flames became coated in frost, abruptly freezing in midair. "Humph!" A crisp, icy snort echoed. Instantly, Su Changqing felt another wave of force as if he were to be lifted once more. Not again. Anger surged within him as he secretly cursed. Channeling all his cultivation power, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao erupted forth as he launched a punch toward the approaching figure. The spiritual pressure surged, creating a shockwave. Once more, Su Changqing let out a muffled groan as he was sent tumbling backward. Amidst the rippling chaos, the figure of Xue Qianxuan gradually materialized. After a millennium. "You have quite the prowess, Su Changqing." As she spoke the last few words, this breathtaking woman gritted her teeth, her face etched with frost, and raised her delicate hand once more. "Please, wait. Let me explain." Su Changqing sensed the impending danger. When Lu Xiao's voice had sounded, he had already recognized the person before him, although he was uncertain why Xue Qianxuan was present. He understood her well enough to know that if he did not say something soon, he would be in grave peril. Her temperament has not changed at all, this madwoman. Su Changqing cursed inwardly but spoke swiftly. I was trapped in the ancient immortal ruins for a millennium. When I emerged, everything had changed, and the ancient spirit sect is now in crisis. Moreover, enough. Xue Qianxuan interrupted coldly, her brows furrowing slightly. Nevertheless, she lowered her hand. Let us set aside the matters of 1,000 years. Su Changqing was about to exhale in relief when her chilling voice interjected once more. Since you have ventured into the abyss and seized the legacy of the Nine Hells Peak, why do you still hide your identity? Are you afraid that I might harm you? Su Changqing was rendered speechless. Wasn't and Oppos. The answer to that question quite apparent? With Lu Xiao watching. He had no doubt that this woman before him could indeed act on such thoughts if they were alone. By the way, how did you know I had returned? Did Junming's inform you? He quickly diverted the conversation. Xue Qianxuan nodded coldly, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Changqing, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Coughing. Lu Shuyao hurriedly stepped forward to help Su Changqing up, saying, Senior brother, you should not have returned. She had disowned that the mysterious woman's previous actions. While seemingly ruthless, for no intent to kill, it was precisely for this reason that she refrained from intervening. Of course, stopping her would have been futile. However, that was not the crux of the matter. With the three major sects already aware of Su Changqing's identity, his return was tantamount to walking into a trap. It matters not. Su Changqing grinned through gritted teeth. I have returned to resolve this matter. Xue Qianxuan and Oppos. Assault had been no light blow, despite his ancient demonic physique. He felt as if his entire body had been shattered. How do you intend to resolve it? Lu Xiao sighed, suddenly sensing a chill in the air. Have you said enough? Xue Qianxuan's brow furrowed deeply. She had far too many questions for Su Changqing, and seeing Lu Xiao still chattering on, her patience was wearing thin. It seemed that if Lu Xiao did not take her leave soon, she would extend her wrath toward her. Lu Xiao paused, her breath catching in her throat. Concerned for Su Changqing, she intended to leave discreetly, but Su Changqing raised his hand to stop her. Not yet, he said softly. Lu Xiao froze. And Xue Qianxuan and Oppos' beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar light. I do not care how you feel about me, for I am indeed at fault from 1,000 years ago. Su Changqing replied nonchalantly, his gaze growing icy as he continued. However, should you harbor any intentions of harming those close to me, it will no longer be a matter solely between us. The hall fell silent in an instant. After a long moment of contemplation, Xue Qianxuan slowly nodded. The cold aura surrounding her dissipating entirely. Only then did Su Changqing turn to Lu Xiao, his icy demeanor softening as he smiled, and said, You need not worry about how to resolve this, junior sister. Have you forgotten the consequences with the Qinglian sect? Lu Xiao appeared still dazed from the earlier events. Upon hearing Su Changqing's confident words, she finally nodded earnestly. Before long, after discussing some internal matters concerning the ancient spirit sect, Lu Xiao clasped her fists in respect to Xue Qianxuan and turned to leave. The three major sects were eyeing them closely, and the ancient spirit sect needed her to oversee the situation. Had it not been for Xue Qianxuan's unexpected visit, Lu Xiao would not have lingered in the rear hall for so long. Is she the junior sister you once mentioned? Xue Qianxuan asked, her voice still icy, seemingly unaffected by the earlier unpleasantness. Not only is she my junior sister, but she is also. Su Changqing nodded, walking toward the rear hall's entrance, his gaze settling on the entrance of the ancient spirit sect. From this vantage point, he could clearly see Lu Xiao merging with the crowd of the ancient spirit sect, making final preparations for the impending life and death battle. He smiled fondly. She is my only remaining kin. Xue Qianxuan fell silent, gazing at Su Changqing's chiseled profile for a long time, as if she were meeting this old friend for the first time, before suddenly speaking. I was impatient before. I apologize. Now it was Su Changqing's turn to be surprised. In his memory, this woman had always been proud and unyielding, like a brilliantly colored flower with thorns, never bowing her head to anyone. His gaze softened. In truth, I should be the one thanking you, were it not for your presence. The three major sects would likely have already trampled the ancient spirit sect. There's no need. Xue Qianxuan's expression remained as cold as frost. Though the three major sects have yet to make a move, it is merely the calm before the storm. Her words rang true. You should not have returned at this time, Su Changqing. Xue Qianxuan followed his gaze toward the ancient spirit sect, speaking with grave seriousness. The three major sects are insignificant. The true threat lies in the Lihua sacred cult hidden behind them. I fully understand, Su Changqing replied, his brows raising in surprise as he looked at Xue Qianxuan. But how did you come to know that the Lihua sacred cult lies behind the three major sects? Chapter 45. The arrival of the various sects in the southern domain. Su Changqing was certain that he had never mentioned the three great sects and the Lihua divine cult to Xue Qianxuan. Observing her expression, it was evident that she exuded confidence, as if she were privy to certain hidden truths that eluded him. Xue Qianxuan did not respond to Su Changqing's inquiry immediately. Instead, a grave look crossed her face, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. For cultivators in the southern domain, the Lihua divine cult held an air of mystery, remaining enigmatic even to the grand sacred places of the Su Changqing's pupils flickered momentarily. At that moment, Xue Qianxuan and Oppos' final words resonated within him, stirring his heart once more. The origins of this cult might indeed lie in other regions. Su Chaqing fell silent. Though the southern domain was vast, it was but a corner of. He had harbored suspicions that the Lihua divine cult was intricately linked to some mysterious power within. Yet, he never anticipated that it might originate from other territories. He exhaled slowly. He believed Shui Qianchuan and Apos' words. Her formidable cultivation and esteemed status suggested she would not deceive someone as insignificant as himself. I shall assist you. But should someone from the Lihua divine cult arrive? Shui Qianchuan sighed softly, glancing at Su Changqing before turning to enter the rear hall, adding, I can only aid you to a certain extent. Thank you, Su Chaqing replied, waving his hand. At this moment, he discerned that both Yun Mingze and Shui Qianchuan appeared to harbor a deep-seated fear of the Lihua divine cult. Although Su Chaqing had never relied on these old friends, he appreciated their goodwill. In the southern domain, perhaps Su Chaqing never anticipated that after the high priest of the Lihua divine cult exposed his identity as a member of the Guling sect, the three great sects did not immediately launch an assault, apart from Shui Qianchuan's unexpected appearance. A significant reason was that the three great sects had taken the time to verify the identities of every prodigy who had entered the after its opening. It is known that those who could enter were the elite of each sect. Thus, with their collective strength, it was exceedingly simple to ascertain an individual's identity. However, they found nothing. Consequently, the three great sects took a different approach, shifting their focus to the disciples, elders, and others from the Guling sect over the past centuries. Yet they remained baffled. It seemed as though the mysterious loose cultivator had materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace behind. Until one day, an elder from the Gui Yuan sect perused ancient texts and ultimately discovered a name at the end of a tome, Su Chaqing. All doubts were suddenly resolved. The three sects trembled, and the entire southern domain was thrown into an uproar. Memories long sealed began to resurface. The great disciple of the Guling sect, once regarded as the foremost youth in the southern domain, had vanished without a trace after encountering a great demon in the, leaving his fate unknown. The name Su Chaqing rapidly became known throughout the various sects of the southern domain, causing a stir among many. No wonder he was able to seize the inheritance of the 9 prisons peak from Du. Du Qian's gaze flickered as he seemed to still be immersed in the defeat of that day. Upon learning the truth, this disciple of the Gui Yuan sect found himself smirking inwardly, feeling a sense of relief. For whether the mysterious loose cultivator truly was Su Changqing, he was already considered dead. Thus, why should he harbor resentment towards a deceased individual? Chang Sunyu, Pei Qingfeng, and Shun Hai shared sentiments similar to Du Qian. As for the siblings Yao Luoyang, who had encountered Su Changqing on 2 occasions, the revelation struck them like thunder, leaving them feeling as if the world had turned upside down. That pervert is actually Su Changqing, they exclaimed, realizing why he was referred to by their master as the one bearing the Tianquan life and death seal. Amidst the clamor, the eyes of the elders from the three great sects erupted with an astonishing brilliance. The elders from Tianjin Mountain, Ziyang sect, and Wuyo sect were equally stirred. Perhaps some among them still recalled Su Changqing, and some even had past grievances with him, but not everyone was as sentimental as Yun Mingze and Shui Qianchuan, who reminisced about old ties. What truly captured the attention of these sect elders was the rumor that the once served as an ancient battlefield. Although fraught with peril, it also held many opportunities for fortune. How had Su Changqing managed to survive unscathed within it for a millennium? In an instant, aside from the inherent grievances with the three great sects, the eyes of various powers, including Tianjin Mountain and countless loose cultivators in the southern domain, converged upon the Guling sect, all eager to uncover the secrets that Su Changqing possessed. On the third day following Su Changqing's return to the Guling sect, the Qiyang mountain range became a convergence of forces. The sky above the Guling sect darkened abruptly, as if a storm was brewing. They have finally arrived. In the rear hall of the Guling sect's main peak, Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the horizon. Simultaneously, Lu Shuyu, Ouyang Ku, and others all fell silent, looking up. Ji Pei'er and over 300 disciples of the Guling sect breathed rapidly. Before the three great sects arrived, the formation had already begun to activate. Waves of crimson runes surged upward from the earth, twisting and extending until, within mere moments, it seemed to connect with the heavens above. From a distance, it appeared like an inverted bowl of the sky, enveloping the Guling sect within a 100-mile radius. Soon after, figures emerged from within the formation. A middle-aged man clad in black robes stepped forward. As he looked down upon the Guling sect, his voice resonated in the ears of all present. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, surrender Su Changqing, or the Guling sect shall be annihilated. His words, calm yet reverberating like thunder, pierced through the protective formation, causing many of the lower-ranking disciples of the Guling sect to spit blood. A false realm transcending the divine. Unexpectedly, the moment the three great sects made their move, they dispatched a formidable adversary of such caliber. The Guling sect was utterly finished. Many hidden cultivators in the southern domain were filled with dread. Observers from the Ziyang sect, Wuyo sect, and others stood at a distance, recognizing that this black-clad middle-aged man was an elder from the Tianfu sect. The Guling sect had ultimately declined. They assumed this would lead to a war, yet in truth, it was a crushing domination. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The three great sects had come thoroughly prepared. The appearance of the black-robed middle-aged man served as a warning to the Guling sect. Just as all parties lamented the downfall of what was once the premier sect of the southern domain, a sudden tremor of sword cries echoed within the Guling sect. A beam of sword light surged skyward, slicing through the air like the sharpest of blades, aimed directly at the formidable presence of the Tianfu sect. Chapter 46. The Untouchable One. How dare you? The middle-aged man in black felt his pupils constrict sharply. He could hardly believe that the once declining ancient spirit sect could still unleash such a fierce sword aura. In an instant, the gleaming blade flashed, severing his right arm cleanly and causing blood to spatter. The man in black's expression changed dramatically as he fixed his gaze on the source of the sword light. Following his line of sight, the heavenly battle general slowly emerged into the view of all present. The Three-Zhang statue, eternally guarding the ancient spirit sect, raised its stone sword once more, pointing directly at the elder from the heavenly mansion. This scene immediately sent shockwaves through various factions, but it ended there. Accompanied by a distortion of the void, four additional figures gradually stepped forth, aside from the middle-aged man in black. When Rinyan, we have long stated that the ancient spirit sect was once the foremost sect in the southern region. You were simply unwilling to believe. The speaker was a man clad in a yin-yang robe. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man known as when Rinyan turned pale, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Having failed to establish dominance and having lost an arm, he was determined to extract a painful price from everyone in the ancient spirit sect. Meanwhile, gazing at the figures suspended in the air, Ouyang Ku and Ji Pei'er felt nearly hopeless. Although the heavenly battle general was formidable, the oppressive aura emanating from the four newly appeared figures was evidently on par with that of the middle-aged man in black. The overwhelming prowess rendered the situation beyond the realm of a desperate struggle. Time seemed to rewind to that fateful day 300 years ago when the five elders of the three major sects once again convened at the ancient spirit sect. Unnoticed by anyone, Lu Shuyao clenched her delicate hands, her eyes radiating a fury that Su Cha-Ching had never witnessed before. She recognized that the individual who had just addressed the man in black was none other than one of those who had besieged Feng Wanzi 3 centuries ago, Yinyang Valley and Apos. Wanli. Lu Xiao fixed her gaze on him, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. Yet, the five pseudo-divine beings were terrifying beyond measure. Merely standing there, their oppressive presence caused the protective formation of the ancient spirit sect to emit cracking sounds, as if it would shatter at any moment. Once again, they found themselves isolated and in despair. Within the rear hall, Su Changqing maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no signs of distress. 5 pseudo-divine beings, you say? He murmured. Just then, the voice of Xue Qianquan reached his ears. Remember what I told you. If the fire god cult sends someone, I can only ensure your survival. As her words fell, the figure of this stunning woman had already appeared outside the protective array of the ancient spirit sect. Prepared to confront the 5 formidable figures from the 3 major sects alone, Su Changqing was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further. As for Xue Qianquan's safety, he found it implausible that, after all this time, she would still be unable to contend with the 5 pseudo-divine beings. Given her prowess as one of the most extraordinary talents in a millennium. Simultaneously, as Xue Qianquan made her appearance, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The previously indifferent Wan Li and his companions immediately furrowed their brows. Before coming to the ancient spirit sect, they had already learned of a mysterious figure in Apos as presence. Upon witnessing that this so-called mysterious individual was indeed the woman Xue Qianquan, the strength of the 3 major sects visibly shifted. Just as in the depths of the fire god cult, there were indeed individuals in the southern region who were not to be trifled with, a consensus shared by all sections. Among them was Xue Qianquan. This enchanting woman appeared to be temporarily residing in the abyss, yet she was not originally from the southern region. Her background was shrouded in mystery, suspected to stem from a formidable power in the wilderness continent. Leave, or die? Xue Qianquan disregarded the shifting expressions of Wan Li and his companions, speaking coldly. To her, it seemed that, aside from Su Cha-Ching, no one else in the southern region warranted her regard. Fellow cultivator, this is a matter between the sects of the southern region. Su Changqing is a most heinous character. One woman among the 5 said, her gaze flickering as she sought to interject. Though her cultivation reached the pseudo-divine realm, and she held a prestigious position within the Return to Origin sect, she was cut off before she could finish her sentence. Xue Qianquan and Apos' beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and as she stepped forward, she raised her jade hand and gestured gently toward the woman. The expression of the Return to Origin sect woman changed drastically as she felt a terrifying chill envelop her, akin to the multitude of drifting snowflakes. It seemed that with Xue Qianquan and Apos' movement, coldness surged from all directions. The woman from the Return to Origin sect quickly formed a seal with her hands, revealing astonishing spiritual power runes surrounding her. This was a secret technique unique to the Return to Origin sect. Each rune emanated an oppressive force capable of easily slaying even a perfected spirit transformation cultivator. Yet, in the presence of Xue Qianquan, all her efforts appeared futile. The coldness of snow seemed to freeze the very soul. The spiritual power runes visibly froze in an instant, along with the woman from the Return to Origin sect, who began to show signs of frost, as if her consciousness would extinguish at any moment. A profound sense of life and death crisis erupted within her heart. "Save me!" She screamed in horror, her face devoid of any earlier arrogance, replaced only by intense fear. The other four, witnessing this scene, felt their minds explode in disbelief. They had never anticipated that this woman would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. She was utterly insane. While Wanli cursed inwardly, he quickly retreated. The oppressive aura emanating from Xue Qianxuan had already surpassed that of a pseudo-divine being. It was the resonance of a true divine realm powerhouse. As the woman from the Return to Origin sect was on the verge of succumbing to the encroaching frost, an ancient voice suddenly echoed from above the array. "Miss Xue, the younger generation is unruly. A lesson suffices. Why must you take their life?" Upon hearing this voice, the despairing eyes of the Return to Origin sect woman suddenly lit up with joy. In the next moment, an elder emerged from the heavens. His form appeared to overlap, and in an instant, he positioned himself between the woman of the Return to Origin sect and Xue Qianxuan. With a seemingly casual wave of his hand, the surrounding snowflakes abruptly froze midair. Accompanying this, the soul-corroding coldness was also severed. The woman from the Return to Origin sect, having narrowly escaped death, did not have the chance to catch her breath before she anxiously addressed the newcomer. "I have met Elder Zhong." Wanli and the others, upon recognizing the newcomer, also expressed joy and ceased their retreat, respectfully clasping their fists in greeting. They had identified this seemingly ordinary elder as one of the three great divine realm ancestors of the Return to Origin sect, Zhang Yuanqi. With his arrival, it seemed unlikely that Xue Qianxuan could insist on protecting the ancient spirit sect any longer. At the same time, those hidden figures from the Five Radiant sect, Purple Sun sect, and others trembled at the sight of the elder. The name Zhang Yuanqi was known throughout the southern region. He was the founding ancestor of the Return to Origin sect, rumored to have stepped into the divine realm several centuries ago, and his current strength was unfathomable. What no one anticipated was that Xue Qianxuan merely cast a glance at Zhang Yuanqi before taking a second step forward. As she raised her jade hand once more, her voice turned icy. "What are you to dare lecture me?" Chapter 47. Another one? As the chilling voice of Xue Qianxuan echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Wanli and the others turned in astonishment towards the woman. Zhang Yuanqi and Amp, Apos, S expression hardened. Although his status was not as elevated as Xue Qianxuan and Amp, Apos, S, he was nonetheless the first-generation ancestor of the Guiyuan sect. Her audacious remarks in front of so many juniors clearly indicated her disregard for him. "Miss Xue, this is the southern region." Zhang Yuanqi rasped, his tone laden with a palpable threat. Despite the formidable presence of the powerful figures from the wilderness, he believed that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. In response to Zhang Yuanqi, only a calm, cold snort emerged. "Humph." Xue Qianxuan raised her right hand and made a subtle gesture towards him. Snowflakes swirled around, cascading like a tempest. As an intangible chill that could freeze the very earth descended upon Zhang Yuanqi. She had chosen to confront the venerable ancestor of the Guiyuan sect head-on. Anger flickered in Zhang Yuanqi and Apos' eyes, and his aged voice resonated. "This woman is not just here to protect Su Cha Qing. My fellow friends, what are you waiting for?" As his words fell, from two other directions, two figures emerged, an elder clad in a yin-yang robe and a gaunt old woman in black, resembling a withered specter. Upon seeing these two silhouettes, Wanli, Lu Hui, and the five other formidable figures of the pseudo-transcendent realm displayed expressions of delight and reverence. The Yin Shuzi from the Yinyang Valley and the Zhanyu Shangren from the Tianfu sect had also arrived. Recognizing these two figures, the onlookers from various sects gasped in shock. Both the Yin Shuzi and Zhanyu Shangren were esteemed elders of the older generation, akin to Zhang Yuanqi, and represented the true essence of the three major sections. As the cultivators of the southern region were stunned by this grand spectacle, these venerable ancestors disregarded their so-called dignity and charged toward Xue Qianxuan. "Miss Xue, Su Changqing must die today, and there is no reason for the Guling sect to continue existing. If you do not step back, do not blame us for our impudence." Yin Shuzi smiled ominously, while simultaneously sending a message to Wan Li and the others. "This woman cannot be killed, but she can be obstructed. You should swiftly breach the Guling sect and Apos' mountain gates and bring Su Changqing here. It is the will of the ancestor." Upon receiving the command, Wan Li, Lu Hui, and the injured one Ren Yan immediately turned and dashed towards the Guling sect. Xue Qianxuan and Apos' beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She was now encircled by Zhang Yuanqi, Yin Shuzi, and Zhanyu Shangren. Although each of these three ancestors was slightly weaker than her individually, their combined strength rendered her unable to divert her attention elsewhere. As Wan Li and the five pseudo-transcendent powerhouses approached the Guling sect, the emotionless gaze of the Tianxian battle general erupted with a fierce aura. Its purpose was to protect the sect. The sound of swords ringing echoed as the formidable figure of the Tianxian battle general burst forth from the protective formation, sweeping its sword towards the five intruders. When Ren Yan and Apos' arm was severed by the sword light primarily due to his lack of vigilance. Moreover, There were 5 of them at this moment. Despite the Tianxian battle general and Amp, Appos, might, it could only delay Lu Hui, when Renyin. And another powerful figure from the Tianfu sect. In an instant, Wanli and a scar-faced young man reached the outer boundary of the Guling sect and Appos' formation. Break, they exclaimed in unison, raising their right hands to press against the formation. Boom! The formation of the Guling sect crumbled under their combined efforts after just a few breaths, shattering before the eyes of many. Lu Shuyu exhaled a heavy breath. Ouyang Ku, Ji Pei'er, and the others from the Guling sect felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They understood that Xue Qianxuan had already done her utmost. Perhaps this stunning woman acted solely for Su Cha-Ching and Amp, Appos' sake. Yet, regardless of her intentions, the overwhelming power rendered everything futile. As Lu Shuyu and her companions prepared to sacrifice themselves to protect Su Changqing, Wanli scoffed, letting out a cold snort. The oppressive aura of the pseudo-transcendent realm surged towards the Guling sect members like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shuyu found blood trickling from her lips, her figure being forced back. Ouyang Ku and Ji Pei'er were directly suppressed to the ground, all of them spitting blood. Unable to even lift their heads. Ants dare to defy the heavens? Wanli sneered, as he and the scar-faced youth rushed into the Guling sect. Their consciousness immediately located Su Changqing. Fearing he might attempt to escape, they disregarded Lu Shuyu and the others, heading straight for the main hall of the peak, clearly wanting to resolve matters swiftly. However, to their astonishment, before they could reach the summit, Su Cha-Ching stepped out of the hall, appearing before everyone for the first time since the assault by the 3 major sections. Though Ruan Li and the scar-faced youth were taken aback, they showed no hesitation in their actions, raising their hands to seize Su Changqing. Witnessing this scene from afar, various factions shook their heads in disbelief. They could not comprehend why this extraordinary woman, Xue Qianxuan, would protect Su Cha-Ching. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. The Guling sect was ultimately too weak. Even with a pseudo-transcendent puppet, facing the 3 major sects was an insurmountable challenge. Everything seemed to be drawing to a close. As the factions debated, Su Cha-Ching cast a calm glance at the approaching Wanli and the scar-faced youth, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He sighed softly and spoke, Yun, how long will you continue to watch? As the wind began to rise, just as Wanli and the scar-faced youth were about to charge with sinister grins, a voice of astonishment seemed to resonate from the void. Wanli's smile abruptly froze, and horror filled his gaze. In an instant, he was engulfed by an invisible force, and no amount of resistance proved effective. Within mere moments, the man from the Yinyang Valley was reduced to ashes, 3 yards from Su Changqing. Dian Hu. This was the fire of the Tao rhythm. The scar-faced youth seemed to realize something, his mind exploding with shock as he turned to flee, only to be ignited by the same flames. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the vicinity, reaching the ears of Zhong Yuanqi, In Shuzi, and the other elders still engaged with Xue Qianxuan, as well as the distant factions. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the scar-faced youth, their hearts jolted, and they turned to gaze. Among the myriad gazes, a young man clad in white emerged slowly from the void. He seemed to revel in the sensation of defying the odds, his lips curling into a smile as he lifted his head, captivating all attention. Perhaps the only dissatisfaction he harbored was that Yun Mengzi had savored everyone's astonishment before turning to Su Changqing, speaking softly. Changqing, how did you know I was nearby? Su Changqing replied calmly, it was a guess. Chapter 48, The Divine Servant, Servant of the Gods. Is it a trap? Yun Mengzi was momentarily taken aback. Su Changqing smiled silently. He was no fool. Based on his understanding of this friend, Yun Mengzi had revealed the fact that he was still alive to Xue Qianxuan not merely for the sake of spectacle, but because he had calculated her character. Knowing that this madwoman would undoubtedly come to Guling Zone to wait for Su Cha-Ching. In a sense, Xue Qianxuan, this external aid, was indeed summoned by Yun Mengzi. How could he stand idly by? Never mind, that woman probably already guessed I'd come, Yun Mengzi thought with a resigned smile. As he turned to head towards the aerial battlefield, an unusual fervor glimmering in his eyes. He had never imagined that after a millennium, he would still have the opportunity to fight alongside his 2 closest friends in the southern domain, albeit one of them appeared rather weak. Are you going to interfere in my affairs in the southern domain? In midair, Zhong Yuanqi, In Shuzi, and Zhan Yushangren wore solemn expressions, not daring to be careless. Are you going to bite me? Yun Mengzi was even more audacious than Xue Qianxuan. He cast a disdainful glance at the 3 elderly figures. His body enveloped in a fiery aura, and the next moment, he charged directly at the nearest In Shuzi. The terrifying resonance of Tao seemed to upheave the clouds. At that moment, In Shuzi's heart was seething with a fury he had not felt in centuries. Like Xue Qianxuan, Yun Mengzi's master was the celestial fire master, a formidable figure in the southern domain. He had never anticipated that such a minor practitioner from Guling Zone would have such powerful backing, and not just one. With Yun Mengzi joining the fray, the tide of battle was completely turned. Xue Qianxuan remained as indifferent as ever. She cast a fleeting glance at Yun Mengzi, said little. Yet her strikes grew increasingly fierce, as she almost single-handedly battled Zhong Yuanqi and Zhan Yushangren, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Guling Zone has such a background. No. If it were merely due to Guling Zone, the three major sects would not have prevailed 300 years ago. It must be Su Changqing. This young man was the leader of the younger generation of the Southern Domain a millennium ago, the disciple of the Celestial Fire Master. And he must have been acquainted with the various forces of the Southern Domain back then. As the three major sects' ancestors began to feel the pressure mounting against them, their gazes met, each reflecting a shared astonishment. Especially in the case of Su Changqing, the incredibility he brought forth seemed to multiply, even though this youth was merely at the initial stage, seemingly insignificant to the grand sects. The terrifying connections he exhibited were enough for the major sects of the Southern Domain to take heed. After today, it seemed another formidable figure would emerge in the Southern Domain. In stark contrast to the shock felt by the various factions, the members of Gulingzong were now filled with delight. Ouyang-ku, Ji Pei'er, and every individual turned their gaze towards Su Changqing, their eyes glimmering with a reverence typically reserved for their sovereign. Particularly, Lu Xiao, this lady in azure, even forgot to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth as she stared at Su Changqing, momentarily dazed. 300 years prior, when the three major sects attacked, she could only watch helplessly as friends, relatives, and even her master perished one by one, huddling in a corner, weeping alone. 300 years later, the three major sects were attacking once more. What a painfully familiar scene. Lu Xiao understood her own weakness. So she had already prepared for the worst in her heart, to die before Su Changqing. For she could not bear to witness the death of her only elder brother again, nor endure that heart-wrenching despair once more. At that moment, gazing at Su Changqing, Lu Xiao felt a fleeting sense of hope. Thankfully, the scene she dreaded had not materialized. She thought silently. Su Changqing, noticing Lu Xiao's gaze, turned and smiled at his little junior sister, his expression radiating confidence and reassurance. Lu Xiao's lips twitched as she opened her mouth to speak, but a sudden wind arose. The sky above Gulingzong seemed to be veiled in a bloody hue, turning crimson. This sudden and eerie scene instantly compelled Lu Xiao to look up at the heavens. Not only her, but Ouyang-ku, Ji Pei'er, and the others from Gulingzong, as well as the various factions hidden within the Qiang Mountains, all raised their heads in shock. Above them, the crimson sky revealed an apparition of a blood moon. Within the blood moon, a figure shrouded in a black mask was approaching Gulingzong. The instant they recognized this figure, all the Southern Domain's ancestral figures, who were observing the scene, felt their minds erupt with thunderous roars. Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Shuzi, and Zhan Yushangren trembled all over. The three of them, disregarding their ongoing battle with Yunmingzi and Xue Qianxuan, immediately lowered their noble heads to the figure within the blood moon. What is this? Yunmingzi, witnessing this, felt his expression shift as he withdrew. Xue Qianxuan's eyes revealed a grave concern. She had not anticipated that the Li Hua divine sect would send a divine servant to personally descend, which was beyond her expectations. In this case, it would be exceedingly difficult to protect Su Changqing. In the midst of astonished gazes, the divine servant exuded an air of indifference, as if embodying a true deity. With eyes fixated solely on Su Changqing within the gates of Gulingzong, a hoarse voice emanated from beneath the mask. By the decree of the high priest, I shall take your demon eye. Before the words had fully escaped, the divine servant, who had just appeared within the crimson moon, suddenly became indistinct and reappeared right before Su Changqing. Su Changqing, Su brother, Xue Qianxuan and Yunmingzi's expressions changed in an instant, and without hesitation. They abandoned the three major sects' ancestors to rush towards the divine servant. Snowflakes filled the air with a chilling aura, and the aura of Tao obscured their vision. Those who obstruct shall die. The divine servant made no movement, yet the second phrase emerged from beneath the mask, and the aura of divinity erupted with a resounding force, staining the heavens and earth in red. In that instant, the snowflakes melted away, and the fiery aura extinguished entirely. Both Xue Qianxuan and Yunmingzi were also caught in the divine aura's wave, as if struck by lightning, simultaneously spewing blood. Master brother, Lu Xiao, now realizing the dire situation, turned pale. Yet, neither Xue Qianxuan nor Yunmingzi could contend with the divine servant. She could not even approach him to protect Su Changqing. At that moment, the divine servant raised his right hand, pointing directly at Su Changqing's brow, where the eye of the ancient demon resided. An uproar ensued, and the heavens trembled. Everyone inhaled sharply. Even Zhong Yuanqi, Yin Shuzi, and Zhan Yushangren, the ancestors of the three major sects, could scarcely believe the might of the divine servant sent by the Li Hua divine sect. However, it seemed this would finally come to an end. Just as the ancestors of the three major sects felt exhilarated, and Xue Qianxuan, Yunmingzi, and Lu Xiao from Gulingzong sank into utter despair, Su Changqing, enveloped in the divine aura, finally revealed a slight curve of his lips. I thought the Li Hua divine sect would not send anyone. Unbeknownst to all, the moment he laid eyes on the divine servant, he had silently channeled his spiritual energy into the long-dormant bronze sword within him. Through this spiritual conduit, 3 strikes could be unleashed. As the divine servant's finger pointed forth, Su Changqing subtly raised his right hand, as though wielding an invisible sword aimed at the divine servant. Let me see the might of this second blade. In the next moment, the sword fell, and the heavens trembled. Chapter 49. The astonishment of the three major sects in a world painted crimson. A sudden flash of aurora appeared, albeit for merely an instant. The divine essence surged like an ocean, splitting into two from the center. The godly servant, beneath his mask, exhibited a rare expression of shock. As he attempted to struggle once more, a line of blood materialized upon his brow, cleaving through his mask and body, severing him in twain. All vitality, along with his very soul, seemed to be obliterated in that moment of division. The might of the bronze sword, after vanquishing the godly servant, swept past Zhong Yuanqi, Inshuzi, and Zhan Yu, leaving a trail of crimson before ultimately striking a distant formation. With a resounding crack, the seal upon the entrance of the ancient spirit sect trembled violently, shattering like ethereal fireworks. The thunderous reverberation echoed not only within the Qiyang mountain range but also erupted within the hearts of all forces across the southern region. Yunming's gazed upward in a daze, while Xue Qianxuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Lu Xiao's mind reeled, and the members of the ancient spirit sect stood frozen like statues, utterly stunned. Silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. All instinctively swallowed hard, their gazes converging upon the source of the sword light, Su Changqing. With the death of the godly servant and the shattering of the formation, the three venerable ancestors of the divine realm, Zhong Yuanqi, Inshuzi, and Zhan Yu, sustained grievous injuries. Who is he, truly? That sword, though fired from a distance, still left the old man's scalp tingling. Not only is his background formidable, but he possesses such a terrifying trump card. Is Su Changqing truly merely a disciple of the ancient spirit sect? As a cacophony of tumult arose, Zhong Yuanqi, Inshuzi, and Zhan Yu retreated in horror, utilizing their utmost speed to turn and flee. Although they could not fathom how Su Changqing wielded such a lethal weapon, it was evident that the recent sword strike was not aimed at the three major sections. Nevertheless, the residual power of the attack struck them as if they had been struck by lightning, extinguishing any thoughts of continuing the battle. Only one thought echoed in their minds. Su Changqing is unequivocally not to be trifled with. Yunming's was the first to regain his composure, suppressing the turmoil within, and charged towards Inshuzi. Xue Qianxuan followed suit, her icy aura directed at Zhong Yuanqi and Zhan Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Wenren Yanfeng, the last remaining pseudo-divine realm practitioners, were mercilessly slain by the heavenly Xian war general, just as the tide of battle shifted irrevocably due to that one sword. Su Changqing's gaze had already settled upon a nearby spot. The formidable power of the bronze sword was hardly unexpected, for the first strike had cleaved a rift through the ancient relics of the celestial realm. What truly captured his attention was the location of the godly servant's demise. There lay a crimson crystal, no larger than a fist, and pulsing rhythmically like a heart, perhaps affected by the bronze sword shockwave. The surface of the red crystal was adorned with intricate fissures, as if it might shatter at any moment. The essence of divinity stirred within Su Changqing. Upon beholding the crimson crystal, he distinctly sensed the subtle tremor of the demonic eye upon his brow. Senior brother. Lu Xiao finally reached Su Changqing's side. The remnants of despair lingered in her eyes, but upon seeing Su Changqing safe, tears of relief welled up within her. Ouyang Ji Payer and the other members of the ancient spirit sect remained at a distance, their gazes filled with an inexplicable reverence towards Su Changqing. All is well, Su Changqing reassured, tucking the crimson crystal away before turning his gaze towards the distant horizon. With the three major sects represented by Yunming's and Xue Qianxuan, they could stir no waves. As Su Changqing had anticipated, within the span of a single incense stick's burn, Xue Qianxuan was the first to return. One escaped through secretive means, the other I dispatched. The stunning woman spoke with cool detachment, striding directly into the main hall of the summit. Shortly thereafter, Yunming's appeared, shaking his head with a sigh, his expression one of indignation. That old coot from Yinyang Valley has quite the array of tricks, but he is significantly weakened now and can only muster the strength of a pseudo-divine realm at most. With that, he too made his way to the main peak, leaving the members of the ancient spirit sect in a state of shock. However, once they regained their senses, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy, trembling with excitement. For they all understood one undeniable truth. After today, no force in the southern region would dare to underestimate the ancient spirit sect. Indeed, this was the case. The coordinated siege of the ancient spirit sect by the three major sects had previously drawn the attention of the entire southern region. Now, with the curtain falling on the events, the astonishing happenings of that day spread like wildfire among the myriad forces of the southern region. The fire god sect had lost its godly servant. Not only had the three major sects obliterated 5 pseudo-divine realm practitioners, but one ancestor had perished while 2 others fled grievously injured. Such scenes played out like a fantastical tale, creating an uproar among all cultivators in the southern region. The ancient spirit sect truly lived up to its former status as the premier sect of the southern region. What connection does this have to the ancient spirit sect? It is clearly that terrifying disciple from a millennium ago. It is said he killed the godly servant with a single sword strike, even cleaving a hole in the firmament. Impossible. Su Changqing is merely at the dust-opening realm. How could he possess such swordsmanship? Even if the rumors were true, that sword strike used to slay the godly servant must be an infrequent trump card. If not, it would not be the three major sects besieging the ancient spirit sect, but rather the ancient spirit sect invading the three major sections. What does it matter if it's true or false? Su Changqing's two companions are no ordinary individuals. One is a disciple of the celestial fire master, while the other is suspected to hail from the wilderness state. If you have the ability, go assault the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate and confront Su Changqing directly. Of course, I would not dare. By the way, do you think the three major sects and the fire god sect will seek retribution? As the cultivators of the southern region were once again stunned by the name Su Changqing, their gazes instinctively shifted towards the three major sects and the fire god sect. It was evident to all that the three major sects and the fire god sect, having suffered such a significant loss, would not simply let this matter rest. At the same time, within the Tianfu Gate, a wave of grief and indignation prevailed. Their sect possessed only two ancestors in the divine realm, and with one perishing. The loss was catastrophic, almost instantaneously after Zhang Yu's death. The remaining ancestor chose not to seek vengeance but instead opted to seal the mountain and activate the protective formation for their sect. The Guiyuan sect and Yin Yang Valley fared slightly better, yet with their ancestor grievously injured, they too took immediate precautions, closing their gates and abandoning any thoughts of revenge. For the three major sects, the fact that their ancestors could personally descend upon the ancient spirit sect was already the limit. After all, the southern region is not solely populated by these three major sections. What truly astonished all factions in the southern region was that the fire god sect, after the death of the godly servant, maintained an eerie silence. In the midst of the southern region's uproar, within the main hall of the ancient spirit sect, Su Changqing, Shui Qianxuan, and Yunming stood gathered around a stone table, exchanging wide-eyed glances. To be frank, that sword of yours nearly startled me as well. Yunming broke the silence, though he refrained from inquiring about the origin of the sword. My apologies, Su Changqing coughed lightly. You concealed yourself well, had I known. I wouldn't have needed to intervene personally with Shui. Just as he was about to continue, a cold voice interrupted him. I must take my leave. Yunming was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Su Changqing also turned to Shui Qianxuan, who did not look at Yunming but instead fixed her gaze upon Su Changqing and spoke again. I wish to depart from the southern region and return to the wilderness state. Chapter 50, The Bloom of the Divine Flower. Once more Shui Qianxuan hailed from the wilderness province. Su Changqing was aware of this. Yet he did not expect her to depart so soon. Are you anxious? Yunming unexpectedly inquired. Indeed, the elders of my clan have sent word not long ago. And I have already tarried longer than intended, Shui Qianxuan replied, nodding. As she contemplated her imminent departure from the southern domain, a hint of reluctance flickered across her cold, beautiful visage, reminiscent of long-fallen snow. The wilderness province was unlike the southern domain. Few could engage her in prolonged conversation. Yunming fell into an unusual silence, a reflection of his own sentiments. The three had formed an unexpected bond, and after a millennium apart, it seemed they were soon to part again. Su Changqing exhaled a sigh, turning his gaze to Shui Qianxuan. Travel safely. I believe that not long from now, my brother Yun and I will visit you in the wilderness province. He paused. Let us set aside these concerns for now. The three major sects will likely refrain from troubling you for a time, but do remain vigilant against the fire god sect. Shui Qianxuan did not respond directly. After a moment of contemplation, she produced a jade talisman radiating a cerulean light. This ancient talisman can facilitate unordered teleportation up to 9 times. And even those above the divine realm cannot probe it. I have utilized it twice. Now I bestow it upon you. As she uttered the final words, before Su Changqing could decline, the talisman had already fallen before him. Shui Qianxuan cast a deep gaze at Su Changqing, then nodded to Yunming, and in an instant, her figure vanished from sight. Time passed, and it was Yunming who first shattered the silence. He shook his head, managing a somewhat awkward smile. This woman truly has a flair for the dramatic. She departs with such swiftness. Su Changqing remained silent. Very well, I too shall return to Nantai. I had intended to offer you a protective talisman, but with the ancient talisman now in your possession, that is settled. No sooner had he spoken than Yunming's figure also disappeared. Soon, the grand hall was left with Su Changqing alone. He gazed in the direction where his friends had departed for a long while, then lowered his eyes to the jade talisman resting on the stone table, murmuring softly. The ancient talisman, is it? This was the first time Su Changqing had heard of such an artifact. Yet, according to Shui Qianxuan, its ability to teleport 9 times without order attested to its extraordinary value. It could indeed be deemed a treasure for preserving life. To have received such a precious artifact as a gift, she truly felt no regret. A moment of reverie washed over Su Changqing. As memories of his first encounter with Shui Qianxuan surfaced, he had been brimming with youthful vigor, while she, hailing from the wilderness province, shone with her own brilliance. Upon their first meeting, they had exchanged few words before engaging in battle, a contest he ultimately won. In the subsequent times, Shui Qianxuan would challenge him repeatedly, and each time, he emerged victorious. Su Changqing could not recall how many times they had sparred, but he was no fool. He realized that this radiant daughter of the wilderness province harbored feelings for him. Yet, at that time, he had been revered as the foremost prodigy of the southern domain, bearing the hopes of his master and the ancient spirit sect. During their last meeting, he had left her with but a single phrase before resolutely stepping into the ancient ruins. As he recalled this, a smile unfurled upon Su Changqing's lips. When he accepted the ancient talisman, he channeled the same spirit as in those earlier days, though his heart was now far more composed. Woman, you shall only serve to fortify my resolve in becoming the number one in the southern domain. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye. Over half a month had passed since the three major sects had besieged the ancient spirit sect, under Lu Shuyao's leadership. The sect gradually began to regain its former glory. The smiles on the faces of Ouyang Ku and other high-ranking members had become nearly constant. Amidst this flourishing atmosphere, Su Cha-Ching sat alone in the rear hall. Before him lay the crimson crystal, akin to a heart, left behind by the divine servant after its demise. During this period, he had gained some understanding of this red crystal. As he focused his thoughts, the demonic eye at his brow opened and closed, allowing waves of ancient divine essence to surge from the crystal into his eye. As if guided by an ancient secret art, Su Cha-Ching had made countless attempts to refine his body with ancient demonic energy, and at this moment, a response finally emerged. He could distinctly sense a peculiar sensation akin to the initial reconfiguration of his physical form. Indeed, only objects related to the divine could catalyze the growth of his ancient demonic body. A fierce light ignited in Su Cha-Ching's eyes. Both gods and demons transcended ordinary beings. Thus, every instance of their growth required a medium of equal stature, as the current spiritual energy of the world was insufficient. The crimson crystal was not merely the heart of the divine servant, it also contained remnants of ancient divine essence. As the demonic eye absorbed the ancient essence emanating from the red crystal, the very air within 1,000, 2,000, and even the entire range of the ancient spirit sect's mountain gate began to rumble and converge towards Su Cha-Ching. This sudden occurrence immediately put Lu Shuyao, Ouyang Ku, and others on high alert. Yet soon enough, they discerned that the strange phenomenon originated from the rear hall of the main peak. Although they could not fathom how Su Cha-Ching had achieved this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and chose to stand guard nearby. For now, in the eyes of the ancient spirit sect's members, Su Cha-Ching's status was no less than that of Lu Shuyao. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the torrent of astonishing spiritual energy, his physical form had begun its second reconfiguration after the demonic eye absorbed the ancient essence from the red crystal. His body underwent continual transformation, igniting the 38th, 39th, and 40th spiritual apertures within him. 10 days later, he slowly opened his eyes once more. Although this time his second reconfiguration was not yet complete, he had ignited 59 spiritual apertures. He was but a step away from the later stages of the dust removal realm. Should he encounter the leader of the Fire God sect again, that individual would have no chance to escape. Su Cha-Ching nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting back to the crimson crystal. Under the demonic eye's absorption, the red crystal grew increasingly dim, as if it might disintegrate into ash at any moment. Yet, as it was a remnant of the divine servant, it appeared capable of undergoing refinement one more time. After securing the crimson crystal, Su Cha-Ching emerged from the rear hall for the first time in nearly a month. Lu Shuyao had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Cha-Ching's figure, her eyes immediately brightened. Clearly, she had discerned that her senior brother's cultivation had grown stronger. However, now was not the time for congratulations. As Lu Shuyao hastened towards Su Cha-Ching, her eager words spilled forth. Senior brother, during your seclusion, news has arrived from the wilderness province. The celestial wood has blossomed, and the divine flower has bloomed once more. Chapter 51. The gamble of the five radiant sect. A fleeting glimmer passed through Su Cha-Ching's eyes. The Tsangtian wooden armor was none other than a divine burial shroud. His master, Feng Wanzi, had been besieged and killed by the Lihua divine sect and three major sects for the sake of obtaining a divine flower, which speaks volumes of its value. Moreover, even if the divine flower were not obtained, the ancient aura contained within the divine burial shroud must be of an unimaginable richness. For both emotional and rational reasons, he ought to set off directly for the wild state. However, he realized that before doing so, he needed to embark on a distant journey. After a brief contemplation, Su Cha-Ching nodded at Lu Shuyao, and to her astonishment, transformed into a streak of light and departed from the ancient spirit sect. As he sped along, Su Cha-Ching continuously pondered. The moment he heard Lu Xuyao's words, he had already surmised that Xue Qianxuan was likely hurrying back to the wild state due to the Tsangtian wood. Furthermore, the Lihua divine sect had yet to react to the death of the divine slave, which probably stemmed from this matter. After all, this sect revered the divine, and acquiring the divine flower was of utmost importance to them. The grievances in the southern domain were merely secondary to their primary objectives. As for the three major sects, although they had suffered significant losses a month prior, they were still formidable powers in the southern domain with deep-rooted foundations. Su Cha-Ching was acutely aware that it was rather unrealistic to eradicate the three major sects solely based on his current cultivation level. Regardless of whether Xue Qianxuan and Yun Mingzi had left, he was reluctant to call upon their assistance again, as their previous help had already been a tremendous favor. Once they departed, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Thus, if he wished to instill caution in the three major sects, he needed to leverage his position. With a composed expression, Su Cha-Ching proceeded towards one of the seven major sects of the southern domain, the Five Radiant sect, nestled in the central region of the southern domain. Its mountain gate resembled 5 fingers reaching towards the heavens, representing the 5 peaks that signify the lineage of the 5 elements techniques. 7 days later, The moment Su Cha-Ching appeared at the entrance of the Five Radiant sect, the disciples stationed there were momentarily taken aback, but their expressions swiftly transformed. And they rushed to report his arrival to the sect's higher-ups in the southern domain today, who did not recognize Su Cha-Ching. Within mere breaths, the entire Five Radiant sect was abuzz. "Brother Su, is that truly you?" As soon as Su Cha-Ching landed, a middle-aged man with defined features and a commanding presence promptly emerged from the main peak to welcome him. "It has been a long time, Jiang Yichuan. Your cultivation seems to have surpassed that of years past," Su Cha-Ching greeted with a light smile. "Haha, not at all. It is indeed a joy to see Brother Su alive and well." After emerging from the ancient immortal ruins, Jiang Yichuan replied with hearty laughter, inviting Su Cha-Ching to stay at the main peak. Su Cha-Ching accepted the invitation without hesitation and stepped inside. Following his arrival, over a dozen high-ranking members of the Five Radiant sect gathered, their gazes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Among them were the siblings Yu Luoyang and Yao Luoluo. Upon seeing Su Cha-Ching, Yao Luoluo's eyes widened as she attempted to discern what had changed in the prodigy from a millennium ago. Meanwhile, Yao Luoyang shuddered involuntarily, retreating subconsciously behind his master as memories flooded back to him. As for Chen Hai, the disciple of the Five Radiant sect stood at a distance, his expression complex, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Who could have imagined that during their time in the ancient immortal ruins, they had all been at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, and in such a short span, Su Cha-Ching had grown to a level he could hardly reach. Personally welcomed by the elders, with a calm demeanor, Su Cha-Ching made his way to the reception hall, while the rest of the sect's high-ranking members, aside from Jiang Yichuan, tacitly halted their steps. Within the hall, only the two of them remained. Jiang Yichuan's gaze flickered as he engaged in light conversation with Su Cha-Ching before finally broaching the subject. "Brother Su, your reputation remains as formidable as ever. What brings you to the Five Radiant sect? Is my reputation truly so grand?" Su Cha-Ching chuckled softly, responding candidly. "I have only gained some notoriety after the destruction of the three major sections." Jiang Yichuan was momentarily struck dumb. He was well aware of Su Cha-Ching's status as the former top disciple of the ancient spirit sect, and the enmity with the three major sects had reached an irreparable point. To come to the Five Radiant sect at this juncture, one could easily deduce the implications. Yet, what took Jiang Yichuan by surprise was Su Cha-Ching's first statement about the annihilation of the three major sections. "Brother Su, you are still as audacious as a millennium ago. However, what does the potential destruction of the three major sects have to do with my Five Radiant sect?" Jiang Yichuan feigned astonishment. "I intend to venture to the wild state and hope that Brother Jiang and the Five Radiant sect can afford the ancient spirit sect some time. When the three major sects are vanquished, the resources of their mountain gates will be divided. 3 portions shall belong to the Five Radiant sect," Su Cha-Ching said with a grin, deliberately avoiding any ambiguity as he slowly raised 3 fingers. Upon hearing such forthright words, Jiang Yichuan ceased pretending and fell into silence. Had this been before? When Su Cha-Ching was still weak, even if he were a prodigy from a millennium ago, Jiang Yichuan would have dismissed his words as mere folly, at least until he had genuinely matured. However, the situation had changed drastically, not to mention the breathtaking sword strike that Su Cha-Ching had used to slay the divine slave. The mere association he had with Xue Qianchuan and Yun Mingzi rendered his words impossible to ignore. The only hesitation Jiang Yichuan felt stemmed from the Lihua divine sect, which backed the 3 major sections. "Brother Su, your proposition places my Five Radiant sect in a difficult position. This is indeed a gamble. It depends on whether Brother Jiang has the confidence to take it," Su Cha-Ching interjected as Jiang Yichuan was about to speak again. After delivering this statement, Su Cha-Ching fell silent, merely gazing at the familiar figure before him. The 3 major sects were ultimately upstart forces, and now they had suffered significant losses in their peak combat capabilities. With his support, these ancient sects would not be foolish enough to willingly relinquish a portion of the southern domain's cultivation resources. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yichuan scrutinized Su Cha-Ching deeply before finally speaking. "As for what comes next, none can guarantee. But the Five Radiant sect will do its utmost to protect the ancient spirit sect within its capabilities." "That is sufficient," Su Cha-Ching nodded. He did not expect the Five Radiant sect to swiftly align with him. Merely having such a promise was already commendable. With his objective achieved, Su Cha-Ching exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Yichuan for a moment longer before rising to take his leave. As he turned to depart, Jiang Yichuan's smile faded, and his brow furrowed. The reason he had agreed to Su Cha-Ching's terms was not only due to his trust in this peerless prodigy, but also because, after Su Cha-Ching had spoken, he received a transmission from the other ancestors. The message contained only a single sentence, regardless of the truth of this child's words. "The identity of Xue Qianchuan is even more esteemed than we could have imagined. She is the legitimate daughter of the royal family of the Fallen Heaven Ancient Capital. If we can take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Fallen Heaven Ancient Capital, the Five Radiant sect may take the gamble." As Su Cha-Ching exited the bounds of the Five Radiant sect, he cast one last glance back at the significant power in the southern domain. Sensing the weight of an unseen gaze bidding him farewell, presumably belonging to the true elder of the Five Radiant sect, Su Cha-Ching once again clasped his fists in respect towards the highest peak before turning towards the direction of the Ziyang sect and hastily departing. Chapter 52. A visit as Su Cha-ching stepped into the realm of the Ziyang sect. Their reaction mirrored that of the Wuyo sect. In fact, across the entire southern region, no force dared to show any disrespect towards Su Cha-ching. Though not particularly formidable himself, he possessed the means to slay divine servants. And his closest friend was the celebrated daughter of a powerful force in the sole disciple of the heavenly fire sage. Thus, upon Su Cha-ching's arrival, the Ziyang sect not only extended a warm invitation but also sent forth an esteemed ancestor of the God Connection realm to personally welcome him. Pei Chi Feng's expression was even more complex than Chen Hai's. Once, he had mocked Su Cha-ching. Now, witnessing his own ancestor engaging in cheerful conversation with him, he felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. When Su Cha-ching cast a glance his way, the forced smile that appeared on Pei Qingfeng's face was more akin to a grimace. Had Su Cha-ching truly ascended to such heights? Standing amidst the disciples of the Ziyang sect, Jie Ying refrained from stepping forward. Memories of her initial encounter with Su Cha-ching in the ancient ruins flickered in her mind, recalling how she had been compelled by him to lead the way. Sensing something, Su Cha-ching, before entering the council hall with an elder of the Ziyang sect, turned to the inconspicuous Jie Ying in the crowd and greeted her with a smile. Miss Jie, today I have matters to attend to, but I shall revisit to reminisce another day, if that suits you. At these words, Jie Ying froze in place. The current Su Cha-ching was no longer a mere junior of the dust opening realm. His status and influence were akin to that of an ancestral figure. Consequently, as his voice resonated, she could feel the gazes of the surrounding Ziyang sect disciples shift towards her, first in shock, then, unlike the previous indifference, they now glimmered with surprise and envy. Pei Chi Feng, too, was taken aback by the revelation of Jie Ying's connection to Su Cha-ching. He regarded the previously unnoticed woman with newfound interest and a hint of a benevolent smile. If that were all, it would suffice. However, the elder from the Ziyang sect, who had hosted the banquet for Su Cha-ching, paused and cast an appreciative glance at Jie Ying. Ah, so you and our Su Dao friend are acquaintances. How delightful. Should you have time in the future, do feel free to visit us once more. With a smile gracing his lips and a hearty laugh, he continued to escort Su Cha-ching into the grand hall. Your kindness is appreciated, Su Cha-ching replied, withdrawing his gaze to follow. As Su Cha-ching's figure vanished from the sight of the Ziyang sect disciples, Jie Ying seemed still in a daze. After a long while, feeling the peculiar stares surrounding her, she took a deep breath, her heart swelling with unspoken gratitude towards Su Cha-ching, murmuring softly, "Thank you." Su Cha-ching had little interest in deciphering Jie Ying's thoughts. Yet, she was not only the first person he encountered after emerging from the void realm, but also the one who had guided him. And he had taken her 9-aperture pill atop the 9-prison peak. By extending this invitation, it was clear that her standing within the Ziyang sect had improved somewhat. Thus, their grievances were settled. At that moment, Su Cha-ching had arrived in the grand hall. Observing the Ziyang sect elder's silence before articulating the words he had once spoken to Jiang Yichuan. Upon hearing them, the elder exhibited no hesitation, nodding decisively. Seemingly sensing Su Cha-ching's surprise, he smiled and elaborated, "I am not wagering on whether I can acquire resources from the 3 great sects, nor on your background. What I truly gamble on, Su Dao friend, is your future." Su Cha-ching remained silent, bowing respectfully to the elder of the Ziyang sect. "Haha, Su Dao friend. You are too modest. As I mentioned, should you find yourself with leisure, you are always welcome at the Ziyang sect." The elder of the Ziyang sect chuckled heartily. He seemed eager to keep Su Cha-ching around a bit longer, but Su Cha-ching had another sect to visit and had to politely decline. The elder did not press further, promising once more to protect the ancient spirit sect before personally escorting Su Cha-ching away. Once Su Cha-ching's presence faded, the elder's smile remained undiminished as he promptly conveyed a message. He informed the sect's elder of teachings that Su Cha-ching's friend, Master Qian, had personally accepted as the 11th disciple who could reside at the Cloud Sea Spirit Peak. As he spoke, Master Qian returned to the depths of the Ziyang sect, where whispers began to circulate. During the ancient ruins, he was merely at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, yet in less than half a year, he has overwhelmed the disciples of various sects, approaching the late stages of the dust opening realm. It is no wonder that Pei Chi Feng is so lacking in ambition. Although he is not a disciple of our Ziyang sect, the words he spoke earlier reveal him to be a person of deep affection. For someone like him, offering aid in times of need is far more valuable than mere flattery. This time, they had indeed struck gold. Master Qian departed the grand hall with a smile. Perhaps Su Cha-ching himself had not anticipated that Master Qian would so readily agree to safeguard the ancient spirit sect. The underlying reason was undoubtedly his unassuming assistance to Jie Ying. Nonetheless, the extent to which the elder of the Ziyang sect had gone to show such sincerity was already significant. At this moment, Su Cha-ching was making his way to the final sect, the Heavenly Sword Mountain. It seemed that through Su Cha-ching's successive visits to the Wuyo sect, Ziyang sect, and Heavenly Sword Mountain, they had surmised his intentions. Before he even entered the mountain gates, the voice of an elder from the Heavenly Sword Mountain reached his ears. "If young friend Su has come regarding the grievances between the 3 great sects and the Lihua Divine sect, you may turn back." Upon hearing this transmission, Su Cha-ching halted, casting a distant glance at the towering Heavenly Sword Mountain. After a moment of silence, he turned and departed. The decision of the Heavenly Sword Mountain did not come as a surprise. This sect, centered on the sword path, rarely concerned itself with external matters, whether it be isolation or unwillingness to wade through murky waters. For Su Cha-ching, with the assurances of the Wuyo sect and Xiang sect, this journey had already borne fruit. When I return, the time will come to resolve all grievances with the three great sects. Su Cha-ching exhaled deeply. Rejected by the heavenly sword mountain, he did not linger but hastened towards the direction of. Meanwhile, as Su Cha-ching visited the great sects of the southern region, unrest brewed within the three great sections. Among them, Du Qian, a disciple of the Guiyuan sect, emerged from his secluded retreat after a period of meditation, having previously received numerous treasures from the Li Hua divine sect due to the blooming of the divine spirit flower. The Guiyuan sect could not afford to miss out this time. With that, he bowed in the direction of Zhong Yuanqi and turned to leave, his destination set for. Simultaneously, Chang Sun Yu from the Yinyang Valley and several strong figures from the Tianfu sect hastened towards. Like the grand gamble of the Wuyo sect and Xiang sect, the gaze of the Li Hua divine sect had now fully shifted towards the Cangtian Wood restricted area. Unlike the southern region, boasted numerous holy grounds of great sections. Though the Li Hua divine sect was powerful, even with its leader personally heading to. Seizing the divine spirit flower from the hands of the great sects was no simple feat, and they likely had little time to concern themselves with the trivialities of the southern region. Understanding their precarious position, the three great sects recognized that with Su Cha-ching leading the way and the Wuyo sect and others waiting to reap the benefits, the only route to overcome this hurdle lay in assisting the Li Hua divine sect in securing the divine spirit flower. They too were gambling, albeit shifting the battlefield to the Cangtian Wood. Chapter 53. The Wilderness State and the Other Races. The Wilderness State spans countless miles, dotted with the sacred sites of great teachings, and inhabited by various alien races. The so-called 7 major sects of the Southern Domain are but ordinary forces in the Wilderness State. For every practitioner from the Southern Domain, the Wilderness State is the true stage. Yet, not all are deemed worthy to set foot in this land. The Wilderness State is surrounded by 1,000,000 mountains, teeming with formidable beasts and monstrous creatures, making it impossible for lesser forces to find any shortcuts for passage. One must rely solely on their own abilities to traverse. On this day, beyond the 1,000,000 mountains, the clouds suddenly parted. A figure soared through the air, gracefully landing atop an unremarkable peak. It was Su Cha-ching. After visiting the Five Sun sect and the Purple Sun sect, he had pressed onward for nearly half a month, finally reaching the border between the Southern Domain and the Wilderness State. At my current pace, it will take at least another month to cross these 1,000,000 mountains. Su Cha-ching mused, gazing into the verdant expanse, where mountain ranges undulated like slumbering dragons. Perhaps centuries ago, his master, Feng Wanzi, embarked from this very spot towards the Wilderness State to seize a divine flower, thus inciting calamity upon himself. With such thoughts, Su Cha-ching hesitated no longer. His figure flickered and vanished into the dense greenery. For him, the journey into the Wilderness State was not merely a passage but also a form of training. Time passed swiftly, and soon several days had elapsed. Along the way, Su Cha-ching encountered numerous ferocious beasts, all of which swiftly fell to his might, nourishing the 1,000,000 mountains with their essence. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had ignited the 60th spiritual aperture, propelling him into the late stage of the opening dust realm. After more than half a month, while still less than a third of the way to the Wilderness State, Su Cha-ching's steps finally halted. He raised his gaze through the thick, layered peaks towards the sky above. In the next moment, amidst the fading glow of the setting sun, a black wooden ship pierced through the clouds with astonishing speed, creating a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. From a distance, the black wooden vessel appeared colossal, inscribed with intricate runes and adorned with scales, resembling a great malevolent lizard as it soared above the 1,000,000 mountains, exuding an overwhelming aura. Its destination was clearly the Wilderness State. On board the black ship, Su Cha-ching distinctly sensed a surge of spiritual energy unlike that of human practitioners. He had long heard that beyond the great sacred sites, many alien races occupied substantial territories in the Wilderness State. Little did he expect to glimpse such beings before even arriving at the Wilderness State. He murmured softly, "It is no surprise." More accurately, Su Cha-ching recognized one among them, not a human, but a woman of other bloodlines. He pondered the status of Xue Qianquan's ancient city of Luotian within the power hierarchy of the Wilderness State. Watching the black ship gradually recede, Su Cha-ching exhaled softly and resumed his journey. If his calculations were correct, he would soon set foot on the outskirts of the Wilderness State, in a small town named Nanbin. "Young master, we are about to enter the territory of the Wilderness State," remarked a middle-aged figure from the alien race aboard the ship, bowing towards a tall, slender youth beside him. The young master, reveling in the deference of his alien guards, was embracing 2 cloaked women. These 2 women appeared youthful and strikingly beautiful, their attire daringly scant, with only cloaks draping over their bodies, revealing ample fair skin, evoking an instinctual response at first glance. Both women were cultivators of the human race. "I understand, Uncle Chi," the young master replied nonchalantly, while indulging in the playful caresses of the girls, laughter echoing around him. One could clearly see faint gray scales glimmering beneath his jawline. At that moment, one of the women held a crystal vial filled with various nourishing substances, feeding him intermittently. Suddenly, as the young master exerted more force, the woman gasped, losing her balance and spilling the nourishing contents onto his robes. Master, her delicate face turned pale, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Do not fret, my dear, it is merely a robe. Change it, and all will be well. The young master gazed at the trembling young woman with an expression of indulgence, gently caressing her cheek, seemingly attuned to her quivering form. However, as his hand brushed against her face, the human girl's body trembled violently, her head exploding in a gruesome display, flesh and blood scattering. The other woman, witnessing this horror, trembled uncontrollably, cautiously continuing to serve. The young master paid no heed to her fear. He sampled the blood that stained his fingertips, savoring it as if it were the most exquisite delicacy, satisfaction washing over his features. Uncle Chi, how long until we reach Kangshiamo? 10 days' journey, Uncle Chi replied, his brow furrowing tighter as he surveyed the bloodstains on the deck. The other alien guards, heads bowed, averted their gazes from the young master, hastily cleaning the remnants of flesh as if accustomed to such brutality. This young man hailed from the depths of the sea, the current heir of the sea lizard clan, Chi Yin. Is it still far? The town of Nambin should not be much further ahead. We shall stop there. I am hungry, Chi Yin remarked, glancing at the trembling human girl beside him, his expression growing increasingly impatient. Sensing his mood, an accompanying member of the sea lizard clan promptly understood and dragged the human girl away. Soon, anguished screams echoed from the depths of the ship. Very well, but this is the last time. Uncle Chi remained silent, well aware of the young master's temperament. His mention of hunger hinted that Nambin might not survive unscathed, yet he refrained from voicing further objections. The wilderness state was vast, and this small border town was hardly significant enough to attract the attention of the great sacred sites. I got it, Chi Yin waved dismissively, but soon his eyes lit up as he stood. Because we have arrived at Nambin. The young master of the sea lizard clan seemed to have caught a whiff of fresh human maiden scent, a greedy smile curling at the corners of his lips. Just as the black wooden ship descended gracefully upon Nambin, a figure leapt from the lush expanse, landing steadily atop an ancient tree. At last, I have emerged from the million mountains. Su Changqing, gazing at the distant border town, was about to express his thoughts when he suddenly furrowed his brow. He detected a strong scent of blood. As he contemplated whether to intervene, an inhuman roar erupted from Nambin, reverberating through the air. He beheld crimson streams rapidly coalescing in the air, ultimately forming a vast pool of blood. Within this sanguine pool, an alien youth bathed. A look of indescribable satisfaction etched upon his face, as if under some arcane spell. Blood sacrifice, Su Changqing murmured, recognizing the notorious ritual. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly stirred him was the realization that the alien youth was not merely sacrificing 1 or 2 lives, but an entire town. To be so brazen as to conduct such a blood sacrifice within the borders of the wilderness state indicated that this alien youth's background was formidable. As Su Changqing prepared to mask his presence, he felt the air shift above, bathed in a pool of blood. Chi Yin seemed to sense something as he cast a glance in the direction of Su Changqing, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Another human has arrived, but alas, it is a male. Let us dispose of him immediately. Chapter 54. The initial battle in the spirit transformation realm. As the words fell, Su Changqing immediately observed several figures of otherworldly beings swiftly emerging from Nanjing City, racing towards his location with an unyielding expression. These entities, all at the initial stage of the opening dust realm, approached with a chilling indifference, their speed rendering them almost instantaneous. Before Su Changqing could react, a barrage of spells was unleashed upon him, as if the act of slaying this human youth was no different from squashing an ant by the roadside. Su Changqing had not anticipated such an unwarranted calamity upon his arrival in the wasteland. It served as a lesson. Were the forces of the wasteland truly this tyrannical? His countenance darkened. Just as the several otherworldly beings closed in, he raised his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Black flames erupted forth, enveloping the figures of these adversaries in an instant. At that moment, Su Changqing propelled himself towards his target, which was none other than Chi Yin in the blood pool. Reluctant to stir up trouble so soon, Su Changqing adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. However, with this otherworldly youth making the first move, their enmity was sealed, and it would be fitting for them to perish here. Chi Yin, witnessing his guards being engulfed by the black flames, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, that was the extent of his surprise. He gazed at the advancing Su Changqing and grinned menacingly. An intriguing human, Uncle Chi, I have taken a liking to him. In that fleeting moment, Su Changqing's expression shifted, and he retreated abruptly when he was still 100 paces away from Chi Yin. The next instant, a middle-aged figure of an otherworldly man materialized at his previous location. It was Chi Tian. Chi Tian first glanced at the lifeless bodies of his kin scattered in the distance before fixing his gaze upon Su Changqing, his brow furrowing deeply. The reason he refrained from immediate action was due to Su Changqing's cultivation, which astonished this otherworldly middle-aged man. Were they in the territory of the sea? The elimination of such a human genius would be a trivial matter. However, situated in the wasteland, the death of a human from Nanjing City was not concerning. Yet, Su Changqing's prowess likely originated from a significant power within the wasteland. To kill him outright would pose considerable trouble, especially since Qi Tian's primary task was to safely escort the young master to Zhang Tianmo. With this in mind, Qi Tian fell silent for a moment before speaking cautiously. Human youth, you. Before Qi Tian could prudently inquire about Su Changqing's origins, Qi Yin, dissatisfied, interrupted, Uncle Qi. There's no need to waste words with these lowly blood-fed beings. Qi Tian inhaled deeply, taking a moment to calm his irritation before shaking his head in silence as he began to approach Su Changqing. A surge of energy characteristic of the spirit transformation realm enveloped the vicinity. Behind Qi Tian, a vast expanse of white spiritual energy emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Observing this scene, Su Changqing's expression grew serious. He had noted Qi Tian's hesitation, but this was not the time for reflection. Faced with the ocean of spiritual energy behind Qi Tian, although he felt a sense of imminent danger, a quiet relief washed over him. He was not plunged into utter despair. The spirit transformation realm, much like the opening dust realm, exhibited layers of distinction, which varied greatly depending on the spiritual apertures cultivated within one's body. Generally, those of the human spirit in the opening dust realm, upon entering the spirit transformation realm, would coalesce a white spiritual sea. The prodigies, however, could manifest a blue profound sea. Only those with 100 apertures had the chance to transmute their essence into a purple heavenly sea. If this middle-aged otherworldly man before him had merely condensed a white spiritual sea at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, Su Changqing was curious to see if he could contend with such an opponent, given his own late-stage prowess in the opening dust realm. Thus, as Qi Tian took a step forward, Su Changqing decisively charged at the middle-aged otherworldly being. Seeing Su Changqing, a mere practitioner of the opening dust realm, daring to take the initiative, Qi Tian's earlier doubts vanished, and his expression darkened ominously. He waved his hand, summoning swirling black mist that transformed into an enormous net, woven from countless soul shadows, radiating a formidable malevolence. The mist churned, and the soul net, imperceptible, swiftly surrounded Su Changqing. As it constricted, anguished wails echoed from within, as if the souls were attempting to devour him. Su Changqing's pupils constricted slightly. Merely glancing at this black mist, net gave him the unsettling sensation of his own soul being severed from his body. He dared not act carelessly and pointed his fingers like a sword, slashing at the soul net. The net, seemingly indestructible, only yielded slightly to his strike. Not hesitating any longer, Su Changqing unleashed a fusion of black flames and white light, transforming into a tempest of yin and yang, surging forth to clash with the encroaching soul net. The already blurred net shattered abruptly. Qi Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the remarkable capabilities of this human youth, nonetheless. He had never anticipated that Su Changqing could forcibly break free from his spell. Even if he merely possessed a white spiritual sea, he should not have been able to withstand someone of Su Changqing's caliber. Was this individual truly a disciple of a prominent power in the wasteland? Judging by his age, he could not be Zhao Wuchen of the Yidao sect or the holy son of the Haoyan sacred land. Was he perhaps one of those prodigies from Lingxiao Academy? As Qi Tian's heart raced with trepidation, Su Changqing emerged from the remnants of the soul net, his figure leaving behind only a fleeting shadow as he materialized before Qi Tian. His indifferent gaze, as if influenced by a demonic eye, conveyed a sense of aloof superiority. He struck with a punch. Qi Tian's complexion paled entirely. He sensed that although this human youth possessed formidable sorcery, it was his physicality that held the true depth. In fact, this was accurate. Approaching the second transformation brought forth by the ancient demonic body's reconstruction had rendered Su Changqing's physical prowess remarkably formidable. With that single blow, he sent Qi Tian crashing into the ground like a meteor. Boom! The earth trembled. Centered around Qi Tian, the ground rippled like water, stirring up layers of ash and dust. Yet, moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the deep pit. Blood trickled from the corner of Qi Tian's mouth as he stood up from the dust, his eyes filled with fury and astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a monstrous gray lizard, soaring into the sky. Its body, resembling aged tree bark, radiated an aura of relentless slaughter, and its sharp claws gleamed ominously, instilling dread. A sea lizard? For the first time, a sense of mortal peril gripped Su Changqing. Just as he was about to summon his celestial form, an invisible sword ray shot in from afar, vanishing in an instant. As Qi Tian's massive lizard form charged towards Su Changqing, its vertical pupils suddenly shattered, cleaved in two from the center of its brow, green blood showering down like rain. Su Changqing was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned to look. In his line of sight, a young man in a long robe was approaching with measured steps. This individual's eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a scholarly aura, as he smiled and nodded at Su Changqing. Upon seeing this youth, Su Changqing felt a wave of relief, for he was unfamiliar with the wasteland. In the blood pool, Qi Yan's countenance turned ashen. The disdain he held for humans evaporated as the sea lizard, the pride of their sect, trembled in fear, and he muttered in disbelief, Lingxiao Academy, Jun Bufan. Chapter 55. The heart of humanity is hard to unite. Lingxiao Academy? Su Chongqing heard Qi Yan's murmurs and thoughtfully nodded at the young man in the azure robe. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he appeared before Qi Yan. Despite being terrified by Jun Bufan, Qi Yan instinctively spoke, "You, lowly bloodsucker." Before he could finish, Su Chongqing frowned slightly, raised his hand, and delivered a sharp slap to Qi Yan's face. With a resounding crack, Qi Yan was sent flying like an arrow, crashing into the blood-soaked ground. As the young master of the sea lizard struggled to lift his head, intending to utter more arrogance, Su Chongqing reappeared before him and stomped down on his pale face. Boom! The ground trembled ominously. After completing this, Su Chongqing turned back to Jun Bufan, who had already moved a distance away. In the realm of the sea lizard clan was led by this young master, known for his fondness for the blood of human maidens. Jun Bufan, well acquainted with Qi Yan and Appo's background, smiled appreciatively at Su Chongqing and remarked, "Well done. You are impressive." Su Chongqing's gaze shifted slightly. He now recognized that the youth before him was an ally, not an adversary. Although the situation in the wild provinces appeared less harmonious than anticipated, the reputation of the sacred grounds was undeniably genuine. The aforementioned young master of the sea lizard had already reached the late stage of the Kaichen realm, far surpassing the Daozi of the southern domain. As for Jun Bufan, of similar age, he had attained the Hualing realm, and his spiritual sea was not the ordinary white hue typical among foreign races. "I am from Lingxiao Academy. Jun Bufan," he introduced, seemingly surprised by Su Chongqing's openness. He awkwardly smiled and politely inquired, "How should I address you, friend?" "An unnamed wandering cultivator, Su Chongqing," came the consistent reply from Su Chongqing. "A wandering cultivator, you say? Su Daoist, are you also here for the Tsangtian wood?" "Indeed." Jun Bufan suddenly fell silent, his handsome features momentarily betraying uncertainty as he tentatively suggested, "Then, shall we travel together? That would be appreciated." Su Chongqing regarded the young man in the long robe with renewed evaluation. He was formidable, yet seemed somewhat inept in social interaction. Seeing Su Chongqing agree to accompany him, Jun Bufan felt a surge of relief. However, before departing, he cast a glance at the grim South Shore city, raised his hand to form a gesture, and dissipated the lingering resentment of the deceased human souls. He then smiled at Su Chongqing and led the way. During this process, Su Chongqing discerned a glimpse of sorrow and anger deep within Jun Bufan's eyes. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "With so many great sacred grounds in the wild provinces, why do they allow these foreign races to be so rampant?" "It's a long story," Jun Bufan replied with a wry smile. Through his words, Su Chongqing gradually gleaned a broader understanding of the wild provinces. Although there were many sacred grounds, they did not all stand united for humanity. The realm of the sea was located at the confluence of the wild provinces and the northern sea, inhabited by numerous foreign races. In addition to the relatively weaker sea lizards, there were also powerful royal clans from the northern sea that dominated a significant portion of the wild provinces. In terms of true strength, the human forces in the wild provinces could easily drive these royal clans back to the realm of the sea and even to the northern sea. However, human forces found it exceedingly difficult to unite. For instance, the Lingxiao Academy, where Jun Bufan was situated, often ventured out to eradicate those foreign races that disobeyed human rules. Consequently, the Lingxiao Academy had become a primary adversary of the major royal clans of the northern sea. Meanwhile, the Tai Dao sect and the Haotian sacred land remained indifferent to the actions of foreign races, with rumors suggesting clandestine ties to the northern sea's royal clans. Additionally, there were neutral forces, such as the Fallen Sky ancient capital. As the two conversed, they had genuinely arrived on the land of the wild provinces. With over a month until the opening of the Tsangtian wood, Jun Bufan, with a sense of nostalgia, gazed at the vast expanse beneath them. "Su Daoist, why not accompany me to Qishao City? My senior brothers and some prominent young figures from the wild provinces might have already arrived." "The young talents gathering, you say?" Su Chongqing furrowed his brow. One could interpret it thus, considering the instability of the internal space of the Tsangtian wood, making it challenging for those in the Tongshan realm to enter. Jun Bufan nodded in agreement and continued, "Therefore, each time that Tsangtian wood opens, the main competitors for the divine flower are the elite cultivators of the Hualing realm from various sacred grounds." His favorable attitude towards Su Chongqing stemmed from his background in the Lingxiao Academy. Witnessing Su Chongqing's ruthlessness towards those foreign races inevitably sparked a desire to befriend and cherish such talent. A young man of humanity like him was indeed a rarity in the wild provinces. "Very well." Su Chongqing pondered briefly before nodding in acceptance. The wild provinces were significantly different from the southern domain, as discernible through Jun Bufan. His cultivation might be commendable among the younger generation, yet he was far from being among the top-tier strong. Entering the Tsangtian wood through this gathering would allow him to familiarize himself with his competitors. As for Qishao City, as Jun Bufan described, it lay quite far from the borders of the wild provinces, situated on both banks of a river known as the Tianhe. It was said that the Tianhe had flowed through the land of the wild provinces for millennia, spanning 100 miles in width and infinitely in length. Its waters a deep yellow. Some claim the Tianhe originated from other domains, traversing the wild provinces before ultimately flowing into the Northern Sea. Others suggested it was an ancient river, its source unknown, seemingly emerging from thin air, traversing the entire land of the wild provinces. Consequently, some formidable beings had attempted to journey upstream in search of its origins, yet ultimately found nothing. Before one such being passed away, they left behind a saying, "The Tianhe is unfathomable." Thus, the source of the Tianhe became a mystery in the wild provinces, a topic of endless discussion among countless cultivators. Regardless, nothing could obscure the river's age-old and enigmatic aura. Time passed swiftly, and approximately half a month later, guided by Jun Bufan, Su Chongqing finally beheld the fabled Tianhe after traversing through the clouds and arrived at Qishao City, nestled beside the river. At first glance, Su Chongqing felt his breath quicken. The sheer magnitude and grandeur of Qishao City exceeded his expectations. From a distance, its vast territory was comparable to that of a major sect in the southern domain. "Su Daoist, we have arrived," Jun Bufan remarked nonchalantly as he made his way towards Qishao City. Su Chongqing followed closely. The closer they approached Qishao City, the more overwhelming the sense of awe it instilled in him. Upon landing, Su Chongqing gazed up at the towering 100-foot gate of the city, observing the continuous flow of cultivators within, a diverse array of individuals. Among them were some foreign races, reminiscent of Qi Yan, who strutted about with arrogance, disdainful of passing human cultivators. Chapter 56. The emergence of various forces. Jun Bufan regarded the unfolding scenes in Qishao City with a sense of accustomed familiarity. Within his eyes lingered a blend of anger and helplessness, ultimately manifesting as a long sigh. "Su, my friend, let us depart. I wonder if my senior brothers have arrived." Su Chongqing remained silent. The sensations of hearing and witnessing were starkly different. Had he not known that this was the heart of the wasteland? The brazen demeanor of the foreign races within the city would have made it difficult to perceive Qishao City as a bastion of humanity. Curiously, however, upon entering the city, Su Chongqing noticed that whether human or foreign, the inhabitants bore expressions of excitement, hastening towards the distance as if unable to contain their eagerness. "You may be unaware," Jun Bufan began, "but every 3 years, the waters of the heavenly river cascade like a waterfall of stars, an extraordinary spectacle known as the Heavenly River Falls. One of the most mysterious phenomena of the Heavenly River. The time has come. The Heavenly River Falls." Su Chongqing was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was the very appearance of this phenomenon that had prompted the great talents of the wasteland to convene in Qishao City, a chance to jointly witness this marvel. As Jun Bufan spoke, the two continued onward, and soon the Heavenly River lay before them. At first glance, Su Chongqing felt an unusual stillness enveloping the river. The vast, seemingly boundless waters flowed quietly, their sound almost imperceptible, exuding a profound weightiness, undisturbed and tranquil. Occasionally, a few splashes would occur, but they were insignificant compared to the river's expansive breadth. At this moment, a vast expanse of flat land beside the Heavenly River had gathered over 10,000 cultivators and foreign races, a sea of humanity filled with a cacophony of voices. Towering pavilions rose high, where most of the cultivators donned splendid robes, exuding an air of distinction. Moreover, exquisitely crafted pleasure boats glided gracefully across the waters, some resembling majestic hills. "Xiaoqi, you've arrived." As Jun Bufan and Su Chongqing made their entrance, an excited voice erupted from one of the boats on the river. The speaker was a young man clad in a green robe. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both dressed as disciples of Lingxiao Academy. "Brother Ming." Jun Bufan's eyes brightened, and as he led Su Chongqing towards the boat, he introduced them. "Su, this is my third senior brother, Ming Yuan. Brother Ming, this is my friend Su Chongqing, whom I met not long ago." As he spoke, Su Chongqing had already stepped onto the deck, bowing to the disciples of Lingxiao Academy. "Greetings, Brother Ming and esteemed friends." On the journey here, Jun Bufan had shared much about them. Lingxiao Academy, esteemed as one of the premier forces in the wasteland, was distinct from other sects, with the younger generation divided into 9 sons. Just as Jun Bufan was the 7th, the young man named Ming Yuan was the 3rd son, possessing mid-stage cultivation in the spirit transformation realm. The man and woman beside him were Qi Yuba, the 8th son, and Bai Jin, the 9th. "Haha, well said. Xiao Qi's friend is my friend," Ming Yuan replied with a smile, harboring no doubts. In his view, anyone recognized by Jun Bufan could not be lacking. Qi Yuba and Bai Jin also offered kind smiles to Su Chongqing. As everyone exchanged pleasantries, Jun Bufan scanned the surroundings and furrowed his brow in puzzlement. "By the way, Brother Ming, where are the eldest brother and second sister? Why have they not yet arrived?" "It's a long story. They had to make a trip to the North Sea and are currently unable to free themselves," Ming Yuan responded. Upon hearing this, Jun Bufan, Qi Yuba, and Bai Jin merely acknowledged with a sound of understanding. Su Chongqing and Appo's pupils subtly flickered. He had become quite familiar with the dynamics of the wasteland during this time. The North Sea had always been at odds with the humanity of the wasteland, particularly against Lingxiao Academy. He had not anticipated that the eldest brother and second sister of Lingxiao Academy would dare to venture into the North Seas territory. As Su Chongqing awaited, continuously familiarizing himself with the wasteland, the number of cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river grew increasingly abundant. Gazing out, he saw pavilions rising on either side, with figures of cultivators persistently arriving. On the following day, a colossal pleasure boat appeared upon the heavenly river. This vessel, crafted from remarkable spiritual treasures, emanated a subtle pressure, and it was evident that cultivators could be seen on its deck. The people of the Heavenly Soul Palace have arrived. That is the young master, Han Fangyun. Upon seeing the young man at the helm, voices of excitement erupted from both sides of the river, igniting a wave of commotion. Amidst the gazes, Han Fangyun's lips curled into a slight smile. At this moment, it seemed as though an invisible soul figure roared toward the heavens behind him, causing thousands of cultivators to hold their breath, their spirits seemingly shaken by this spectral roar. Almost simultaneously with Han Fangyun and Appo's appearance, astonished murmurs erupted again from both sides of the heavenly river. Look, is that not the vessel of the Tai sect? It was unexpected that, in addition to the 9 sons of Lingxiao and the young master of the Heavenly Soul Palace, the Tai sect had also arrived. Upon hearing these remarks, Han Fangyun's previously proud demeanor abruptly shifted to one of gravity. Jun Bufan, Qi Yuba, and Bai Jin turned to gaze as well. Zhao Wuchen of the Tai sect has also come? Meng Yanyuan frowned slightly. Su Chongqing, thoughtfully following their gazes, beheld a 100-foot-long pleasure boat, entirely resembling white jade, gracefully speeding toward them from the distance across the heavenly river. A sail billowed in the wind, inscribed with the words Tai, fluttering as if imbued with divine might, capable of scorching the hearts of those with lower cultivation upon a mere glance. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly incited the uproar among the cultivators on both sides of the heavenly river and prompted Meng Yanyuan and the other 9 sons of Lingxiao to brace themselves was the line of figures standing upon the Tai vessel, particularly the young man clad in white at the forefront. This individual was none other than Zhao Wuchen, the contemporary leader of the younger generation of the Tai sect. He stood there quietly, surrounded by an ethereal radiance, as if bathed in divine light, resembling an otherworldly being descending upon them. Amidst the throngs of Tai disciples, he instantaneously became the focal point of attention. Perhaps Su Chongqing was unaware, but Meng Yanyuan and the other cultivators of the wasteland were well aware that Zhao Wuchen not only possessed complete cultivation in the spirit transformation realm, but had also condensed the purple heavenly sea, placing him among the top echelon of prodigies across the various forces of the wasteland. Only a few could rival him. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Zhao Wuchen and Appo's gaze swept past Meng Yanyuan and the others, completely disregarding Han Fangyun of the Heavenly Soul Palace. Instead, it landed upon an empty space beside him, where he spoke softly. It seems most of the friends have already arrived. Saint Sun Haoyan, how much longer will you remain hidden? Chapter 57. The taste of gunpowder. Brother Wuchen, after several years apart, your charm remains undiminished. As Zhao Wuchen's words fell, a figure emerged from the void, slowly materializing into the form of the holy Sun Haoyan. The moment he appeared, he resembled a golden sun, dispelling the dampness of the river while simultaneously silencing the clamor on both banks. The holy Sun Haoyan, what in the heavens is happening? I never expected these elusive heirs of the sacred lands to appear one after another. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, Meng Yanyuan's brow furrowed even tighter aboard the ship of Lingxiao Academy. Their presence, apart from the eldest brother, suggests that even the second sister would be no match for them. Jun Bufan murmured, seemingly explaining to Su Chongqing. It is no surprise that the 9 sons of Lingxiao would react this way. It is widely known that Lingxiao Academy has a strained relationship with the Northern Sea royal family, while the Tai sect and Haoyan Sacred Land maintain a close bond with them. This has inevitably led to considerable friction among the 3 major forces. However, before Jun Bufan could finish his thought, a raucous laugh echoed through the skies above the river. Ha ha ha, Brother Wuchen, Brother Luoyang, I never imagined you two would appear simultaneously. What a rare occurrence. The voice seemed to carry a spiritual pressure, causing many cultivators on either bank of the river to groan, blood spilling from their mouths and noses. In the next moment, a figure rushed in from the clouds, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of demonic power. This was a young man, his face adorned with an arrogant demeanor, and the sides of his forehead subtly protruding, resembling the budding horns of a dragon. Almost simultaneously with his arrival, the once calm river trembled slightly, as if a colossal being were approaching step by step. The surface of the river resembled earth, vibrating with a deep hum, rippling and generating massive waves. This was a burly man. Although he bore no alien aura and his appearance was akin to that of a human, his exposed skin gleamed bronze, etched with lines that seemed like ravines, radiating a sense of desolation and age. He walked slowly along the river, and despite the apparent slowness of his steps, each footfall left behind overlapping shadows, approaching with a speed akin to teleportation. The Northern Sea royal family, the Ao clan. and the formidable Kuan clan. Upon seeing these two figures, Su Changqing immediately heard Jun Bufan's grave voice. In stark contrast to the 9 sons of Ling Xiao's demeanor, Zhao Wuchen and the holy son Hao Yin revealed barely perceptible smiles, promptly greeting them. Ao Guanyu, Kuan Tai, what winds have carried you both here? Ha ha. The spectacle of the heavenly river falls occurs once every 3 years. Since we of the Northern Sea plan to journey to the Tsangtian Wood, we naturally must take the opportunity to behold this marvel as well. Ao Guanyu replied with a hearty laugh. That said, upon arriving, the gaze of this royal youth first turned toward the ship belonging to Lingxiao Academy, his eyes brimming with mockery. Is Xianxiao not here? Kuan Tai glanced toward Lingxiao Academy, his brow furrowing slightly as he coldly scoffed. The Xianxiao he referred to was the top disciple of Lingxiao Academy, a prodigy unmatched by any of his peers. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wuchen and the holy son Hao Yin exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to speak further, clearly reveling in the unfolding drama. Han Fangyun of the Tianhun Palace remained similarly silent, hesitant to interject. If even they were so cautious, one could only imagine the trepidation of the cultivators lining the riverbanks. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward the ship of Lingxiao Academy, expressions varying widely. The eldest brother undoubtedly has important matters to attend to. And facing the scrutiny of the 2 royal youths, Jun Bufan intended to step forward, but Meng Yanyuan moved ahead of him. To seek an audience with Master Xianxiao. You two may not yet possess the qualifications. You must wait for your elder brother to arrive in person. Upon hearing this, the tens of thousands of cultivators on either side of the river were taken aback. Su Changqing was equally stunned. He understood the discord between Lingxiao Academy and the Northern Sea royal family, but he never anticipated the tension to be so palpable. Their very first encounter sparked a verbal clash, neither party yielding an inch. Of course, this revelation left Su Changqing astonished, while Zhao Wuchen and the holy son Hao Yin seemed entirely unfazed by Meng Yangyuan's stance. It appeared that the members of Lingxiao Academy were clear in their allegiances, neither conforming to trends nor bending to whims, as it should be. Hearing the discussions around them, Kuan Tai sneered, exclaiming, I truly wish to twist your head off and savor the flavor. As he spoke, he tightened his fists, producing a chilling crack, as if he were on the verge of erupting into violence against Meng Yanyuan and Jun Bufan. Just as the atmosphere grew stifling, the anticipated battle did not ensue. At that moment, 2 more prodigies from powerful factions in the wild appeared above the heavenly river. One was a young, handsome monk, who approached without any ostentation, resembling an ordinary ascetic. Yet upon sighting this striking monk, both Meng Yanyuan and the Northern Sea royal youth's pupils constricted. The Kuzhu Zen Temple's Wuxiang monk. This individual usually maintained a low profile. How did he come to be here? Zhao Wuchen and the holy son Hao Yin exchanged glances, sharing a moment of astonishment. Though the Kuzhu Zen Temple was not among the wild's major powers, no significant sect dared to underestimate it due to its origins, akin to the Lihua sacred cult, hailing from other realms. The monk before them was the current Buddha son of the Kuzhu Zen Temple, his cultivation unfathomable, placing him among the most elite of the younger generation in the wild. As for the final prodigy to arrive, she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her appearance caused the temperature above the heavenly river to drop sharply, as if snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, the cold wind sweeping through the air. Upon seeing her, others momentarily set aside their concerns, but Su Changqing felt a tremor in his heart. Although unfamiliar, he detected a chilling aura reminiscent of Shui Qianshuan emanating from her. Could she be from the falling sky ancient capital? As Su Changqing pondered, this celestial beauty from the same ancient capital seemed to sense his gaze, her lovely eyes briefly resting on him before moving on, uninterested in this mere boy of the opening dust realm. For the wondrous spectacle of the heavenly river falls was about to unfold. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as if silver-white moonlight cascaded downwards. The tranquil waters of the heavenly river began to boil, as if they wished to reverse their flow, intertwining with the bright moon above. Chapter 58. A touch of splendor, such a breathtaking spectacle. Dear friends, why allow anger to mar this moment? As the celestial waterfall manifests, both sides of the river are enveloped in awe, and a gentle voice emerges from the woman of the ancient capital of Luotian. Amitba, the monk Wuxiang joins in, his hands clasped in prayer, softly reciting Buddhist verses. Let us heed the words of these 2 esteemed friends. Upon hearing their sentiments, Meng Yanyuan briefly contemplates, his furrowed brow seeming to ease. He respectfully bows to Shui Xilan and Wuxiang. Though the forces of the Ku Zhuchan Yuan and Luotian ancient capital maintain neutrality, their profound heritage is by no means inferior to that of other sacred sections. Even if his senior brother were present, they would still afford him some respect. Kuan Tai snorts coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the members of Lingxiao Academy. Despite his dissatisfaction, he dares not provoke further conflict at this moment. Brother Kuan, why waste your breath on those decayed wooden figures? Ao Guanyu's eyes darken momentarily, but he quickly shrugs off the concern. Observing the situation unfold, Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Hao Yin exchange light-hearted remarks, attempting to gloss over the earlier discomfort. A band of hypocrites. On the ship of Lingxiao Academy, Jun Bufan sneers at the scene, then turns to Su Chongqing with an apologetic tone. I hope you haven't found this amusing. Not at all. Su Chongqing waves his hand dismissively. Though the various forces of the wilderness are formidable, they ultimately bear no distinction from the 7 great sects of the southern domain. He has witnessed far too many similar occurrences in his capacity as the chief disciple of the ancient spirit sect. As time passes, the phenomenon of the celestial waterfall intensifies, the entire firmament seeming to merge with the waters of the river, cloaked in a delicate veil that obscures the realm. Among the cultivators of the wilderness gathered on either side of the celestial river, faint laughter and sighs can be heard. In the elegant chamber of the pavilion, it appears that others are raising their cups in camaraderie. On the ship of Lingxiao Academy, Su Chongqing gradually becomes acquainted with the other 3 disciples, aside from Jun Bufan. At this moment, upon learning that Su Chongqing hails from the southern domain, Meng Yangyuan reveals a look of astonishment, exclaiming, the southern domain lies over 1,000,000 mountains away from the wilderness, yet Brother Su has managed to traverse such distance alone. Truly impressive. Indeed, before Su Chongqing can respond, Jun Bufan bursts into hearty laughter, adding, Brother Su was engaged in combat with a member of the sea lizard clan, a formidable insect of the transformation realm, when I first encountered him. Hearing this, Meng Yangyuan is even more moved. Even Shi Yuba and Bai Jing glance at Su Chongqing with a flicker of curiosity in their eyes. It is well known that cultivation is fraught with challenges. Between each realm lies an abyss-like chasm. The fact that Su Chongqing, at the late stage of the opening dust realm, dares to confront a master of the transformation realm speaks volumes of his remarkable prowess. He must have condensed a divine foundation, a talent of the human race such as he is worthy of their friendship, even without Jun Bufan's influence. Feeling the unusual gazes from the disciples of Lingxiao Academy, Su Chongqing's face grows uncharacteristically warm. At that moment, Bai Jin suddenly recalls something and inquires, by the way, Brother Su, since you are from the southern domain, you must have some knowledge of the ancient immortal relics? There are laws surrounding the ancient immortal relics, and my understanding is quite limited, Su Chongqing replies, shaking his head. Familiarity does not grant him the liberty to divulge the most crucial secrets to anyone. Bai Jin, unfazed by his response, continues, as rumored. The ancient immortal relics are indeed an ancient battlefield. Jun Bufan adds with a touch of nostalgia. It is said that this relic is not only connected to ancient gods and demons, but also to the ancient immortals lost to the passage of time. Such a forbidden ground is naturally entwined with laws. Proceed with caution. I recall the dean once stating that the ancient immortal relics are a battlefield, yet they also serve as a burial ground. Meng Yangyuan, evidently the most knowledgeable, interjects to quell his junior brother's and sister's speculation, his expression turning serious. The stability of the laws surrounding the relics is precisely to prevent any lingering beings from escaping. Thus, we should harbor no illusions about this matter and refrain from further discussion. Jun Bufan and Bai Jin exchange knowing glances, ceasing their inquiries about the ancient immortal relics. Meanwhile, Su Chongqing feels a tremor of unease from the reactions of Meng Yangyuan and the others. It appears that the major forces of the wilderness are unaware that the laws surrounding the ancient immortal relics weaken periodically. The 7 sects of the southern domain seize this opportunity to infiltrate and contend for the power of the earth veins. If what Meng Yangyuan claims is true, then the laws encircling the relics exist to prevent any unvanquished beings from breaching forth. The bronze sword remains secure, resting within his dantian. However, should other living beings emerge in the increasingly unstable environment of the ancient immortal relics, Su Chongqing glances at Meng Yangyuan's grave demeanor, his breath quickening. The implications are truly terrifying. Yet, just as he wishes to speak, Zhao Wuchen's voice suddenly resonates among the gathered elites. Dear friends, we have gathered here with great difficulty. Why not seize this opportunity to add a touch of merriment to this grand assembly? Simultaneously, another voice chimes in opportunely. Haha, Brother Wuchen speaks to my sentiments. The holy son of Hao Yin raises his cup, toasting the moon above, and continues with a grin. However, as Wuxiang and Shui Daoist have expressed a desire to avoid conflict among us, I propose a splendid idea. At this, Meng Yangyuan, Jun Bufan, and the others frown in unison, while Wuxiang and Shui Shilan exchange puzzled glances, directing their attention towards Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Hao Yin nearby. With a nonchalant gaze, the holy son of Hao Yin addresses the assembly. Since we are unable to engage directly, why not allow those of us in the opening dust realm to spar? It would serve as a delightful prelude to the forthcoming celestial wood. What say you? Before anyone can refuse, Kuan-Tai bursts into laughter. I don't understand this prelude or whatnot, but when it comes to those below the transformation realm, my Kuan clan may not claim the title of the best, but at the very least, as he steps forward, a Kuan clan youth appears beside him, boasting a complete opening dust realm cultivation. Before the gathered thousands of cultivators on either side of the celestial river, Kuan-Tai raises his right hand, pointing towards the direction of Lingxiao Academy, his voice echoing far and wide. At the very least, a single punch could crush those pretentious 9 sons of Lingxiao. Chapter 59. Long-planned strategies. When Zhao Wuchen spoke, Meng Yangyuan and others had already sensed an ominous undertone. At that moment, as Kuan-Tai emerged, It became evident to the discerning that the so-called added incentive was directly aimed at Lingxiao Academy. This was a blatant act of targeting. Brother Kuan, your words are misguided. Ao Guangyu interjected appropriately. Who in the wasteland does not know that the 9 sons of Lingxiao are paragons? Regardless of the spiritual transformation realm. Even in the initial dust realm, they shall not be outmatched. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the members of Lingxiao Academy, his expression laced with mockery. Who knows? For rumors can often be deceptive. Kuntai burst into laughter. In an instant, these few individuals exchanged barbs, brazenly elevating Meng Yanyuan and his companions before the eyes of tens of thousands of practitioners from the wasteland. Their collusion was evident, a wretched conspiracy. Jun Bufan was incensed, gritting his teeth to speak. Yet, regardless of their thoughts, they had been cornered into this predicament. Bai Jin, her eyes icy, stepped forth from the deck of the ship and resolutely addressed Meng Yanyuan and Jun Bufan, 2 senior brothers. Allow me. Though she ranked last among the 9 sons of Lingxiao, her cultivation was formidable, having achieved the pinnacle of the initial dust realm. Now that feels right, Kuntai remarked, glancing at the advancing Bai Jin, then turning to the Kuan youth with a sinister grin. Since Xianxiao is absent, it would suffice to break this girl's limbs, Kunjin. Receiving the command, the Kuan youth, Kunjin, revealed a look of disdain and, without any pleasantries, dashed towards Bai Jin, launching a fist without hesitation. Bai Jin's expression hardened. Unbeknownst to her, a transparent longsword had materialized in her hand. Rather than retreating, she advanced, striking out at Kunjin. Boom! An astonishing spiritual pressure rippled across the heavens. The tens of thousands of practitioners on either side of the Celestial River erupted into a clamor of discussion. Against the backdrop of the Celestial River's magnificent scenery, the initial clash between Bai Jin and Kunjin indeed bore a sense of grandeur. The Kuan clan was renowned for their physical prowess, while Bai Jin wielded a clear sword intent. As the two engaged, it became increasingly difficult to discern a victor. Shuexilan, from the ancient capital, observed with sparkling eyes. The Wuxiang monk, positioned at a distance, clasped his hands and recited a soft chant. They could naturally perceive the unfolding situation. However, avoiding a battle in the spiritual transformation realm was already a concession from Kuntai and his associates. Now, should the confrontation merely be amongst initial dust realm practitioners? There was little more to say. Lingxiao Academy often claimed to be the pinnacle of righteousness, unaware of how the human race and other races operated. All practitioners engaged in defiance against the heavens. Their narrow-mindedness was profoundly archaic. Zhao Wuchan and the holy son of Haoyan observed, yet their thoughts diverged sharply. They deliberately wished for Lingxiao Academy to suffer a public humiliation. Third brother, do you think little junior sister can win? As everyone on the scene harbored their own thoughts. Aboard the ship, Jun Bufan and Qi Yuba anxiously gazed towards the aerial battlefield. Meng Yanyuan furrowed his brow in silence. The reason for his demeanor might escape others. Yet Su Changqing understood all too well. Bai Jin was likely to lose. He sighed internally. At the moment Kunjin struck, Su Changqing's gaze fixated on the intricate, channel-like patterns that appeared on the youth's body. These patterns were enigmatic, reminiscent of the transformation his ancient demonic body underwent during its reconstruction. Though he was unaware of how the Northern Sea royalty achieved this, their body-tempering methods clearly drew inspiration from beings of a similar caliber as the ancient demons. The physical prowess exhibited in the spiritual transformation realm, and even the divine communication realm, possessed certain limitations. However, in the initial dust realm, where the deployment of divine arts and secret techniques was challenging, it was sufficient to turn the tide of battle. As Su Changqing had anticipated, in midair, Kunjin firmly withstood Bai Jin's sword strike with his flesh, and the patterns on his body seemed to come alive, effectively trapping the sword between his bones. Feeling the terrifying force transmitted through her sword hand, Bai Jin's complexion changed drastically. It was as if her long sword pierced not a foreign entity, but rather an unyielding artifact. Little girl, you are quite impressive, but you are facing the Northern Sea royalty. Kunjin sneered. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and an even more astounding force erupted, causing Bai Jin's sword to slip from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Kunjin launched another punch, sending Bai Jin crashing down into the Celestial River with a gasp of blood. This scene instantly provoked an uproar among the tens of thousands on either side of the Celestial River. They had not anticipated that the members of Lingxiao Academy would suffer defeat so swiftly. Little Jiao, junior sister, Meng Yanyuan and Jun Bufan and Apos, S expression shifted drastically, and they rushed forth, managing to catch Bai Jin just before she fell into the river. Kunjin made no attempt to intervene, instead standing idly in midair, his disdain palpable. Is this the fabled 9 sons of Lingxiao? Clearly, they are more akin to the 9 worms of Lingxiao. I have long asserted that they are no match for our kind. Kuntai and Ao Guanyu certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. Though it was not the right moment to engage in war with Lingxiao Academy, it was splendid to take this chance to humiliate them. Mocking and derisive words echoed in the ears of all present. Zhao Wuchan smiled silently, while the holy son of Haoyan swirled his wine cup lightly, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The Kuan youth was also of the initial dust realm, and coupled with the Kuan clan and Apos' natural physical strength, the defeat of Lingxiao Academy was not unjust.
Shuexilan sighed in regret. Umaba, the practitioners of the Northern Sea were indeed well prepared. The Wuxiang monk discerned the underlying currents, his hands clasped. As the crowd murmured. Bai Jin coughed up blood again, her pale face twisting into a bitter smile. Senior brothers, I am sorry. Cough, it is not your fault, Meng Yangyuan replied. His expression particularly grim. He gazed at his younger sister, and even amidst the ceaseless mocking words surrounding them, he chose to muster a comforting smile. The Kuan clan was indeed renowned for their physical might in the Northern Sea, and this creature and Apos, as cultivation was but a step away from the spiritual transformation realm. Clearly, they had plotted for this battle for a long time. At that moment, Kunjin's voice rang out once more. Are there any initial Dust Realm challengers willing to step forward? His voice boomed, imbued with significant spiritual pressure, ensuring that all practitioners on either side of the celestial river could hear clearly. Ha ha ha, if there are none willing. We of the Northern Sea royalty shall not force the issue. Simply acknowledge that Lingxiao Academy is inferior today, and we shall let it be. Every word pierced like a dagger straight into the hearts of Meng Yangyuan, Jun Bufan, and others. As Kunjin and Apos, as words echoed, they could distinctly feel countless gazes converging upon them, each bearing different expressions, with astonishment and mockery predominant. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, the admiration for the strong remains an unchanging essence. After all, not everyone could discern that this battle was a meticulously prepared scheme by the Northern Sea royalty, deliberately targeting Lingxiao Academy. Most would only see the outcome. Chapter 60, Can I Engage in Battle? The struggle for supremacy among the forces of Huangzhou is far more overt than I had imagined. Su Cha-Ching remained silent. From his arrival in Qishao City to the unfolding events, he had observed everything keenly. It was precisely for this reason that he felt an unsettling premonition. It seemed that a mere opportunity could ignite a true war between the great sacred grounds of Huangzhou. In truth, as Su Changqing surmised, had it not been for the profound heritage of these sacred grounds and the mutual wariness that existed among them, such blatant provocations and humiliations would not be confined to the younger generation but would escalate into a life-and-death struggle between the two opposing forces. Senior brother, allow me. At that moment, Qi Yuber could no longer maintain his composure. As he gritted his teeth and prepared to charge forth, he was intercepted by Meng Yangyuan. You are not his match, Meng Yangyuan said with a bitter shake of his head. But how can we allow these Northern Sea vermin to trample upon us? Qi Yuber growled in frustration. With Bai Jin, who was of comparable strength, having been swiftly defeated by Kuan Xian, Qi Yuber knew he was not a match either. Yet, facing such humiliation, how could the impetuous Qi Yuber swallow his pride? If no one from Lingxiao Academy dares to fight, I am willing to heed the orders of the young clan leader and challenge all of you from the opening Dust Realm together. At that juncture, Kuan Xian continued to speak with disdain, seemingly intent on utterly trampling Lingxiao Academy's reputation before the multitude of thousands of cultivators present. Observing Jun Bufan, whose fists were tightly clenched, eyes ablaze with fury yet helpless, Su Changqing remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. Though he was reluctant to involve himself in the conflicts among the Huangzhou forces, he could no longer bear to stand idly by. Moreover, from the moment he set foot in Huazhou, he had harbored no goodwill towards the Northern Sea alien races that viewed humanity as mere prey. Let me give it a try, he stated, stepping forward into the open air outside the ship. Su brother? Daoist Su? Seeing Su Changqing's sudden move, Meng Yangyuan and Jun Bufan were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure and rushed to dissuade him. On one hand, they knew Su Changqing was formidable. On the other hand, with Bai Jin having already fallen, they did not believe Su Changqing could surpass that Kuan clan man. Furthermore, this was a matter concerning Lingxiao Academy. Both Jun Bufan and Meng Yangyuan, along with Qi Yuber, did not wish to embroil Su Changqing in this affair, thereby inciting unnecessary enmity. As Su Changqing emerged from the ship, all eyes along the banks of the Celestial River converged upon him, igniting a flurry of discussions. Who is this person? He seems unfamiliar, perhaps not a member of Lingxiao Academy? I just saw him alongside Jun Bufan of Lingxiao Academy. He must be a companion of those prodigies. Regardless of who he is, it's rare for someone to stand up for Lingxiao Academy at this moment. But I doubt he can prevail. Bai Jin from Lingxiao Academy has already fallen, and this person appears even weaker. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Wuchen and the holy Sun Haotian cast intrigued glances at him. They had long noted Su Cha-Ching standing beside Jun Bufan, and although they were unaware of his connection to Lingxiao Academy, they were merely spectators in this unfolding drama and feared no repercussions. The Wuxiang monk and Shuexilan also regarded Su Cha-Ching for the first time. Haha. Lingxiao Academy is truly declining. Could it be that without Xianxiao, you are all rendered useless, allowing a late-stage opening Dust Realm brat to engage in battle? Kuan Tai's arrogance intensified. Ao Guangyu feigned a sigh, appearing quite disappointed in the current state of Lingxiao Academy, as the various prodigies turned their gaze towards Su Cha-Ching. His eyes were already fixed upon Kuan Xian. He spoke politely. I am also of the opening Dust Realm. Might we engage in a duel? Haha. Since you dare to step out of the ship, you certainly may, Kuan Xian replied, sensing the surrounding atmosphere. With a hearty laugh, he vanished and reappeared, charging directly at Su Changqing with a thunderous punch. The best way to humiliate was through a swift resolution. Su Changqing's expression remained calm. He raised his right hand. Seemingly light and feeble, yet he effortlessly intercepted the terrifying force contained within Kuan Xian's punch. Kuan Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. The Kuan clan was renowned for their formidable physical strength throughout the Northern Sea and Huangzhou. Even a perfected opening dust realm practitioner would not underestimate such a blow. Yet this human had effortlessly blocked it. Disregarding Kuan Xian's shock, Su Changqing assessed the young Kuan's physical prowess and soon shook his head. The Kuan clan's physique bore similarities to that of the ancient demons, but it was simply too weak. You wish for a swift conclusion? How fortuitous. That is my intention as well. Su Changqing and Appo's gaze sharpened. While he had chosen to stand up for Lingxiao Academy, too many eyes were upon them at this moment. For the sake of safety, the quicker Kuan Xian was defeated, the fewer the details he would expose. With this in mind, Su Changqing struck. Kuan Xian, grinning maliciously, pressed forward, launching another punch as if intent on crushing this human cultivator with sheer physical might. However, his smile quickly froze in place. At the moment their fists collided, Kuan Xian felt as though he had struck a mountain. The sound of his fist, akin to a magical artifact, cracking echoed as his entire right arm went numb from the tremendous backlash of force. How can this be? Panic surged within Kuan Xian. Before he could retreat, Su Changqing stepped forward, delivering a second punch that utterly shattered Kuan Xian and Appo's right arm, blood and bone scattering. Kuan Xian let out a piercing wail. But this was not the end. At that very moment, Su Changqing's third punch surged through the mist of blood, aimed directly at Kuan Xian's face. Young clan leader. Save me. A previously unknown sense of mortal peril erupted within the heart of the Kuan clan youth. Without a second thought, he retreated while calling out to Kuan Tai. Human brat, are you seeking death? Realizing that Kuan Xian was at a disadvantage, Kuan Tai's expression darkened ominously. The oppressive aura of the transformation spirit realm surged forth, bearing down upon Su Changqing's position. I believe it is you who is courting death. Almost as soon as Kuan Tai spoke, Meng Yaoyuan, though taken aback by Su Changqing and Appo's strength, quickly reacted, furiously retorting. The might of a late transformation spirit realm practitioner loomed like a tempest. In the next instant, he vanished from his position, appearing in midair to shield Su Changqing behind him. Simultaneously, Jun Bufan also burst forth from the ship, his sword resonating ominously, pointing directly at Kuan Tai, exuding the intent to strike at the slightest provocation. I have tolerated your Northern Sea vermin for far too long. Chapter 61, Ling Xiao. Xian Xiao. From the moment Su Changqing took action until Kuan Xian's defeat, what appeared to be an eternity transpired in reality within just a few breaths. Gazing at the sudden turn of events, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. No one anticipated that Kuan Xian, who had triumphed over the ninth son of Ling Xiao, would so easily succumb to a mere youth, crushed by sheer physical prowess. Zhao Wuchen's expression flickered. The holy son of Haotian set down his wine cup. However, the astonishment brought by Su Changqing was limited to this. Their focus swiftly shifted to the figures from Lingxiao Academy. After all, Zhao Wuchen and the holy son of Haotian had awaited this very moment. As Meng Yaoyuan, Jun Bufan, and others could no longer endure the humiliation from the Northern Sea royal family, they chose to step out of the ship. Shuexilan and the Wuxiang monk sighed in silence, no longer attempting to dissuade them. The enmity between Lingxiao Academy and the Northern Sea royal family ran too deep. The turmoil that had unfolded since the beginning of this grand assembly was not something that could be easily dismissed with mere words. Just as everyone's attention shifted from Su Changqing to Meng Yaoyuan and Kuan Tai, the Wuxiang monk from the Kuzhuzhen Institute remained contemplative, his gaze still fixed on Su Changqing. Simultaneously, Kuan Tai sneered and defiantly confronted his adversaries in midair. Reptile? Have the courage to say that again. Ao Guangyu and Appo's mocking demeanor faded as he stepped out, choosing to stand beside Kuan Tai. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a battle between the prodigies of the spirit transformation realm was imminent. Troublesome matters are inescapable wherever one goes. Su Changqing remained silent. He had anticipated this very scene upon stepping forward. Yet, having made his choice, he was prepared to confront whatever came, just as he had with the three major sections. As Su Changqing contemplated this, Jun Bufan clearly shared the same sentiment. With a flick of his wrist, his sword emitted a crisp chime. He coldly regarded Kuan Tai and Ao Guangyu, fearlessly preparing to speak again. However, before he could complete his thought, a calm yet overwhelmingly domineering voice interrupted him. The entirety of the Northern Sea is comprised of reptiles. What of it? As the words fell, Su Changqing's heart jolted, and he swiftly turned to gaze into the distance. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared at the horizon. In the blink of an eye, this figure traversed the void and materialized directly above the heavenly river. It was only then that the crowd discerned the newcomer, a handsome youth clad in a flowing green robe, holding a bloodied head in his right hand. Jun Bufan's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing this person, and he exclaimed, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Senior brother, Meng Yaoyuan, by Jean. And Chi Yubo reacted similarly, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. Xian Xiao had indeed arrived. Rumor had it he was headed to the Northern Sea. Zhao Wuchen, the holy son of Haotian, and others immediately rose, losing their composure. Even the seemingly aloof Shuexilan and Wuxiang monk regarded Xianxiao with grave expressions. Who in the wasteland's major sacred grounds did not know the name Xianxiao? This was the esteemed senior disciple of Lingxiao Academy, already possessing the qualifications to become the leader of the younger generation in the wasteland. I of Lingxiao Academy have reiterated the term reptile twice, Xianxiao began, nodding slightly to Shuexilan and the Wuxiang monk before smiling at his younger disciples, then finally turning his gaze upon Kuan-Tai and Ao Guangyu. And now? As he spoke, he tossed the bloodied head before the two youths of the Northern Sea royal family. Kuan-Tai and Ao Guangyu's expressions soured upon Xianxiao's appearance. With the act of tossing the head, they finally noticed the gruesome trophy, their minds bombarded with shock. They exclaimed, This is Uncle Pooh. How could this be? Uncle Pooh had already transcended to the divine realm. He was in the Northern Sea. As their horrified voices echoed, everyone on both sides of the heavenly river gasped in disbelief. Even Zhao Wuchen, the holy son of Hao Yin, Shuexilan, and the Wuxiang monk were no exception. All stunned as they gazed at the figure suspended in the air. Su Cha-Ching and Apos, as pupils constricted. At this moment, he could no longer doubt why Ming Yangyuan had previously claimed Xianxiao had gone to the Northern Sea. This was no mere visit. The senior disciple of Lingxiao Academy had evidently ventured alone into the Northern Sea and slain a divine realm member of the Northern Sea royal family before returning. If anyone remained composed at this moment, it was perhaps only Jun Bufan and a few other disciples from Lingxiao Academy. They seemed accustomed to their senior brother and Apos' audacious exploits. Amidst the astonished gazes, Xianxiao maintained a serene expression, his countenance more striking under the moonlight. Ignoring the cacophony of reactions, he fixed his gaze on Kuan-Tai and Ao Guangyu, speaking once more. You two little reptiles have yet to answer my question. As the final word left his lips, a vast purple sea of spiritual energy materialized behind him, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Kuan-Tai and Ao Guangyu. In an instant, both youths from the Northern Sea royal family spewed blood. Xianxiao, you dare. Are you attempting to ignite a war between Lingxiao Academy and the Northern Sea? They roared in fury, but despite channeling all their strength, they could not rise under the weight of the purple sea and Apos, as pressure, their forms involuntarily kneeling in the void. With your status, you are unworthy to represent the Northern Sea. Now, be gone. Xianxiao's expression remained unchanged. Yet, recognizing Kuan-Tai and Ao Guangyu's significant identities, he refrained from directly executing them before the crowd, instead shifting his gaze toward the terrified Kuan-Xian. As for you, the one who harmed my Lingxiao must be punished. Upon hearing this, Kuan-Xian's face drained of color, and he turned to flee. However, with Kuan-Tai already subdued, he had no hope of escape. At the moment the word punish landed, Xianxiao snorted coldly, and Kuan-Xian trembled violently, as if an invisible hand had snuffed out his life force. His pupils shattered as he plummeted into the heavenly river. Having completed these actions, Xianxiao gently descended upon the ship belonging to Lingxiao Academy. Throughout the entire encounter, he did not spare a glance toward Zhao Wuchen or the holy son of Hao Tian, like Jun Bufan and others. This esteemed disciple of Lingxiao Academy harbored no fondness for such hypocrites. After exchanging pleasantries with Jun Bufan and Ming Yayuan, he turned his attention to Su Cha-Ching. Smiling lightly, you did well. Have you made new friends among these young ones? Chapter 62, The Heroes of Huanzhou. None are virtuous indeed, senior brother. Before Su Cha-Ching could respond, Jun Bufan returned to the ship, eagerly introducing Xianxiao. The kindness Xianxiao displayed towards Su Cha-Ching stemmed from having witnessed the duel between the Kaichen realm practitioners earlier. He had not anticipated that his reticent junior would exhibit such enthusiasm. While possessing formidable physical strength, one must not solely rely on the cultivation of the body. The comprehension of divine powers and the essence of the Tao is of utmost importance. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxiao offered Su Cha-Ching some guidance. Thank you. Su Cha-Ching replied with a smile. He understood that Xuanxiao's willingness to speak was largely due to the presence of Jun Bufan and the others. As for the meaning behind his words, Su Cha-Ching was well aware. The path of cultivation begins with the condensation of qi and the opening of dust, which are merely foundational realms. True entry into the path lies in nurturing one's spiritual sea. Upon reaching this stage, spiritual awareness can transform, and the mastery of techniques becomes effortless. When one attains the divine sense realm, their spiritual awareness manifests as a singular primordial spirit, allowing them to resonate with the majesty of the heavens in every gesture. For ordinary cultivators, the robustness of the physical body ultimately has its limits. After entering the transformation of spirit realm, its influence diminishes significantly. However, the ancient demon body is different. Su Cha-Ching could not ascertain whether he could undergo a second, third, or even fourth and fifth physical reconstitution. Yet, one thing was certain: once the ancient demon body reaches a certain level, it transcends mere physical metamorphosis and represents a leap in the order of life, defying conventional understanding. Of course, Su Cha-Ching would not elaborate, merely cherishing Xuanxiao's goodwill in his heart. Shortly thereafter, Xianxiao turned his attention away from Su Cha-Ching and engaged in conversation with Ming Yangyuan and others. Observing this, Su Cha-Ching wisely refrained from interrupting. Meanwhile, in the heavens above the river, Kuan-Tai and Ao Guangyu exhibited expressions of both red and blue, yet ultimately chose to swallow their indignation. They felt no inclination to linger further, casting a resentful glance at the ship housing Lingxiao Academy. Besides Xianxiao, who incited their deep-seated hatred, Su Chaqing also etched himself into their memories, awaiting an opportunity to avenge today's humiliation. He seemed to have grown considerably stronger. Zhao Wuchen and the Holy Son of Haotian were also too preoccupied to relish the spectacle, regardless of whether Xianxiao regarded them with any importance. They undoubtedly perceived him as their greatest rival. A glance exchanged between them revealed the weight of concern and trepidation in their eyes. It had been some time since they last saw Xianxiao. He was likely but a step away from the Divine Sense realm. To counter a Divine Sense practitioner while in the transformation of Spirit realm was a feat even the monk found challenging. Shuexilan and the Wuxiang monk were equally astonished, their thoughts lingering on Xuanxiao's brief display of power. However, with Xuanxiao's formidable entrance, the gathering of heroes lost any further tumult. The tens of thousands of cultivators on either side of the river soon immersed themselves once more in the wonder of the celestial waterfall. During this time, aside from Zhao Wuchen and the Holy Son of Haotian, Han Fang'an from the Heavenly Soul Palace and several other young elites from various factions approached the ship of Lingxiao Academy. More precisely, they came specifically to pay homage to Xianxiao. In response, Xianxiao did not continue to exert his domineering presence, instead engaging in light-hearted conversation with these heroes of Huanzhou. Before long, Shuexilan and the Wuxiang monk also approached in succession. After exchanging words with Xianxiao, Shuexilan departed swiftly. The Wuxiang monk, after greeting Jun Bufan and the others, turned towards Su Chaqing, clasped his hands in prayer, and said, "Amiba, I am Wuxiang. May I inquire how to address you, friend?" Su Chaqing, he replied, somewhat surprised yet maintaining politeness. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Wuxiang?" "Nothing urgent. If my intuition serves me right, you must hail from the southern region." As expected, upon hearing Su Chaqing's astonishment, the Wuxiang monk clasped his hands once more, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable wisdom, and continued, "I wonder, have you ever ventured to the 9 hells of Linyuan?" At this, Su Chaqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly. He neither denied nor confirmed the inquiry. "Amiba." The Wuxiang monk recited softly, seemingly recognizing Su Chaqing's caution, and explained, "I harbor no ill intentions. I was merely curious after witnessing your encounter with the Kuan clan of the North Sea. Your physical prowess seems to bear the essence of ancient demon body cultivation." "Ancient demon?" Su Chaqing and Appos, his heart trembled slightly, but he feigned surprise, asking, "What is an ancient demon?" The Wuxiang monk regarded him intently. After briefly explaining that ancient demons were legendary beings, he chose not to delve deeper into the subject. However, before taking his leave, this refined monk imparted a seemingly profound statement. "If you wish to learn more about ancient demons, you may visit the Kuzazen monastery on another day, and the truth will be revealed." Su Chaqing fell silent. First, Meng Yangyuan spoke of the ancient ruins, and now the Wuxiang monk alluded to the ancient demon legacy within the 9 Hells Peak. He realized that during his battle with Kuan Xian, he had been particularly cautious. Yet some hints had still slipped through. It seemed he must exercise even greater vigilance. Shaking his head, Su Chaqing observed the receding figure of the Wuxiang monk, suddenly feeling that none of the young elites from the great powers of Huanzhou were virtuous. It was not merely a matter of cultivation. Their profound insights instilled in him a potent sense of crisis. "Su brother?" As Su Chaqing pondered, Jun Bufan approached after finishing conversations with some friends. "Senior brother will soon return with us. If you have no pressing matters, you might consider resting at Lingxiao Academy for a time before accompanying us to Songtianmu. What do you think?" Initially hesitant due to his apprehensions regarding the powers of Huanzhou, Su Chaqing was about to decline when Jun Bufan, appearing somewhat anxious, organized his thoughts and explained, "Those wretches from the North Sea will not easily relent. If we travel together, it provides some assurance." Seeing the sincerity in Jun Bufan's expression, Su Chaqing exhaled a breath of resignation. "Very well, I shall accept your kind offer." Upon receiving Su Chaqing's nod, Jun Bufan's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Given the haste of our journey to the Celestial River, I shall take the opportunity to introduce you to the wonders of Huanzhou along the way." Chapter 63, The Return and the Ambush Under a Vast Azure Sky. A towering ship soared through the heavens, stirring the clouds into a tempest. At this moment, on the deck of the ship, Su Chaqing gazed at the desolate land his brow slightly furrowed. 7 days had elapsed since the Tianjiao Grand Assembly, and he had been pondering the matter of that Songtian would end the invitation from the Wuxiang monk. Su Chaqing was perplexed as to why the monk had uttered such words. However, he detected little hostility on the face of the handsome monk. "The Kuzhu Zen Temple," he murmured. Through Jun Bufan's introduction, he learned that the Kuzhu Zen Temple traced its origins to the Buddhist Dao lineage. The heart of Buddhist cultivation resided in a vast land known as Shitian. With the temple being merely a branch, the Wuxiang monk was a contemporary figure of Buddhist cultivation, wandering as a disciple of the faith. The Kuzhu Zen Temple maintained a neutral stance, refraining from involvement in the feuds among the major sacred sites of. Jun Bufan had approached Su Chaqing, smiling as he spoke. "Once the Songtian concludes, if you wish to visit the Kuzhu Zen Temple, I would be glad to accompany you. I believe those bald monks would grant some favor to Lingxiao Academy." He was already aware of the invitation extended by the Wuxiang monk through Su Chaqing's words. As to the reasons behind it, Su Chaqing chose not to elaborate, and Jun Bufan did not press, understanding that every practitioner who reached this level harbored their own secrets. Thank you for your kind offer, Jun. We shall discuss it when the time comes, Su Cha-ching replied. At any time, my friend. There is no need for formality. Jun Bufan gestured graciously, clearly having accepted Su Cha-ching as a friend from the heart. During this period, the ship of Lingxiao Academy had traversed several sect territories. Su Cha-ching was experiencing the power dynamics of firsthand. These sects were not particularly prominent in, yet each ancestor was a formidable figure of the divine realm. Notably, a faction called Qingyun boasted 5 divine realm elders and residents, its foundation surpassing that of the 7 major sects of the southern region. Despite the fact that the highest cultivator among Su Changqing's group, Xianxiao, had only achieved the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm upon the arrival of the Lingxiao Academy ship, all 5 divine realm ancestors emerged to welcome them. The southern region is still too small, Su Cha-ching reflected. Observing how the divine realm elders displayed no airs of superiority in the presence of Jun Bufan and the others, he felt a surge of emotion, envisioning the fierce competition that would ensue upon the awakening of the Zhangtianwood. Before long, after bidding farewell to the Qingyan sect, the ship surged back into the sky. Time passed swiftly, and as Su Changqing's party found themselves less than 7 days away from Lingxiao Academy, Jun Bufan and Ming Yangyuan, who had been idly chatting, suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to gaze at the towering mountains shrouded in a sea of clouds, murmuring lowly, something is not right. Qi Yuber and Bai Jin exchanged glances, clearly unaware of the anomaly due to their insufficient cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Cha-ching opened his eyes from meditation, a flicker of concern flashing in his pupils. Is it too quiet? Though his spiritual awareness was not on par with that of Jun Bufan and the others, his extensive experiences allowed him to discern why they wore frowns. Beneath the ship's path lay a range of mountains obscured by the clouds. Strangely, the ferocious beasts that once inhabited this area had seemingly vanished, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Quickly, activate the formation. Just as hesitation gripped the group, Xianxiao suddenly roared towards Su Cha-ching and the others. At that moment, mystical runes materialized around the ship, transforming into a barrier of light. The next instant, a crimson whirlwind erupted ahead of the ship, the invisible howling dyeing the clouds in a bizarre hue of red. Jun Bufan, Ming Yayuan, and the others were instantly shaken. Su Changqing's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of alarm. Upon closer inspection, those crimson whirlwinds were revealed to be tiny red spiders, each the size of a fingernail, with wings sprouting from their backs, racing towards the ship at an astonishing speed. They were as numerous as grains of sand, forming a terrifying storm that blotted out the sky. Blood spiders. This is the handiwork of the North Sea Blood Spider clan. As realization dawned, Jun Bufan and Ming Yangyuan's expressions shifted dramatically, and they spoke in unison. Xianxiao furrowed his brow, decisively raising his hand to form a seal, pointing towards the barrier. In an instant, the barrier trembled violently, releasing an overwhelming pressure alongside a brilliant radiance, annihilating the approaching blood-red spiders. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The howling crimson whirlwind suddenly reversed, morphing into a colossal blood spider, over 100 feet in size, with wings unfurled, drenched in blood. Its massive mandibles were menacing, and its scarlet eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty glint as it hovered ominously in the void, coldly surveying the members of Lingxiao Academy. You kill our North Sea warriors and insult our royal family. Do you think it can end like this? A figure slowly materialized above the blood spider, a chilling cackle echoing through the heavens. Upon seeing this figure, Jun Bufan, Ming Yangyuan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The ancestor of the blood spider. This individual had entered the divine realm years ago, when had he infiltrated the depths of, breath caught in his throat. Su Cha-ching could hardly comprehend the audacity of these North Sea outsiders, daring to ambush so openly near Lingxiao Academy. Moreover, the most critical issue was that the return journey of Lingxiao Academy was uncertain. Those sects they had previously visited had likely betrayed them. Su Cha-ching furrowed his brow. Jun Bufan and the others, realizing the gravity of the situation, also adopted grim expressions. Have the North Sea outsiders extended their reach this far? However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. As the words of the blood spider ancestor settled in the air, another voice resonated, reverberating across the surroundings while an overwhelming pressure from the divine realm stirred a tempest in the clouds. From within the cloud layer, a diminutive figure emerged. His eyes seemed to ignite with flickering flames, and a glance revealed that his internal spiritual energy appeared to be ablaze, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Yet, this was not the end. After the appearances of the blood spider ancestor and the short man, a third North Sea outsider emerged from behind the ship of Lingxiao Academy. Upon seeing this individual, even Xuanxiao's expression turned grave. This third North Sea figure was an elder of the Ao clan, whose cultivation had evidently reached the mid-level of the divine realm. The Ao elder did not acknowledge Su Cha-ching and the others. His gaze was fixed on Xianxiao as he coldly declared, "You dare to invade the heart of our North Sea and seize our sacred relics? Xianxiao, do you truly believe our royal family would not dare to kill you?" Chapter 64. The Crimson Moon Spirit Clan. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Nexio and Amp Apos' eyes as he recognized this and Amp Apos' old friend, and Amp Apos. It was this very elder from the Ao clan who had relentlessly pursued him during his solitary venture into the Northern Sea. Now, he had infiltrated this place. In the next moment, the formation's light barrier outside the Ling Xiao ship erupted violently, charging directly toward the diminutive man with astonishing speed. Akin to a shooting star. The instant the three formidable beings from the Northern Sea appeared, Su Nexio discerned that the area had long been ensnared in a formation that severed all means of communication. The only option was to forcefully break through the encirclement. The expression of the gnome man darkened abruptly, with three powerful beings from the Northern Sea surrounding him. Su Nexio's choice to break through in his direction was a clear indication of his disdain for the elder of the Fire Pig clan. Did he think he could simply escape? As a cold snort escaped him, flames reflected in his pupils, as if reality itself was reversed, conjuring a terrifying sea of fire around him. Within this inferno, a colossal being formed from molten lava roared and hurled a punch toward the approaching Ling Xiao ship. The entire Ling Xiao vessel trembled violently. Even with the protective barrier in place, it struck the hearts and minds of Su Cha-Ching and the others like a heavy hammer. Moreover, at the very moment the ship moved, Blood Spider Elder and Ao Shioli launched their attacks simultaneously. Red mist spread, and the unsettling sound of rustling sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard it, for this mist was composed of countless crimson spiders, surging relentlessly toward the formation's barrier. In another direction, the claw of a dragon seemed to transcend the void, embodying the might of heaven and earth, crashing down upon the Ling Xiao ship, causing the surrounding area to feel as though it were engulfed in a tempest of thunder. The incessant booming filled the air. In the full-force strike of the three beings at the divine communication realm, even the Ling Xiao Academy's formation barrier appeared on the verge of collapse, emitting a series of sharp cracking sounds. One could contend, two could entangle, but at this moment, the grave voice of Su Nexio resonated in the ears of Jun Bufan and the others, as well as Su Cha-Ching. Third brother, prepare to lead everyone to flee. With that, Su Nexio's eyes flashed with a sharp brilliance, and just before the formation's barrier shattered, he charged toward the gnome man closest to him. In comparison to the lava giant, Su Nexio appeared as small as an ant. Yet in the eyes of the onlookers at that moment, the disciple of Ling Xiao seemed to transform into a colossal star descending from the heavens, enveloped in terrifying power as he pressed forward. In an instant, he managed to push back the molten giant. Such was the might of the Purple Sea. Was this the pinnacle of the younger generation from the wild continent? On the deck of the ship, Su Cha-Ching's heart trembled. He realized the vast disparity between himself and such a prodigy. However, there was no time for lamentation. As Su Nexio took the initiative to confront the enemy, Ao Shioli and Blood Spider Elder decisively disregarded the others aboard the Ling Xiao ship, focusing solely on Su Nexio. In their eyes, Su Cha-Ching and his companions could easily be extinguished. But this disciple from Ling Xiao Academy was the true threat to the alien tribes of the Northern Sea. Though this scene seemed prolonged, in reality, from the moment the Northern Sea experts appeared to Su Nexio's proactive engagement, it was but the briefest of moments. Ming Yongyuan cast a glance at the elder brother surrounded by Ao Shioli and the others, hesitated not, and surged toward the core of the formation's barrier of the Ling Xiao ship. Aside from Su Nexio, he possessed the highest cultivation here. Thus his chances of steering the ship to safety were the greatest. His elder brother would not perish so easily. This battle was beyond their capability to intervene. As he spoke swiftly, the formation's barrier, already on the brink of collapse, began to coalesce anew with spiritual runes, allowing the Ling Xiao ship to accelerate and swiftly retreat from the battlefield above. In just a few breaths, the Ling Xiao ship had traversed thousands of feet. Upon witnessing this, Jun Bufan and Bai Jin's expressions darkened, yet they did not voice any objections. Su Cha-Ching felt a sense of confusion, but he quickly discerned the situation. First, they feigned a forceful breach through the encirclement of the three experts, followed by Su Nexio's active engagement, with the ultimate goal of steering the ship away from this battlefield. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, gaining a deeper understanding of the camaraderie among the disciples of Ling Xiao Academy. It was evident that Ming Yongyuan's intention was to flee at the highest speed, conveying the news of the Northern Sea's invasion to Ling Xiao Academy as swiftly as possible. This level of teamwork was clearly forged through countless life and death trials. At this moment, however, a sudden light laughter echoed within the minds of Su Cha-Ching, Jun Bufan, and the others. All spirits transformed to bone, the blood sea blossoms. Before their astonished eyes, blood-red petals began to bloom, one after another, outside the formation's barrier of the Ling Xiao ship, resembling a sinister crimson scroll. Blood-red particles, akin to flower seeds, drifted from the hearts of these blood-colored blossoms, densely packed, emanating an eerie and chilling aura. As these red particles emerged, they rapidly spread as if rooting themselves in the formation's barrier. The barrier's spiritual energy dissipated swiftly. In just an instant, the barrier, which could have withstood the combined efforts of the three Northern Sea experts, suddenly shattered. Simultaneously, from amidst the myriad of blood-red petals, the largest blossom's core revealed the slow emergence of a woman clad in a crimson dress. The Crimson Moon Spirit Clan. Upon seeing this woman, Meng Yao Yuan, Jun Bufan, and the others were taken aback. Bai Jin and Qi Yuba's faces turned notably pale. Su Cha-Ching felt a thunderous sensation in his mind. For this woman in the crimson dress possessed an exquisite beauty, her face adorned with an eerie pallor that suggested a fragile weakness. Yet, at the moment he laid eyes on her, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, as if death loomed just a breath away. In truth, his instincts were correct. The woman before them was a member of the third most powerful royal clan in the Northern Sea, the Crimson Moon Spirit Clan. Though the clan's population was scant, it had evoked deep-seated fear among the various tribes of the Northern Sea, as well as the other two royal clans, for millennia. Its mysterious nature meant that even the great powers of the wild continent knew little about them, and the alien tribes of the Northern Sea were hardly any better informed. What was certain, however, was that every member of the Crimson Moon Spirit Clan possessed an array of unfathomable and arcane secret arts, existing without soul or spirit, bound to the will of heaven and earth, should they choose to. The Northern Sea could very well transition from 3 royal clans to 2 royal clans and a true imperial clan, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. The woman in the crimson dress covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, her tone gentle yet deadly. Little brothers, where do you think you're running off to? Chapter 65, Her Old Flame? In the fleeting moment when the words of the woman in the crimson dress echoed, Meng Yuan and Jun Bufan felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, causing their blood to surge backward as if it wished to burst forth. Su Cha-Ching experienced a similar sensation. The bizarre sorcery of the Crimson Moon Spirit Clan, coupled with the pressure of their realm, rendered the group akin to mere mortals, freezing their spiritual awareness and leaving them in despair as they beheld the woman in red approach the skyship step by step. Brother Su, I apologize. I never anticipated that the Crimson Moon Spirit Clan would come as well. Jun Bufan's voice, tinged with bitterness, reached Su Cha-Ching's ears as his complexion darkened. Regardless of how the members of Lingxiao Academy struggled, they remained paralyzed, their eyes wide with horror as they watched the woman in crimson draw nearer. The Crimson Moon Spirit Clan disregards worldly affairs. Could it be that the Elder intends to break this rule? In the face of an unprecedented threat of death, Meng Yuan, overwhelmed by despair, could not help but inquire. What rule? This little girl knows nothing. The woman in red replied with a light laugh, shaking her head as she approached. Yet you all are quite bold to dare snatch my sacred artifact from the Northern Sea. Had I not come in person, you might have truly escaped. As she spoke, her figure appeared on the deck, her crimson lips glistening as she revealed an alluring demeanor, her laughter resonating once more. Hee. It has indeed been a while since I savored tender flesh. How nostalgic. You are. Yu Yiming. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan and Jun Bufan widened their eyes in shock, their expressions growing increasingly pallid as they realized the significance of the name. Yu Yiming was renowned throughout the wasteland a millennium ago, a paragon of the elder generation, and now stood alongside the Snow Maiden of the Fallen Sky ancient capital as one of the most likely candidates to ascend to great power. Oh. It appears someone still remembers me, Yu Yiming mused, her interest piqued as she scanned the group, her delicate hand raised slightly. Meng Yuan, Jun Bufan, and Su Cha-Ching all felt an intensified rush of blood, as if their life essence might burst forth at any moment. However, knowing this will not save you. Your vitality is simply too rich. In the midst of despair, Yu Yiming maintained her smile, seemingly relishing the feast before her, her crimson pupils reflecting satisfaction. Yet at the moment before she struck, her brows furrowed as she turned sharply towards Su Cha-Ching at the rear, a glimmer of unusual intrigue flashing in her eyes. As if a gust had swept by, Yu Yiming and Appo's figure suddenly appeared before Su Cha-Ching. She did not attack immediately, instead gazing at him with keen interest, murmuring, strange. Why does your blood evoke an unfamiliar sensation within me? Su Cha-Ching remained silent, yet he understood. As the ancient body of a demon, his corporeal form had inevitably become distinct from that of ordinary human cultivators after its reconstitution. Just as Yu Yiming pondered further, Su Cha-Ching, whose face was once filled with despair, managed to force out a pale smile. There are many things you have yet to encounter. No sooner had he spoken than the ancient Rui seal within his Qianquan ring erupted with dazzling radiance. In truth, when he saw the formation shatter, his attention had already been directed towards the ancient Rui seal. One could not blame him for being selfish. Faced with a powerful adversary capable of easily dismantling the formation and Appo's barrier, remaining would merely invite death. Now, as Yu Yiming made her sudden move, the ancient Rui seal gifted by Xue Qianquan activated, rendering Su Cha-Ching's figure indistinct, as if he were fading from reality. A teleportation treasure? Yu Yiming paused momentarily, but soon a look of disdain crossed her features. With a flick of her delicate hand, blood-red petals began to drift towards him, creating the illusion of obstructing the teleportation power emanating from Su Cha-Ching. Su Cha-Ching's heart sank. He had not anticipated that this woman would possess such formidable power. You have forced my hand. As the teleportation power teetered on the brink of being thwarted, Su Cha-Ching's expression turned icy, and his internal bronze sword began to tremble. He had not wished to squander this final opportunity, yet with life and death at stake, he had no choice but to utilize his last resort. Though the sequence of events unfolded swiftly, from Yu Yiming and Appo's attention to Su Cha-Ching to the interruption of the teleportation, only a few breaths had passed. In that critical moment, Yu Yiming seemed to sense something, her smile freezing, her raised hand suspended in midair. In the next instant, the ancient Rui seal, free from restraint, unleashed an astonishing wave of teleportation, and Su Cha-Ching's figure vanished entirely from the Lingxiao skyship. Initially stunned by this sudden turn of events, Meng Yuan and the others bore no resentment on their faces. Particularly, Jun Bufan, in this moment of impending death, revealed a sincere smile for the first time. This had always been the enmity between Lingxiao Academy and the Northern Sea. Thus, death held no terror for them, as they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for humanity at any moment. The entanglement with Su Chaqing was what filled Jun Bufan and the others with guilt. Now that Su Chaqing had found a means to escape from danger, the disciples of Lingxiao Academy felt not bitterness, but rather joy that their friend had survived. However, what none expected was that Yu Yuming displayed no sign of anger. Instead, she stood rooted in place, her exquisite features etched with astonishment. That teleportation wave. The ancient Rui seal? She murmured to herself, a tumult of emotion surging within her. For she had seen the ancient Rui seal before. How could her possession appear in the hands of this young man? The brilliance in her eyes intensified. In her memory, Xue Qianquan was a woman even prouder than herself. Such a treasure for self-preservation could not have been taken by a mere beginner in the opening dust realm. Thus, only one possibility remained. Could it be that the woman had willingly bestowed it upon him? As this realization dawned upon her, Yu Yuming could not help but entertain a surprising hypothesis. Could it be that this little fellow is her old flame? Who would have thought the icy snow maiden would not only descend into the mortal realm, but also engage with a younger man? With this thought, Yu Yuming let out a light snort, her prior murderous intent replaced by excitement at this newfound intelligence, longing to visit the fallen sky ancient capital to mock her former friend. Thus, before the astonished gazes of Meng Yangyuan and the others, the woman from the Crimson Moon Spirit clan, after Su Changqing's teleportation, turned without a glance at them and vanished from sight. Third senior brother, what? What just happened? I do not know. But it is said that Yu Yoming's temperament is peculiar. Her actions are not surprising. Feeling the oppressive force dissipate from his soul, Meng Yangyuan exhaled a heavy breath. Relieved to have survived, not daring to linger, he swiftly took control of the Lingxiao skyship, propelling it back toward the academy. What transpired thereafter was unknown to Su Changqing. With a tinge of regret, he found his figure now appearing thousands of miles away, thanks to the teleportation of the ancient Rui seal. Chapter 66. One crisis after another. The ancient Rui seal enabled chaotic teleportation, and Su Chaqing found himself in an unknown location. Unlike the desolate wilderness he had first encountered, he now stood upon a vast plain, shrouded in a relentless blanket of snow. The biting cold wind howled through the air, stirring all around him, its mournful wail lingering in the atmosphere. This was no ordinary snow. As Su Changqing raised his hand to observe the snowflakes melting in his palm, he immediately sensed an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing anything in its path. It was as if the snow not only blanketed the earth, but also harbored the essence of the heavens, manifesting a coldness that even cultivators could not evade. He pondered the fate of Jun Bufan and the others. With a heavy sigh, a complex mix of emotions crossed his face. Confronted by the woman in the red dress, staying would have merely resulted in another lifeless body. Yet, having escaped, he felt a sense of helplessness lingering within him. After a moment of silence, Su Chaqing pushed these thoughts aside. His immediate concern was to ascertain his location in the distance to the Tsangtian tree. As he shot forward, he summoned a shimmering barrier that shielded him from the frigid winds and concealed his presence. He was unsure how long he had traveled when he halted abruptly, his breath quickening in anticipation. Ahead of him, the expansive plain had given way to majestic mountain ranges, their peaks blanketed in snow, exuding an air of desolation. However, the focal point lay elsewhere. As the sun and Apos, S-rays gradually illuminated the scene, a colossal mountain loomed at the center, its grandeur beyond description. The clouds swirled at its base, and the heavens seemed to be pierced by its towering presence, as if this mountain alone could constitute an entire world, immeasurable in scale. All living beings who beheld it were struck by a profound sense of insignificance. Su Chaqing exhaled slowly, quickening his pace. As he drew closer, he noticed that nestled among the snow-covered foothills were cities rising from the ground like realms of ice. Perhaps due to the harsh environment, the few cultivators glimpsed from within the cities were mostly wrapped in heavy ropes. Observing this, Su Chaqing retrieved a suitable garment from his storage ring and donned it before making his way to the nearest city, known as Shuling City. The inhabitants of this city were primarily cultivators, with mere mortals rarely seen. Thus, Su Chaqing and Apos' unfamiliar visage attracted little attention. Seizing the opportunity, he gradually learned that he had been teleported to the Tian Mountain region of the Wild State by the ancient Rui seal. The Tian Mountain was indeed the very peak he had observed. At its summit lay an ancient city, eternally present, known as the Luotian ancient capital, the most mysterious sacred site within the Wild State. A glimmer of realization flickered in Su Changqing's eyes. No wonder the area was so frigid, with continuous snowfall. He wondered if Xue Qianquan had returned. Fortunately, the Luotian ancient capital was not far from the Tsangtian tree. A few exchanges of spirit stones would suffice for teleportation. He shook his head and walked along the snow-pressed stone road into a tavern exclusively for cultivators. Upon settling in, he overheard discussions among the scattered cultivators within. The Tsangtian tree was about to open, and it was said that the blossoming of the divine spirit flower would be unprecedented. The competition for this venture promised to be unimaginably fierce. Listening intently, Su Chaqing took a seat by the window, his gaze drifting to the passing cultivators while his mind remained focused on their conversations. Indeed, This opening of the Tsangtian tree was unlike any before. Not only was the revered saintess of Luotian ancient capital in attendance, but even second-tier sects and scattered cultivators were eager to seize this opportunity to soar to new heights. The divine spirit flower was said to be a treasure of the gods, and during the last opening, numerous sects had received unimaginable fortunes, deepening their foundations. You are outdated in your information. It is not just the wild state, but also the Northern Sea's foreign tribes and the 3 great royal families that are eyeing this event with keen interest. Most of those discussing grand ambitions in the tavern were of lowly status. Su Changqing, for a time, found no mention of the secrets he sought. At that moment, a cultivator who appeared to be a disciple of a sect spoke with disdain, addressing the crowd of debaters. Those not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. Perhaps you are unaware that a few days ago, a powerful figure from the Northern Sea infiltrated the core territories of the wild state, targeting the prodigies of Lingxiao Academy. The young man's face contorted with indignation, as if he felt a personal affront, and continued, "These Northern Sea foreigners are all the same. Even if they covet the divine spirit flower, Lingxiao Academy has already issued a warning. This time, anyone from the Northern Sea who enters the Tsangtian tree will be killed on sight. You are too young." The young leaders of the Ao royal family and the Kuan clan are not to be underestimated, standing equal to the holy sons and daughters. Some in the crowd were about to retort but were promptly interrupted by the sect disciple. Can they surpass the great disciple of Lingxiao, the venerable Xianxiao? He has declared that no one from the Northern Sea will be spared if they dare enter the Tsangtian tree. Mention of Xianxiao's name ignited a spark of fervent reverence in the disciple's eyes. If he were truly that formidable, he would have been chased to the wild state by the Northern Sea royal family, countered an elderly-looking cultivator. At this, the disciple appeared stung. Slamming his palm on the table, his voice rising in protest, as if he could not bear to see his beliefs disparaged. Nonsense. Those foreigners only bully the weak. If they had the ability, let them attack Lingxiao Academy. What had begun as a discussion devolved into a comparison of strengths. Su Chaqing quickly lost interest. The only consolation was learning that Xianxiao had survived, having escaped the ambush of 3 powerful figures. Achieving such feats with a perfected spirit transformation realm was indeed remarkable. He sighed quietly, prepared to rise and leave when a group of individuals in white robes hurried past the street, their expressions cold and detached. Upon seeing them, Su Chaqing and Appo's gaze sharpened. Perhaps their appearance mirrored those from the Tian Mountain region. Recognizing their inherent aloofness, he quickly discerned that they were followers of the Lihua sect. The Lihua sect wielded influence in the wild state, something Su Chaqing was already aware of. Observing their cautious demeanor, he contemplated his next move and discreetly exited the tavern, following them silently. Chapter 67, The eerie sacrifice. The night in Shuling City, shrouded beneath heavy snowfall, appeared far dimmer than other realms. In the faint moonlight, Su Chaqing and Appo's figure flickered past. The members of the Lihua sect were exceedingly cautious, their attire indistinguishable from that of ordinary Tianshan cultivators. Had it not been for his prior encounters with these disciples, it would have been nearly impossible to discern them, let alone follow them undetected. Before long, Su Chaqing observed the Lihua disciples entering a secluded area of the city, prompting him to reveal himself from the shadows of the faint moonlight. Their destination appeared to be a courtyard. His gaze sharpened as he noticed the Lihua disciples hastily approaching a nearby courtyard, their demeanor filled with trepidation. The snowflakes, illuminated by the moonlight, glimmered faintly. Yet the interior of this courtyard was engulfed in darkness, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring the scant remaining light. Upon glimpsing the courtyard, the ancient demon eye nestled between Su Chaqing and Appo's brows quivered, emanating a desire akin to that of the ancient essence within the divine slave. He exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a sense of confusion. This was the domain of the fallen ancient capital. Had the powerful figures of the capital not detected the presence of these Lihua disciples? Or perhaps the attention of the fallen ancient capital was solely focused on the Tsangtian tree, rendering the clandestine actions of the Lihua disciples obscure to them? Nevertheless, the machinations of such formidable factions were beyond his comprehension. Since he had chanced upon them, it could only be deemed unfortunate for the Lihua disciples. As he beheld the few disciples on the verge of stepping into the courtyard, his gaze turned icy. He was no benevolent figure, regardless of the disciples and Appo's intentions. He would not let the opportunity to intervene slip by. At that moment, one of the leading Lihua disciples seemed to sense something amiss. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, and just as he turned to investigate, the world before him suddenly blurred. In the next instant, darkness enveloped his vision as his head separated from his body. This sudden turn of events caused his companion's pupils to constrict in shock. However, before they could react, tendrils of black flame surged up from beneath their feet, engulfing them entirely. In the blink of an eye, only one Lihua disciple remained. He stared in horror at the inexplicable demise of his companions, his scalp prickling in fear. Yet, before he could utter a word, a hand emerged from the void, pressing firmly against his brow. Soul-searching. The murmurs echoed like death's notes in the night. The disciple's eyes widened in terror as the overwhelming spiritual force surged forth, transforming his mind into a mist of blood, his fragmented memories rifled through by an unseen hand. In less than 3 breaths, he succumbed to death. Su Cha-ching paid no heed to the lifeless body before him. Instead, he raised his hand to let the black flames consume it, leaving no trace behind. A stronghold, perhaps? Through the memories extracted from this disciple, he discerned that this concealed courtyard within Shuling City was indeed a forward base of the Lihua sect. To avoid alarming any potential witnesses, only 3 fully realized Lihua guardians were stationed within. As for the rationale behind establishing a base here, the fallen disciple's rank was insufficient to provide clarity, and his scattered memories yielded no answers. With this in mind, Su Changqing hesitated no longer. He swiftly approached a rock formation within the courtyard and, employing the method gleaned from the memories, opened a breach in the formation's array before stepping inside. As his foot crossed the threshold, a serpentine passageway unfolded before him. At its terminus, a nauseating stench of blood wafted through the air. He inhaled deeply, proceeding cautiously toward the source of the foul odor. As he drew closer, the area at the end of the passage resonated with fluctuating spiritual energy, accompanied by intermittent, eerie chants. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Su Cha-ching emerged from the passage, revealing a vast subterranean expanse spanning hundreds of feet. In the center of this space lay a colossal crimson blood pool. Suspended above it was an enormous heart, motionless, resembling a petrified sculpture, with every vein exquisitely detailed, making it difficult to distinguish from reality. The moment he beheld the heart, Su Cha-ching was reminded of the crimson crystal, resembling a heart, left behind after the death of the divine slave. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly halted his breath was the sight of nearly 100 men and women of various ages standing around the blood pool, their eyes devoid of light, as if their souls had been erased, leaving only hollow shells. Their attire betrayed their identity as wandering cultivators from the foot of the Tianshan Mountains. Among them a youth of icy demeanor, one from the fallen ancient capital. Su Changqing's pupils flickered imperceptibly. It appeared to be some form of sacrificial rite. At that moment, as 3 Lihua guardians sat cross-legged upon the heart, their chants echoed through the chamber. The youth from the fallen ancient capital, along with the nearly 100 wandering cultivators, appeared entranced, one after another leaping into the blood pool. Their bodies were instantly consumed, merging into the pool, intensifying the already overwhelming stench of blood. Observable crimson tendrils extended from the blood pool, intertwining with the veins of the stone heart. Boom! After absorbing the blood of these individuals, the heart pulsed faintly, releasing an indescribable wave that spread throughout the space. This wave, drawn forth by the ancient demon eye, was imbued with an ancient aura that Su Changqing could sense. Just as Su Changqing beheld the bizarre scenes unfolding before him, the 3 meditating Lihua guardians simultaneously opened their eyes and turned to gaze in his direction. Upon discovering an unfamiliar face within the subterranean chamber, their expression shifted, revealing incredulity. Clearly, they had not anticipated that anyone other than the powerful figures of the fallen ancient capital could bypass the array and uncover this hidden stronghold. Yet, this question would remain unaddressed. At that very moment, as the 3 Lihua guardians turned, Su Changqing's figure surged forth, accompanied by the manifestation of his celestial avatar. The atmosphere was imbued with an unexplainable eeriness, particularly that stone heart, which evoked memories of the puppet-like divine slave. He unleashed his full power. The pressure of the celestial avatar erupted, and before the guardians could regain their composure, one was obliterated by a single strike. The expressions of the remaining 2 guardians shifted dramatically, but before they could invoke their secret techniques, black and white flames erupted in unison, merging like the interplay of life and death, instantly engulfing one of them. As for the final Lihua guardian, Su Cha-ching chose not to execute him outright. Instead, he employed the same tactic, appearing before him and raising his hand to delve into his memories. Unlike the ordinary Lihua disciples, this guardian possessed significantly greater knowledge. Consequently, as the guardian's memories unfolded like pages in a book, Su Changqing felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 68, The Secrets of the Ancient Capital of Falling Sky. Su Cha-ching initially believed he would encounter followers of the Leaving Fire sect by mere chance in this location. However, within the memories of the Leaving Fire protector, it became apparent that beneath the Tianshan Mountains, numerous cities housed not just one, but multiple strongholds of the Leaving Fire sect. Each of these strongholds, akin to the one in Shuling City, contained a petrified heart, an artifact akin to the ancient demon eye that Su Cha-ching possessed. This heart was not merely a stone, but a manifestation of the ancient god's essence. To be precise, it was a man-made seed crafted from the genuine heart of an ancient god. In order to nurture these seeds, the Leaving Fire sect's myriad strongholds operated like colossal, concealed behemoths in the shadows, relentlessly reaping the lives of wandering cultivators in the Tianshan region. Even some practitioners from the ancient capital of Falling Sky were not spared. The choice of the Tianshan region arose from the fact that the wandering cultivators residing there had long been influenced by the environment, giving rise to a semblance of a demonic bloodline within them. This demon was not a simple beast, nor was it akin to the alien races of the Northern Sea, but rather ancient demons, life forms existing on a plane above all living beings, akin to gods and devils. As Su Cha-ching pondered, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Just as his ancient demon body required a medium of equivalent life essence to evolve, The Leaving Fire sect sought to refine the feeble traces of ancient demon blood coursing through these cultivators to cultivate their own ancient godlike hearts. He could not help but reflect on the individual he encountered from the ancient capital of Falling Sky, if his conjecture was correct. The reason the Leaving Fire sect clandestinely hunted these wandering cultivators in the Tianshan region was due to their fear of the ancient capital of Falling Sky. A desperate strategy born out of necessity. Their true objective lay in the towering ancient capital itself. As Xue Qianqiuan had once mentioned, her veins flowed with other bloodlines. In retrospect, it was not only Xue Qianqiuan but likely the entirety of the ancient capital's denizens who harbored traces of ancient demon blood. It was precisely because they possessed bloodline powers comparable to those of gods and devils that the ancient capital of Falling Sky was regarded as the most enigmatic force in the wasteland. Its status subtly eclipsing that of the great holy sections. The depth of power within the forces of the wasteland was indeed formidable. As Su Cha-Ching and Amp, Apos, S right hand slowly withdrew from the lifeless brow of the Leaving Fire protector, he turned his gaze toward the petrified heart suspended above the blood pool. The more he learned about the great holy sects of the wasteland, the more apprehensive he became. The ancient capital of Falling Sky possessed an ancient demon bloodline. And the Kuzhu Zin Temple was well versed in the ways of the ancient demons, the likes of Lingshao Academy and Haotian Holy Land, which stood on par with the forces of the wasteland, likely harbored unfathomable depths of power as well. In comparison, the so-called major sects of the southern region appeared as insignificant as ants. Nevertheless, Su Cha-Ching felt a spark of curiosity. As far as he knew, entities of the life forms such as gods, devils, and demons had long since faded from existence, disappearing into the annals of time. Why then did such traces remain in the wasteland? Yet, these enigmas were beyond Su Cha-Ching's ability to fathom. At this moment, his gaze settled upon the incomplete petrified heart. Sensing the ancient aura emanating from within, a flicker of intrigue ignited in his eyes. Since he was already here, he might as well reluctantly accept this ancient essence. The ancient demon eye at Su Cha-Ching's brow abruptly opened and closed. The strands of ancient aura painstakingly refined by the Leaving Fire sect were instantaneously devoured by his demonic eye. The spiritual energy of the subterranean space surged forth, igniting one spiritual aperture after another. Su Cha-Ching's second physical reconstruction, unbeknownst to anyone, steadily approached perfection beneath the ground of Shuling City. As he felt his strength evolving, an impulsive desire surged within him to travel to other cities in the Tianshan region, uprooting every stronghold of the Leaving Fire sect. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, it was swiftly dismissed. From the memories gleaned from the Leaving Fire protector, he learned that Shuling City, being on the periphery of the Tianshan region, did not harbor particularly strong followers of the Leaving Fire sect. In contrast, the other strongholds of the sect were guarded by genuine powerhouses. At the foot of the Tianshan Mountains lay Fuyu City, also blanketed in snow. Unlike the peripheral Shuling City, Fuyu City boasted a grandeur that rivaled that of Qishao City by the Tianhe River, being one of the 16 main cities of the Tianshan region. In the secret subterranean space to the north of Fuyu City, there resided another petrified heart, one that was on the verge of transforming into a crimson crystalline form. Just as a seed was destroyed when Su Cha-Ching eradicated the Leaving Fire sect's presence in Shuling City and began absorbing the ancient essence, the guardians of this location, the followers of the Leaving Fire sect, suddenly opened their eyes in unison. The speaker among them was a man of the highest esteem among the sect, clad in a black robe adorned with crimson patterns that wriggled grotesquely, bestowing upon him an extraordinary presence. His cultivation far surpassed that of a typical Leaving Fire protector, positioning him as a formidable force even within the spirit transformation realm. As he spoke, the followers behind him, along with several Leaving Fire protectors, looked on in astonishment, their voices rising in unison. Lord Divine Guard, could it be that the people of the ancient capital of Falling Sky have taken notice? No. The man referred to as Divine Guard replied, shaking his head with a gravelly voice. If the people of the ancient capital had noticed, it would be us who would face interference, not the sacrificial grounds at the edge of the Tianshan. The Leaving Fire followers remained noncommittal, setting aside the attention of the ancient capital of Falling Sky, even without the matter of the Tsangtian wood. The deaths of a few wandering cultivators would hardly draw significant notice from the major powers of the wasteland. After all, deaths occurred daily in the wasteland. It is likely that someone inadvertently intruded. It is merely a seed, of no use to an ordinary cultivator. Sensing the thoughts of those beside him, the Divine Guard's gaze darkened, and his cold voice continued, do not be careless. The sect master has already gone to the Tsangtian wood, drawing the attention of the majority. If we make a mistake, it will be a grave error from which there is no redemption. Obey the Divine Guard's command. Obey the Divine Guard's command. In this space, over 100 followers of the Leaving Fire sect bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Yet, some Leaving Fire protectors, after a moment of silence, spoke up again. Lord Divine Guard, it is said that among the people of the ancient capital of Falling Sky, the one with the most potent ancient demon bloodline recently returned from the southern region. Why not devise a plan to capture that person? With her bloodline, creating a divine servant or even more is not out of the question. Humph. The Divine Guard scoffed, his gaze piercing through the subterranean space toward the summit of the Tianshan Mountains. Our master, the Divine Spirit, is the sovereign of heaven and earth. Ancient demons worthy of comparison to our master are infamous for their madness, Their bloodline is not easily inherited. The more potent, the more delectable. Upon hearing this, the leaving fire protectors seemed to recall certain rumors, their bodies shuddering in unison. Yet, after delivering his final words, the Divine Guard offered no further explanation. Do you know why that person was suddenly summoned back? Heh. Our master yearns for rebirth. How can you be certain that the ancient demon that bestowed bloodline upon the ancient capital of falling sky has truly perished? Chapter 69. The Lake in the Mountains. The realm within, unbeknownst to Su Cha-ching, events transpired outside. With a resounding boom, the petrified heart before him disintegrated into ash. As the demonic eye on his forehead closed, his eyes suddenly opened wide. Waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, revealing he had reached the late stage of the opening dust realm. A unique expression flickered across Su Cha-ching's face. Having absorbed the ancient essence contained within the petrified heart, he had ignited 83 spiritual acupoints within his body, drawing ever closer to the completion of 100. Moreover, upon the second reconstruction of his physical form, Su Cha-ching and Appo's pupils transformed, resembling the ancient demonic eye. This gaze bore a detached indifference toward all living beings, radiating a calmness that was devoid of arrogance. The instant this gaze emerged, the ancient demonic eye on his forehead trembled, emanating a sense of kinship, as if facing true successors. A hum reverberated through the air, an invisible wave expanding in ripples in all directions. This was a pressure emanating from the very essence of life. Should the fire god guard of floating Jade City be present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For Su Cha-ching was no longer merely a practitioner of the opening dust realm. He had evolved into an ancient demon, a being reborn through the ancient legacy, now descending upon the land of Huangzhou. Su Cha-ching felt an illusion that with just the might of his physical form, he could suppress all practitioners who had achieved the consummation of the opening dust realm, not merely defeat them, but crush them utterly. Furthermore, as his mind stirred, wisps of inky black mist gradually coiled around him. These mists were the innate powers granted to him by the ancient demon after his second reconstruction. They seemed to possess a soul of their own, capable of engulfing all living things in their swirling embrace. This was merely the second reconstruction of his physical form. One could only imagine the heights the ancient demon's body would reach after the third or fourth. Su Cha-ching inhaled deeply, an unusual anticipation glimmering in his eyes. He could hardly fathom the might of the ancient demon after the ninth complete reconstruction. However, this was merely a figment of his imagination. He sensed that the ancient essence required for even the second reconstruction had multiplied nearly tenfold. To truly achieve the ninth perfection, he would likely need to consume a genuine deity or ancient demon. It was time to depart. Su Cha-ching shook his head in resignation, suppressing his exhilaration, and turned to hasten toward the exit. In Snow Spirit City, tranquility reigned. The destruction of the Fire God sect and Appo's stronghold went unnoticed by anyone. After lingering in the city for several days without encountering any Fire sect disciples, he finally resolved to leave. The Fire God sect coveted his ancient demonic eye, which could devour ancient essence, but he pondered how the rumored ancient demons fared. Before leaving Snow Spirit City, Su Cha-ching glanced back at the Tianshan Mountains, whispering softly. He felt that the events unfolding in Snow Spirit City were far more complex than they appeared. Although deities, demons, and ancient beings existed on the same level, the traces they left behind indicated a relationship of mutual consumption, akin to nourishing one another. He felt an impulsive urge to visit the fallen heaven ancient capital and meet that proud woman. It was not for any other reason, merely an inexplicable intuition. Yet he quickly dismissed this thought. The fallen heaven ancient capital was ultimately a top power in Huazhou. As a mere practitioner of the opening dust realm, even if Xueqianqiwen was willing, how could those in the fallen heaven ancient capital allow him access to the most profound secrets of the ancient demons? After the Celestial Wood, he would have the opportunity to bring Jun Bufan and others along. Su Cha-ching sighed inwardly, his figure vanishing within the vast wide expanse. In the Tianshan region, cities stood tall, yet only 16 main cities possessed the qualifications for teleportation. Time passed swiftly. After 10 days, Su Cha-ching finally arrived at the nearest main city to Snow Spirit City. This city, named White Crane, resembled a crane stretching its wings and perching upon the earth, with the falling snowflakes appearing as its pristine feathers. Upon his arrival, thousands had already gathered outside the teleportation array in White Crane City. These individuals included nearby wandering cultivators, but more were disciples from various sects across the Tianshan region, all aiming for the Celestial Wood. As for those from the fallen heaven ancient capital, they had long departed via their unique ancient teleportation array and were likely already at the Celestial Wood. Alas, so many were venturing toward the Celestial Wood. One could only wonder how many would return alive. As Su Cha-ching approached the teleportation array, he repeatedly heard such sentiments. Clearly, though the Celestial Wood was accessible to all below the divine realm, not everyone could acquire the divine flowers or any fortuitous encounters within, as the competition there far exceeded that in the secret realms of the southern domain. This was to be expected. Su Cha-ching had already witnessed the vastness of Huangzhou. With thousands from White Crane City alone heading there, the number of cultivators entering the Celestial Wood this time would undoubtedly reach a staggering level. His master had indeed been impressive for securing a divine flower amidst so many prodigies of Huazhou. Su Cha-ching murmured softly, blending into a throng of wandering cultivators. After submitting his spirit stones, he was enveloped by the power of teleportation. To truly reach the celestial wood, multiple teleportations were necessary, as though traversing the expansive territory of the southern domain. After 7 transfers, Su Cha-Ching finally arrived at the Sunset Mountain Range. At first glance, the mountain range resembled a twisting dragon, already teeming with countless cultivators from various realms. These cultivators had set up numerous temporary outposts, each guarded by powerful sect members. In the distance, rainbows occasionally streaked across the sky, landing on secluded peaks, patiently waiting. However, some with enmity often clashed here, resulting in numerous deaths daily, involving both the Northern Sea and Amp, Apos, S foreign races and Huazhou cultivators. Fortunately, due to the Celestial Wood and Amp, Apos, S prominence in Huazhou and Amp, Apos, S major teachings, all cultivators present, regardless of their identities, were cautious and did not act overly, maintaining a semblance of control amidst the chaos. Of course, more crucially, deep within the Sunset Mountain Range lay a vast lake, shimmering like a mirror. Upon his arrival, Su Cha-Ching immediately noticed figures entering and exiting the lake, stirring subtle waves barely visible to the naked eye. As these individuals emerged from the lake, some bore injuries and quickly distanced themselves from the crowd, while others rushed excitedly toward the areas where sect powerhouses congregated. This was due to the legendary forbidden zone of the Celestial Wood residing within the lake. Its mirror-like surface seemed to possess a size of only 10,000. Yet it concealed a fragmented world only accessible during specific times. Chapter 70. The Celestial Tree. Su Cha-Ching stood transfixed, gazing at the vast lake in the distance. Images of the Celestial Tree flooded his mind. His arrival drew no attention. The eyes of the cultivators and foreign beings in the remnant Sun Mountain Range were predominantly focused on the figures entering and exiting. The Celestial Tree was a domain inaccessible to those in the Divine Connection realm. Consequently, the strongest individuals in this forbidden zone were merely at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. This was why some fortunate cultivators, upon obtaining their opportunities, were promptly escorted back by powerful sect members. Conversely, those without any backing, wandering cultivators, found their fortunes often heralded calamity, much like the windswept Wanzai. As for the prodigies of the various factions in the remnant state, Su Cha-Ching had learned from the surrounding crowd that most had already ventured into the Celestial Tree and were likely embroiled in fierce battles over the divine spirit flowers within. Taking a deep breath, an icy determination flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he dashed towards the vast lake. As he drew near, he sensed a wave of ancient, law-like fluctuations emanating from the area. Many other cultivators attempting to breach the Celestial Tree regarded Su Cha-Ching with disdain. The Celestial Tree was a forbidden area. Although the great sects of the remnant state could not claim it for themselves, anyone meeting the necessary criteria could enter. However, those at the opening dust realm bold enough to enter were typically seekers of opportunity, often courting death, paying no heed to their scornful gazes. Su Cha-Ching accelerated and leaped into the tranquil waters. In the next moment, his body seemed to plummet into an endless abyss, appearing instead above a starry river. Time lost its meaning. When Su Cha-Ching regained his senses, his pupils contracted. He found himself standing in a strange new world. The sky was bathed in crimson, and the earth was shrouded in a deep red hue, stretching infinitely. Jagged cliffs and crumbling ruins abounded, exuding an aura of desolation devoid of life, as if the world had been shattered. The wind that greeted him felt distinct from that of the remnant state, imbued with a sense of ancient decay. Surveying his surroundings, he saw nothing but the boundless crimson wasteland. There were no fellow cultivators from the remnant state, nor was there any sign of the so-called Celestial Tree. After a brief hesitation, Su Cha-Ching began to walk deeper into this strange realm. Soon, he encountered an endless chasm before him. As he approached, he discerned that beneath the fissure lay not molten lava but a blood-red branch, seemingly withered, resting quietly in the depths of the earth. Could this be the Celestial Tree? Su Cha-Ching's brow arched as he followed the branch into the distance. After a brief incense burning, he arrived at a prominent hillock. Without hesitation, he leapt atop it and gazed into the distance. In that instant, his heart jolted, and his mind reverberated as if struck by 10,000 thunders. Before him lay the fragmented expanse of the land, revealing countless fissures. Beneath each crack, a blood-red branch lay concealed, densely packed like veins embedded in the earth, extending to the horizon. Witnessing this scene, a chilling thought took root in Su Cha-Ching and Apos' mind. No wonder he had not encountered the Celestial Tree upon his arrival. The true Celestial Tree must be anchored in this fractured world, its roots hidden within the chasms. The branches concealed in the earth were merely its roots. It was unfathomable to consider the divine spirit flowers that might bloom upon the Celestial Tree. What astonishing treasures they must be. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Su Cha-Ching's eyes. He exhaled a breath of stale air and raced along the vein-like red branches toward the heart of the Celestial Tree. As he delved deeper, the roots beneath his feet grew noticeably thicker, with a majority buried within the chasms, while a small portion lay exposed above the surface, coiling like writhing dragons. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed a faint pulse of life within these red branches, albeit weak, akin to an aging elder on the verge of decay. After 2 hours of travel, Su Cha-Ching's gaze shifted suddenly. Before him appeared figures, specifically, the corpses of cultivators from the remnant state. These lifeless bodies swayed with the wind, appearing to have died not long ago, yet their blood had long since congealed. hanging like desiccated remnants from a segment of the exposed red branch. Faint crimson apparitions began to emerge from the branch, as if sprouting from the roots of the celestial tree itself. The sight exuded an indescribable eeriness, causing the desiccated corpses to creak ominously in the breeze. In that moment, a profound sense of danger surged within Su Cha-ching and Appo's heart. However, before he could act, a hushed voice suddenly whispered in his ear, trembling slightly, "Friend, do not let it notice you." Only then did Su Cha-ching notice several cultivators from the remnant state, pale-faced, frantically gesturing to him from a chasm several hundred feet away. After a brief contemplation, he shifted his direction toward them. As he did, the group of cultivators let out a collective sigh of relief, particularly the middle-aged man who had spoken, who gazed at Su Cha-ching with a look of survival. "Friend, you were truly bold," the man remarked, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Did you intend to confront the malevolent spirit of the deity?" Upon hearing this, the remaining cultivators turned their attention to Su Cha-ching. Their expressions varied, with some displaying hostility and reproach. Apart from the middle-aged man, only two among them were at the spirit transformation realm. The rest were at the peak of the opening dust realm. Clearly, they formed a temporary alliance of smaller factions and wandering cultivators. The malevolent spirit of a deity? Su Cha-ching's gaze swept across the group, finally settling on the middle-aged man with a frown of inquiry. "The celestial tree is a tomb of divine beings," the man explained, glancing back at the distant crimson apparition with heightened fear. "It naturally gives rise to terrifying entities. The malevolent spirit of a deity is merely one of them." They were not offering a warning out of goodwill. Rather, the malevolent spirit was so terrifying that should it detect any living beings nearby, it would annihilate them without hesitation. Moreover, it could attract even more malevolent spirits. If Su Cha-ching were to engage this malevolent spirit, he would not only incur his own demise but would likely endanger everyone present, just as those hanging from the branches had met their fate. Chapter 71. Surviving is a blessing. As the words of the middle-aged man echoed through the air, Su Cha-ching distinctly perceived a flicker of trepidation in the eyes of the others. It was a bitter realization that upon entering the celestial wood, before even encountering any fortuitous opportunities, they had stumbled upon a malevolent divine entity. Another murmured softly. A man donned in the guise of a solitary cultivator, accompanied by a gentlewoman who appeared to be his companion. These two were the only other practitioners of the spirit transformation realm in the group. Aside from the middle-aged man, Chao Jun, Jia Shan, it seems this is not your first venture into the celestial wood. The middle-aged man pondered aloud. The expressions of the other cultivators varied, and Su Cha-ching was similarly taken aback, not in shock, but in surprise that these two had entered the celestial wood for a second time, yet their cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. "Humph. I know what you are thinking," the man called Chao Jun scoffed. "In this fractured realm of the celestial wood, the most crucial caves in the very essence of the celestial would have long been claimed by the great sections. For solitary cultivators like us, finding mere scraps on the fringes and managing to leave alive is a feat in itself." As if to validate Chao Jun's words, a figure suddenly approached rapidly from a distance. It was a scarred young man, also dressed as a solitary cultivator. Yet his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. His demeanor exuded confidence and arrogance as he sped forth. After all, with his prowess, as long as he did not encounter the prodigies of the great sects, he could roam the celestial wood with impunity. Embracing this thought, the scarred youth soon arrived at the very spot where Su Cha-ching had stood, casting an uncertain glance toward the malevolent divine entity in the distance. The middle-aged man's expression shifted again. He intended to convey a warning to Su Cha-ching but realized it was too late. The scarred youth hesitated for a moment before breaking into a sinister grin, charging toward the malevolent divine entity with unrelenting fervor. "Haha, the celestial wood truly is miraculous. Let me see what kind of trickery is at play," he shouted. "Fool. The rules allowing all to enter the celestial wood should have changed long ago." Seeing the youth and Appo's reckless actions from afar, the middle-aged man, Chao Jun, his companion, and the other cultivators all turned pale. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, they fled with a speed unparalleled in their lives, retreating in the opposite direction. Su Cha-ching and Appo's pupils subtly contracted. He chose to follow suit, escaping this perilous place. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of the scarred youth charging toward the malevolent divine entity, noticing that the crimson figure remained unresponsive. In an instant, the late-stage spirit transformation cultivator emitted a muffled groan, his skin splitting with intricate fissures, as if blood were seeping from his very being. Within mere breaths, he became a gruesome spectacle of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground as crimson vines erupted from the soil, ensnaring him amidst a cluster of desiccated corpses. Impressive. Su Cha-ching's brow furrowed, prompting him to accelerate further. The malevolent divine entity was evidently provoked, unleashing an invisible aura that enveloped the surrounding area, extending for miles. The fleeing figures of Su Cha-ching and the others were instantly detected. A profound sense of impending doom reverberated through their minds like a cacophony of thunderclaps. Su Cha-ching's pupils constricted sharply. In his peripheral vision, the malevolent divine entity inexplicably vanished from sight. The next moment, the slowest of the cultivators from the wasteland let out a blood-curdling scream. The malevolent entity had somehow appeared behind him, and as its indistinct form flickered past, the man's blood was swiftly siphoned away, leaving him a lifeless husk, entangled in writhing vines. Quickly disperse and flee. The stench of blood here is too thick. It will attract the attention of other malevolent divine entities. The couple, Chao Jun and his companion, shouted in panic. However, even as Chao Jun and Amp, Appos, warnings echoed, more cultivators fell prey to the malevolent entity, transforming into lifeless corpses, their vitality extinguished. In the eyes of all, the crimson figure seemed to morph into a specter of death, rendering any cultivator, regardless of their prowess, utterly powerless in its presence. Su Cha-ching felt the same trepidation. He sensed an indescribable gaze locking onto him, as if the malevolent entity would descend upon him in the next moment, like a parasite. It was no wonder that the various factions in the wasteland showed no concern for other cultivators entering the celestial wood. A bitter smile crept across Su Cha-ching's face. Realizing that this was merely the beginning, and such a terrifying malevolent divine entity awaited them, he could scarcely fathom the horrors that lay deeper within the celestial wood, especially closer to its very essence. In that instant, the phrase divine tomb resonated profoundly with Su Cha-ching, imparting a harsh lesson. With this thought, he quickened his pace, deftly maneuvering past one figure after another, positioning himself behind the middle-aged man and the couple, now the fourth person furthest from the malevolent entity. The companions he had just been speaking with moments ago were all now dead. Damn fool. Such a person deserves to be flayed alive. The middle-aged man cursed hoarsely, his fury palpable as he glared at the scarred youth, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Just as his words fell, the couple, Chao Jun and Jia Shan, exchanged a glance. Suddenly, the woman, Jia Shan, turned and unleashed her spirit transformation power, striking the middle-aged man with a palm. What are you doing? The middle-aged man and Appos, face paled. Yet, he would find no answer to his question, for as Jia Shan attacked, he was compelled to retaliate. In that fleeting moment, he fell behind Su Cha-ching, becoming the last survivor. Feeling the breath of death creeping up behind him, the middle-aged man felt his scalp prickle, a chill running down his spine. But soon, his consciousness faded, consumed by the malevolent divine entity. At the very moment of the middle-aged man's demise, a shadowy hue crossed Chao Jun's eyes as he raised his hand, sending a gust of spiritual energy toward the last surviving figure, Su Cha-ching. Was this the reason they had escaped from the celestial wood last time? Unlike the shock experienced by the middle-aged man, Su Cha-ching seemed to have anticipated this moment. The instant Chao Jun made his move, his expression turned cold and indifferent. The manifestation of his Taoist body unleashed a punch in response. Chao Jun and Amp, Appos, eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Su Cha-ching and Amp, Appos, Taoist body. However, this surprise would be the last expression he ever wore. With a single punch, the spiritual wind shattered, and with it, so did Chao Jun, who stood behind the spiritual wind. Jun Gu. From another direction, Jia Shan, witnessing Chao Jun's demise at the hands of a mere dust-setting cultivator, gasped in horror, her beautiful eyes widening as she let out a desperate scream. Enough. Su Cha-ching surged forward, his speed unabated, and as he swiftly passed by Jia Shan, tendrils of black flames enveloped her figure amidst her rising terror. Chapter 72. The malevolent thought of the deity at the very moment of Jia Shan and Appos' demise, Su Cha-ching had already distanced himself by 1,000 zhang. Yet, the malevolent thought of the deity was swifter still. This entity, born from the celestial wood, exhibited no visible movement, as if traversing the void, and suddenly appeared behind Su Cha-ching. A chilling, frigid aura enveloped him, rendering the world eerily silent. An indescribable sense of life and death crisis erupted within Su Cha-ching's mind. His expression grew grave as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao descended abruptly, and he turned to unleash a powerful punch against the encroaching malevolent thought of the deity. The radiance of his fist shimmered, potent enough to suppress an early-stage transformation practitioner. Yet, it failed to dissipate the pervasive cold emanating from the deity's malevolent thought. It was no wonder that the practitioners of the wilderness state regarded this phenomenon with such trepidation. Su Cha-ching's complexion darkened as he discerned that the peril brought forth by the deity's malevolent thought was not merely a matter of cultivation prowess. Rather, it represented a primal pressure that seemed to directly consume vitality. In that critical moment, Su Cha-ching murmured softly, and tendrils of inky black mist suddenly coiled around him. This was the ancient demon's innate divine ability, bestowed upon him after the second reconstitution of his ancient demon form. The demon flames, as if possessing a soul of their own, howled toward the malevolent thought of the deity, enveloping it. For the first time in millennia, the unchanging aura of the deity and Amp, Appos' malevolent thought experienced a fluctuation akin to that of a cultivator upon sensing the demon flames. It was as if it had encountered a being capable of inscribing fear upon its very soul. In a brief pause, the entity lingered for 3 breaths before. To Su Cha-ching and Amp, Appos' astonishment, it truly turned to flee. Dumbfounded, Su Cha-ching knew of the connection between ancient demons and deities, and thus had contemplated numerous possibilities when invoking the ancient demon's innate divine ability. However, he never anticipated that the deity's malevolent thought would retreat without a fight. The apprehension it had displayed seemed not to be directed solely at the ancient demon's aura he emitted, but rather at other similar beings. As the malevolent thought of the deity turned, Su Cha-ching and Appos' pupils flickered imperceptibly, shifting from defense to offense. Surrounded by demon flames, he charged toward the deity and Appos' malevolent thought. transforming from prey into hunter. Before long, upon returning to the area of its origin, the malevolent thought of the deity ceased its flight, rapidly merging into the crimson branches. Seizing this opportunity, Su Changqing's eyes gleamed with determination as he raised his hand to direct the demon flames toward the half-submerged entity within the celestial wood. An invisible roar erupted within Su Changqing's mind, akin to thunder. The deity's malevolent thought, evidently terrified of the demon flames, struggled incessantly, creating astonishing ripples that shattered the surrounding corpses. Fortunately, the malevolent thought was ultimately a lifeless entity, lacking significant intelligence. It knew only fear, and its resistance stemmed solely from instinct. Even so, Su Changqing felt as though he had been struck hard. A muffled groan escaping his lips as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In a daze, reminiscent of the ancient demon inheritance he had received atop the 9 prisons peak, he seemed to glimpse a being that rivaled the vastness of the starry sky through the malevolent thought of the deity. Unlike the ancient demon and Apos' domineering presence, this being emanated an air of indifference that towered above the heavens. Witnessing this scene, a vague understanding dawned upon Su Changqing. The so-called malevolent thought of the deity, though an embodiment of the deity and Apos' dark side, inevitably bore a trace of divine essence, an essence impervious to the relentless passage of time. Simultaneously, as the demon flames completely enveloped the malevolent thought of the deity, its form twisted, unleashing a series of anguished, distorted roars that echoed with its final, desperate struggles. At that instant, the ancient demon's eye on Su Changqing's forehead abruptly opened and closed. His own eyes turned pitch black, bearing a cold and detached gaze that seemed to pierce through layers of distortion, gazing deep into the very essence of the deity's malevolent thought. This was the gaze of an ancient demon. Ultimately, the malevolent thought of the deity was merely a trace of essence, weathered by the passage of time and influenced by the deity's dark aspects. While it may have felt unease in the presence of Su Changqing's ancient demon might, it would not experience true fear. However, the ancient demon's eye in the center of Su Changqing's forehead was the remnant of a complete ancient demon, an existence of equal life level to the deity's core. Driven by primal fear, the malevolent thought of the deity endured for several breaths before utterly twisting and shattering. Crimson wisps emanated from its disintegrating form, coalescing around Su Changqing. Centered upon the ancient demon's eye, Su Changqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his breath quickened. For he could distinctly sense that the strands of crimson coalescing from the malevolent thought of the deity expressed a sense of submission toward the ancient demon's eye. With a mere thought, the crimson wisps began to swirl around him, morphing in form as if under his command. Should he wish it, the malevolent thought of the deity could be summoned once more. Yet this time, as long as the ancient demon's eye remained, the power of the malevolent thought of the deity would be at his disposal. Perhaps one day, when the ancient demon form underwent its 3rd and 4th reconstitutions, growing to a certain degree, Su Changqing would be able to fully command the power of the deity and Apos' malevolent thought without the aid of the ancient demon and Apos' eye. Suppressing the excitement within, Su Changqing's gaze grew increasingly radiant. After all, he had just witnessed the terror of the deity's malevolent thought with his own eyes. Ordinary mid-stage transformation practitioners were utterly powerless before it. It seemed that his venture into the celestial wood was indeed fortuitous. One must understand that this was merely the periphery, and he had already acquired such an opportunity. It was unimaginable what astounding transformations the true divine flowers would bring forth. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Su Changqing glanced around, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. In that moment, the once dreaded malevolent thought of the deity appeared to him as mere puppets, ripe for subjugation. As he delved deeper into the celestial wood, his spiritual sense expanded, continuously seeking out more malevolent thoughts of deities. Before long, in a ravine, Su Changqing beheld another blood-red figure suspended amongst the branches. Unlike before, this particular deity and Apos' malevolent thought resided in an area untrammeled by others, standing quietly upon the branches of the celestial wood like a crimson fruit. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, the deity and Apos' malevolent thought abruptly opened its eyes and charged towards Su Changqing. A smile curved upon Su Changqing and Apos' lips as demon flames erupted forth, resembling a true ancient demon rushing toward this second deity's malevolent thought. Time elapsed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this period, Su Changqing encountered 5 deity malevolent thoughts. These entities, reliant on divine existence, submitted unerringly under the suppression of the ancient demon and Apos' becoming mere crimson wisps surrounding him. Moreover, these deity malevolent thoughts could fuse together. In a deserted area, Su Changqing had tested this phenomenon. If 5 deity malevolent thoughts were to merge into one, their primordial might would nearly approach the threshold that the ancient demon's eye could suppress. As for their combat prowess, Su Changqing's current cultivation level could not ascertain. 3 days later, having subdued the 6th deity and Apos' malevolent thought, the ancient demon and Apos' reached its limit in suppressing these entities. At this juncture, Su Changqing and Apos' gaze finally turned toward the depths of the celestial wood. Coincidentally, just as he had subdued the 6th deity and Apos' malevolent thought, a clean-cut monk clad in a robe approached slowly from the distance. Sensing something, Su Changqing turned to look, his brow slightly furrowing. The newcomer was none other than Wuxiang from the Kuzhu Zen temple. Upon seeing Su Cha-ching, he was not surprised and clasped his hands in prayer, chanting a Buddhist incantation. The young monk had sensed the fluctuations of the deity and Apos, as malevolent thought from afar, never expecting that Su Cha-ching would arrive first. Chapter 73, The Giant Demon Clan, Kuntai. In the realm of the celestial heroes of Huangzhou, Su Cha-ching harbored a profound memory of Wuxiang. For it was only Wuxiang who could discern the ancient method of demon body forging. Now, having just subdued the sixth manifestation of a malevolent deity, how fortuitous it was for this individual to arrive at such a moment. A flicker of recognition passed through Su Cha-ching and Apos' eyes, and he discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. Master Wuxiang, it has been a long time since our last encounter. Master is too esteemed a title. You may simply call me monk, Wuxiang replied, sensing Su Cha-ching's caution. Upon arriving, he softly recited Buddhist scriptures, emanating an aura of goodwill. Since we meet by fate, might you consider accompanying me? It is inconvenient, Su Cha-ching replied, raising an eyebrow slightly. Wuxiang was taken aback. As one of the strongest prodigies of Huangzhou, this was the first time he had been so decisively rejected. Are you perhaps in search of the ancient relics, such as the malevolent deity's manifestation? Regaining his composure, Wuxiang's demeanor suggested he was confident in his understanding of Su Cha-ching's intentions. The malevolent deity's manifestation. Su Cha-ching responded indifferently. You may have misunderstood. I merely wish to invite you to visit the Kuzhu Zen Monastery. My intentions are purely to seek your assistance with a small matter. Wuxiang hesitated for a moment. Then, with a gesture of sincerity, he placed his palms together and bowed. Please do not take offense, Su Daoist. This is a secret of our monastery, but rest assured, I harbor no ill will. Su Cha-ching scrutinized Wuxiang closely. He could discern that Wuxiang was not lying, and his cultivation at the transformation spirit level indicated a significant level of sincerity. However, that was all. Su Cha-ching was not naive enough to follow an unknown Wuxiang back to the Kuzhu Zen Monastery based solely on a single statement. He contemplated for a moment before responding. Master jested. If there is a need, I shall certainly not fail to meet it. However, the Songtianwood is opened, and I have more pressing matters to attend to. Wuxiang appeared oblivious to Su Cha-ching's second polite refusal and spoke earnestly. Indeed, the opportunity to enter the Songtianwood is rare. If you do not mind traveling together, I am willing to extend my utmost assistance, regardless of your needs. Su Cha-ching's heart trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that Wuxiang could offer such support. He found himself somewhat tempted. Setting aside whether the malevolent deity and Apos' manifestation could still be subdued, if he was not mistaken, within the Songtianwood, apart from the likes of Xianshao and Zhao Wuchen, individuals from the Lihua divine sect were also likely to infiltrate. With Wuxiang, a formidable ally, by his side after a brief silence, Su Cha-ching nodded faintly. Then, I shall trouble you, master. It proved that with Wuxiang's assistance, Su Cha-ching's subsequent journey progressed far more smoothly. Time flew by, and as the two delved deeper, Su Cha-ching gradually gained clarity on the layout of the Songtianwood through Wuxiang's explanations. Although the Songtianwood was a burial ground for deities, many of its secrets had been uncovered by the major sacred sites of Huangzhou during their repeated explorations. For instance, the Divine Flower, the greatest creation of the Songtianwood, only blossomed atop its 9 main trunks. Most of these trunks were controlled by powerful factions such as the Houghton Sacred Ground, Lingshao Academy, and the Luotian Ancient Capital. Regrettably, the Kuzhu Zen Monastery had little involvement in Huangzhou affairs, thus it was not among these major sacred sites. When Su Cha-ching heard Wuxiang speak thus, he felt a sense of helplessness. Among the factions in Huazhou, only the Kuzhu Zen Monastery would remain so aloof, as their true stronghold lay in the west. Moreover, for ordinary wandering cultivators, and even some lesser sects seeking the divine flower, they would be limited to 3 main trunks. This was a concession from the major sacred sites to avoid provoking widespread anger. Even so, the competition for these 3 blossoms, amid tens of thousands of wandering cultivators and sect disciples, would inevitably lead to brutal conflict and slaughter. Of course, these were past experiences. This time within the Songtianwood, the 3 royal families of the North Sea were also present. They would certainly not compete with the major sacred sites. In other words, the originally limited 3 main trunks would now be under threat from these foreign clans. This situation transcended mere cruelty. Anyone aspiring to seize a divine flower would inevitably tread through rivers of blood. Su Cha-ching instinctively furrowed his brows. He suddenly comprehended the benefits of having a significant force backing him. Similarly, his admiration for his master, Feng Wanzi, deepened. At this moment, under such reflections, Su Cha-ching and Wuxiang journeyed for 7 or 8 days until they finally beheld in the distance a jagged mountain range rising from the horizon. To be precise, this was not a true mountain range, but a colossal, indescribably crimson trunk. This trunk was one of the 3 main trunks of the Songtianwood closest to Su Cha-ching. Like a mountain, the trunk was densely populated with figures of cultivators from various regions. Some were seated in meditation, while others engaged in fierce battles amidst the gaps. Yet, the majority of the cultivators cast wary glances around, resembling vigilant wolves prepared to strike down those beside them at any moment. After all, anyone present on this trunk was bound to become a competitor shortly. Ha ha ha, this divine flower is mine. As Su Cha-ching and Wuxiang arrived, a distortion appeared above the trunk, accompanied by a raucous laughter, as a figure emerged from the void. It was Kuntai. This man of the giant demon clan looked down upon all beneath him, his aura irradiating a full manifestation of the transformation spirit level, creating an oppressive wave that sent chills through the hearts of those present. North Sea Royal Clan. Damn it. These foreign clans again. Haven and Appos. They already taken one of the trunks. Damn it. Let these insects compete with the major sacred sites if they have the capability. What right do they have to snatch our fortunes? The scattered cultivators and minor sect disciples on the trunk all changed color in alarm, glaring at Kuntai. Yet they dared only to curse inwardly, refraining from any overt actions. For Kuntai appeared as one man, but he represented the entirety of the giant demon clan. To offend him over a divine flower was, in many eyes, not worth the risk. If you don't wish to die, you may leave now. While I am still in a good mood, Kuntai, noticing the change in the expressions of the cultivators, sneered internally and spoke mockingly. Sudaoist, what are your thoughts? On the periphery of the trunk, Wu Xiang clasped his palms in supplication and turned to Su Cha-Ching. This seemingly earnest monk now bore an unusual gleam in his eyes, as if he would act without hesitation should Su Cha-Ching speak. Are you so eager for me to owe you a favor? Su Cha-Ching perceived Wu Xiang's intentions. His expression remained calm as he was about to speak when he suddenly looked up at another direction, his gaze revealing a hint of long-lost delight. Brother Wu Xiang, could we wait a moment longer? As soon as he spoke, a breathtaking sword descended from the heavens, slicing through the void towards the astonished Kuntai. Xin Shao's voice echoed through the skies, resonating in the ears of all cultivators present. North Sea Insect, I have a word for you. Upon sight, you shall die. Chapter 74, Blossoming. The sword intent shatters the void. Kuntai, despite his swift reaction, lost an arm, blood spilling into the air. His expression changed drastically as he fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Clad in white, Xiankong emerged slowly from the void, sword pointed at Kuntai. If I were you, remaining silent here would be your best fate. His eyes radiated a chilling coldness, and his words reverberated through the hearts of everyone present. In the next moment, the aura of the perfected spirit transformation realm surged forth, purple energy soaring into the sky. It resembled a vast purple sea, stirring waves of spiritual power and unleashing a thunderous roar. It was the senior disciple of Lingxiao Academy, Xiankong, the esteemed Xiankong. At this moment, the onlookers erupted in a cacophony of excitement upon seeing the figure in white. Some among them were evidently aware of the enmity between Lingxiao Academy and the foreign tribes of the North Sea, their eyes rekindling with hope. With Xiankong here, how could the monstrous Kuan tribe pose a threat? As long as Kuntai and Appos' menace was eradicated, the master of the divine spirit flower would still emerge among them. Kuntai, do not overstep your bounds. If you possess any courage, seek out those who wish to slay you. Fighting me is hardly a feat. Kuntai's face darkened at the murmurs from the crowd below. He clutched his severed arm, his gaze flickering rapidly. Xiankong will visit those ancient beings of the North Sea in due time. But now, Xiankong and Appos' brow raised, and in an instant, he lunged towards Kuntai, his words echoing far and wide. What if I do? You madman! Kuntai shouted in fury, realizing he was no match for Xiankong. He chose to flee instead of facing him directly. Just as Xiankong and Appos' sword intent surged forth, Kuntai, a royal prodigy, vanished in an instant. Employing a technique that allowed him to traverse the void, Xiankong remained calm, sensing the air for a moment before heading towards a certain direction in the sky. Watching the unfolding scene, Su Cha-Ching felt a profound sense of admiration. This was the essence of a cultivator, suppressing the entire cohort of North Sea prodigies with sheer strength. The senior disciple of Lingxiao Academy, with his unparalleled talent, was indeed a rare gem among any great region. Wu Xiang, the monk, began to speak. How does he compare to the master? Su Cha-Ching chuckled lightly and turned to the slightly disappointed Wu Xiang. Upon hearing the question, Wu Xiang paused for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. As a disciple of the Buddhist path, his inclination for slaughter was, of course, incomparable to that of his fellow cultivator, Xiankong. Su Cha-Ching remained skeptical, redirecting his gaze back to the main trunk. As the interlude concluded, the attention of all present shifted back to the divine spirit flower, which was on the verge of blooming. During the lengthy and tiresome wait, news regarding the celestial wood began to circulate gradually among the cultivators. Just as Su Cha-Ching had anticipated, Kuntai was being relentlessly pursued by Xiankong, reduced to a state of utter disarray. Even when he fled to another trunk and joined forces with the Aoshi royal family's prodigies, they still proved inadequate against Xiankong. Just as Lingxiao Academy had declared previously, they intended for all foreign tribes of the North Sea to perish within the celestial wood. Moreover, from the words of some wandering cultivators, Su Cha-Ching learned that due to Xiankong and Appos' pursuit of the various foreign prodigies, the main trunk belonging to Lingxiao Academy seemed to lack the usual tranquility. However, perhaps out of fear of Xiankong and Appos' potential vengeance, those who eyed Lingxiao Academy's hold over the trunk concealed their presence and identities through secret methods, leaving no trace of their true selves. Though Su Cha-Ching had only recently arrived in the wilderness state, he could vaguely infer the situation. Those daring to target Lingxiao Academy at this time were likely only the likes of the Tai Dao sect and the Haotian sacred ground, given their stature. I hope Jun Bufan and the others can hold their ground, Su Cha-ching murmured softly, his brow furrowed, setting aside the imminent blooming of the divine spirit flower. He realized that even with his own cultivation at the late stage of the dust realm, he would be of little assistance in such a conflict of powers. As for Wuxiang, in a certain sense, he and the monk were in a mutually beneficial relationship. Su Cha-ching was reluctant to owe him any favors unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was uncertain whether his worth was enough to prompt Wuxiang to offend other major sections. Wuxiang seemed to sense Su Cha-ching's thoughts. He cleared his throat, a sincere smile adorning his honest face as he joined his hands in prayer. Su Dao friend, as long as you ask, I shall comply with any request. Thank you. Su Cha-ching replied from the depths of his heart, increasingly feeling that Wuxiang was somewhat unreliable. The more he felt this way, the more it affirmed the significance of his ancient demonic body refinement method to the Kuzuzen monastery. Amidst these complex thoughts, time sped by. On this day, Su Cha-ching, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same moment, the ground beneath him, more accurately, the main trunk at his side, began to tremble violently. Invisible energy surged through the root system, converging towards the end of the trunk like a rushing stream. From afar, it seemed as though the celestial wood was coming to life. It was breathing, drawing nourishment from this flawed world, silently absorbing some unknown power. Is this a sign of the divine spirit flower about to bloom? The celestial phenomenon, the blooming of the divine spirit flower. Just as Su Cha-ching was struck with astonishment, an excited voice from a nearby cultivator ignited the thoughts of everyone present like a spark. Crack. The sound was faint yet resonated clearly in every cultivator's ear. Everyone looked up and beheld the end of the trunk, where the 100-foot-tall withered wood displayed layers of crimson veins, akin to human blood vessels. These veins throbbed intensely, and amidst the gazes of the crowd, the decayed wood began to peel away slowly. The withered wood revives. A crimson flower bud emerged in full view of all. It appeared as if a decayed giant cradled it high within its withered palm, the flower bud dazzling like blood, merely the size of a palm. Yet it seemed to eclipse the world in the eyes of the onlookers, becoming the sole focus of the heavens. Heavy breaths erupted from all around Su Cha-ching, as well as from countless cultivators further afield, all fixated on the sight of this flower bud, their eyes ablaze with unprecedented greed. The divine spirit flower is mine. Suddenly, someone shouted, and in that moment, the crowd of cultivators erupted in chaos. Countless figures surged like locusts, all madly rushing towards the divine spirit flower at the end of the trunk. Su Dao friend, do you require my assistance? Just as Su Cha-ching was about to step forward, Wuxiang's voice rang out once more. Su Cha-ching turned, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he smiled. For now, it is unnecessary. Chapter 75, The Rabble Unperturbed. Wuxiang paused momentarily. In his eyes, Su Cha-ching was indeed remarkable. Yet his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the dust opening realm. Although this place was devoid of the prodigies from the great sects, there were many formidable cultivators at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Without his assistance, the chances of obtaining the divine flower were nearly non-existent. This was also the reason Wuxiang had followed him here. Must you really forego my help? Ba, since you have spoken thus, my friend Su, I shall not press further. Wuxiang softly chanted a sutra. He had witnessed countless prodigies, many of whom were self-proclaimed exceptional. Su Cha-ching practiced the ancient demonic body-forging technique, and it was only natural for him to possess the pride to compete with his peers. Wuxiang chose to remain silent, intending to wait until Su Cha-ching could no longer persist, at which point he would extend his assistance like a timely gift of coal in the snow. As this thought crossed his mind, he looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. Su Cha-ching's expression was calm, his eyes fixated solely on the crimson flower atop the main stem. The moment he stepped forward, tendrils of black flames blossomed like lotuses, radiating outward in layers. A streak of black brilliance erupted from the sky. The hundreds of cultivators nearest to Su Cha-ching suddenly felt their hearts race. Before they could react, they were instantly engulfed by the black flames, leaving no trace behind. What my master can achieve, I too can. A frigid glint flickered in Su Cha-ching's eyes. Buzz, the void trembled. In an instant, Su Cha-ching and Appo's figure vanished from his original position, charging directly into the denser throng ahead. The black flames swirled around him. Any cultivator attempting to obstruct his path was ignited from within before they could even draw near, emitting wails of agony as they were reduced to ash. From a distance, Su Cha-ching appeared like a black arrow, forcefully cleaving a path through the tide of shadows towards the divine flower. Within mere breaths, he had approached to within 1,000 feet of the flower, a distance occupied by fewer than 100 individuals aside from himself. Though this 100 lacked substantial backgrounds, their prowess allowed them to reach this point, with the weakest among them being at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Upon spotting Su Cha-ching, over 10 cultivators at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm immediately revealed fierce killing intent and unleashed their respective techniques towards him. In truth, this was not a deliberate targeting. To these cultivators, anyone who could penetrate this area was considered a rival. However, the swirling black flames surrounding Su Cha-ching, accompanied by the cries of death that followed him, were indeed rather ostentatious. Without needing to exchange glances, these 10-odd late-stage cultivators of the spirit transformation realm simultaneously resolved to eliminate Su Cha-ching first. Su Cha-ching understood this reasoning well, but it was precisely the effect he desired. In the contest for the divine flower, one could either intimidate others with a powerful background or suppress rivals with absolute strength, should one resort to cunning tricks. Even if they ultimately seized the divine flower, the path beyond that Song Tian would likely be fraught with endless harassment and pursuit. Su Cha-ching and Appo's flamboyance was intended to dissuade the imprudent and delusional from entertaining unrealistic fantasies after he secured the divine flower. At this moment, facing the blockade of over 10 late-stage spirit transformation cultivators, Su Cha-ching's gaze turned frigid, and the embodiment of the heavenly Tao manifested behind him as he raised his hand and unleashed a punch. Previously, even with the foundation of the heavenly Tao, his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the dust opening realm, inadequate to confront so many late-stage spirit transformation cultivators. But now, things were different. Having ascended to the second tier of the ancient demonic body forging technique, Su Cha-ching and Appo's physical prowess was now sufficient to suppress any peer cultivator. Save for the prodigies of the great sections, the brilliance of his punch was ethereal, akin to the roar of an ancient demon. The techniques unleashed by the 10-odd late-stage spirit transformation cultivators disintegrated mid-air before even reaching him. What kind of divine ability is this? No. This person does not possess a divine ability. This is pure physical strength. A practitioner of the body. Someone exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Others felt a jolt of fear, realizing that Su Cha-ching was not to be trifled with, and quietly retreated, hoping to contend with other competitors first, waiting to reap the fruits of victory in the end. Amidst such thoughts, the already disparate late-stage spirit transformation cultivators found themselves swayed by the might of Su Cha-ching and Appo's strike, with over half choosing to turn and flee. However, having already struck, Su Cha-ching showed no mercy. The black flames roared past like a tempest, sweeping around the late-stage spirit transformation cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before a middle-aged male cultivator, swiftly snapping his neck and obliterating his consciousness. This was followed by the second, third, and fourth. Su Cha-ching was like a tiger among sheep, a harbinger of death. Wherever he passed, bodies fell from the sky. None of the cultivators from the barren state standing between him and the divine flower could withstand a single blow. Just as Su Cha-ching was within a mere 100 feet of the divine flower, his steps finally faltered for the first time. A cackling laughter suddenly echoed in Su Cha-ching's ears. In the next moment, a green serpent formed from spiritual energy lunged out from the void to his right, aiming to sink its fangs into Su Cha-ching and Appo's neck. Poof! Demonic flames surged. The green serpent emitted a piercing shriek as its body twisted violently. In its final moments, it exploded with a resounding bang, releasing a strange, eerie green aura. A faintly sweet and metallic scent permeated the air. Poison. Su Cha-ching's brow arched slightly. With keen interest, he turned to face the spot where the green serpent had emerged. There, a man who appeared youthful yet bore a face etched with wrinkles regarded Su Cha-ching with a mocking expression. My friend, your cultivation would be deemed exceptional even among the great sects. But alas, he cackled coldly. You have encountered me, Poison Yangzi, simultaneously. Among the many cultivators engaged in battle nearby, some recognized Poison Yangzi and immediately recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a horrifying entity, daring not to approach within 100 feet. Is that so? Su Cha-ching observed the reactions of the surrounding cultivators, his expression remaining calm. The poison arts mastered by Poison Yangzi indeed posed a lethal threat even to those at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm or those who had reached perfection in the realm. However, this was only true for cultivators. Su Cha-ching was now an ancient demon. The moment the sweet metallic scent filled his nostrils, it was entirely annihilated by the ancient aura within him. Seeing the calmness in Su Cha-ching's gaze, Poison Yangzi felt a sudden surge of intense unease. Yet, he held unwavering confidence in his poison arts, having recently killed a perfected spirit transformation cultivator within 3 breaths using the venom of his sinister fish serpent. Cackling. The truth will soon reveal itself. Poison Yangzi thought to himself, suppressing his anxiety as he slowly extended 3 fingers in the face of Su Cha-ching and Appo's inscrutable gaze. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 76. Are you certain you wish to assist me? The imagined scene of poisoning to death did not materialize. The finger of Poison Yang remained suspended in midair. His pupils trembled in disbelief as he gazed at the unaffected Su Cha-ching. Just as he was about to utter something, Su Cha-ching furrowed his brow, finding it tedious. With a gesture akin to wielding a sword, Su Cha-ching unleashed a piercing sword aura, aimed at Poison Yang's neck. Poison Yang's face turned ashen. Without a moment to ponder, he immediately invoked his techniques in an attempt to defend himself. However, the sword energy sliced effortlessly through the barrier before him, surging past his body and stirring up a foul spray of blood. The onlooking cultivators were struck with horror. They gaped at Su Cha-ching, none daring to approach within 1,000 zhang. With the intended intimidation achieved, Su Cha-ching's gaze flickered momentarily. He hesitated no longer and swiftly made his way toward the blossoming divine flower. As several late-stage transformation cultivators, driven by a sense of luck, were methodically eliminated by him, Su Cha-ching ultimately grasped the divine flower firmly in his hand. In the next moment, the divine flower trembled slightly, as if sensing a resonance of kindred essence, emitting pure ancient energies that harmonized with Su Changqing and Apos' being. Indeed, while this object might be precious to others, it could not directly augment their cultivation. Yet for him, it represented unimaginable fortune. Su Changqing and Apos' eyes sparkled with clarity. In his perception, the divine flower resembled a potent restorative, once refined. Its effects would far surpass that of a mere red crystal, suppressing his excitement. Su Changqing's pupils flickered with dark flames as he coldly surveyed the surrounding cultivators before swiftly turning to depart. Observing Su Changqing's retreating figure, the cultivators from the main branch of the barren state exchanged glances, some reluctantly opting to abandon their pursuits, while others promptly relayed the events to their respective sects through unique means. Yet, without exception, no one dared to obstruct Su Changqing any further. After all, while the divine flower was a treasure, it was not the sole creation of the celestial wood. Witnessing Su Changqing's formidable cultivation and ruthless demeanor, risking their lives for such an object seemed utterly foolish. Of course, some cultivators, in their silence, chose to follow him discreetly. However, as these cultivators took their first steps, they beheld the striking monk standing beside Su Changqing, their hearts jolting with shock, instantly dispelling any ulterior thoughts. Though Su Changqing might be reluctant to accept favors, he was unaware that the identity of Wuxiang had spared him considerable trouble. At this moment, having distanced himself from the main branch, Su Changqing gazed at the approaching Wuxiang, who, still bearing traces of astonishment, promptly clasped his hands together in reverence. "Congratulations, Taoist friend Su." Wuxiang exhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. "Merely luck." Su Changqing waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, Taoist friend Su, you are overly modest," Wuxiang replied, momentarily caught off guard. He never expected Su Changqing to successfully seize the divine flower amidst so many cultivators from the barren state, despite being at the initial dust realm. This feat, even among other prodigious figures in the barren state, seemed improbable. Such extraordinary talent was not something mere luck could explain. Wuxiang pondered deeply, reaffirming his decision regarding Su Changqing. Disregarding Wuxiang and Apos' deeply affectionate gaze, Su Changqing sped away, his mind racing with calculations. The rarity of the divine flower exceeded his expectations. Reflecting on the resonance he had felt within, a wild fervor surged within him. Just as he had once condensed the foundations of the heavenly Tao within the ancient ruins, he was unwilling to depart empty-handed. The ancient essence contained within this divine flower would allow his ancient demon physique to grow anew, though it may not suffice for the third reconstruction of his body. Should he wish to encounter such an opportunity again, it might be ages before it arises. Su Changqing's eyes darted rapidly, catching a glimpse of Wuxiang trailing behind him, and ultimately made a resolute decision. Setting aside everything else, having such a muscle by his side ensured he had the advantage of time, place, and people. If he did not seize the moment now, it would not align with his character. "Taoist friend Su, what troubles you?" Wuxiang inquired, sensing the change in Su Changqing and Apos' demeanor. "It is nothing of great consequence." Su Changqing halted, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Wuxiang's puzzled expression. "Brother Wuxiang, I have decided. I can accompany you to the Kuzhu Zen temple." Wuxiang was momentarily taken aback, his face erupting with joy. Yet soon after, as he composed himself, he clasped his hands together and recited, "Taoist friend Su, if there is anything the monk can assist with, do not hesitate to ask." Dealing with such an astute individual was indeed a relief for Su Changqing. Raising an eyebrow, he wasted no time in directly stating, "Among the 9 main branches of the celestial wood, there are 9 divine flowers. I am not greedy. I require at least 3. Might Brother Wuxiang be able to assist?" His words were bold and startling. As soon as Su Changqing's voice echoed, even Wuxiang, with his steadfast composure, was momentarily taken aback. Since the divine flowers first appeared, no one had ever claimed 2 for themselves. Yet here was Su Changqing, audaciously requesting 3? Wuxiang regarded Su Changqing's serious expression, pondering briefly before conceding with a wry smile. "The monk will do his utmost to assist. However, whether we succeed is uncertain." Aside from the major sects, over 90% of the cultivators in the barren state had their eyes set on the 3 unclaimed divine flowers, while Su Changqing claiming 1 was acceptable. As the law of the jungle dictated, if he were to pursue a second and third, it was clear he would incite the ire of many and become a thorn in the side of numerous cultivators in the barren state. Even the major sects could not tolerate such audacity and would intervene. After all, these great forces had intentionally reserved 3 slots, not for a solitary cultivator without a backing to harvest. Naturally, Su Changqing nodded, understanding this reality. Yet, he pondered, what of it? Our cultivation is inherently a defiance against the heavens. If we were to restrain ourselves, we might as well remain in the southern region. Furthermore, once the third reconstruction of the ancient demon body is complete, Su Changqing would fear no prodigy or saint, coupled with the malevolent thoughts of deities. Even ordinary sects would pose little threat to him. "Next, I shall count on you." Su Changqing inhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the direction of the second main branch. his eyes gleaming with determination as his figure vanished from sight. Watching the decisive Su Cha-ching, Wu Xiang couldn't help but think of the word madman. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable excitement for the events that were about to unfold. Wu Xiang clasped his hands in prayer and hastily followed suit.